Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 67. Bang! Stussy faces unprecedented firepower. She wanted to escape. But there is no escape. Heaven and earth and sea are the enemy's army. And this legion can appear around her at will. The former servants followed each other, regardless of life and death. Self-detonating paratroopers all over the sky. Flying soldiers charging with guns. Bullets poured down. Like death harvesting lines, crisscrossing and cutting. Stussy counterattacked with a Super 6. But no matter how many people she shot down, the soldiers on the other side launched a steady stream of fierce attacks on her. She didn't even have time to breathe. No matter which gap she starts to break through, there will always be tracking shells, chasing after her. There are so many of them. It looks like a churning wave of metal. Over time, the rhythm of her attacks was interrupted. This was followed by a sharp exertion of physical strength. After all, there is no respite for a second. It's too much physical exertion. I surrender. Stussy before armament Haki came over. Hit by several powerful rocket missiles. Embarrassed on the spot. After some trade-offs, Stussy didn't choose to fight hard to the end. Although she obviously still has a lot of strength. But she knew it well. Surrounded by people who could not break through. One stubbornly resist to the end. There is only one result waiting for her. That's death. Kaido is the best proof of that. So Stussy, after discovering this situation, immediately raise your hands and surrender. As long as you keep a certain strength. He was not killed for the first time after the surrender. Stussy felt he still had a chance. Frontal toughness has never been her strong point. Fake surrender yourself. This made Rennes let his guard down. You can even be sacrificed. Then lurk away in the dark of night. That's what she does best. But doing so is also a big gamble. Once this little devil. After their own surrender. Kill yourself immediately. That is equivalent to giving for nothing. But there is no way. She had to bet on this. This is the only way to live at the moment. The resistance was much weaker than expected, and I thought it would consume more troops, but I didn't expect to surrender directly. 35 Rennes muttered to himself as he looked at Stussy, who had surrendered. This woman's methods are never on the frontal battlefield, and young people like you should be more careful. Jabba reminded. No matter what means she has, she is doomed to failure. Rennes said indifferently. Because of the 220 soldiers responsible for guarding Stussy, it is impossible to rebel or seduce. The usual means of CPO. Useless against his soldiers. Seeing this, Jabba didn't say anything more. He looked confident. Then there is no need for him as an outsider to say anything. Rennes really wouldn't kill Stussy directly. Since she surrendered. Then try it yourself. Whether the mind controller is able to control her. If you can. In the future, there will be his eyeliner inside the CPO. This is a very important eyeliner. At the moment, Rennes eyeliner only penetrates Marine. The real top of the world government. No eyeliner yet. So transform Stussy into your own as much as possible. If she swears to resist, that Rennes may not be sure of capturing alive when he tries. She can only be killed. But she seemed to want to try something else. Surrender neatly. That's great. Prepare for it, and in 3 hours, a public execution of Kurozumi Serpent and a bunch of criminals will be carried out, and it will be announced that Wanyuni will henceforth be owned by the Allies. Rennes turned to a senior commander and said. Wanakuni's overall strength is very strong. Otherwise, it would not have been possible under Kaido's rule for many years. It can still ignite the fire of rebellion. Especially the strength of some of them. Compared to the 6 sons of the Valley and the 3 disasters, it is not much different. Kawamatsu, Hyogoro, Ashura Boy, Mad Death. If the relationship gets right. The two kings of the fur tribe cats and dogs also became a vassal of the Allies. A high-end combat force second only to 4 emperors pulled up at once. In addition, the overall strength of the samurai should not be underestimated. In this country, there are many powerful swordsmen. This is in addition to the soul ore. The second big harvest after winning Wano Kuni. Mr. Jabba, please. It turned out to be a guest, and Rennes naturally showed hospitality. And at this moment, Wano Kuni is caught in a sea of revelry. Oh oh! Oh oh! Beast's pirates fell. 99. Kaido is dead. Wano Kuni liberated. After a dozen previous large-scale nuclear explosions. All live streams were lost for a while. But it didn't take long. Live streaming resumes again. They saw what happened to Kaido. I also saw the giants who suddenly joined forces. Wano Kuni natives certainly don't know about these giants. But it can be felt from their conversation. These guys, even in the open seas, are not comparable to Kaido. It must not be far off. Even that ant's strength is extremely powerful and terrifying. Even Kaido was directly reprimanded for speaking. Even then Kaido didn't refute anything. When so many strong people land. The whole people of Wano Kuni were worried about Rennes for a while. Many people have subconsciously regarded Rennes as a hero of Wano Kuni. Hiri was even in a cold sweat behind his back. She was afraid that Rennes would not be able to withstand the pressure of outsiders. They all heard. Those people came to divide up Kaido's territory. It's a jackal tiger leopard. And everything that happened next. It's so obsessed with Kojiki Hiri. The body trembled slightly. Feel a cloudy breath exhale, incomparably exciting. The young man shows the horror of his own strategy and manipulation of human nature. He divides the enemy. Let them go their separate ways. It is no longer possible to form an alliance threat to him. If it weren't for some accident. He may even want to counter-exploit that power. Eradicate that dangerous ant. Even if it doesn't work out in the end. But these evil spirits covet Wano Kuni. They were all scared away by him. At that time, Raihi seemed to be satisfied like never before. She only felt that how could there be such a perfect and powerful man in this world? So perfect that she, Wano Kuni's first beauty, couldn't help but feel excited. Even self-shame. Mad Death Lang-san, do you say he is really a good girl? Hiri couldn't help but ask the Mad Death Lang beside him. Hey! Mad Dead Lang couldn't react at once. Princess Haiwa, is something wrong? Nothing. Mad Dead Lang didn't feel quite right, though. But didn't say anything. It's about returning to the reality of the moment. Princess Ho, now that Beast's pirates has fallen, but we don't know what the attitude of this so-called allied army is towards Wano Kuni, I suggest you gather the old ministry in the name of the Kojiki family. 5. If the allies are another Beast's pirates, we can't let them destroy our country. Mad Death Lang mentioned that it was indeed the most important question at the moment. He shouldn't be that kind of person. Although there has been no communication yet. Lovely behavior, eyes, words. Sometimes it proves a lot. Maybe, but we can't be unguarded. It's about the big picture, and Hiri knows to take precautions. Wait until the demons are gone. The whole of Wano Kuni is filled with mountain and tsunami roars. Whatever the future holds for Wano Kuni. At least for a moment, they were free. Kaido, who dominated Wano Kuni for years, has finally fallen. All these years, they lived in purgatory every day. There are often starving bodies on the roadside. Rivers and food full of toxins. Tyranny of arbitrariness. They see no hope. But now that haze has cleared. Great! Long live the Allies! 99. Wano Kuni fell into the festive Wang Yang. Rennes didn't stop there. Instead, let them vent their emotions. and the captives of Beast's pirates. At this moment, there is no dead ash on every face. Their boss lost and died. The pillars of faith of many have collapsed. They were confused. But some pirates have also come alive. Good birds choose trees to live in. It's cool under the big trees. Such a terrifying and powerful force as the Allies. It is the most likely to become one piece. We are willing to submit to the Allies. Many former Beast's pirates cotters expressed their opinions. If only Kaido were alive. They still have a hope. But Ig is gone. They pirates should also think about their future. Although there is still a very small number of people who oppose it. But that kind of voice can no longer affect the big picture. The power of the Allied forces will be 1 more point stronger. If you think of Kaido as a 10-star warrior, then Wano Kuni 7-star 8-star warriors, there are quite a few. And when Wano Kuni fell into the whole world fell into panic and shock. Beast's pirates. As a group of 4 emperors. At every moment, many forces are watching their movements. Even if they didn't see what was happening. But just a little traceability. You can find out the fact that Beast's pirates has been banned. However, many forces have just realized that something is wrong. Morgan's News newspaper was the first to report on the incident. Beast's pirates were annihilated by the Allies. 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts killed. Ember and Quinn of the 3 Tribulations died in battle. Beast's pirates starts today. No more. On the news, there are also several photos of Kaido's corpse. Credibility greatly increased. As soon as this news came out, the world is shocked. Even Marine HQ and world government are no exception. They never expected the Kaido of the Beasts in King's Landing for many years. Suddenly killed by someone. What the hell is going on here? Is this Allied army so fierce, so pervert? It's only been a long time. How could even the 4 emperors be planted in their hands? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the big brothers lose to such a newly emerged little devil? Impossible. On an attached island. Jack had just taken out a team that was causing trouble on the island. But I saw such news reports. He couldn't believe such a thing. Roaring in the sky, almost crazy. His next island is Dressrosa. As a result, my home is now gone. It's not just home that's gone. The old Yamato brother is also gone. It's not true, Kaido big brother is so strong, he is invincible, how can he lose? I don't believe it. I'm going back to Wano Kuni to have a look. Run, who was wearing a mask, also said madly. Sister. Peggy looked downcast. But since there is a picture, it is also from Morgan's personal report. This news of King Bird's news. Always a symbol of truth. This matter, even if they can't accept it. But I'm afraid it's true. Jack, that guy from Kaido is dead. From now on, this island is under Uncle Ben's control, and Lao Tzu will no longer serve you. Originally an affiliate captain of Beast's pirates. After learning that Kaido is dead, decisively declare that their island will no longer submit to the defunct Beast's pirates. They set themselves up as kings. Find death. Jack attacks in anger. Rumble. The big war broke out on the island in an instant. Now, the already tight and tense Marine headquarters. Now it's even more commotion. All officers of Vice Admiral and above call an emergency ad hoc meeting. Liar, Kaido's monster was actually knocked down. Kizaru walked in and watched everyone discuss. Immediately said quite incredulously. He has played against Kaido many times. But not once did I take advantage. Even because the other party's methods are more vicious and despicable. He has suffered many losses. Kizaru's marine base is located next to Beast's pirates. Be prepared for their sudden attack on the Holy Land or Marine headquarters. I didn't expect to hear this news again. But Beast's pirates is finished. Allies? At present, it seems that it is also an extremely dangerous organization. A cold light flashed in Akainu's eyes. As soon as the fist was clenched, it instantly burned red. Dark red magma flowed between his fists and fingers. As long as there is a chance. Such dangerous organization. Of course, it is necessary to clear it early. It's really not peaceful for a moment, especially at a time like this, when we all seem to underestimate this force that has suddenly emerged. Aokiji also swept away the previous laziness. Since the Buster Call incident, Marine headquarters and the world government are already taking this force seriously. But I never expected that they would have the strength to take out the 4 emperors. This is far more terrifying than a few regular standard Buster Calls. How is not exaggerating? The usual Buster Call meets the 4 emperors pirate group. Will be scared away directly. Having lost all the news of the Whitebeard pirates, they could attack the Marine headquarters at any time, and in such a tense moment, one of the 4 emperors has fallen. Although in terms of results, it is good for us, after all, it took no effort to make a 4 emperors disappear. But this newly rising ally is too dangerous. Didn't Marine over there in New World find anything unusual beforehand? Garp asked. No, it's probably a raid. A Vice Admiral replied. They've turned to several Marine bases in New World. But those Marine base don't know. Jun is now in a Marine base. At the moment, she controls the overall situation of the entire base. All the guys who resist the strong will, all advance the mind controller. Jun looked at Vice Admiral in front of him and said indifferently. This Vice Admiral used to be the dogleg of his world aristocracy. No less privilege, no less harm to others. She took advantage of this meeting. Bring Vice Admiral like Stiere. Controlled his plot. Now it's time to force your way into the mind controller. The Rennes guy has already taken out the 4 emperors. She can't stand still, she has to make a little achievement. Currently all of New World has Marine base. More than 60% has been controlled by her. It's all about communication and banquets. And then calculated one high-ranking officer after another. Hey, Morgans, what's going on with all your news? Marshal Sengoku was growling at the phone bug. Seek verification of the truth of the matter. The report has been passed to 5 elders, and don't doubt my professionalism, you know, I never report fake news. 95 Morgans hung up the phone worm after speaking. The next moment, Marshal Sengoku received a call from the world government 5 elders. And their latest bounty order for Rennes that they personally developed. We already know the matter, but the current big war is imminent, we have nothing to lose on the Wano Kuni side, and we are fully prepared to fight Whitebeard. This war, we can only win, not lose, otherwise under the influence of this kind of event, the authority of the world government will become lower and lower. These are the words from 5 elders. At present, first increase the bounty, set 5 billion Baileys, 4 emperors replacement, is also a common occurrence, after solving the matter at hand, then find a way to contact or solve the allies. Yes. Chapter 68. But actually, the 5 elders are not as calm as they are on the surface when they talk to Marshal Sengoku. I didn't expect that guy from Kaido would be killed, he was arrested for the lab many years ago, and his genes were modified to a certain extent, and it stands to reason that he is indeed extremely difficult to kill. 5. Didn't the report mention how Kaido was killed? Nope. It seems that Morgans is hiding a lot from us. The allies sprang up, the limelight was so strong that some people even gave him the title of God Slayer, which greatly affected the majesty of celestial dragons all over the world. This voice was slightly cold. How to deal with it? If it is ordinary, it is natural to contact first, knock, if you are interested, you can establish a certain cooperative relationship, if it is confirmed that it is harmful to us, you will eradicate it at all costs, but the matter of Whitebeard cannot be ignored at the moment. Is there any intelligence from Stussy? No, maybe it was an emergency, and no intelligence came. It's hard to judge the level of threat from the Allies, but there's no doubt that the guys who can kill Kaido are very dangerous. Let's CP0 go to Wano Kuni to find out the intelligence. Naturally. Need to plan further. Hold on for now, kill Whitebeard first, and declare to the world that what will happen to us as an enemy, and you can also suppress this storm brought up by the Allies. After all, Whitebeard is more famous than Kaido. Then raise the bounty first, and after winning Whitebeard, then delve into the Allies. Agreed. Agreed. 5 elders, though surprised that Kaido fell. Speculation is also about the threat of the Allies. But helplessly, there is too little information from New World. As a result, they could not assess how great the threat from the Allies was. If it's just a normal 4 Emperors level threat, they have long been accustomed to it. 4 Emperors turnover is not uncommon. In the past 2 decades, it has also changed several times. Kaido, the Redhead, is a late-stage show that took out the original 4 Emperors. The 4 Emperors before them also pulled others off their horses and came later. Only the status of Ant and Whitebeard. It's been as steady as an upside-down mountain. 5 billion Baileys. The generals at Marine headquarters looked at the latest bounty formulated above. I couldn't help but be shocked. Many 4 Emperors have fought for a lifetime, and this bounty is almost there. Rennes rose like a comet. After only a few battles, he has the huge bounty he has today. However, Kaido's bounty is more than 4.6 billion. It is not too much for Rennes, who defeated Kaido, to be offered a bounty of 5 billion Baileys. It's just that it's still extremely shocking. Criminals of this bounty. Usually there is not one for several years. In recent years, even redheads have not reached this bounty. The current redhead bounty is only 4,048.9 million Baileys. That is, judging by the bounty. The level of danger for this allied leader is already above the redhead. Gentlemen, the allies already exist, and the fall of Kaido is a big enemy missing out of thin air for us Marine. 99. The allies are just walking from the shadows to the light, so our current focus is not on the allies, but on the war in front of us. Whitebeard is about to attack, only 36 hours away from public execution. Everyone needs to recuperate and win this war. 5 elders has focused on fighting Whitebeard. Marshal Sengoku laid out and boosted morale around this. Marshal Sengoku, in that case, are we going to ignore the rise of the allies? At this time, Vice Admiral asked a little angrily. Not ignoring, but not acting on them for the time being. Whitebeard's threat is a priority. Squirrel, I know you've suffered in East Blue, but don't be arrogant. Judging by the current strength of the allies, it was a fluke that you were able to escape. Marshal Sengoku said in a calm voice. I know. The flying squirrel's face was slightly unwilling. But in my heart, I have already thought about the content of the letter waiting for the following. Today world government and Marine headquarters took no military action against the allies. It's only been a long time. The little guy who threatened us not long ago already has the ability to bring down the 4 emperors. Sengoku, the threat of the allied forces should not be underestimated. Vice Admiral Garp said with a slight frown. Remembered not so long ago. Rennes spoke to them for the first time. They didn't really take him to heart at that time. But in the blink of an eye, he did a series of major events that caused a sensation in the world. I know, but now that Whitebeard is more threatening, are we going to send troops to fight the allies? Sengoku also sensed a significant threat from the allies. But a force that can bring down Kaido. They want to take it down. At least 2 Marine Admirals were also mobilized. Alone, even with the elite. Unable to take Wano Kuni either. Even 2 are hard. After all, Wano Kuni is easy to defend and difficult to attack. But I really have to pull it out. Battles with Whitebeard have their win rate plummeted. Once you lose, the consequences are unimaginable. Far greater than the current allied forces. And they have already informed the whole world. At this time, it is also to drive ducks to the shelves. No, no, no. It is impossible to say that the public punishment of Fire Fist Ace will be abolished. That from now on, their marine headquarters and world government became a joke. When Garp heard this, he could only be helplessly silent. He also knows these things. But the inner uneasiness grew stronger. Rennes' crazy idea of changing the world, combined with the strength shown today, it has become the enemy of the world government. And the allies may not be satisfied yet. When the man was on the phone, it's about disrupting the world. At one point, he was even crazy enough to pull him and Sengoku into the gang. But now Five Elders has made a decision. They really couldn't deal with the allies. I just hope after taking Whitebeard, can act. Curb this rapid development of the allies. Report, Impel Down Sea found traces of the Straw Hat Boy, has been arrested by Director Magellan, 35. Suddenly a Marine walked in and reported. What? Garp was immediately stunned. The other generals also looked quite strange. What's the situation? Sengoku asked quickly. But some were afraid to look Garp in the eyes. Let's be honest. At this point, Sengoku would rather impel down and not catch the Straw Hat Luffy. Sengoku already knew. Ace was raised by Garp over the years. He treats Ace like a grandson. Now there is a public execution of the Fire Fist Ace. This has touched Garp's sensitive nerves. Sengoku even found missions to go out on several occasions. I want Garp to miss this war. But Garp refused. He was, in addition to being a grandfather, still a Marine. No matter what the outcome of Ace is, he's the one who raised Ace. All are obliged to watch on the spot. But now why is the Straw Hat Kid also caught? Sengoku's head is huge. Isn't that pushing the Garp guy to a corner? If both grandsons are arrested, can Garp still control his emotions? Marshal Sengoku was very skeptical. Straw Hat Luffy rowed a small boat, intending to break into Impel Down, as if to fight the Fire Fist Ace, but when he was on the periphery, he was discovered by the monitored warship, and a battle broke out between the two sides, and the Straw Hat Kid destroyed 2 warships and was taken down by Director Magellan. Marine elaborated. Is it so reckless? Is the Straw Hat Kid an idiot? Impel Down is in the Calm Belt. Horde heavy troops at the moment. Even the Whitebeard pirates would not choose such a place to start a war. One is that Whitebeard isn't sure if Ace is actually locked up here. I didn't see Ace in front of him. They will not act rashly, so as not to be ambushed by Marine. The second is the Calm Belt for any vessel are very dangerous. It is a natural cemetery. But the Straw Hat Boy is so reckless. Dare to break into Impel Down with a small boat. What about his brains? Have a brain? If only he could succeed. That Impel Down guards can commit mass suicide. Magellan asked for instructions on how to deal with it. 99. Ahem. Then leave it closed first. 35. Sengoku coughed slightly embarrassedly. Garp is still here. What can he do with it? Yes. Luffy, you idiot. Even if Garp is optimistic, Luffy has been seen on the news many times. It's just a laugh. He was reprimanded by Marine headquarters. He never took it to heart himself. But now Luffy is indeed arrested. In addition, the pirate Emperor Boa Hancock is about to arrive at Marine headquarters. Well, got it. Sister, what's wrong with you? At the moment, close to the Sea of Marine Ford. Perfume on the snake. Sander Sonia and Mary Grote's 2 younger sisters looked at their sister who suddenly fell ill. All of a sudden, I panicked. This state goes to the war against Whitebeard. It's too dangerous. If they couldn't, they withdrew to 9 Snakes Island. Fortify the island. Even if Marine wants to trouble them, it won't be so easy. Originally, Hancock resolutely ignored the summoning order from Marine's headquarters. But in the end, my mother-in-law was enlightened many times yesterday. As well as seeing the tough attitude of Marine headquarters. Hancock agreed. She just has a hard mouth. In fact, she still didn't risk the entire kingdom. Anyway, with her strength in any war. As long as it is not the object being targeted. You can survive with ease. The reason why she didn't want to say yes was that she didn't want to. Just plain dislike of Marine and world government. While they were out at sea, they met the Straw Hat Boy who came to them and asked for a boat. Hancock taught him a hard lesson. But after discovering the Straw Hat Boy's tenacious will to save his brother, the two sisters showed great compassion. Sent a boat to Straw Hat Luffy. And drive him out of Nine Snakes Island. Then they personally sent their sister to the sea. Marine's ship, after all. Were to have their own comfort. Unexpectedly, when I was about to arrive at Marine headquarters, my sister suddenly fell ill. The whole person is like a high fever. Consciousness gradually became unclear, just lying on the boat, wheezing in pain. Ship doctor, what's wrong with my sister? Sonia asked nervously. I don't know, I can't find out, there seems to be no problem with the physical examination. Said a beautiful female doctor with her head down. 0, ask for flowers. Are you blind? My sister is in so much pain, how can it be okay? 35 Sonia couldn't help but scold. What now? Mary Grote also looked sad. If it really doesn't work, let's turn around and go back to Nine Snake Island first. Lord Sonia, something big has happened at sea. 4 Emperor's Kaido was knocked down by the Allies. 33 Suddenly a female warrior ran in with a newspaper in a panic. What's the noise? Didn't you see that my sister is sick? Be quiet. If only usually. Such big news. They also pay attention and analyze. But now there is no such mind. My sister is sick and affected at the moment. I'm sorry. The female warrior hurriedly said in panic. But wasn't Lord Snake G okay not long ago? Hey, Sister Sama, why did you sit up? Just finished scolding the female warrior. Sonia suddenly noticed that her sister had sat up. Quite refreshed. But just now she couldn't even get up by herself. Sister, you are not well yet, lie down and rest. Mary Grote said quickly. With that, he helped Hancock lie down and rest. But Hancock just shook his head. Extremely weakly, he said to the soldier who rushed in, I will take the news report just now. She had just faintly heard the Allies. Allies, that's the man's organization. Since the victory incident. Within a few days of returning to Nine Snakes Island, Hancock's mind was full of the man's shadow. Think of celestial dragons as ants. Let the world aristocracy lick on their knees. The feared Buster Call is like a joke. 0. So the great posture. He is still known as the God Slayer. She loves the title. Because it lives up to its name. So handsome. Hancock took over the news report. The complexion gradually changed from an unhealthy state. Recover quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even unsteady breathing. It also gradually calmed down. It was as if she wasn't sick at all. The two sisters looked at each other. This depends on the news report, is there a face first? Since returning from Victoria Island, my sister seemed to have gotten a little wrong. Now it seems to be more serious. Down with 4 Emperors Kaido, bounty of 5 billion Baileys. They approached curiously. I was immediately shocked by the contents of the newspaper. Hancock heard this. Before taking your eyes off the photo. It looks like what's in the newspaper. He must be a god sent from heaven. Destined to change the world. Hancock muttered. Sister, your body. I don't know why, but I seem to be fine. 35. The two younger sisters looked confused. Is it really okay like that? It's also amazing. Is it the charm of this newspaper? Or maybe it was the reason for the man in the newspaper. They don't know when to return to Nine Snake Island and ask Granny why. Countless powerful people around the world are crazy about this bounty of 5 billion Baileys. Many bounty hunters in New World have formed an assassination alliance. Although Rennes banned Kaido, but for a short time, there is still no feeling that he is stronger than Kaido. After all, Kaido has been building up its power for a long time. Some even speculate that Rennes used despicable means to win. Let them go on them. These are bounty hunters who get carried away by high bounties and justify themselves. Some even think that Rennes just brought down Kaido. It must be a big injury. This is a good opportunity for them to attack. Many pirates and bounty hunters have left for Wano Kuni. It's stormy outside. Wano Kuni hasn't completely calmed down yet. In a Kirov airboat, Rennes poured a cup of black tea for the two guests present. Jabba didn't speak, just picked up her teacup. Taste it slowly. The shipping king you meet is a little restless. Being on someone else's territory. Small lives are between the thoughts of others. Rennes didn't rush to speak. It was Jabba who found something for herself. Instead of looking for Jabba yourself. So also calmly drank tea. It was quiet for a few minutes. Yumit felt more and more pressure. Even the sound of the heartbeat was not arguing. But the two still did not speak. It wasn't until Jabba finished drinking the tea in his hand that he spoke. You are different from most people. Other people will take the initiative to talk to me the first time when they meet me. Do you know why? I don't know. Their first words will always be, Jabba, do you know where Raftel is? Tell me quickly. It's abrupt, but it's reasonable. Rennes was stunned for a moment. But when you think about it, it actually makes sense. Yes, it's reasonable, so you who don't ask this question are different from them. Jabba suddenly looked straight at Rennes. You didn't go to sea to become One Piece. 35 then asked in a calm voice, and his eyes instantly became aggressive. Peace. Chapter 69. No, I'm not interested in becoming One Piece. Rennes said truthfully. This surprised Umit. Pirates all over the world. Basically, they all go to sea around the big secret treasure left by Roger. Even these underground giants who have not been rewarded. Once you have the opportunity to get the big secret treasure, there will be no hesitation. That's the secret treasure that symbolizes everything. Get it, and you get everything in the world. Who wouldn't want to have this kind of thing? Who isn't curious about what that is? Not many people can resist. For the sake of the great secret treasure, these years ago servants followed. Countless people died. And this such ambitious, crazy young man in front of him. But bluntly confessed that he had no interest in the great secret treasure. But if you're not interested, then understand why he met Jabba, a former member of the pirates. But I didn't ask where Raftel was. Why? You have so many troops, don't you gamble? Jabba asked. Whether there is really a secret treasure that owns the world, or the power to change the world, I don't need it. What I want, I already have. Rennes said calmly. What is that? Only the people of the Roger pirates know. And judging by the performance of the later Rayleigh, Redheads, and them, they clearly have a plan. The location of Rayleigh is fantastic. All pirates must go to New World. It was as if he was waiting or screening pirates. The Redhead also struggled to grab rubber fruit. Maybe it's to find a good owner for it. After all, Redheads themselves have little interest in becoming capable. Now Jabba is back in New World. From Aqua Star Island. This is the closest place to Raftel. This is a coincidence. And not some kind of arrangement. Rennes was the first to not believe. Maybe Roger is dead. But what Roger wants to do is not yet 220. These crew members continue to faithfully carry out their duties. They want to make kings. Rennes had no interest in being their king. own with a red alert system. There is no need to get any big secret treasures at all. As long as it continues to develop step by step, the whole world will be changed by him. Even if someone gets the big secret treasure. But as long as you don't make enemies of yourself, that doesn't matter. Who is the enemy of himself? Blaster Crush. Don't you even know what's on Raftel that you're so confident in your own strength? Even Aunt Kaido wanted to see the island. Jabba said with a smile. He had never met someone as confident as Rennes. No, it cannot be said that there is no at all. Whitebeard is half. As for why not the whole? It's because Whitebeard knows what's on it. He just chose not to go. Rennes, on the other hand, is completely unaware. But also chose not to go. My destiny is not on your line, my enemies are within reach, and in my life, I will try to win every war possible. Rennes' eyes burned. What do you want to do? Jabba asked curiously. Do you want to know? Rennes suddenly said strangely. Will it be dangerous? Nope. Rennes opened his eyes and spoke nonsense. Forget it. Jabba always had an instinct. The man wanted to pull him into the water. Just no evidence. Even he didn't know what the other party was going to do. I heard you killed the celestial dragons. Jabba continued. That's the biggest reason why he's here. Well, kill. Rennes said, pouring herself another cup of black tea. It's so calm. It is somewhat unimaginable. How can there be people in this world who kill the nobles of the world and still disapprove of it? Are you really afraid that the world government will free up its hand to deal with him? You know, the attack on celestial dragons is not uneventful. But every attacker. The end was particularly miserable. That's why people are so afraid of celestial dragons. Is it an enemy? No, it's easy. Smooth. It was stunned for a moment. Celestial dragons, this thing can be easily killed? Do you think it's an ant on the side of the road? Jabba was also stunned by this answer. It was a surprise. No grudge against the celestial dragons. No friends being bullied? Haven't been bullied yourself? Killed the celestial dragons? Do you just think you can't get used to what celestial dragons are doing? You don't want to pull the celestial dragons off the horse. Jabba thought about it and suddenly understood something. It's really important to be careful when communicating with smart people. Rennes didn't deny it. Are you serious? Jabba's eyes narrowed slightly. To deny is to admit. It's not hard to guess. With such a powerful force. Either to become one piece. Either in order to dominate one side and be a free Earth Emperor. Either to take revenge on some powerful force. Or maybe you want to conquer and change the world. The first point, Rennes has admitted that it is not. Second, with this guy's mind and strength. If only to be an Earth Emperor. There is no conflict with Kaido. Pick a few countries to win. Isn't it easier? As for revenge, he actually feels a bit like it. But in the end, it turned out that it was not strong. Then all that remains is to change the world. And the one who is easy to do is to see the righteousness. It is enough to prove that he does not recognize the current order. If recognized, he wouldn't have slaughtered the celestial dragons for something handy. But Jabba didn't feel that Rennes was not self-sufficient. Even if it is the conquest of the world. Far from bringing down 1 or 2 4 emperors. It's not comparable to killing a few celestial dragons. Usually even 4 emperors say this. In the eyes of the world government. It's also somewhat ridiculous. 4 emperors is entrenched on one side, and it is okay to be the hegemon of one side. But to ban the entire world government? That's harder than killing all the 4 emperors. Because world government has a lot of heritage. At Marine headquarters alone, the 4 emperors can compete with Garp, Sengoku, 3 Marine Admiral, and retired Marine Admiral. Although Marine headquarters is the largest department, The strongest ones are the most numerous. But in other departments, even if the number of strong people is not so much, gather a few more such strong people to come out. It can be done too. This force is united. 4 emperors can take it down. It's a hard road. Jabba said truthfully. Everyone wants to take an easy path, but sometimes life doesn't allow it. You don't come for this. Rennes single-handedly went straight to the road. He didn't believe Jabba had only come because he was curious why he had killed the celestial dragons. Let me tell you some historical truth about Raftel. What? You meet Rennes looked at Jabba in shock. This is also too abrupt. This is very exciting news. Jabba, didn't you say you didn't know any intelligence about Raftel at all? You've been lying to us for so many years. 35 You meet looked at Jabba in disbelief. If it weren't for the fast running all these years, do you guess those old guys would have arrested me and tortured me to extract a confession? They admitted my lies, just wanted me to let down my guard. Jabba said lightly. I said, I'm not interested in Raftel's secret treasure. Rennes didn't know why Jabba did it at first. But think about it. His attitude came after learning that his conflict with the celestial dragons had changed. Could it be that kill the celestial dragons, or be an enemy of the celestial dragons? Is it a ticket to learn a secret? The more Rennes thought about it, the more it was possible. Luffy was at odds with the celestial dragons. Rayleigh, who was present, also stepped in to help them. I know, but since you want to be their enemy, you must know who they are. There's this truth on Raftel. Am I not fit to stay here? Ymit said very incomprehensibly. It always feels like I know some secrets. Will put yourself in danger. But Rennes isn't that taboo. Anyway, it doesn't matter who is behind the world government. Even what creatures. What he has to do will not change in any way. Jabba is only picking part of it. It's impossible to tell yourself it all. After all, both sides are not familiar. Even if there is the pass of God slaughter, it's impossible to keep Jabba knowing. You choose for yourself, and when you know something, it can be really dangerous. Jabba left Ymit to choose. Ymit struggled. The secret the world wants to know is right in front of us. It can make countless giant monsters flock to it. It's really in sight. Ymit found himself a little frightened. But the last bite to bite. He stayed. Such an opportunity is missed. Maybe I won't have a chance to know in my lifetime. He didn't want to be filled with regrets later in life. Watch Ymit stay. Look at his uneasy look. Jabba and Rennes were originally relatively calm. They all looked at him speechlessly. It is also one of the underground giants. How so timid? If Jabba wasn't familiar with him. I've known each other for years. Know that he can't be a puppet of the world government. Jabba wouldn't let him stay. Jabba looked up at Rennes. The scene quieted down a little. Have you seen the real side of this world? Jabba asked directly. It seemed to be afraid that Rennes would not be able to understand what he was going to say later. So start with some concepts. It's like a person who doesn't understand numbers. It is not possible to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Jabba first had to confirm that Rennes was a number-savvy person. Decay, chaos, death. Rennes evaluates the world he's seen. Jabba beamed in satisfaction. This world is originally dominated by the world government, which ruler would want the world under his rule to be chaotic? Especially the most controversial one, heavenly gold. Throughout the sea, many countries have to choose the means of war because of the high amount of heavenly gold. 35. Do you think those old guys in the world government can't see the results of heavenly gold? This kind of thing is by no means small scale and individual, they can't not know zero. Rennes replied. That's right, but they don't even have any stopping measures, because such an outcome is what they want. No, this is impossible. Who will disturb the world under their rule? Ymit finds this contradictory. It's like putting a thief in your own treasury. It doesn't make sense at all. What's in it for them? Rennes thought about it. There is only one possibility. When the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, everything absurd becomes possible. Jabba was stunned. She didn't expect Rennes to think so quickly. This saves him time to explain. It's the Omit guy on the contrary. Look at the problem very simply. Because they are not human. Jabba stared straight at the two and said. What? With this sentence alone, Omit felt his hair stand up. Like a cat fried. In an instant, I only felt cold sweat. Rennes was slightly surprised, though. But he thought about many possibilities. This kind of possibility is also in it. How is this possible? How can the real power who has ruled the world for so many years not be people? Whether it's giants, orcs, villains, long-handed people, fishmen. These are classified as a race of people. For a long time, the world has believed that the world's aristocracy is the noblest human being. The image of them appearing in front of people is also human. How can it suddenly not be human? This is something that has turned the world upside down for years. I'm not talking about people, including intelligent creatures that are not all that exists, nor do I mean that they are a rare race, I mean that they simply should not exist in this world. They are a hotbed of death and chaos, in which they draw on the life of all living beings in the whole world for eternal life. As far as our current master history is concerned, 5 elders has lived from ancient times to the present day, 99. And behind the 5 elders, there is an invisible shadow that controls everything about them. The more chaotic the world is, the more frequent the killings, the more they rejoice, and of course, whenever things go beyond a certain boundary, they intervene. Enemies of them, all living beings will be seduced and reduced to puppets walking on the edge of death and madness. Jabba's face was heavy. The whole world for those guys. It's like a playground. Life is nothing more than something they manipulate at will. So, aren't they going to die? Omit asked with a trepidation. The way to kill them completely is in Raftel, only the captain knew it. I really didn't know this. Only the ability to listen to everything can perceive the truth of everything in the world. I don't have the ability. So if you want to overthrow the world government, Raftel, I'm afraid you'll have to go. Jabba said. Slowly, you just said, so those who are enemies with them will be deceived and become puppets. Rennes didn't believe it all. Because Jabba's words are suspected of deliberately leading him to Raftel. Yes, what's the problem? Jabba nodded affirmatively. Nope. If only this ability were concerned. That doesn't seem to be much of an ability. Your own mind controller can do it. Even their abilities seem to be of little use to their own core 4.6. What death accompanies you? Have your own self-detonator die fast? Still want to seduce your own people? Rennes to his own soldiers. Has absolute power to live and kill. Why do you seem to be relieved instead? Jabba keenly noticed that Rennes' mindset seemed to be easier. What the hell is this? Didn't you see that Umit was now terrified and full of fear? This is what a normal person should behave. When he learned the truth, he was similar to Umit. After all, what he said is something that subverts the perception of common sense. Yes. Yes. Illusion. 35. You go on. They have a usable ancient weapon, right in the Holy Land. Legendary weapon that sinks an island with one shot. Umit said in a deep voice. This has been heard in New World giants with similar rumors. Oh. Is that? Your own nuclear missiles can be even more exaggerated. In this way, how do you feel that this 5 elders is quite average? In addition to the mystery of origin. Listen to Rennes. Jabba and Umit suddenly reacted, yes, you pervert has almost similar means. 35. But they may be more terrifying than that cannonball of yours. Jabba didn't want to see Rennes, the God Slayer, despise the 5 elders. So it is. Rennes nodded on the surface, but his heart was very average. His nuclear missiles couldn't be stronger. There are hundreds or thousands of more laboratories under existing nuclear missiles. Increase the equivalent a bit, no problem. And listen to Rennes' expectant words. Jabba suddenly didn't want to say anything. He didn't seem to take it seriously. No wonder. Rennes imagined world government even more. Jabba said. Rennes suddenly felt she could do 5 elders now. Chapter 70. In short, be careful. Jabba wanted to say more, though. But it was a big risk to tell him that for now. Because the God Slayer is destined to die with the world government. Even if you know the secret. It's the same as being hunted down. Otherwise this secret Jabba wouldn't usually tell anyone. That's hurting him. 5 elders absorb everything in this world like Shinigami. But they are equally afraid of one day being exposed. Thus causing a siege by all humanity. Human potential is too terrifying. There are always strong people born from it. There are even more prophecies that they are destined to be overthrown. 5 elders are not all-knowing and omnipotent after all. Even if they live for many years. There's one thing I don't quite understand. Rennes didn't fully believe Jabba. After all, the two do not have a particularly deep friendship. But there should be real ingredients in it. But think about it carefully. Rennes found that some places were not right. Where is it not understood? 35. If the world government is attached to chaos, why did Roger set off the era of sea thieves? Rennes felt strange. In the era of the sea thief, the chaos brought by it is obvious. Your Excellency, Rennes is really thoughtful. Jabba looked at Rennes in surprise. Truth be told, people who usually know the true face of world government, no matter how brilliant the strong, it will definitely be shocked in a short time. Loss of a certain ability to think rationally. But Rennes is clearly younger than anyone else. But it was hardly affected in the slightest. This psychological quality, rare in the world. Such a god slayer, maybe he can really realize the captain's dream. As soon as these words came out, Umit also reacted. Subconsciously looked towards Jabba. The era of the sea thief is a double-edged sword. Jabba said with a sigh. If it's all chaos, the chaos created by the world government, it's all they can do, and in that case, all we can do is smash the plates and let the chaos go beyond their control. Our captain firmly believes that the continuation of will and dreams will never be extinguished. Only in this way can there be more strong people among the human race. Rennes listened. Instantly think of a person with great courage. In the great shadow of the confrontation against the world government. Struggling to move forward. Finally, find the bright spot in human nature. Even if this flash 04 light point. It contains the depraved and greedy side of human nature. But there are also pure yearners of freedom. Roger single-handedly created an era of chaos that could compete with the world government. Just to let mankind give birth to more strong people. Hope under this ideological frenzy. One day a strong man who can fight the world government can come out of it. Extraordinary. Rennes lamented. Of course, that's our captain. Jabba said with nostalgia and pride. That's all I can tell you. If you want to know more, you can come to Shuaisyen Star Island to find me when you have time. Jabba felt that it would not be possible to have such a qualified god slayer in many years. If Rennes wants Raftel's treasure, he'll help. He was very optimistic about this young man. Just like the redhead is optimistic about the child. Look again. Rennes said ambiguously. The secret that Jabba arrives with is truly amazing. Also make it clear to him. The thing that the world government fears most. That is, as prophesied. Overthrown by some. But Rennes has his own business to do. He believes in the help of the system. Even without Raftel's great treasure. You can still fight the world. Now Wano Kuni wins. And it has accepted so many strong people. He had to absorb this power. Sounds like Rennes. Since the top echelons of the world government are also afraid of humanity. Then blow up a little more yourself. Let the forces be as large as the entire world's population. And all the soldiers are of the same will. It should be the world government that suffers. So for Rennes. Know the truth. He doesn't feel desperate. Instead, I feel that I have a few more chances of winning. The shipping king you meet did not think so. He regretted knowing these things. Once the world government knows its secret is known, we'll definitely send someone to hunt down and kill himself. And the intensity will not be small. The three chatted a little more. Umit was absent-minded the whole time. It's about the same time. Jabba took his leave. Rennes didn't hold on much. After sending off Jabba and Umit, came to the capital of flowers. It's time to announce the belonging of Wano Kuni and the fate of the captives. At this moment, near the flower capital square, there are crowds of people. Many people looked at the Kurozumi serpent who was held on the execution table and cursed angrily. There is extreme madness on everyone's face. Rotten eggs, rotten vegetable leaves, stones, and blades are all constantly smashing on Kurozumi snakes. If it weren't for the presence of the allies, I'm afraid that the Kurozumi serpent has long been torn to pieces by the angry crowd at this moment. What Kurozumi has done over the years. People and gods are indignant. He is a complete tyrant and maniac. He rules the country. Only for revenge, only to torture the entire people of Wano Kuni. He used despicable means to calculate Kojiki Oden. They agreed to open toxic factories throughout Wano Kuni. Moody, murderous. The number of sins committed is too numerous to mention. His mentality is pervert and also broken. The Kurozumi serpent trembled with fear. But the eyes are also full of viciousness. I thought fiercely inside. Wait for yourself to get out of trouble again. If you have a chance, be sure to kill them all. These lowly fellows dare to humiliate themselves like this in public. Originally, he was pretending to be dead. But when he saw the soldier holding sea stone handcuffs and preparing to put them on him, he hurriedly activated his abilities and came to life. If you don't come back to life for that moment, if the ability fails, the head of the other person is separated, and it is really dead. But now these people are angry in front of them. He was also afraid. There was even a good idea that it was not as good as dying just now. At least not to suffer these shames now. Xiazi, it's Xiazi and the mad dead man, help me. Kurozumi's serpent suddenly appeared in the crowd in front of him. Seeing two familiar figures, he hurriedly asked for help. But the voice fell. The two did not move at all. Just staring at him with icy eyes that had never been seen before. All along, Kojiki Hiri has been trying to use his little strength to deal with those guys who are not rich and insensitive in the city. He often forced a smile in front of this murderous father's enemy. Play his father's favorite tunes for him. How many times, she couldn't help but cry, her heart twisted like a knife. But that was the only way she could help the country. What are you still stunned about, mad dead? And Xiazi, I usually don't mean to you, with your posture, there is no man to resist, as long as you want to. The more Kurozumi spoke, the more crazy he became. As long as you survive. He can even let himself, the woman he once loved the most, accompany other men. Of course, this kind of love is only his self-righteous love. Shut up! Mad Dead Lang directly interrupted Kurozumi's serpent in anger. Kurozumi's serpent was deterred by the crazy killing intent in the eyes of the Mad Dead man. Mad Death Lang is the second person in the 9 sheaths. Its strength is extremely terrifying. It's just that the monster Kaido has been pressing on top of their heads before. They have no chance of winning. As for Kurozumi Snake, he doesn't know how many times he can kill him. But Kaido doesn't die, and killing Kurozumi Serpent will only make things worse. Reprisals will cause more suffering for the people of Wano Kuni. That's why he has been stoic. But now there is no need to endure. Mad dead, you. Kurozumi looked at him in disbelief. A dogleg who usually obeys his own words. How dare to drink him like this? Don't call this disgusting name, my real name is Denjiro, Kojiki Oden's retainer. When Denjiro said his name, he said it word by word. What? Hearing this name, the people around were in a commotion. As a Wano Kuni people, how is it possible not to know the famous Denjiro? One of the souls of the Nine Sheaths under Kojiki Oden. Is the Nine Sheaths back? Did Lord Oden's old ministry always be alive? They have been silently helping the country in the dark. We shouldn't have rushed to Kaido to settle accounts in the first place. It's too self-sufficient. If it weren't for Mr. Denjiro's offer to let us forgive our sins as mine slaves, we would have been executed by the tyrant of Kurozumi Serpent. Some people know that Denjiro and these retainers are still alive. And Kurozumi Orakai stared at Denjiro with an angry look of disbelief. How is this possible? How could you be Kojiki remnant? Kurozumi's ugly head was all crumbling at the moment. He screamed and stared at Denjiro. He couldn't believe it. Kojiki Oden's retainers, who defended themselves day and night. He has always been by his side. Then is she also the remnant of Kojiki? Kurozumi suddenly realized something. His eyes fell on Kojiki Hiri's identity. She is the biological blood of Lord Kojiki Oden. It's called Kojiki Hiri. 35 Denjiro scolded angrily. This sentence set off a shocking wave in the crowd. The bloodline of the Kojiki family is back. Great! Lord Oden is not dead. And Kojiki's bloodline lives in this world, great! Sure enough, I met Mrs. Shi many years ago. At this moment, many people in the flower capital were restless. Everyone's spirits were lifted. It's like a chicken blood. They remembered that Kojiki Oden had been freed hostages held by Kurozumi Serpent. Day after day dancing like a funny clown. After the horrific punishment of cooking in a kettle. All those associated with Kojiki Oden were then hunted down. They also heard about the Oden Castle tragedy. The flames burned everything. I thought that Kojiki Oden was dead. I didn't expect that there would be offspring alive. This is not the folk rumor. Say what 20 years will return. It's the blood that really lives. They are happy from the heart. Their loyalty. After many tests years ago. It's been very determined. Because they thought Oden was crazy. Became His Highness a fool. It was used unscrupulously by Kurozumi Snake. Finally everyone understands. Everything Lord Oden did. It's all guarding them. Interesting. Rennes was going straight down. But look at this scene. On the contrary, he is not in a hurry. These people are in Kojiki's bloodline. I have already subconsciously cultivated a heart of worship. But more importantly, Rennes wanted to see what Kojiki Hiri would do. Kurozumi Serpent, you can leave it to them at their disposal later. 35 Rennes picked up the black tea and looked leisurely at the screen. Such a high level of loyalty. And there are many strong people who follow Kojiki Hiri. These are great resources. Impossible. No way. When pigs fly. Oden Castle should all be dead in the reckoning that night. How can there still be Kojiki's bloodline alive? Thinking of Oden, Kurozumi can't help but tremble and scream. That man, great and powerful. When he was there. Kurozumi Snake always feels ridiculous like a clown. Lord Rennes said you can deal with Kurozumi Snake with full control. At this time, a senior commander walked up to Hiri and the others and said. Denjiro had subconsciously put his hand on his weapon. Although he knew that his identity was revealed at such a time. It will attract the attention of the leaders of the Allied forces. But in the same way, the people of Wano Kuni can also know. An Oden bloodline is alive. Once the Allies want to bully them again. There are days and presents, as long as their spirits are not enslaved. It's always possible to wait for an opportunity. Just like this incident. They waited until Kaido and Kurozumi Yamato fell. So Denjiro will do his best to protect Hinawa's safety. Hiri now gathers many former subordinates. But Denjiro didn't expect it. The other party is so tolerant and 220 degrees. Leave the Kurozumi serpent directly to them. This is beyond expectations. At present, it seems that the other party is sending a friendly signal. Every moment of every day I think of you dying. Kojiki Hiri said as he resisted tears of revenge. She walked towards Kurozumi Snake step by step. There is a strong hatred in the eyes. Both of her parents died at the hands of Kurozumi Serpent. How can there be no hate? Don't you come over. Kurozumi Snake no longer thinks how beautiful this first beauty is. At the moment, only endless fear swept through the body. He was so scared that in urine. With what he did to Wano Kuni, to Odin. Odin's bloodline, even if he is swallowed alive, it is possible. How could he not be afraid? Princess Ho, you don't have to do it yourself. Denjiro whispered. Kurozumi Snake, they would never let him live. The leaders of the allied forces also seemed to see through this. Only then did they give them the power of life and death. I know it's not necessary, but I don't want to miss this opportunity. The weak Princess Raihi is very firm at the moment. Kurozumi wanted to struggle back. But he was firmly handcuffed by sea stone. He looked at Kojiki Hiri with horror on his face. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask for mercy. You can touch Hyachi's eyes. He knew that it was useless to beg for mercy. BD. You Kojiki remnants. Why is it always haunted? Damn hateful. Kurozumi shouted as the serpent collapsed. Hiri took the gun handed over by the soldier next to him. Walk up to Kurozumi's serpent. Condescending, the muzzle of the gun is against the forehead of the Kurozumi serpent. He was cold and hard to move. Death crisis hits. If the ability is imprisoned, if the head is exploded, it will be completely dead. No, don't, Ho, you see I usually treat you too. Kurozumi finally tried to play the emotion card. But don't say it's okay, when you talk about Hiwa, I only feel sick to my stomach. Thinking of the usual strong smile, the murderous opportunity is even worse. At this time, the square fell silent. Looking at Hira's back. It's like watching a round of rewards. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Hiri decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced the head of Kurozumi's serpent. Blood splattered and stained Hinawa's hands and clothes red. Day and first kill. Especially such a close kill. But she didn't feel flustered. Some are just calm. Blood debt feels so good. She thanked the man for giving her this opportunity. It looks a little different from the weakness I remember, more decisive than I thought, not bad. 35 Ren watched with relish. Lord Ren, there is a heavy great breakthrough. We just escorted Kaido's body into the laboratory for research and analysis, and found that there are obvious traces of artificial genes on Kaido's body. This means that he has a strong track record, and we can perfectly extract the full power of Kaido. 35 A senior engineer suddenly sent good news. What? Ren was a little uneasy. Perfectly extract Kaido's ability to. Chapter 71. What does perfection stand for? Represents Kaido's physique, ability, and vitality. The Genetic Research Center can be perfectly reproduced. It was definitely a surprise that Ren didn't even expect. You know, after he took Dressrosa earlier. Genetic research has also been conducted. Especially for those with fruit ability. But because the Allies had a deep study of self-detonators. The first genetic factors developed. It is a popping fruit gene. Others, like Doflamingo's string fruit, were in the short time of Mingo's death. I immediately conducted research. But nothing. And the longer people die, the fainter the traces of devil fruit's existence. At present, he is constantly investing in soul or research. But the results have been modest. So Rennes killed Kaido just now. It wasn't even sent to the Genetic Research Institute in the first place. It's about continuing to deal with the giants. Only after disposing of it will people get the body back for study. I thought I could develop it. Can't an okay mentality. Unexpectedly, this research has just begun. There is such a huge gain. This is equivalent to within the Allied forces. Immediately there will be one more 4 Emperors level powerhouse. Go to the lab. Rennes teleport the space back to the lab. Also in the territory of Wano Kuni. It was built on site. Of course, the researchers were teleported from Dressrosa. These were the first engineers. The laboratory comes with it after successful construction. They followed Rennes from the beginning. At the time of Dressrosa's harvest of Mingo's estate, many research materials were found in the Smile factory. Rennes let them absorb and learn. Their abilities can be improved. With a flash of silver, Rennes came to the lab. The laboratory is spacious and bright. There are many containers filled with green liquid. Each container contained a corpse. Kaido, Ember, Quinn. At the moment, Kaido's container is surrounded by many engineers. As soon as Rennes arrived, the engineers automatically give way. Lord Rennes, he. A ghost-like researcher approached. It's Caesar Kerrang! After the Dressrosa event, many of Mingo's external forces were swallowed up by Rennes. And Caesar Current was the one who surrendered the fastest. Rennes saw that he had some ability. After brainwashing with a mind controller, thrown into the lab. Caesar's guy is also very servile. After being mind controlled. Every time I see Rennes, I always look flattering. Can Kaido's genes really be extracted perfectly? Rennes inquired. Yes, just now we found that Kaido's body has traces of genetic modification, and we have restored it from the microscopic to the whole along with this trace, and we can extract it now. But because the devil fruit factor in it is unique, it cannot be responsible again, only the only one. After extraction, can you continue to develop powerful warriors based on Kaido's body? Rennes asked. It can fully extract the full range of Kaido's capabilities. It has far exceeded Rennes' expectations. Even if it's only one copy. It's also a huge windfall. Yes, but how much powerful gene fluid can be developed, it is not certain for the time being, and the devil fruit factor has gradually become unstable, whether to extract it first. Extraction. Gollum. The green liquid boiled, and Kaido's abilities and genetic factors evaporated along the boiling liquid. Evaporated and purified gene fluid. Only a small bottle. But absolutely clean and hygienic. This is concentrated energy. In addition, there are some genetic components in it, which are related to the energy of the sea or similar to the sea, and there is a rejection reaction, and you can choose to remove this part of the gene fluid. Do you want to remove it? Remove. Of course, this is not to be thought about, although it is afraid of the weakness of sea water and sea stone. Putting Rennes is not a weakness. After all, he has all kinds of weapons and iron curtain devices. Even if you fall into the sea, you can be safe. But the weaknesses that can be removed are naturally to be removed. That's right. This bottle contains all of Kaido's genetic enhancement fluid. He plans to use it himself. Because after squeezing Kaido, there is only one bottle. It's not that he doesn't trust others. It's not that you want to be a reckless man who charges yourself. Instead, he previously fought Kaido. Face off with the giants again. Rennes understood a little. Their own forces are against 1 or even 2 4 emperors strong. It is possible to fight continuously. Until they are consumed. But these strong people are not stupid. After realizing the problem, there must be a decapitation operation against himself. And many important wars. Rennes, in order to build various military buildings in place, must be there. This gives the enemy the opportunity to kill himself. Take Kaido's pounce at that time. When he was alone, he could naturally defend himself with an iron curtain. But if it's 4 emperors strong, or even more. After all, it is impossible for every strong person to fight on his own. They constantly alternate with attacks. Once your own mind is slightly distracted, the iron curtain could not be reconnected in time. That's dangerous. Their strength to kill themselves, it is easy. In addition, while sleeping, there is also the possibility of being assassinated. Some assassins with special abilities comparable to 4 emperors. Rennes guesses that CPO has such people. Once touched in your room. With your current strength, can you react? If it weren't for that, Rennes wouldn't have just said to let Akoko Silver Axe go. Once chosen to do it to them, they joined forces. Rennes wasn't sure. And starting today, their entire allied forces gradually moved from the shadows to all the forces. And the stronger the strength, the faster the reaction speed is natural. It can be even more at the moment when they think they must kill themselves. Give them unimaginable attacks. The enemy thought he was a sheep. When it comes to killing, only to find out that he is an evil dragon. Such a surprise attack. It must be very effective. It can even rewrite the outcome of a war. Personal strength has always been a shortcoming of Rennes. But now that shortcoming will no longer exist. Golem, degree. Rennes opened the bottle of gene liquid and drank it. Just for a moment, Rennes felt like every cell of his was burning. It is as if you are in a high-temperature furnace and have been tempered repeatedly. Every cell gets stronger. Cyrus, Caesar and the others looked at Rennes nervously. They watch with bated breath. Can it really fully reproduce Kaido's strength? They are not very convinced. Even Caesar was involved in the project. But not much was involved. If you can. That's heaven-defying. Because in addition to Kaido's genes can be refined. Ember and Quinn are fine, too. They have also been caught by the Marine Science Department for research and transformation. Needless to say, Quinn and Caesar had been colleagues and had worked under Punk. It has long been transformed to not look like a normal creature. This particular race of embers has also been subjected to endurance experiments by Marine. Genetic traces, quite obvious. This is equivalent to completely reproducing the high-end combat power of Beast's pirates. This is absolutely magical genetic technology. Rennes felt terrifying energy all over her body. It's as if you can smash a mountain with a single hand and foot. Is this the power that Kaido has? It's really powerful. Rennes couldn't help but sigh. There was black lightning running around his body. Terrifying flames erupted from the pores. Just clenched his fist, and a sonic boom exploded. Many memories of haki and combat skills also flooded into Rennes' mind. Conqueror's haki, deterrence, entanglement, substantial damage. Armament haki, winding, emission. Observation haki, exploration, foreknowledge. Physical, sticky. Wonderful feeling. Blocked for 4 weeks, I'll test it. Received. Soon the neighborhood was cleared. Plumes of smoke rose from all around. Roar. Rennes stands in a clearing and unleashes the fruit ability. The body immediately changed, dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon bodies. Change one by one, and then hundreds of meters, majestic and domineering green dragon in the sky. This scene immediately reminded Cyrus and Caesar of the fear and oppression that Kaido brought about not long ago. Nice gesture. Rennes leaned out with one paw, and a cloud of flames emerged from under his claws. Let him vacate easily. This dragon is more in line with the Rennes aesthetic than the Western dragon. Dragon breath. Bad wind. Destroy the tornado. Thundered. The power unleashed is no weaker than Kaido. It is time to initially control this force. Rennes isn't fully in control yet. Accuracy is much more adaptable. A question of proficiency. But this one only needs to take a little time to get used to. Then Rennes transforms into a dragon man again. Contrast to Kaido's wild gesture. Rennes has more show and sharpness. Thunder 8 trigrams. A mountain peak was directly smashed by Rennes with a wooden stick that he had made casually. The wooden stick also smashed. Conqueror's winding. Armed color. Rennes experimented with Kaido's skills one by one, until the entire mountain range was razed to the ground. Rennes came out of this thrill of power. Previously, Rennes' strength was evaluated as S+. But in contrast to the real strong, it is probably the degree of the star of the powerful point. Personal force has always been his shortcoming. But now, after fully integrating Kaido's capabilities, Rennes' combat power rating has reached SSS+. The gap in its strength is a world of difference. The greater the number of strong ones, the more you can contain the strong, so that the explosive core can play a greater role. All along, Rennes was a little worried about those who would be able to master Logia. After all, they cleaned up the army too quickly. If you have one, it doesn't matter. But suppose the 3 admirals unite. 3 natural disasters strike at the same time. Kill millions, or even more. It shouldn't be a difficult thing either. Even millions of people, tens of millions of people can take them or not. But now take Wano Kuni. The explosive force will at least break 100 million. Plus there is high-end combat power involved. The power that divides their union. My odds of winning are even greater. After testing, the engineer told Rennes. Except for Kaido, Ember and Quinn, as well as many artificial Zoan fruit abilities, can also extract gene fluid. This made Rennes more and more satisfied. This is equivalent to the high-end combat power of the entire Beast's pirates. They were all reproduced by themselves. Even stronger. Rennes intends to incorporate Quinn and Ember's gene fluid. All for the use of the strong under their command. In this way, they are already powerful. It can suddenly advance in a short time. For example, Ember's racial talent and ancient pterosaur ability. What if it was used in Jun? Jun is just a stone's throw away from Marine Admiral. This gene liquid is for her. Can you get past that? Rennes doesn't know, but if he can, that would be a huge surprise. The power of New World Marine. Rennes must be firmly in control. Although Jun is strong, in New World, many Marine Vice Admirals are also strong. In case of detection, capsizing in the gutter, that's not what Rennes wanted to see. This is one of the reasons why Jun resorted to ambushes as much as possible to subdue Marine base. Her strength is not strong enough. If you can get to the Marine Admiral level, that's different. As for Quinn's gene fluid, it was intended for use by Cyrus. He is currently a strong man with high loyalty. His strength is not weak at the level of 3 disasters. If you add Quinn's strength, so is there also hope to reach the rank of general? Kairos, Quinn, this you use. Rennes threw Quinn's gene fluid to Cyrus. Is that okay? Cyrus took the gene fluid in a panic and said flatteredly. You know, Rennes didn't use mind control over him. Logically speaking, he should still be wary. But now he gives himself such a precious thing. Just now he and Caesar watched Rennes exert that power. It's already shocking that it's hard to speak. Although there are still some problems with proficiency. But there's no doubt that that's the power of 4 Emperors Kaido. This Quinn was also quite scary before. Ancient breeders of ability, transforming people, can create viruses more. As a result, the Allies lost a lot of troops. This power is in hand. Cyrus is expected to take his strength further. You are the most suitable person at the moment, the other, I have other uses, powerful forces, I have to try to be controlled by strong people, in order to adapt as quickly as possible, and put into actual combat. After all, the war in Marineford is just around the corner. Rennes said calmly. He never exercised mind control over a powerful man like Cyrus. In addition to getting to know him personally, I hope to become a stronger person one day with his potential. Because of mind control, although it has little effect on the human brain. But in the end, there are some implications. In case one day he needs to become that kind of strong queen. Because of this, it is impossible to move forward. That would be a shame. It's just that Rennes didn't expect it. This opportunity for him to break through came so quickly. Take it, try it. Rennes said with some anticipation. That. But Cyrus hesitated. What's wrong? That Lord Rennes, the little girl is now the king of Dressrosa, but her strength is still very weak. If you allow, I want to give this to Rebecca. Cyrus said stiffly. Rennes knew immediately. Sure enough, pity the hearts of parents in the world. In fact, Rebecca's strength is okay. As long as you don't compare with the 4 emperors, the emperor and the vice. The strength is not weak, and it is only 14 years old. There's a lot of room to grow. But Marineford was a crucial battle. This one for Rebecca. In less than 2 days, can you master? I'm afraid it's difficult. Otherwise, Rennes would not have thought only of Cyrus and Jun. They are strong enough, and this power is in their hands. Full control over adaptation in the shortest possible time. You use it. After Rebecca, I will personally choose a good gene liquid for her. Rennes insisted that Cyrus use it. After all, we now know this way to create a strong person. Next, you just need to let people go to the underground world to gather intelligence. Look at which strong people have done similar genetic modifications before. The kind that has traces to be found. When the time comes, go to the siege and take them. Take away their power. This works better than dark fruit. Body genes, haki, physiognomy, life force. Everything can be perfectly distilled. Rennes has seen an army of mighty men rising. Cooperate with the explosive legion. The win rate against the world government is a few more points. Think about facing the strong Shin. The strong people on his side, each with millions, tens of millions of troops to besiege a strong man of the same level. Waves of soldiers go up to consume. The strong make up the knife. Simply invincible. Master Syet. When Cyrus heard this, he knelt down on one knee in gratitude. Then he got up and took the gene fluid. Chapter 72. Bang! Cyrus incarnated as a Brachiosaurus warrior. The whole body is covered with thick Brachiosaurus skin and deep armament haki. Famous knives in both hands. At this moment, he is launching a rapid attack on Rennes in the posture of the Dragon Man. The speed, power, and destructive power of each blow are completely different from before. Several times more powerful. Where the sword light passed, the earth crumbled, and the forest was shattered under the sword chi. A hill is in the light of the sword. Also decapitated. The sword shadows in the sky are like beams of death. Easily chop everything that stands in your way. But he was resisted by Rennes in front of him in the posture of the Dragon Man. Disheveled. Rennes wields Kaido's mace, the 8 fasts. It's not a famous instrument. But hard enough. The moment the knives and sticks clash, terrifying energy ripples out with lightning and shockwaves. The whole land has set off a huge wave of earth and stone. The two did not move. The ground on which he stood collapsed with a bang. The wind is raging. Rush with energy. No one dares to approach within 2 kilometers. That's the destruction zone. Whoosh! Cyrus, who was blocked by Rennes from a swift attack, opened his mouth. Originally, it was just the flesh and blood of ancient animal species. Switch again. A laser shot straight out of his mouth towards Rennes. Rennes covers Conqueror's haki. Suddenly pushed forward. Smash the incoming laser to pieces. Brachiosaurus bomb. Cyrus suddenly stepped forward. The legs also became Brachiosaurus thighs. Strength further increased. He wants to push Rennes back. But Rennes was shocked. Hold the mace with one hand. Free an arm and clench it into a fist. Lightning and flames wrapped around it. A punch blasted at Cyrus. Pang! A terrifying bang, a fist fell to the chest. Cyrus was knocked out by a punch from Rennes. Even though he was covered with armament haki and the thick skin of Brachiosaurus. Still can't stop Rennes' fierce punch. Heat. Rennes also spewed out a stream of fire. The temperature of this fire stream is terrifying. Penetrate everything within kilometers. Even stone peaks can melt in an instant. Cyrus' figure dodged at great speed. Then the sword chi was cut out. Overwhelming towards Rennes covering. Rennes didn't dodge. Choose to bear it as a dragon man. The roar continued, and one after another sword chi slashed at Rennes' body. But failed to break through the defenses. Slashing from a distance, the power is already weakened. Naturally, I can't hurt Rennes at the moment. Terrible 220 defense. 35 Rennes thought he was going to have some bruises. But no. However, Cyrus did increase in strength. If it's close, it's hard to say. Tornado bad wind. Rennes incarnates as a green dragon, and the dragon's body rotates and moves. Several tornadoes of destruction that reached the sky immediately rushed towards Cyrus. Thunder destruction sword. Cyrus slashed with all his might. A giant sword chi is all over the place, and it is extremely majestic. Crashing into a flying tornado. Several small mountains nearby were shattered in an instant. Such a terrifying destructive power, it's like Kaido is alive. Caesar said with a trembling voice. Thunder roar 8 trigrams. Rennes suddenly turned into a dragon man again. Appeared above Cyrus at a speed of thunder. Unleash the enhanced attack of thundering 8 trigrams. Conqueror's haki and black lightning wrapped around the mace. Swept down with one stick. Cyrus hurriedly blocked. Peng's voice was directly hammered into the ground by Rennes. A mouthful of blood was shocked. No, there is still a gap between me and Lord Rennes. Cyrus said with a slight defeat. Cyrus really felt at least several times stronger. If only he had this kind of strength against Brother Ming before. He felt that his chances of winning were more than 80%. Hammering him over might not be a big problem. But even with such strength, when facing Rennes, there is still a sense of powerlessness. It seems that the gap between the emperor rank and other strong people is even wider than I thought. Rennes too. Judging from just now, Cyrus was perfectly capable of holding off any of the generals. And it's not easy to lose. It can pose a certain threat to the emperor and strong. It's just hard to beat. If it is said that the strength of the imperial level is won or lost in 4 or 60% or the strength gap is half open. Then Cyrus to the Admiral Emperor. There is probably only about a 20% chance of winning. The odds seem slim. But you know, his opponent is the top combat power on this sea. This is already stronger than Quinn, a little stronger than Ember. I feel like I'm not fully integrated yet, and I have a hunch that I can go even further. Cyrus felt his strength merge with Quinn. It should be more than that. In the near future, it is expected to improve again. But not within these 2 days. It should take a little more time. It's already very good. Rennes was satisfied. If I really want to say it, Cyrus has actually stepped into the level of General Emperor with 1 foot. It's just not strong enough. It may be equivalent to the level of Zephyr in old age and sickness. It is a master who cannot be underestimated by those who are strong at the imperial level, AEG. Just give him time. He who fuses Quinn's strength, plus his own strength. The two comprehend each other and become stronger. Become a real young and strong general battle power. It's just a matter of time. Keep up the good work. Rennes encouraged the engineers. And let them also extract the genes of the artificial Zoan abilities who died in the previous battle. Then bring the Ember's gene fluid. Rennes returned to the Place de la Flore. After the death of the Kurozumi serpent, the corpses were also ravaged by the people of the capital of flowers. Kojiki Hiri after washing up. Bright again. She didn't leave. She was waiting. Wait for Rennes to arrive. That's when Rennes arrived. His policy toward Wano-kuni will also come out. It can be seen whether he will be kind to the people of Wano-kuni. Here it comes. The Kirov airboat in Rennes is already familiar to the people of Wano-kuni. Everyone looked up at the sky. The live broadcast is once again available to all the people of Wano-kuni. To the people of Wano-kuni, the future is bright. Or darkness. It's all this man who has the final say. Ho and she are in the capital of flowers, next to Kurozumi serpent. Whining. It's great that you don't have the facts. River Song of the Rabbit Bowl saw this scene in the live broadcast. Tears of joy welled up. The big snake guy is dead, Kaido is dead, and guarding Wano-kuni is the last thing we can do. Azura boy drinks and watches the live broadcast. Light or darkness, Your Highness Odin. Shimotsuki Yasui also looked at the screen apprehensively. He had an unnatural smile on his face. Master, Kaido is defeated, will we be able to eat enough in the future? Au looked at the screen and innocently asked Tengu Mountain Fei Che next to him. In fact, Kojiki Odin's father, Kojiki Tsukiyaki, who did not die many years ago and survived. Then it depends on the will of this man. Wano-kuni has been through too many disasters, hey. I hope that this time it is not to send away the jackals, but to the tiger and leopard. Rennes, however, just looked at the people of the flower city and said a word. But it has completely reassured countless people. You have been working hard all this time. If there are allies, everyone can enjoy fairness and food and clothing. You have been hungry for a long time. Today, you will enjoy a good meal. All food and drinks, expenses are provided by the allies. After that, talk about it later. Rennes fell with a word. The city was silent. Then there was an unprecedented cheer. Long live the allies! This is a real thing. It is also an expense that should not be underestimated. But the allied leaders did it anyway. Whether it's to bring people together, or for some other purpose. At least he will not dominate the people of Wano-kuni by violent means. Prove that he cares about these people. This is countless times stronger than the Kurozumi serpent. People who can think about people's livelihood. No matter how it will not torture the people. Ho, Denjiro, Hyagoro, and others all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. And show a knowing smile. What do you say you are worried about? The person who can make so many people swear allegiance to death must be a wise leader. Hyagoro looked at Kamatsuo and teased. Years of rocks suddenly fell. He smiled like never before. He didn't expect it. In the end, Wano-kuni didn't wait for that prophecy. Instead, he was saved by a group of outsiders. Less horse after the gun, you are obviously nervous just now, okay. Ha ha ha. I'm going to the flower capital to find Raihi and the princess, do you want to join you? Of course. Rennes didn't talk much nonsense. Ideals and dreams of these words. You can talk about it after they have eaten and drunk enough. Let the insufficiently fed be fed first. The hearts and minds of the people will naturally come together. The biggest problem for the people at the bottom is nothing more than food and clothing. So it didn't take a while. The whole Wano-kuni bangs the gong and drums, sings and sings. Truckloads of clean food and drink were transported by the Chrono soldiers to various villages in Wano-kuni. Everyone smiled. Some even cried with joy, took off their clothes and ran wildly. All suffering seems to disappear at this moment. Accompanied by beautiful tunes, impassioned singing. People feast, eat meat, drink alcohol. Praise the allies. Call them divine soldiers from heaven. They have come to save the world from the sea of misery. Their physical fitness is completely resistant to a sumptuous meal after a long period of hunger. even if you can't resist it. If you really want to die at this time, it is also a kind of happiness. Master, it's clean water, it's so sweet. It turns out that the water is a little sweet, I always thought it was bitter. Au said with tears rolling in her eyes and extremely moved. Yes. Listening to Au's words, General Kojiki Skiyaki became more and more ashamed. Au from birth to the present. But it was the first time I drank clean water. In the past, water was drunk as little as possible. But that's it, these less toxic waters. They also often can't afford it. And the toxic, every time you drink a little, you will have a serious illness. Great. Really gave us so much food and water. Even wine, allied Sago. The city of flowers is bustling. Watch people sing and dance. Rennes smiled. Compared to war and bloodshed, he prefers to see such images. He's sipping black tea in an ordinary tea house. When passing here, Rennes smelled good tea. Kurozumai's serpent's palace smells of blood. Rennes didn't want to go. The ghost island is basically in ruins. It will take time to rebuild. Next to Rennes, there are several guests. Yamato, Kojiki Hiri, and Denjiro are all here. Kojiki Hiri briskly flicks the three mistsu. The superb technique and beautiful melody made Rennes full of praise. She has long emerald hair, clear eyebrows, and elegant and dignified manners. She is a very beautiful and weak girl. But effeminence is only the surface. Her heart is very strong. Yamato, on the other hand, is extremely well developed and taller, but does not appear burly. On the contrary, there is a very harmonious wild beauty. It's just grinning in nature. Occasionally it looks a little unintelligent. She has very good-looking fading grey hair. There is also a pair of cupola horns similar to Kaido. Two peerless beauties with different styles accompanied in front of you. Rennes thought the view was nice. Rennes thought Yamato would hate himself a little. After all, her father, Kaido, died at his own hands. If that's the case, that Yamato is unlikely to be able to stay around. She is not an enemy. It's also not good to use mind controllers. That thing is generally only used against people or enemies who are loyal to themselves but are not at ease. That's the bottom line. And her strength is not weaker than Ember at all. It is the form of the phantom beast breed dog fruit big mouth true god. It may not be manageable yet. But unexpectedly, Yamato still insisted on his previous choice, follow him. He is a pirate, he is prepared for life and death, even if you don't defeat him, I will, this is my mission as Kojiki Oden, 35 Yamato said with a big grin. Obviously she's not just talking. Instead, it has long been decided so. After she saw the dire life of the people of Wano Kuni, it is decided to destroy relatives in the righteousness. Of course, this is not known when Rennes handcuffed her foundationally. It doesn't matter if you find out that the handcuffs do explode. That may have cut off the last trace of family affection. Held her like an animal, educated, beaten. For whatever purpose. For Yamato, it wasn't a good memory. Now Yamato is in the capacity of a guard. To monitor how Rennes treats Wano Kuni. If Wano Kuni is abused one day, she will shoot. But Rennes thought she wouldn't have had that chance. Lord Rennes, thank you for saving Wano Kuni with this song. Kojiki Hiri after playing a song, got up and gave a gift and thanked him. Then his eyes looked slightly unkindly at Yamato, who was eating meat and drinking tea. Hey, Kaido's daughter, can you please take a bite of Oden? That's right, I'm your father, don't worry, I will definitely watch Wano Kuni successfully open the country. 35 Yamato said generously. You? Said Yamato looking at him so shamelessly. Kojiki Hiri didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, Yamato doesn't look like a joke. She's a big fan of your father, so let's understand it for now. Rennes played around. But when she said that, it always felt strange. Since you are Odin's daughter, then it is also my daughter, I will treat you well in the future. Yamato said with a serious nod. You see. Hiri looked helpless. Yamato, do you want to restrain yourself? 9. Oh, this meat is really good, do you eat it? Yamato is like a self-cooked man with no heart or lungs. Hold up a piece of flesh and hand it to Rennes. But there is such a wild father as Kaido. Yamato's temperament is naturally not gentle. For Yamato, you don't have to solve your own father with your own hands. Already a good thing. After all, it really came to that moment. She wasn't sure she could do it. So in the case of Rennes killing Kaido, she was a little sad though. But Rennes is really not to blame at all. From today, you are still the princess of Wano Kuni, what do you think? 35. Rennes also wanted to help the son and ascend to the throne. Just like Rebecca. But she was still a little wary of herself. Nor can you use a mind controller on her. So you can try to let her continue to be a princess first. Be a mascot. It is used to attract strong people like Cat Pit Viper and Hyun-goro. And stable Wano Kuni. Wait for her to live a few days and recognize her ideas. It is not too late to take the position of the general. You want to be my father too? Hiwa subconsciously blurted out. Apparently not yet out of Yamato's influence. Rennes touched his nose sarcastically. It feels like I can't stay here. At this time, a message from the submarine made Rennes' eyes brighten. Report Lord Rennes, we have found something suspected to be the ancient weapon you said below the sea area of the Ghost Island. Chapter 73. Well, Lord Rennes, I didn't mean that, blame Yamato for taking me sideways. Kojiki Hiri saw that Rennes was speechless, and quickly said apologetically. She looked effeminate. But the temperament is not really quiet. Since he was a child, he has loved to kick Momosuke. Rennes says it's great. It's okay, what do you think of what I just said? Rennes didn't care about the little things. Can I do it? All these years, I have just been hiding and not understanding anything. Kojiki Hiri was a little impressed with Rennes' proposal outside. As long as you are there and do nothing, the people will have peace of mind, and the real founding of Wano Kuni, do you know what it means? Rennes spoke in a slight tone. Isn't it enough to open a route to the outside world? Kojiki Hiri was stunned for a moment, then asked puzzled. Yamato stopped eating too. She thinks so too. Odin's diary probably meant that. But she had noticed. There seems to be a page or two defective there. Could it be that those 1 or 2 pages of content were not written and torn out by mistake? But is there something else? I'll ask you to invite your grandfather, and soon you'll know, and let's go see another Wano Kuni. Although Rennes' desire for ancient weapon is not strong. But since it is sleeping in Wano Kuni, Rennes wanted to see how powerful this weapon, known as an artifact, was a forbidden weapon. Jabba says the world government is mastering an ancient weapon. Apparently not Pluton and Poseidon. Pluton in Wano Kuni. Its construction drawings were in Frankie's hands. But burned down. The world government didn't get it. The Nice Lobby incident was also triggered for this purpose. Poseidon is the princess of the Fishmen Island. This is a special weapon. The world government may have guessed. But I don't know which generation of princesses it will be. So the world government probably has only Uranus. Grandpa? Another Wano Kuni. Hiri was stunned. In this world, does she have any other relatives? What does another Wano Kuni mean? Grandpa, that's my father. Yamato was also confused. Rennes didn't explain much. Just now, he had asked Kojiki to invite Kojiki Sukiyaki. Rennes has an instinct. This ancient weapon is not something that ordinary people can take out. Most of them are related to the bloodline of the Kojiki family or some records. Ho! When Kojiki Sukiyaki saw Ho! Immediately old tears, he has tried to find it over the years. But Wano Kuni is not small, and everyone has to live incognito. It's so easy to find. Grandpa. Hiri also had excitement and joy to see his loved ones. Big brother, hello, I'm Au. Sukiyaki is followed by a small and cute girl, Au. For this can fill her. Big brother with clean water. Au is very fond. Au is good. Ren nodded and smiled. It seems that you know what it means to open Wano Kuni. Kojiki Sukiyaki said with a complicated face. This outsider knows them Wano Kuni quite well. Yes, even if Wano Kuni is blocked, it will still attract all kinds of pirates, it will not change before, it will not change in the future, Wano Kuni needs to have the power to deter outsiders. Ren said. For Wano Kuni, that's true. For Ren, it's just an excuse. Without ancient weapon, he could still keep the entire Wano Kuni. How much do you know about Wano Kuni? Sukiyaki asked. There were two Wano Kuni in the past, one is the current Wano Kuni, and the other is the Wano Kuni that sinks under the water, which used to be a country at the foot of the Fujiyama mountain, and then a tall wall appeared around the island, isolating the whole country from the outside world, and the Wano Kuni at the foot of the mountain was also flooded, and the current Wano Kuni was built by the later Wano Kuni halfway up this vine mountain. And to open up Wano Kuni means to remove these walls. Ren will learn about it. Kojiki Sukiyaki was surprised when he heard this, few people know Wano Kuni so well now. Grandpa, what he said is true. Hiwa said in shock. She grew so big that she learned that Wano Kuni turned out to have two. And their former Wano Kuni were surrounded by something like a wall that suddenly appeared one day? Is it a protection? Yamato also looked curious. She always thought that Wano Kuni was the founding of the country. It's about connecting Wano Kuni to the outside world. I didn't expect it to literally open. But Yamato knows how majestic the walls surrounding Wano Kuni are. On one side, there is the climbing waterfall. How do you move away from such a huge size? Yes, an ancient weapon is sleeping under the water of the old Wano Kuni, of course. I have not seen them, and they have only gone deeper under the water in the past Kaido, and I have only seen historical texts. Kojiki Sukiyaki said. He hadn't seen Pluton either. The old Wano Kuni is huge. And at extremely deep depths. What's more, there are towering walls all around. Kaido also did not know that Wano Kuni was sleeping with such a weapon. There is a passage to the bottom of the water. That passage is known only to the people of the Kojiki family. But they have Jack, the fishman. He sank to the bottom from the outside area of the water. The water here is not sea water. It's just that the water that has been standing all year round looks like the sea. I saw the place of this historical article underwater. But they don't understand. Even if you understand, it's a road sign text. It's impossible to know that Pluton is down there. I don't know what Odin knew overseas, but he insisted on opening the country, that is, removing the protective wall of the current Wano Kuni and taking out the ancient weapon Pluton. Kojiki Sukiyaki said. Wait, if it is really eliminated, then Wano Kuni's natural barrier does not exist. Hiri reacted and said. Yes, the walls in a sense, the confinement also protects Wano Kuni. Is this the real founding of the country? Yamato was a little excited. This is what she has wanted to do all her life. As for the walls? If it's gone, it's gone. Even if there is a natural danger. Has Wano Kuni really been peaceful? No. That's not the need to try to go the other way to see. Perhaps he predicted that something big would happen in the near future, and that Wano Kuni would need the power to protect himself or protect others. Ren guessed. Comprehensive guessing from God's perspective. Ren felt that there was only one possibility. Just now, the submarine has detected under the ruins, there is indeed something similar to the outline of a battleship. If there is a passage, it will trouble the old man to lead the way. Ren said. Sukiyaki did not refuse. He has seen through it. The founding of Wano Kuni is imperative. But how to remove the wall? He didn't know. That should not be something that can be done by people. Inside a quiet, dimly lit passageway. There were loud footsteps. Be careful, the stairs here are moldy. Kojiki Sukiyaki said. Yamato looked left and right curiously. Curious about everything. Hiri and Denjiro were also curious. It's just that they're a little more reserved. Au grabbed the corner of Master Sukiyaki's clothes. Some looked around with fear. Ren walked calmly. There is such a deep underground passage. Walked for a long time. Yamato suddenly exclaimed, there is still light here, the windows are made of glass, that is, old Wano Kuni. They see under the refraction of light. Dense, massive buildings lie quietly underwater. All the building styles are almost the same as in Wano Kuni today. Even many buildings remain relatively intact. Through the window, you can see a variety of fish swimming in the building. Many of the step walls below are made of glass. Wano Kuni is worthy of being a country of craftsmen. Ren praised it heartily. For hundreds of years, it has been immersed in water. The passage remains strong. Many buildings haven't even collapsed yet. This country is powerful at making sea stones, and it is also powerful at making weapons. That's history. Not long after, they came to a room. See the history of this article. Ren wasn't interested in it, though. I don't understand it either. But it was recorded anyway. Next, we can go further, but there is nothing in those places, and in the records, the ancient weapon is sleeping under this old Wano Kuni, and it may be under the ruins or walls, but the walls are still there, so I haven't seen the ancient weapon either. Sukiyaki said truthfully. Next, he didn't know what to do. I'll give it a try. Ren immediately let the submarine dive. Through the glass windows, they could see submarines near the old Wano Kuni. Many sonar instruments and exploration instruments are in action. The outline has been captured just now. Now just scan the search carefully. Most of them can be found. Lord Ren, in the direction of your southeast corner, a weak energy reaction has been detected, suspected of being an entrance. Soon the news came. Ren quickly told General Sukiyaki about this information. Southeast corner? It seemed to be just a long-abandoned warehouse, with only a few broken weapons. 35 Sukiyaki has a little memory. A lot of things passed down hundreds of years later. A lot is missing. Even Sukiyaki, the former general of Wano Kuni, does not know everything. Go check it out. Yamato couldn't contain the excitement in his heart. Soon the crowd passed through many corridors. Come to a room. It is transparent all around, but the ground has a thick metallic texture. Scattered around were weapons that had long since been broken. Ren crouched down and touched the floor with her hand, observation haki released. Want to infiltrate it? If there is other space below. With the strength of his observation haki, it can penetrate the past. But actually, observation haki just used it. It was as if it was turned away by an invisible wall. It does seem to be different. You guys stand away, I'll lift this metal floor and see. 39 Ren transforms into a dragon claw posture with one hand. Although not all transformations. But Yamato was puzzled. How is this so much like the abilities of a bad old man? 0. Ask for flowers. But that shouldn't be possible. Click. The metal plate was violently torn apart by Ren, revealing a sea stone-like texture of the ground. Ren felt no discomfort. But Yamato and Au, who re-entered the room, suddenly weakened. Collapsed to the ground. It's a sea stone floor, it's so uncomfortable. Yamato leaned against the wall, trying to stand up. But his feet were a little unobedient. This is a sea stone of extremely high purity. Otherwise, with Yamato's ability and strength, It's not so hard to even stand up. Airplanes. Suddenly, a complex pattern of light appeared under Hiri and Sukiyaki feet. The test passes. For the Kojiki bloodline, the inheritance ceremony is activated. An electronic sound sounded. This is followed by a clattering change in the ground. A bright passage leading underground is revealed. Everyone looked surprised. Is this the gateway to where ancient weapon is located? Sure enough. Ren guessed correctly. Sure enough, the Kojiki family is an important part of starting ancient weapon. Pluton, this ancient weapon. It has long been clearly stated that it is a super battleship. It's no surprise that Ren has a similar means of verification. And how hard sea stone is. It is destined to be extremely difficult to destroy. The entry of violent means may only be counterproductive. That's not what Ren wants to see. Ren wanted as much as possible to master this super battleship. Go in? 35th and subconsciously looked at Ren. Ren nodded. The crowd entered along the passage. On both sides are bright passages. But it's not walls, it's not metallic. It's wooden. This is the same as the electronic tone just now. It's a bit out of place. 0. They walked down the stairs. Suddenly a door appeared in front of him. They were stopped. Hiri stepped forward, but this time the prompt was different. The first level of trial is about to begin, whether to accept it or not. Spoke again, the door was talking. Au said fearfully. Yamato looked at the door curiously. Knocked with his hand, nothing happened. Hiri looked at everyone blankly. Don't know what to do. It seems that even if the bloodline of the Kojiki family arrives, it is not without requirements, it requires certain qualifications, too. After all, it is an ancient weapon, it is impossible for anyone from the Kojiki family to control it, but it needs strength? Or quality? Or both? Ren groaned. Just give it a try. The door was made of the same materials as in this historical text, and the wooden walls also flowed with some kind of energy, and I could feel it. It was incredible. Pluton has been sleeping here for at least hundreds of years, is it still functioning? Kojiki Sukiyaki also said incredulously. Ren sensed the wooden wall with his hand. The breath of energy that flows. Not weaker than the stone of that historical text. I'm afraid it was he who violently destroyed. It doesn't have to be ruined. Is this ancient weapon? It's extraordinary. I don't know if sending hundreds of nuclear bombs can be destroyed. But that's just a thought. This thing is reluctant to destroy. Judging from the rumors, if this thing can be master. I'm afraid it's stronger than the Emperor's combat power alone. Otherwise, why should it be called an artifact? The world wants it too. Do you want to accept it? Haiwa asked the crowd. She wanted to accept it, it was a strong instinct. Try it, give up if you are in danger. 35 Ren said. What Sukiyaki wanted to say. But records passed down from generation to generation. It doesn't seem to have said anything to watch out for. There may be no danger. Accept. Haiwa chose to accept. Then a soft glow emanated from the door to envelop Hira. Pulled her in at once. Others watched slightly nervously. Princess Ho, he'll be fine. Denjiro asked worriedly. Probably not. Sukiyaki said uncertainly. I'm also Kojiki Odin, why don't you let me in? Yamato felt that this ancient weapon was not fair at all. When Sukiyaki heard this, he smiled slightly. Although Yamato is Kaido's daughter. But the nature is very different. Even he thought it would be nice to have such a daughter. Hey! Ren mentally commented. But didn't say it. But they didn't really worry. The light on the door flashed. Hiri was thrown directly. Hey! That's too fast, isn't it? Ren was stunned. Everyone was also surprised. It doesn't seem like a few seconds to go in. How did it come out? Ho's hair was a little disheveled, his face was red, his head was lowered, and he looked doubtful about life. Ho, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? Sukiyaki, this grandfather, immediately became nervous. What happened? Ren also asked curiously. It's a bit fast. That's enough time to say a sentence or two. After I went in, I met a white crane, and it beat me fat, saying that I was too weak, and embarrassing the Kojiki family. Woo. Everyone present immediately petrified. Peace. Chapter 74. Siberian crane? Does Hiri know what he's talking about? They are now under extremely deep water. And according to the records, Pluton has been sleeping for hundreds of years. I'm afraid no one has been here for hundreds of years. In such a space, how can there be living things? If there are living creatures, forget it. It can barely be understood as some devil fruit product. After all, dead things can eat devil fruit. This kind of technology, perhaps, has existed before. But go in and get beaten up by fat. Let the day and grievances become like this. It's something that no one has thought about. Apparently going in is only enough time to say a few words. Jin Haiwa suffered a spiritual crit. Although Hiri is not good at force. But even a bird can bully her casually. This is probably something she never thought of. Ha ha ha. Won't you? You can't even beat a bird. When Yamato heard this, he laughed unceremoniously. Hiri became more and more aggrieved. Sukiyaki, after the initial accident, he opened his mouth and comforted, if this is an assessment, of course it is impossible to pass it easily. After all, the power must be in the right hands, otherwise it will cause disaster. This is true. It can be thought that Hiri was still beaten by a bird. Ren couldn't help but be a little stoic. Of course, he didn't really laugh. Just find it interesting. You can't do this, we Kojiki family members must be strong. I'll give it a try. Yamato walked up to the door. The hand went up. No response. I don't believe it. Yamato picked up the mace directly. Others looked at Ren. It's okay, try. 95. If Yamato doesn't try, he plans to give it a try, too. Pang. A mace knocks down. The surrounding doors buzzed. Warning, spotting violent intruders. Maid, disturb dreams. Then a pillar of light the size of the door suddenly burst out. It's so fast that Yamato can't even react. 220. Only the pupil is in crisis. Sudden contraction. Seeing this, Ren burst out extremely fast. Pull Yamato back. Press and hold down this pillar of light with one hand. The iron curtain device instantly appeared in front of him. Rumble. With a muffled sound, all attacks were isolated in front of the door. Everyone behind Ren was safe. Just now, with the words of ability. Block it, and the aftermath will ripple. In this small space. Can be quite deadly. That pillar of light. It's all comparable to Kizaru Admiral's blow. But with an iron curtain device. Make sure everyone is okay. Yamato looked up at Ren with a shisui face. She was just pulled by Ren. The whole person crashed into his arms. If it weren't for something that you have a buffer for. She probably bumped into his hard body. It can be painful. After all, the reaction speed and power inertia at that moment were extremely high. It seems that violent means are not desirable. I'm okay, you can let go of me. 55. For your sake, we'll be friends in the future, and we'll have time to take a shower together. He said with a big grin. As soon as these words came out, there was silence. Ren also looked at Yamato in amazement. What does this big girl say in public? It's easy to misunderstand you when you talk like this. You see, Denjiro's eyes are wary. Certainly not for self-vigilance. He was a man after all. He was vigilant for the son and the princess. Hiri looked at the two with an incredulous look at the moment. The crit suffered at the moment. It is no less than the white crane incident just now. Didn't you say that yourself? When you have time to take a shower together, speaking of which, it's a little stuffy here. Yamato added, looking at a stunned Rennes. He said, swinging back and forth with his collar. Try to make yourself less stuffy. Rennes seriously suspected that someone was in a vacuum. Because he is closest. Almost 90% of it. And she never thought of herself as a girl. Always live the man's way. Disheveled. Rennes kicks Yamato out. It hurts, what are you doing? Yamato crashed into the wall. After getting up, he looked at Rennes with a puzzled face. Goods, can you pay attention to the impact? Rennes said expressionlessly. Since I met Yamato. Rennes felt her blood pressure spike every now and then. What do you mean? Yamato rubbed his fading white hair, looking confused. Rennes didn't answer her. He was thinking that the one in front of him was an electronic synthesized sound. The voice in the back is clearly with personal emotions. Could it be that ancient weapon Pluton is a living creature? Ahem. I'll give it a try. At this time, Sukiyaki broke through this somewhat chaotic situation. He is different from Reiwa. Although I have neglected to exercise for so many years. The strength has dropped a lot. But it is better than Haiwa. Rennes nodded. Whether it's Hiri or Sukiyaki. As long as you can master Pluton's ancient weapon. The whole country is now its own. They are destined to become their own strength. Come on Grandpa, help me teach that mixed protein crane a good lesson. 35th and hearsay. Hope was immediately ignited. Hear the encouragement of your own granddaughter. Sukiyaki only felt that the blood that had been exhausted for many years began to boil. In any case, you can't lose face in front of your own granddaughter. Sukiyaki came to the gate. The test passes. Then I was pulled in by the gate. Grandpa will definitely be able to. Kojiki Hiri said confidently. But when the words fell, the Sukiyaki came out. Faster than her. This made Kojiki Hiri's expression instantly freeze. Master, you are so fast. Au is unscrupulous. The bird said it wasn't a crane, and said I'm too old to test. Said Sukiyaki embarrassedly. He ended without starting. It seems that the hope is still in Princess Reiwa, and there is no need to use violent means until there is no hope at all. Rennes said. Here Rennes have faith in himself. Hiri was very happy. But she didn't have confidence, but I can't even pass the first level, my strength is too weak, that bird just said that there are a total of 7 levels. It's not like Reiwa didn't want to get stronger by exercising before. But realistic conditions do not allow it. Even eating every day is a problem. Where to spare to exercise? Why did you leave Hesong in the first place? It's because they haven't been able to eat enough. Kawamatsu also gave himself his food. If that continues, River Song will definitely starve to death. So she resolutely chose to leave. Even if she herself may starve to death because of it. And slightly older. She has to learn to survive in a world of deception. Wisdom is more important. Every day there are endless things to deal with. There is no time to exercise. Many people have a hard time even surviving. And what time to chase something else? If it's just a matter of strength, then it's good to solve it, start cultivating from the very basics, go back first, it seems that you won't be able to win this ancient weapon for a while. 35 Rennes said. You can't get your hands on ancient weapon today, though. But the more difficult things are. Often means more extraordinary. And that's exactly what Rennes says. If only it was a matter of strength. That's not hard to solve. Even if the strength of Hiri is weak now. But there are many freshly refined gene fluids in the gene center. Choose a good one. Then slowly adapt to the exercise. In a short period of time, the strength is expected to increase by tens or hundreds of times. After all, Haiwa is too weak. There is a lot of room for improvement. Can't you go in today? Yamato said with a slight disappointment. In the recent period, you helped exercise Hyachi's strength. Ren said to Yamato. No problem, leave it to me. Yamato rolled up his sleeves and said energetically. Odin's diary. He was able to educate his own children. Now this responsibility falls on me. It couldn't be more fitting. All right. Hiwamoto refused. The thought of Yamato being his own father every day. She felt so strange. But in the end, he was not willful. Reluctantly accepted. She knew it was good for herself. Let's go. Ren and the others left here for a while. No one was sent to guard it either. Just where this article is located in the history above. A ground-based satellite radar was installed. So anyone who enters here, he can see it. But it is estimated that it will not be used. It hasn't been found here for years. Suffice it to say that it is very secretive. They go back to it. The carnival is gradually coming to an end. There are less than 24 hours left until the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Ren added the Soul mining vehicle. Countless mining trucks, lined up, walk in rows throughout every square of land in Wano-kuni. Watch the Soul mining truck pass by back and forth. The people of Wano-kuni are curious though. Life has also been affected to some extent. But everyone is very cooperative. Because it doesn't hurt them. Even many families receive subsidies. Start by taking Quinn. Ren was already mining soul ore. It's just that when I didn't win Kaido, Ren couldn't mine at full capacity. But after Kaido fell, Ren mined like crazy. Out of ancient weapon. Ren looked at his soul ore. From the use to about 20 million. In just half a day. It skyrocketed to 8 billion soul ores. Previously, after the war, Ren built a number of buildings. The soul ore obtained in this small half a day. It's more than 3 or 4 times the size of Dressrosa as a whole. Although this has to do with Ren putting in more minecarts and collecting faster. But this is also known. Wano-kuni's decades-long tyranny reigned. Compared to Mingo, there is a disguised 8-year rule. The darkness and emotions that have precipitated are much more intense. There are many more soul ores. At the current rate, Ren estimates that it can be mined for a whole day. According to the stock on the island of Wano-kuni, Ren initially estimated that it could break at least 20 billion soul ores. Converted into soldiers' words. That's 100 million soldiers. Thinking of this, Ren heart boiled and excited. The only thing he worries about now is zero. There is nowhere to put this army. Plus his own original soldiers. That's almost 180 million soldiers. The number of troops has increased by more than 10 times. Arno, Kingdom of Goya, Dressrosa, Victoria, Wano-kuni. Plus some deserted islands that hit down. This cannot fit 100 million troops. The sea can be put down. But on the sea, too conspicuous. Too easy to detect. Especially if you have an ability similar to Violet's clairvoyance. Was discovered. I don't necessarily find it yet. Before the war between Whitebeard and Marine headquarters. I still need to hide my own troops. When the war began, it was completely released. Then it doesn't matter. Is there a country that is vast and deserted? Ren hasn't started exploding yet. Wano-kuni's hidden strength of about 10 million troops is already the limit. And now he holds 8 billion soul ores. Ren could explode another 40 million. Then first explode 40 million, plus the existing almost 50 million. Ren Kirov airboat landed on the Ghost Island. In the office at the moment. He looked at the world map of this world. And satellite images that can be monitored. There are many screens that are spoiled. Those places are basically on the Grand Line. Only the magnetic field of the Grand Line can make the climate so chaotic. It can make the satellite temporarily unable to capture the picture. Suddenly, Rennes' gaze fell on a desert. Yes, Alabasta. Alabasta is a famous country in the world. At the time, it was under the planning of Crocodile. The strength of the enemy and our forces is about 1 million. As you can imagine, the population of Alabasta will not be less than 10 million. But there are not many cities. More than 90% of them are deserts. At that time, the Straw Hat Regiment walked for several days and nights in the desert before they came across a city. The territory is vast. Find a deserted sand dune. Hide 120 million soldiers. The probability of detection is also not large. Okay, that's it. Rennes did it as soon as he thought of it. Alabasta has just the right climate at the moment. The satellite soon found a rolling desert of sand dunes on Alabasta. Each sand ravine is very wide. And it has strong concealment. Once the forces are hidden, even from the air, it may not be discovered. This kingdom really wants to hide. Rennes estimates that hiding hundreds of millions of troops is not a problem. Through the Chrono troops, Rennes arrived in the desert in the next second. Click! A main base rose out of thin air. Then nuclear power stations sprung up one after another. Hundreds and hundreds of tank factories have emerged. Barracks were built in thousands. Prism towers, pillboxes, fences, these should also be properly built. But probably no one will come here. Therefore, the main thing is to build more barracks and tank factories. At the same time, Rennes also put in some soul mining vehicles. Although Alabasta's national situation tends to be stable, the soul ore is estimated to have dissipated a lot. The stock is average. But something is better than nothing. However, it can only be mined nearby. 4.6 Rennes doesn't want to be noticed for a little soul ore. Start producing soldiers. The blaster begins. Thousands of barracks were started at the same time. Every second, 3,000 soldiers are born. More than 10 million troops can be exploded in an hour. As long as the soul ore continues, there is no limit to the explosive troops. Barracks can also be increased indefinitely. But barracks also cost money. If there is enough time, use about the same amount to do. After all, this speed is not slow now. There are soul ores, and hundreds of millions of soldiers are exploded. That's 10 hours. Totally in time for summit war. Nuclear missiles also need to be stocked, the current stock against a 4 emperors, although it is still at ease, but Marineford these emperor-level powerhouses, there are more than 3 or 4, you have to be prepared to be hostile to anyone. Increase to 1,000, as well as weather controllers. Rennes soon got into action. And when Rennes is constantly exploding production, Stussy, who was under house arrest on Ghost Island, was a little desperate. What the hell is going on with these soldiers? She did everything in her power, trying to seduce the soldiers guarding her. But it is useless. This made her wonder if she was old and yellow. There is no charm at all. Those guys are still not men. And even the leaders of the Allied forces seem to have forgotten about her. Speaking of being killed by a straw hat that doesn't even know hockey on your home turf, it's really unjust. Wait, sand crocodile, impel down, genetic trace. Rennes' eyes suddenly lit up. It's really dark under the lights. The reason why the LV6 prisoners were not immediately executed. It's about detention, definitely related to certain experiments. If you want high-end combat power, isn't it best to go at this time? The Straw Hat made a fuss about impel down. Blackbeard should also be combined inside and out. Countless powerful criminals will be released. You can completely wait for the rabbit and sit on the profit of the fisherman. Chapter 75. Air Command, immediately transmit the impel down picture, and the Air Force is ready. Rennes did it as soon as he thought of it. Lord Rennes, there is a thick cloud of lead over impel down, the magnetic field is chaotic, and satellites cannot penetrate to gain a field of view. 359. Then teleport to the island with the best climate nearby. Received, destination Sabayati Archipelago, start teleporting. Silver light wrapped around Rennes. In just a flash, you came to Sabayati Archipelago. To be honest, Rennes still feels a little distant. But at the moment, thick clouds are hanging over many places in the first half of the Grand Line. A storm is brewing that covers a wide area. Rennes appeared in an unoccupied venue. A shipyard was built first. Several of the fastest submarines were built. Put them into the sea. Since the climate cannot be directly transmitted now, then this is the means of transportation for the meeting. Rennes can of course teleport when the weather is nice. But it's not necessary. Etc. is also time consuming. To go now, is also to take time. Even this distance. He may have arrived first on a submarine. The submarine went several tens of meters underwater and was on standby. Teleport Cyrus and Jun. This time it was a sneak attack on the strong. But it is also a special period. Impel Down is not far from Marine's headquarters. So it is not good to surround Impel Down with a large number of forces. It is too easy to cause an all-out war with the Marine headquarters. And sit on the profits of the fishermen. There is no need for frontal combat. Although the class of troops that should be used must be used. But this time the number has to be controlled. Fortunately, this time there is no shortage of high-end combat power around Rennes. Surprise attacks must work. But to be on the safe side, Rennes called on the two high-end combat forces of Cyrus and Jun. At Rennes notice, the Chrono Corps began to act. Soon Jun and Cyrus were brought to Rennes. What did you suddenly call me for? I'm busy right now. Jun said angrily. She was hosting a banquet for two would-be Marine base chiefs. It's just Rear Admiral, though. But he has done a lot at New World. As long as the strength is stronger. A little more credit. Promotion to Vice Admiral, just around the corner. But the wine banquet is at the critical time. Rennes brought her directly. 04 did not even allow her to refuse. This made Jun, which was already extremely independent and autonomous, slightly resentful. Doesn't he know that he has been busy these days? Very tired, he did not call to ask about the situation. Do you believe in yourself, or do you not take yourself to heart at all? I don't know how to sympathize with my subordinates at all. I really want to find a chance to beat him up. Although they are people in one boat. It doesn't mean that he can call himself up and go. If you don't give yourself a good reason. See if you will give him a good look. There's something good for you. Rennes directly ignored Jun's attitude. Excellent people. There are always some little tempers. As long as the big right and wrong are on their side. None of this matters at all. There's room for that, and Rennes still has it. Rennes said, taking out the Embers gene fluid and handing it to Jun. What? Jun took the bottle in disbelief. Look at this liquid with a green glow in your hand. Repeated it several times. But I can't see the reason. Serve it and you'll know. Rennes said lightly. That's a good thing. Cyrus said with fiery eyes. He had deeply appreciated the benefits of this thing. But even if Cyrus did not say, Jun will not refuse. There are so many mysterious places about Rennes. Since he said it was a good thing. That shouldn't lie to yourself. It's not necessary. In this regard, Jun still believes Rennes. She opened the cork and took a sip. It doesn't taste good. It's not for you to come to taste the food, there will be a reaction immediately. Rennes said, glancing at Jun. Still care about taste? This is not good food. What anti? It's hot, BD, you shouldn't have used that kind of medicine specifically for women on me, I trust you so much. Jun felt his whole body hot. A feeling of drumming swells in the body. Every cell jumps up. Her face immediately changed. This kind of thing, she is not rarely used by pirates when she performs her mission. Reaction to this drug. I have also seen it on some girls. What do you think? Calm down and appreciate everything this power brings. Rennes knocked on Jun's head. What does Marine think? This is. Jun didn't have time to refute and ask Rennes again. Suddenly some knowledge appeared in her mind out of thin air. At the same time, a raging flame suddenly rose on his body. She felt it. A mysterious force is growing every cell of her. Knowledge about the fruit of the ancient pterodactyl also appeared out of thin air. There are also various combat techniques. The powerful observation haki merges with her observation haki. Armed with haki fusion. Swordsmanship fusion. Jun felt incredible. She felt like she was getting stronger rapidly. Many of Ember Master's abilities are very compatible with her own abilities. She was absolutely shocked. He even has such a good thing that can directly improve people's strength. It's also incredible. She has been galloping on the sea for so many years. I've never heard of such a thing. Even haki swordsmanship is available. And the flame of this racial talent. This flame can also increase her abilities in all aspects. There is also the terrible ability to adapt to the environment and self-heal. Rumble. This power and her power merged into ultimate. For a moment she couldn't control it. I couldn't help but roar and vent this surging power in my body. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Stirred up the clouds in the sky. This is Conqueror's haki. You awakened Conqueror's haki. Rennes was stunned. He had thought that Ember's ability matched her ability extremely well. But if he remembered correctly, neither Ember nor Jun will be Conqueror's haki. But now after fusion. But something has changed. Which Marine Admiral or 4 Emperors came to Sabayati? Rayleigh, who was drinking in the tavern, smacked his glass slightly. Looking at the atmosphere of Jun in the distance. It's not surprising that you've come, you've been very high profile lately, let's say well, if you're surrounded by Marine, don't expect me to help you, I want to live a few more years of purity. Shuki said lightly, smoking a cigarette. She is the former emperor of 9 Snake Island. But it has been out of the rivers and lakes for many years. Such a life today. It was what she wanted. But as the woman who knows Rayleigh best, she knew that Rayleigh wouldn't just go silent. It starts when he comes out to help the Straw Hat Kid. I'm afraid that I have already made a decision. Marine will have no time to pay attention to my bad old man. Rayleigh said with a faint smile. Shuki is typical of knife-mouthed tofu hearts. That really has to happen. She was afraid that she would strike before herself. Very sharp Conqueror's haki, it feels like it should be some big sword hero. Want to take a look? No, forget it, after fighting Kizaru last time, I feel old, so I don't mix with other things. 35 Rayleigh shook his head. Oh, you will also serve the old, I don't believe it. I don't know, just now I thought that the strength is so strong, can I split the Holy Land in the future? Jun is also a little baffled. Although Conqueror's haki is not particularly rare in New World. But she didn't have it before. She felt that this awakening was not only related to gene fluid. It may also be related to her recent change in mentality. Since seeing the tragedy in many countries, Jun slowly became angry with the world government. The mentality that used to be submissive and subservient to authority is completely gone. That's a good idea. Rennes praised her idea. It immediately occurred to me that this was related to her change in mentality. Conqueror's haki's awakening is inherently linked to personal will and boldness. I feel strong now. Jun slashes a sword towards the sea. Bang! A majestic sword aura with flames. Like a sharp mountain heading towards the sea. Spread tens of thousands of meters. Everywhere it passed, the sea water was cut out of an abyss. It took a long time to heal. Watch yourself casually slash at the blow. Cyrus was shocked. Jun himself was shocked. She didn't expect it to be so powerful. She felt that now she was herself. If you face her against the world's #1 sword Hawkeye, it should not be able to fall behind. Stronger than Cyrus. This is truly becoming a 10-star soldier. Rennes affirmed. What is a 10-star soldier? Jun asked puzzled. It's about the same as Kaido and Kizaru. 35. Is it really that strong? Jun actually has this feeling. But she had thought she wanted to reach that level with her qualifications. It would take another 5 years, or more, to say less. I didn't expect it to be one step now. It always feels a little dreamy. Especially before you have fought such a strong person. She was still a little unsure. Reinforcement is done gradually. Her breath is still very sharp. Just fused, there is no way to fully control your breath. Wait, how can I vaguely feel that your breath is a little different from before? Jun's eyes suddenly froze. What do you want to do? I want to try it. Jun's long white legs protruded and protruded. Sweep towards Rennes. The air burst straight under her whip legs. Look at her with a mischievous smile on her lips. Rennes suspects that she wants to declare a personal vendetta. But there is no evidence. But she thought too much. Rennes pokes out a dragon claw hand. With a bang, Peng easily grabbed Jun's long legs. I knew that you had something better for this bad embryo, and I would definitely use it myself. Don't make excuses, I see you just want to hit me, we are superior subordinate relationships, pay attention to the impact. Rennes said lightly. You think too much. Jun resolutely refuses to admit it. All along, the conversation with Rennes and the confrontation with her were on the downside. She has a strong self-esteem and can't stand it and always suffers losses. It just so happens that the strength is inflated. She also swelled for a while. I have to make him embarrassed. Of course, she wouldn't really hurt Rennes. It's just that self-esteem and squeamishness do not admit defeat. Don't be so rough, be careful not to get married, but one thing to say, your legs are really good. 99 Rennes looked at the long legs he was clutching in his hands. From an aesthetic point of view. Very beautiful and perfect. It also feels good. If you change to the previous netizens, it is not a problem to play for a few years. BD, you. Let go. Looking at an extremely indecent gesture. Jun's face turned red, and he hurriedly said in a panic. But I didn't expect him to boast. Let him go this time. Okay, don't make trouble, come to you, there is still a serious thing to do. Rennes said calmly after letting go of Jun's long legs. I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, so just say something. Let's go impel down and squat. Rennes stared at her like a torch. Their allies also need high-end combat power. It's all criminals anyway. He laughed at their strength. Are you crazy? At this time, Impel Down is heavily guarded and located in the comm belt. Once surrounded by Impel Down, even if my strength skyrockets now, I may not be able to run. Jun looked at Rennes in surprise. But Rennes didn't explain. Just look at her faintly. Are you serious? Jun's heart sank. But from Rennes' attitude, she knew that she was afraid that this trip would have to go. Just why? It's irrational to go to Impel Down at this time. Impel Down is a fortress. Easy to defend and difficult to attack. And something big happens. Marine headquarters can also provide timely support. At that time, if you are surrounded by Marine, that's dangerous. That's the case. Rennes tells Jun the source of the gene fluid she just took. At the same time, I also said my thoughts. And the speculation that Impel Down may have been invaded is also informed. Jun suddenly became excited. More positive and radical than Rennes. The state of 220 degrees instantly 360 degrees of change. I'll just say, there is no need to be polite when it comes to reaping the benefits of the fisherman. Rennes was pleased with Jun's attitude. Cyrus watched silently. Suddenly it felt like the two were together. There is a sense of harmony. Go. The submarine slowly floats up. The three got into the submarine. The goal is impel down. It's just when the submarine has just dived into the sea to a depth of about 80 meters. Suddenly, the submarine's sonar caught the report of an anomaly. What's wrong? Listening to the sirens ringing inside the submarine, Rennes asked. Lord Rennes, at a depth of about 1,000 meters under the water, something that looks like a fleet has been detected. The captain of the submarine hurriedly came over and reported. Flotilla. Rennes was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed slightly. No way. So coincidental. Could it be the coating fleet of the Whitebeard pirates? If it is really the fleet that is captured, and not a single silhouette of the word, then more than 90% is the Whitebeard pirates. It's less than 22 hours before the execution of Fire Fist Ace. The Whitebeard pirates are definitely not in New World at the moment. It's not far from Marine's headquarters, so that they can attack at any time. And their fleet is all coated ships. And pirates from New World to the first half usually pass by the Fishmen Island. It's not surprising to be below Sabayati Archipelago at this moment. Especially the dense routes below Sabayati Archipelago. It also provides them with the best hiding place. If so, it's a double happiness. 35 Rennes smiled satisfactorily. What are you planning again? Jun hasn't reacted yet. Wait until I confirm it, send out the miniature submersible probe and approach the fleet. Rennes isn't sure yet. Although the guess is very certain. But in the end, it is necessary to affirm before acting. Received. A half-human-sized submersible probe is released from under the submarine. Slowly sink towards the bottom of the sea. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. On reaching about 800 meters. By the shimmer of the detector, see clearly that it is indeed the outline of the fleet. You can even faintly see the mast of the nearest ship. Fly the flag exclusive to the Whitebeard pirates. Sure enough, it's the rhythm of double happiness. The submarine sinks. Close to them. Rennes ordered immediately. That. Could it be the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates? Jun also reacted at this time. Suddenly his face was full of shock. Marine's professional habits. Let her quickly take out the phone worm. However, after taking it out, it was not dialed. She reacted with hindsight. He is no longer a clean Marine. She looked towards Rennes. I didn't expect to have a harvest before going to impel down. Rennes muttered to himself in satisfaction. You're going to contact the Whitebeard pirates. Jun looked at Rennes in surprise. It's dangerous. To be precise, we are going to blackmail Whitebeard. Hey! 35. Chapter 76. The sea floor with little light. Root of the tree with error correction. Huge, spectacular. Dozens of ships were hidden inside. Even if there are passing ships, you may not be able to find it. Especially all ships. At the bottom of the sea, the lights are turned off. Everything is silent. The entire Whitebeard pirate group went silent. The war is about to begin. They have to hide their traces before that. Can't be discovered by Marine. Once discovered, measures are taken against them. Then their chances of victory in this battle are even slimmer. Dad, we have 4 hours to spare. On the Modibec, Marco took a look at his pocket watch. They also assessed their distance to Marine's headquarters. It is concluded that they have a few hours of free time. Until then, they are no longer fit to act rashly. Wait quietly for this time to pass. Let everyone eat and drink well and recuperate. Whitebeard sat on the deck and looked out at the view. The eyes are extremely sharp. Marine headquarters so provoked them Whitebeard pirates. Make them pay no matter what. The most important thing is to rescue Ace. Even if it is to take your own life. Let everyone try not to make any movement, there are Sea Kings appearing, as long as they do not take the initiative to attack us, don't pay attention, we are here. Usually the diving ships will not deliberately come in, the vision is poor, but in case of detection, immediately control them. Marco turned to the captains and said. Understood. Let those guys at Marine headquarters know what will happen to us as an enemy. The captains were full of murderous intent. Everyone riveted their feet. As long as Daddy is there. They are fearless and invincible. It's always been that way. Ace, Whitebeard's tall figure stood silently. At this point, he had removed all the needles. He didn't want his enemies to see his weak side. Pang! Suddenly, a faint popping sound was heard from a certain ship. What's the situation? Marco frowned slightly. Didn't you tell you not to make a move as much as possible, and everyone was silent? Skidoo found the unmanned submersible, approached them in that direction, and shot down directly for safety. Rest assured, the shot was fast and would not be captured. 99. Captain Marco, there are several completely sealed ships on it that seem to be heading straight for us. A lookout with excellent eyesight and excellent sight suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, everyone hurriedly raised their vigilance. Are you sure you came straight ahead? Marco asked quickly. Yes, there are still 400 or 500 meters away, and the distance is still shortening. How come? Have we been discovered? Is it Marine? Already? Marco's face changed. Marine could have guessed that they were coming on a coated boat from the Fishmen Island. But dozens of ships can be hidden among the roots of trees the size of an entire island. Also made camouflage. Hacky and ability. It is also greatly affected in the sea. How could it be possible to lock their positions so quickly? Even to prevent one of them from going undercover with Marine. Everyone is in the control of the most trusted people at the moment. Don't do it rashly, maybe it's just a coincidence of passing ships. Of course, the possibility of coincidence is not ruled out. What's wrong, Marco? Whitebeard also sensed the commotion on board. Marco recounted the situation. It seems that it may still come for us, ordinary ships will not come to this tree route, let Janosch release the mist, chaos this sea area, see if you can confuse them. Whitebeard mused. Yes. 35. So after a while, a mist came out of the range. Even at the bottom of the sea. It also did not disappear immediately. Instead, it muddies the surrounding seawater. Hazy vision. What are you talking about? Blackmail Whitebeard? Jun didn't quite understand. In her opinion, there is no need to provoke the Whitebeard pirates at this time. Who said I was for money? I was for their genes. Especially the Whitebeard guy. He is known as the strongest man in the world, and if he can study something, even if he clashes with them, it will be worth it. Rennes explains. And we now have absolute dominance, there is no possibility of failure. Rennes smiled slightly. Okay. Seeing this, Jun saw this, and there was nothing more to say. Soon they came to the murky area. There are giant sea kings tumbling. Sea kings looked rather alarmed. It was as if I was frightened by something, and I panicked everywhere. In the eyes of others. The murky waters here are caused by it. But Rennes knew it wasn't. The Whitebeard pirates have sensed their arrival. They also tried to hide their own figures. Rennes stared at the Sea Kings. Conqueror's Haki let go. The Sea Kings looked horrified. Then he fled. Whitebeard pirates, no need to hide, I know you are here, I am here for you. Rennes sounded with Haki's voice. Even at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, it also clearly reached everyone's ears. Every captain and every pirate elite. Draw a knife and draw a gun immediately. Be ready to fight at any time. Jun also put his hand on his weapon. This is the entire Whitebeard pirate elite. Even if she is a big improvement, you can face them head on. It's nice to be able to protect yourself. It's just Rennes, the little madman. Also thinking of blackmailing Whitebeard at such a time. Here Rennes. Whitebeard, Marco and others knew immediately. Their tricks are completely useless. The other side is sure they are here. It's just that they have absolutely no idea how to expose it. Many pirate ships have traveled to the Fishmen Island before. Some are even close together. But they were not found. Now it was discovered before the war. The situation is not good. Who is it? Whitebeard walked step by step towards the bow of the ship. Held in a kongyunch, draped in a coat, the crescent-shaped Whitebeard is very characteristic. He asked, facing the silent seabed. A terrifying coercion instantly permeated. In an instant, all the fish around fled this area in panic. Turn on the submarine. Rennes ordered the submarine to open. He has built a shield of wind near the submarine. It also looks like a blister. This is Kaido's ability. In the sea, Rennes abilities are not affected. You disguise a little. Rennes said to Jun. Jun's current identity is not visible. At least not yet. Jun is clear. He changed his outfit, and the knife in his hand was temporarily replaced with a famous knife that was not weaker than Jin Biluo. Rennes has won several countries. These include the treasure trove of Mingo and Kaido. There are still a few famous knives in stock. Jun wears a pink rabbit mask. Why do you still carry a mask with you? Do you often do things like robbing homes? Rennes looked at Jun suspiciously. Sometimes it's hard to do things under the identity of Marine. Jun gave him a blank look. Himself a Marine, not a bandit. Say what you often do to rob the house. Professional. What can Rennes say? I could only give a thumbs up and give a thumbs up. Then the three got out of the submarine. Look at where the Whitebeard pirates are located. Godslayer, Allied leader, Rennes. Cyrus and the disguised Jun are not remarkable at all. Members of the Whitebeard pirates see Rennes. The face changed in unison. He also has a nickname, which is Madman. This is also the speed of recent rise that is legendary. A man who makes the whole sea tremble. How is this possible? When I passed by the Fishmen Island not long ago, didn't the report say that he was still in Wano Kuni, and he killed Kaido and was offered a reward of 5 billion baileys? How could he suddenly appear here? Team Wuban Captain Foil Baista said in shock. Wano Kuni is located by Sabayati Archipelago. It's not something that can be arrived in half a day. And now it is blocking their way. It turned out to be this madman, first killing Minga, then celestial dragons, then Kaido. Is it staring at Daddy's head now? Jaws was also full of solemnity and jealousy. Bounty for 5 billion bailey guys. Even their Whitebeard pirates are extremely jealous. Even if Daddy's bounty is 5,046 million baileys. Bounty criminals like Rennes. No matter where you put it. None of them should be underestimated. The comer is not good. Marco frowned. They had not had any previous crosstalk with the Allies. But judging by the news, this is not good stubble. Rennes and Whitebeard meet each other instantly. There seemed to be a muffled thunder. But whoever comes. He Whitebeard is fearless. Galalala. You little devil killed that guy from Kaido. But really seeing Rennes so young. Whitebeard's eyes could not hide the surprise. Kaido's strength is purely in terms of destructive power and force value. Although inferior to him. But younger than him, and more outstanding in life and defense. Wanakuni's military defense is also superb. So Whitebeard had previously learned about Wano Kuni from Ace's mouth. But they also did not directly attack Wano Kuni. Because once that offensive and defensive war begins, the casualties will be enormous. They Whitebeard pirates don't have the kind of Chrono soldiers like Rennes who can directly ignore defenses. He sighed angrily for the dead, but also for the sake of his children. This time, if it were not for the fact that the Marine headquarters was forced to a situation where there was no way back. Whitebeard won't take the entire pirate group to fight either. I'm here and ask for only one thing. Rennes didn't answer Whitebeard's question. Instead, he went straight to the point and showed his intentions. What's the matter? Whitebeard asked lightly. Although the little guy in front of him may be amazingly powerful, but lived for so long, Whitebeard has never seen anything strong. Emphasis is valued, but not enough to make him flinch in the slightest. I want a tube of your blood. Everyone else's, Rennes cannot care. But Whitebeard, the blood of the strongest monster. You have to get it. Although Summit War also has this opportunity later. But it's easier to get it now. What? Hearing such unkind words from Rennes, the captains were immediately furious. Isn't it just a little devil? Watch me go and slaughter him. 35. What a joke. I want Daddy's blood. Sure enough, it's eyeing Daddy's head. Finish him. Whitebeard pirates have been riding the sea for years. Never feared anyone. Now it is even more provoked by others. How can these pirate maniacs accept it? Whitebeard for them. It is a relative, and it is also a godlike existence. They can't let Dad suffer such humiliation. To defend Daddy's dignity. Even if you die in battle, you will never be able to compromise. Boom. Listen to the noisy sounds and murderous aura around you. Whitebeard smacks Kong Yun cut in his hand. The terrifying aura is rising from him. Be quiet, don't be easily angered by the enemy's words, stupid sons. Whitebeard's calm voice is still calm. But his gaze shot towards Rennes like a sharp knife light. Are the little devils so arrogant now? One is like Wang Yang. Conqueror's Haki, who was a little more domineering than Kaido, ran over Rennes. There are still some fish around that don't have time to escape. They were stunned and floated to the surface. Rennes just felt that this Conqueror's Haki was full of tearing. Apparently it has also reached the level of materializing damage. It may even be accompanied by the terrible concussive force of shock fruit. Rennes Conqueror's Haki is also on the horizon. The two collide. The current in the entire sea area was suddenly divided into several layers. Make the entire seabed turbulent and dangerous. A devastating abyss crack emerges in the sea. Like space being torn out of an abyss. This surprised everyone. But neither of them remained quiet. No one gave in. Invisible collision and kill. Neck and neck. This made Marco and others realize in an instant. The new four emperors in front of you. It's not a waste. Although young, but really powerful and terrifying. This makes Marco can't help but doubt life. At such a young age, he has the strength to fight against Conqueror's Haki head-on. Definitely an extremely dangerous figure. Scary little devil. Jaws and the captains looked more and more solemn. It's not a request, I just want to get what I want. The oppressive feeling of facing Whitebeard is suffocating enough. Rennes just said lightly. What if I don't give it? Whitebeard's eyes gradually became serious, and his breath became more and more dangerous. Then in a minute at most, Marine headquarters will know your location. Rennes said indifferently. Are you threatening me? No, I'm blackmailing you. You don't want Sengoku to know where you are. Good, good Zhao, guts. Whitebeard scolded angrily and suddenly stepped out. Raise your hands in Kong Yunch. Unexpected by Rennes. Whitebeard went straight to attack. Buzzing. A white seismic halo covers the blade. Everyone hold on to the hull of the ship, don't be wrapped up in the ability of the father. Seeing this, Marco quickly reminded. The ship approaching Whitebeard at the moment. Back quickly and keep your distance. What a grumpy old man, if it doesn't matter a little blood, it won't affect your body. Rennes wasn't surprised. This is one of the expected scenarios. Whoosh! Whitebeard is facing where Rennes is. Suddenly stabbed out, looking unpretentious. But in an instant, the surrounding space seemed to shatter. The terrifying earthquake force forced the sea water in front of you to retreat. A concussive force full of destructive power. Follow those atmospheric crevasses and head straight for Rennes. More devastating than Ben Thunder Lightning. Rennes just watched quietly. Sue. A figure catapulted out from next to Rennes. It's Jun. She faced this terrifying concussive wave of sword chi. One sword sweep. Hoo-la-la. Sword blade slashed at this shock wave. The two stalemated instantly, electric light, violent wind, and sword chi. At this moment, they all exploded like a storm. The surrounding sea water is divided into multiple ravines. A vacuum has been formed. Pang! Pterodactyl wings emerged from behind Jun, flames wrapped around, and his hands shook suddenly. It directly shattered this shockwave. Liar, Daddy's earthquake impact has been blocked. Everyone in the 35 Whitebeard pirates is shocked. Can block he so easily. Then shredded the strong ones that Daddy attacked. Never much weaker than Daddy. And it seems that this woman is just an escort or subordinate of the leader of the Allied forces. FK. That's kind of scary. A strong man who is not weak with Marine Admiral acts as an escort. Who is this woman, such a fierce swordsmanship? Foil Bista said in shock and excitement. Chapter 77. As a world-famous sword hero. Foil Bista looked at Jun's move. The blood belonging to the swordsman boiled. If not from the figure of the figure, not Hawkeye. He genuinely doubted. This person in front of him is the world's #1 sword hero. Who is that? 35. There is such a terrifying swordsmanship woman on this sea. It always feels familiar. It's hard to tell, there are more people wearing rabbit masks on this sea. The Whitebeard pirates looked at Jun in shock. Whitebeard also frowned slightly. Then rotate the cloud cut with both hands. The blade with the earthquake halo swept away like splashing ink again. But the power is stronger. Click. Everything in front of Whitebeard shattered like a mirror again. The force of the earthquake is transmitted in all directions. The sea water was torn apart one by one. Marco and the other ships also shook fiercely. All pirates hold firmly onto the hull. The wrapped blister is also twisted. It seems like it will burst like a bubble at any moment. The strongest pirate in the world. Jun's eyes burned with war intent. Then from her eyes, a flame that belonged to the Lunaria tribe really ignited. Strength, speed, enhanced in an instant. Fire Dragon Emperor. Jun slashed out. A Flame Dragon Emperor sword burst out. She slashed out the Flame Dragon Emperor, stronger than embers. The Dragon Emperor is also bigger. It has an indescribable sharpness. Bang! The two collided, the energy overflowed, and the sea earthquake was frequent. The whole of Sabayati archipelago felt it. But they have long been accustomed to it. After all, the island seems to be suspended in the sea. Hit by giant sea kings. Or when the wind and waves are stronger. There will be a shock. This time after Jun caught the attack. Backhand slash back. A ring-shaped sword chi, wrapped in the terrifying armament haki. Hovering at high speed towards Whitebeard. Humph! Whitebeard snorted coldly. Cut Kong Yun in his hand and send it forward. Kong Yunch, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, shattered this terrifying ring sword chi. Sky Kong Cloud Cut. Whitebeard held the knife in both hands and split out another string moon sword chi. The sword chi is majestic and mighty, and the brilliant sword chi seems to be about to wipe out everything. But the blow was directed at Rennes. Jun had to turn back and defend. But was stopped by Rennes raising his palm. Rennes wrapped around Conqueror's haki's palm. Directly pinched this sword chi. Snap and crush directly. This shattering, as if to make Marco, Jaws and Foil shatter in shock in their hearts, 237. Sure enough, except for the woman who looked like a guard. This guy who was offered a reward of 5 billion Baileys. It is also not weaker than Marine Admiral and 4 emperors. Such a strong man. In the past, one has been extremely shocking. Now in a short time, 2 have appeared that they don't know at all. The world seemed to suddenly become a little strange to them. Whitebeard feels the same way. He stared at the 2. If you make another move, it's rude, I blackmail you, you don't obey, you want to try to kill us, once and for all, it's understandable, but continue to fight like this, we don't have to tell Marine, they will know. A bottle of blood, in exchange for us to keep the news for you, objectively speaking, you are not at a loss. Of course, if at this time you feel that dignity and face are more important than your life, than the life of Fire Fist Ace, then let go and fight completely. 99. Anyway, you have to give this blood today, and if you don't give it, you have to give it. Rennes voiced calmly, but loudly. Rampant imp. Whitebeard's face darkened. We at Whitebeard Pirates are never afraid of anyone. Whoever it is. Marco smiled slightly. Blue flames emerged from his body. Jaws, the shining man, was also covered in diamonds and grinned, showing a belligerent look. Young people don't understand, you are the head of the family, have you thought about it clearly? Rennes is in no hurry. He didn't believe that Whitebeard, the strongest throne in New World for so many years, would be a reckless man. Of course, he was reckless. Trying to kill a few of them. But a couple of rounds of attacks down. Nothing was gained. He should know how to choose. Medea, who looks younger than me, says we are young. Daddy, don't listen to him. It's just 3 people, even if it's a little skill. That's right. If we fight, we are not afraid. The captain of the 16th team looked complicated. When I heard Wano Kuni Kaido being knocked down earlier, he was really happy for a long time. It's already miserable to think about Wano Kuni. Now whoever takes over Wano Kuni, it should all be better than before. I just didn't expect them to encounter this allied leader who brought down Kaido. But that's it. He still drew his weapon. The Whitebeard Pirates as a whole have more senior powerhouses than Beast's Pirates. Take Yi Zhang, for example. He's a captain who is not particularly strong among the captains. The bounty is 510 million Baileys. And this bounty in Beast's Pirates is generally a bounty only possessed by the 6 sons of the Volley. Available on Whitebeard Pirates. There are almost 16 bits. However, the middle-level powerhouse is not comparable to Kaido's ability army. Slow down. Just when Marco and the others are ready to try, ready to fight. Whitebeard reached out to stop them. It's just a bottle of blood, give it to him. 35 Whitebeard finally made a sensible choice. No way. We must not let Daddy suffer this shame. That's right. Even if we die in battle, we can't let my father bleed for us. Whitebeard's words came out. Marco, Jaws, and others disagree. It's a big deal. Draw some blood, though, to Whitebeard's sick body. It didn't matter. But what a proud man their father was. How can you let Dad suffer such an insult? Never allowed. Shut up, I'm the captain. How to decide, I have the final say. Take the syringe. If you change the time, change the location. If you don't have to go to Marine headquarters to fight this battle. There is no strong man in this world who can make Whitebeard bow his head. But not now. Only not now. Everyone's lives are pinned on him. So many people believe in him and follow him. Even the Marine headquarters is obligated to go with him. He can't just think about his own dignity. Because he's not just a captain. Still a father. He couldn't be sure Rennes would keep his promise. But as long as there is a little possibility, he's got to give it a try. In order to make this post-war. Let more people survive. And back to New World. Better save Ace. Daddy! Marco and the others shouted in unison. Isn't it just a little blood, who hasn't been injured and has shed blood? Don't make a fuss. Do you want me to get the container myself? Whitebeard said sternly. Marco and the others hung their heads and reluctantly withdrew their weapons. But I wrote Rennes down. They Whitebeard have never been blackmailed. This is the first time. But the other side succeeded. I'll go get it, said Marco helplessly. He knew what his father decided. Never change easily. Boy, your conqueror's haki is almost exactly the same as the Kaido guy. Did you come out of that place? Whitebeard asked, staring at Rennes. What do you mean? Rennes frowned slightly. Whitebeard guy has a really vicious eye. But Rennes chose to make a move. Don't be afraid that Whitebeard knows. Whitebeard and Marine are enemies. It is impossible to tell Marine this information. Even if you really tell it. Will Marine believe it? Faith is a ghost. But Whitebeard's quote is somewhat intriguing. What own has Kaido's haki? Just came out of somewhere. What do you mean? But Rennes asked rhetorically. Whitebeard affirmed that Rennes wasn't the kind of person he thought he was, so he didn't answer, just replied perfunctorily, you'll know later. At this time, Marco came over with a syringe. Disinfection, pricking, blood drawing. He is a ship doctor, and such small things are naturally captured. Even Whitebeard didn't feel anything and smoked it. Hey, little devil, how does it feel to kill celestial dragons? Whitebeard asked suddenly. I don't feel anything, it's just like ordinary people. Yes, I've always wanted to kill one, but I didn't meet it. 5. Have you ever tried to kill the Holy Land? There are many celestial dragons. Whitebeard, including the Whitebeard pirates, were silent. This guy, what a complete maniac. Even if they are known as the strongest pirate group in the world. Called 4 Emperor's pirates. I never thought of challenging the world government so crazy. But the leader of the Allied forces said it so naturally and easily. Get out of here, don't let me meet you again, I won't forget what you did today. Whitebeard threw the bottle containing his own blood to Rennes. It's easier than I thought. Rennes muttered to herself when she received something. As soon as these words came out, Whitebeard's face darkened again. Let Marco and the others go violently and beat people again. In that case, I will also send you 2 pieces of information, believe it or not, it is up to you to judge. Number 1, don't believe Akainu's deception. Second, Marine headquarters will not necessarily abide by the time of execution. 35. That's it, bye. Rennes didn't look back, turned into the submarine and left. What is this guy doing here? Skyedo couldn't help but mutter. He even had an illusion. Just when I said the first sentence. That guy seems to have taken a special look at himself, which is really inexplicable. Whitebeard looked at the distant submarine. Lost in thought. Whitebeard has no clue for the time being. I just don't think it's a matter of course. They are pirates. Enemies with Marine. They don't believe in Akainu. But no Marine general would believe it. As for the second one, it gave him a wake-up call. Whitebeard muttered to himself, for pirates, there is no need to talk about credit, do you think so, Sengoku? 5. Dad, what now? Keep waiting, but always ready to go. Although this little devil is crazy, he is very good at seizing the opportunity, let it be unlucky. Whitebeard said lightly. Why are you telling Whitebeard those things, and what do you mean? In the submarine, Jun asked puzzled. In Jun's eyes, the Whitebeard pirates are pirates. She's no longer a clean Marine person, though. It doesn't mean she likes pirates. Anyone who breaks the law is a criminal. That's what she's going to target. She didn't quite understand. But vaguely felt that Rennes should have revealed some useful information. Whitebeard was weak and I just reduced their weaknesses a little bit and created better chances. Wait, do you want to participate in this battle at Marine Ford? Jun suddenly came to his senses. Haven't I said this before? Yes. Then I'll tell you, we're going to take Marine Ford and take this opportunity to declare all-out war on the world government. Rennes said lightly. What? Can you not say it so easily? It's the world government, and Marine Ford is the headquarters of Marine. Even if your strength becomes stronger, there seem to be more troops, but your troops, in front of all the high-end combat forces of the world government, are still not enough to see. Don't underestimate them too much. 35 Jun looked at Rennes with a shocked face. A plan for Rennes as a whole. Of course, Jun who has just joined does not know much. When I heard it now, I was shocked. He won't be after getting Kaido's strength. It's inflated. Feel like you can single out Marine HQ. Or even declare war directly on the world government. That's so much crazier than they're going to impel down right now. Just look at his expression. Not like an inflated and arrogant person anyway. How many troops do you think I have now? About 5 million. Jun met Rennes after the Dressrosa incident. The forces she saw at that time. More than 1 million. I'm afraid it's 4 or 5 million. Because Rennes hadn't fully exploded tens of millions of troops at that time. And Wano Kuni after the incident. Now they meet again. So she estimated Rennes' strength to be around 5 million. This force is already exaggerated. All the sea, regardless of the elite. All the marine doesn't add up to so much. Guess again. 6 million. Jun listened to Rennes. I immediately knew that I had guessed less before. Don't guess so conservatively. This is still conservative. One guess is an extra million. How many small countries the population? But not even 1 million. Guess in multiples. What? No way. This is absolutely impossible, even if you have the ability, it is impossible to create without any upper limit. By multiples, slightly doubled, over there is 10 million? If it is increased by 3 or 4 times, then it is not about 20 million. Just kidding, how is this possible? Seeing this, Rennes silently put up a finger. 10 million. Jun was shocked, tens of thousands of troops. Just listen to the numbers. Even if her strength skyrocketed. But I was still shocked by the impact. Marine Ford battle, my side can invest at least 100 million troops. 35. Poof. Jun, who had just been shocked by 10 million, was about to take a sip of wine to suppress the shock. As a result, as soon as I took a sip, it all squirted out. She looked at Rennes with a ghostly look. I'm a highly educated marine, don't take me for a fool. Believe it or not, that's your business. At the moment, impel down, at the gate. Thief ha ha ha. I didn't expect impel down's guard to be so weak. It seems that the title of 7 warlords of the sea is still somewhat useful, directly past the surveillance fleet on the periphery. Blackbeard was covered in darkness. Devour the jailer at the door and the gate together. I heard from them just now that the Straw Hat Boy who was caught escaped for some reason, and he made a fuss and attracted Magellan over. Yes, that's a great opportunity for us. Little ones, go and meet our new partners. As long as there are enough strong people, we can suppress Whitebeard and thus realize our dream of world domination. Thief ha ha ha. Blackbeard opened his hands and laughed arrogantly. He already sees a bright future. His plan needs the strong. Allows him to absorb Whitebeard's abilities. Briefly block some troublemakers. Once he captured Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. Combined with the dark fruit ability, which can deprive others of their abilities. On this sea, who will be his opponent? This era is destined to be called Blackbeard. Chapter 78. The public execution was less than 15 hours away. People all over the world are panicking. Especially Kaido also fell. A seemingly stronger organization rises. This uneasiness has even spread to the whole of Marine and the world government. And impelled down at the moment. The worst jailbreak in decades is unfolding. Although the Straw Hat Boy was initially caught. Thrown by Magellan to the 5th floor of Impel Down. Fight Magellan to the limit. Luffy, a variety of highly toxic straw hats. In Magellan's opinion, the threat has been completely lost. No one was even sent to keep a tight watch. At this time, the clown Buggy was ignored as a person with ability. He escaped from his cell. Originally, Buggy the clown was going to flee outside. It turned out to be discovered by a phone bug. Hunted madly by jailers. I accidentally fell under a deeper floor. MR.2 and MR.3 were misplayed. Then he continued to be a demon. Because the clown knows that there will be no fewer guards outside Impel Down. It was too hard for him to escape alone. So more and more jailers were released. Although they are all prisoners from the first few floors. But there are quite a few people. Still caused some commotion. During this period, MR.2 was chased to the 5th floor by pursuers. I met the Straw Hat Boy, who is a friend of life. After hesitation, he took his straw hat and fled. As a result, both were caught. But the commotion caused made Ivankov, the SE king of the LV 5.5 layer, notice. Looking at the deep friendship between the two, Ivankov pulls them into his own SE paradise. And treat the Straw Hat Kid. After up to several hours of treatment, Luffy is like a new life. Keep going to save Ace. What? Are you the son of a dragon? During the conversation, Ivankov was shocked when he learned of Luffy's identity. Then the decision was made to leave Impel Down early. In the past, he or she did not flee because he or she was not sure. Ivankov wanted to wait with more certainty. And find out what kind of experiments LV6 prisoners have been carried out before proceeding to escape. But plans can't catch up with the changes. Ivankov remembers that dragons often stare in the direction of East Blue. It was immediately known that the dragon attached great importance to his family. So the Straw Hat Kid can't die here. Otherwise, how would he face the dragon in the future? And when treating the Straw Hat Boy, Ivankov was also impressed by his tenacious will. I was also shocked by his determination to save his brother. So a new escape to the 6th floor began. Their location is very close to the 6th floor. Before Magellan could react, just hit all the way to the 6th floor. It's a pity that they are still a step late. Fire Fist Ace back a few hours ago. It was secretly transferred. Finally at the request of Ivankov. Also to kill Impel Down. They released Crocodile and Seaman Jinbei. Formed a prison break team with unprecedented strength. At this time, Magellan did not want to rush to the 6th floor as soon as possible. It's Blackbeard who killed it so generously. The two sides fought on the 4th floor of Blazing Hell. Magellan's war venom is terrible. In the limited space of Impel Down, his venom is deadly to any strong person. If it weren't for the side effects of this devil fruit, you need to take poison and go to the toilet often. Marine Admiral may not have a place without him. And only a single fruit, the strength is still a lot short to reach the Emperor level. Blackbeard's group encountered a strong enemy. Worthy of being called the strongest man in prison. Whew! Blackbeard gasped and looked at Magellan. He found himself underestimating Magellan. This guy definitely has the quality of Marine Admiral. But because of being in Impel Down, the reputation is far less loud than the outside Marine Admiral. It led him to think that Magellan's strength, he should be able to handle it. So it suffered a huge loss. No wonder all these years. I have hardly heard of any jailbreaks. Impel Down, the world's #1 prison, is not undeserved. Blackbeard's entire pirate group was hit head-on. Even if Blackbeard's dark fruit ability can eliminate Magellan's ability. But Magellan suffered at first. Keep your distance. constantly emit poisonous mist to create a field of poisonous gas. Blackbeard wanted to force Magellan to attract him. You can go to Magellan in front of you every time. All accompanied by a huge amount of poisonous gas. Keep fighting down. All their members are poisoned. This group of guys actually released the prisoners of the 6th floor. After Magellan learned what was happening on the 6th floor, the face was dark to ultimate. I thought the Straw Hat Boy would never be able to make trouble again. I didn't expect such an accident. There's no time to mess with you. Poison Soldier. Magellan directly awakens the fruit ability. Turn the surroundings into poisonous domains. Blackbeard's gang must be solved as soon as possible. What 7 warlords of the sea? None of them are credible. There are 2 on the 6th floor of his prison. It's just that now I don't know how many people the Straw Hat Kid has released. If only they were all released. That's a big problem. Although many of the tortured strength plummeted. The state is extremely poor. But there are also several outliers. When the time comes, he will stop the prisoners. I am afraid that many prisoners will have to be killed. Even this is not necessarily stoppable. Less proud. Poisonous people. Dark Emperor. The Blackbeard pirates fight back. Almost blew up the entire 4th floor. In blazing hell, darkness, venom, all kinds of energy fly together. But here it ends up. Or Magellan's poisonous fruit is even better. Because I was worried about the situation on the 6th floor. After putting down the Blackbeard pirates, he just dialed the phone bug and asked Shiryu to come and end the show. So he hurried to the 6th floor. They must be intercepted there. Can't let them escape. Crocodile, Jinbei, and Ivankov. These guys are strong people who should not be underestimated. Poisonous Dragon. As soon as Magellan saw them, she summoned the purple venom dragon. The dragon flew past all the prisoners who touched the venom. Suddenly he fell down with a scream. Damn! My lovely boys! 35 When Ivankov saw this, he was immediately furious. Blinked hard a death wink. A terrifying shock wave burst out of the eye. Directly knocked out Magellan's poisonous dragon. But not much use. Magellan recovered all at once. Damn, don't entangle with him more, rush out. After knowing that he couldn't help Magellan, Ivankov was helpless and unwilling. But they can only abandon these prisoners. Keep moving. Go this way. Sand crocodiles sanded the walls without doping sea stone. A passage was made. Damn, it's that difficult poisonous person again. Luffy was not willing, but could only escape. If you are dragged, the jailers and strong men of the whole impel down will arrive. It's not as simple as Magellan. In this limited space, the probability of a sea stone weapon hitting is high. And many of them are strong. They are all capable people. Once dragged on, probably don't think about a successful jailbreak. And the Revolutionary Army Cotter Lightning also turned his hands into 2 large scissors. Cut out one path after another. Hugh wants to escape. Magellan harnesses the poisonous dragon in pursuit. Where the venom dripped, even the stones were poisoned by corrosion. Along the way, many were hit by venom. Lying and impelled down forever. Blackbeard, it's ugly, if I come a little late, you'll be finished. Shiryu bites on a cigar and carries a long knife to the place where the Blackbeard pirates were destroyed. A bottle of antidote was thrown to each person. Thief, ha ha ha, my life should not be extinguished. Blackbeard stood up after taking the antidote. Let's continue with our plan. Blackbeard still said ambitiously. Hopefully it will work out, otherwise we'll part ways. 99. Of course. The group moved on. But suddenly the walls shattered. They had an encounter with Straw Hat Luffy's party. Hey! Blackbeard's group was stunned for a moment. Luffy and Crocodile and others were also stunned. They didn't expect to encounter Blackbeard here. It's you, Straw Hat Boy. You're still alive. What a stroke of luck. Blackbeard grinned at this. Are you the guy who sent Ace to impel down Blackbeard? Luffy's face sank immediately. Anger burned in his eyes. If it weren't for this guy I met in Magic Valley Town, Ace would not face the public execution he is today. It was Blackbeard who knocked Ace down. And give it to Marine. This became 7 warlords of the sea. This encounter. Luffy couldn't move away. Now I'm not interested in your life, speaking of which, you have to thank Ace, you know, we were originally eyeing your life, but in order not to tarnish Whitebeard's reputation and the safety of his brother, that guy from Ace refused to let us go and refused to leave. If Ishin wants to leave, we can't stop him. Blackbeard showed leaky white fang teeth, staring arrogantly at the Straw Hat Boy. Vhahaha. What a touching brotherhood. Does the brother die for the younger brother? Sounds like a good story. Champion Badgers looked at Straw Hat Luffy with a mocking face. 0, asking for flowers. You've got lucky. Hiccup. Poison Q drunk smoked a wine burp. In Magic Valley Town, he met them by chance. Ask Luffy to choose one of the basket of apples. Instead, he chose the one that wouldn't explode. Let the other pirates suck. You must know that there is only one in it that will not explode. So I have to say that the Straw Hat Boy was lucky. Captain, let's go, we still have things to do. Lafitte said lightly. Goodbye, Straw Hat Boy. BD. But where would Luffy let Blackbeard go? Go directly to the second gear. He's furious and wants to solve Blackbeard here. He flashed in front of Blackbeard in an instant. A jet rubber pistol shot out directly violently. Disheveled. With a loud bang, Blackbeard couldn't prevent being knocked to the ground by Luffy's angry punch. Screaming in pain. His pain is several times that of ordinary people. BD. If you want to die, I will fulfill you. Blackbeard fought back and blasted Luffy out with one punch. With armament haki, Luffy immediately screamed in pain. The two met their eyes and competed against each other. When you still want to continue fighting? Luffy was stopped by Ivankov. That guy Magellan is catching up. Get out of here first, or no one will be able to leave later. Captain. The crew on Blackbeard's side also reminded. If you have another fight with Magellan, Shiryu couldn't save them this time. Their recovery. Magellan will immediately realize that Shiryu has mutinied. Next time I won't be so lucky. Blackbeard took the big picture into account and quickly left. Ivankov, Crocodile, Jinbei also continued to flee. Magellan didn't know about Blackbeard. He also thought Shiryu had put them in a cell. Unbeknownst to you, Blackbeard has quietly arrived on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Guys who want to be free, show your strength, surviving guys, become my partners, and I'll take you away. 35 Blackbeard's words to the 6th floor. Let the prisoners of the entire 6th floor see the hope of freedom. Such an arrogant, ambitious guy. It is deeply appreciated by the 6th layer of criminals. Ah! The screams quickly spread. The criminals of the 6th layer began to kill each other. The guy who can be locked up here. They are all powerful people on the sea. You must know that the Straw Hat Boy has a bounty of 300 million. They are all locked up on the 5th floor. And not the 6th layer. There are many pirates here. They have all fought with strong people such as Whitebeard and Ant. Some guys, even Blackbeard saw it. Nor did they dare to force recruitment. While the killing is underway. After a while, there were very few people standing in each old cell. You seem a little familiar. Came a muffled voice from a cell. From now on, everyone will be partners, let's do a big job. Bades laughed maniacally. He saw many legendary old monsters. There are these guys as partners. The plan will definitely go smoothly. What if I don't want to? Bullet uses the key that Blackbeard threw into his cell to open his sea stone handcuffs. It's up to you. Badgers said coldly. Forget it, don't provoke that guy. Seeing this, Blackbeard's pupils shrank slightly. This guy turned out to be alive. It feels good to be free again. The Red Count walked barefoot out of the cell. No one dared to provoke him. He took a deep look at Blackbeard. Blackbeard felt like the thoughts in his head. It was seen through at once. The imp who betrayed Whitebeard? Forget it, for the sake of your freedom, I won't trouble you. After being locked up for so many years, I have to find a devil fruit that can restore my youth. The Red Earl is leaving. Blackbeard broke out in a cold sweat before stopping. What do you want to do? Don't you like Whitebeard either? Someone asked with interest. Let's go get the Whitebeard head and dominate the world. Blackbeard said. As soon as this remark came out, many people expressed their willingness to join. Such as San Juan, Big Barrel Yote, Evil Ruler King, Gengetsu Hunter. These are all like giants of the underground world. Magellan guy can't stop us now, let's make a big fuss. Thief ha ha ha. They swaggered out of the 6th floor. Lord Rennes, you have arrived at Impel Down, do you break the wall to enter? Several submarines, diving like ghosts, came to the Impel Down wall below the surface. Many of these walls are constructed of sea stone materials and high-strength metal materials. Almost impossible to destroy. But for Rennes, that's not the case. Many rapidly weakening life forms have been detected. Peace. Single G. Chapter 79. Impel Down 6th floor. In pools of blood full of corpses. One after another, someone climbed up. Many cunning pirates chose to pretend to be dead. But some are not weak in vitality. In the cannibalism just now, they were defeated. But he is not dead yet. Blackbeard's approach to selecting people is simple and crude. There is also an element of luck. Some of the strong ones are also very strong. But if it happens to be a cell with the Red Earl, bullet these monsters. Then even if it is defeated, it is not necessarily weaker than the evil king and others. Damn the world government, I won't let you go. In a pile of broken ice, a figure covered in blood stood up. There was madness in his eyes. Even if it is imprisoned here in ice for decades, his hatred has not diminished at all. This is Berndy Waldo, once known as World Destroyer. He was a spectacle. Leave Marine Headquarters, World Government, helpless. Finally, CP0's spy officers disguised themselves as crew members. Rebelled against his subordinates. Let him be backstabbed before he was defeated and arrested. Just now when everyone was fighting, someone broke his ice and put him down, who was already extremely old. But he didn't die, and now he got up to leave this haunted place. Damn, BD evil government king, just said to join forces, even I will put down. Someone rose from the pool of blood again. They also intend to follow suit. Let's leave Impel Down first. Disheveled. But at this moment, the 6th layer was solid chicken soup. A barrier that easily defends against large sea king's impacts. Suddenly a big hole was blasted out. The sea rushed in like crazy. But it only surged for a moment. It was controlled. Rennes and Jun Cyrus walked in. Jun still wears a mask. This was followed by an entire force that quickly spread out from the 6th floor. Bring all the guys who are not dead, or have just died, with 2, 3, 7, Rennes ordered. Yes. An allied soldier did so. A pirate who has just died. They can still fully refine their genetic fluid. The criminals at this level. According to Rennes estimates, the lowest strength has the level of a 7-star warrior. Most of them are in 8 stars. That is, the stars and quins these levels. Of course, there are monsters like 9-star Ember and 10-star Kaido. But these monsters are now going up. It's not that they don't break down barriers. Rather, many are capable people. The wall broke open. Sea water pouring, they themselves are dangerous. Not to mention that it's still Sea King's nest outside. They have no ships to leave with. Fight them throughout the calm belt nest, in the sea. That's far more dangerous than killing out. Who are you? Berndy Waldo looked at this group of uninvited guests and said with an extremely gloomy face. At first he thought the jailer was coming. After all, these soldiers are well trained at first sight. Generally, only world government or marine personnel. Take a closer look. It turned out it wasn't. And what do they collect corpses for? You have two choices, one is to go with me, and the other is to turn into a corpse and follow me. Rennes said lightly. These are for Blackbeard. Basically useless losers. For Rennes, it was very useful. Even if it's a corpse. Rennes is also available through the Gene Center. Blowing out their strength. Make high-level soldiers strong. It's not too easy. It's a wonderful feeling to pick up the fruits after you. Wait for the new Blackbeard and Magellan encounter above to begin. Hit about the same time. Go and pick the fruit yourself. Even if Blackbeard and others can finally defeat Magellan, the consumption will never be less. As for who I am, you can understand that I am an enemy of the world government. Don't talk big, I just saw a ship outside, kill you, your ship is mine, you can leave too. A pirate said with a sly smile. Despite the blood, injuries, he is still sure of his strength. Laugh it. But the voice just fell. Cyrus pierced the heart with one sword and killed with another. Under normal circumstances, Cyrus solved the pirate in his heyday. It can't be so easy. But he has one breath left now. One sword kills, there is no difficulty at all. The pirate died. The body has not yet fallen to the ground. Just a few soldiers who were faster than a few eye-catching soldiers directly caught and carried away. Where are the madmen, even corpses? Waldo was a little stunned. Now the strong outside. Are the hobbies so weird? I love corpses. I'll go with you. Waldo didn't resist much. He is in extremely bad health right now. And no matter what. As long as it is an enemy with the world government. Then together for the time being. Let's get out of this place first. When you get outside, you want to leave, or trouble the world government. We'll talk about it then. Good. Rennes easily suppressed the few remaining bloody sea thieves. If only they were willing to surrender and submit. Go back and brainwash yourself with a mind controller. If you don't obey, Rennes will kill, anyway, the strength will not run. But if you can, some strong people are still good not to kill. Because they can have the strength they have today. Indicates good potential. Once their bodies are restored to the peak, it is expected to go further in strength. Kill the words. Although they can also retain their strength. But that's just simple grafting. Potential may not be as easy to unleash than the original. After all, not everyone is a perfect blend of talents like Jun. Continue to pick up corpses. Rennes was content. Criminals on the 6th floor. After decades of precipitation. Although many people died. But there are 50 people who are still valuable at the moment. Including the bodies of the recently dead, of course. Part of it is 8-star level strength. There is also the 7-star strength. The weakest ones are basically equivalent to the high-ranking cotters or generals in the ant pirate group. This force. Definitely enough to move any force. Although many of them are tortured to the point of being inhuman. The strength has also dropped sharply. But only if Rennes wanted to. Replication Center recovery fluid. Can heal their bodies. Get them back to the top. This is going to be an extremely frightening force. Once it comes out, the world government can't ignore it either. Usually placed alone on the sea is a big man. The current strongest world destroyer, Waldo, once had 9-star strength. But now old age and frailty. Look at his attitude later. Rennes decided to keep him. Or directly kill the extraction gene solution. And people like Red Earl and Bullet are definitely 10-star level powerhouses. It's just that the combat power cannot be shown in a short time. Because their bodies were destroyed to ultimate. The Red Earl is even more aged. But he had defeated Sora, who was still Marshal Marine at the time. But as long as you spend a certain amount of time to strengthen and regain strength, you can re-demonstrate monster-level combat power. The closest group of prisoners to the 10-star soldiers is still on it. Those are all survivors of the fight just now. Then the prisoners who were taken away by Blackbeard. But these have long been considered forbidden by Rennes. Including Blackbeard himself. What happened to the shaking just now? Maga, who was chasing and killing Straw Hats and others on the third layer, suddenly stopped. He seemed to have felt some kind of impact from below. It's as if the barriers of Impel Down have been broken. But it should not be possible. It would not be easy for him alone to break this Impel Down barrier that had existed for thousands of years. In any case, they can't let the Straw Hats leave at the moment. Poison cloud. Year. Poison gas bombs. Poisonous dragon. Magellan is alone chasing and killing several 7 warlords of the sea and the Straw Hat Boy. Along the way, prisoners were constantly taken down by him. Luffy and the others didn't dare to clash with Magellan at all. The main thing is a battle. One touch of Magellan's venom. They will be poisoned. You can't fight like ordinary people. Poison fruit ability is too pervert. So much so that even Armament Haki couldn't resist for long. It's good to escape. It is also the wisest choice. It's not good. The distance between Magellan and them is getting closer. Soon it was close to Magellan being able to attack them directly. 3 poisonous dragons struck at them. Oops! Luffy was taken aback. This distance, this speed, is already difficult to dodge. The current Luffy is almost just entering the strength of the 7 stars. Previously, it was judged to be low risk by Magellan. It's just that I'm locked up on the 5th floor. Any attack from Magellan. It's all dangerous for Luffy. If you are not careful, you will be killed. It's like this blow. Luffy wanted to resist. But when I think of the result of the previous hard resistance, it is poisoning all over the body. Luffy didn't know what to do for a moment. Candle wall. At the critical moment, Mr.3, who was also covered by the attack of the poisonous dragon next to Luffy, was trying to protect himself. A wall of candle shields was pulled up. Bang! The poisonous dragon rushed on it, and it was not instantly corroded by the venom. Blocked, 35. I didn't expect such a weak Mr.3 to block Magellan's relationship. Crocodile was slightly surprised. You must know that Magellan's poison can penetrate stone and metal. His sand touched. There will also be nothing to do. I didn't expect my former subordinates. Actually blocked. It should be a matter of fruit ability restraint, but the difference in strength is too great, and it can only block venom corrosion for a while, and it cannot be completely restrained. Jinbei saw the essence at a glance. It's about to be on top. Magellan is too close to let him entangle us all, or he won't be able to leave Impel Down. Ivankov reminded as he ran. But in the face of such a strong man as Magellan, even if there are several strong people with about 8 stars among them, but at most, it is only a delay. There is absolutely no possibility of winning. Even face all kinds of venom-filled attacks. It's hard to start 0. 3. You make me a candle armor, I'll drag him for a while. Luffy said resolutely. If no candle effect of Mr.3 is found, they can't cope with Magellan's abilities. But now it has been found that candles restrain Magellan's ability in the fruit ability attribute. Then, it is not completely without the possibility of dragging on. Ability to overcome this thing. Sometimes it works beyond imagination. Like some guy who claims to be God. After being restrained, you can know how bad the end is. Straw Hat Boy. Ivankov worried. But at this time, they are about to reach the first floor. If you can't get the boat, eventually you can either jump into the calm belt and feed the Sea Kings, or arrested by Magellan. But Luffy left it to procrastinate. If you are not careful, there will be no bones left. After all, the gap in strength between the two is too great. That's it. But Luffy clearly knows that things are not going well. But don't. Probably no one can escape. Bang! Luffy's battle with Magellan is back there. With the candle armor of Mr.3, Luffy can resist many venom skills. It will not be killed in seconds at once. At the same time, Ivankov was also blinking the Deathwing shockwave. Cover Luffy as much as possible. The sand crocodile glanced at them, then followed Jinbei to speed up to the first floor. But desperate to find. There are no more docked warships on the shore, where to grab this? Warships are in the distance. It's over. We're finished, we'd all die without ships. 35 Clown Buggy saw this and immediately wailed in despair. It's hard to get up from the hell of Impel Down. The result is so cruel. None of you can escape, Poison Soldier. Magellan sees Straw Hat Luffy blocking his multiple attacks. I couldn't help but frown. He couldn't stop himself before. Seeing this, Magellan no longer saves physical strength. Anyway, it has driven them to a corner. None of these prisoners could run. There are no ships. They simply have nowhere to run. This distance is desperate for anyone with ability. The so-called sighing, but that's it. It is impossible for ordinary strong people to swim over. I don't know how many Sea Kings there are below. In the sea, how can their human speed be comparable to the Sea Kings? But someone can. I don't want to sit still, since there are no ships. Let's go and grab a warship. Who wants to go with me? Jinbei said as he ripped off a plank and threw it into the sea. He is a fisherman and extremely fast in the sea. Saying that, he also jumped into the sea. Apparently intended to support some people. Rushed to the warship and forcibly seized the ship. And do they have a choice? No. If you fail, everyone will be finished. Crocodile got a cigar out of nowhere. Ignite and jump on the plank. Mr.1, rescued by Crocodile on the 4th floor, also followed. Buggy followed. Under the cover of Jinbei. They quickly approached a warship. Battles broke out with their strength. Taking down a warship is naturally not a problem. Watch the warship drive over. Magellan looked anxious. 4.6 and Luffy's candle armor has also been corroded at this moment. Under Magellan's poison domain, the rate of corrosion has accelerated. Luffy can only escape again. 35 Ivankov beamed when he saw this. Sure enough, it was right to let Klukta and Jinbei come out. Hush! Judgment of Hell! Magellan was anxious, and a giant hand of Optimus Venom rushed towards Luffy. Hold on to me! Ivankov's head became very big, and many prisoners hurriedly grabbed it. After that, under the eyes of his death, a reverse shockwave. It shook him and the prisoners onto the approaching giant ship. Magellan could only stare blankly, but quickly came to his senses. If the door of justice is not opened, none of you can leave. Immediately prepare the fleet and continue to pursue. Yes. But right now, Lord Magellan, the big thing is not good. Red Earl, Bullet, and Blackbeard are coming up from below. What? These are the prisoners of the 6th floor, are it not only Jinbei and Crocodile who escaped? And how did that guy from Shiryu let Blackbeard them escape? Magellan's face changed dramatically. Thief, ha ha ha. Magellan, now you can't stop us. Guys, although we don't have the same path, we should have no opinion on joining forces to settle this guy for the time being. Blackbeard's arrogant voice sounded. With steps that the 6 relatives did not recognize, he appeared not far from the passage. And Magellan is at the gate right now. They want to get out. Magellan is a mountain in front of them. No problem. In the face of Blackbeard's proposal, both Red Earl and Bullet agreed. Freedom is at hand. No one will refuse. Shiryu. Looking at Shiryu standing beside Blackbeard, Magellan was shocked. Everything is understood in an instant. This time, I will be the winner and the biggest winner. If you don't want to die, get out of the way, Magellan. Blackbeard's eyes are full of murderous intent. Chapter 80. The situation is very different now than it was just now. They are now the strength of the Blackbeard pirates. It has skyrocketed several times. There are even temporary allies like the Red Earl, Bullet. Even if they are not in their heyday. But that's not something Magellan can resist. So Blackbeard Rampant has rampant capital. Hush! Magellan controls the giant of poison. One person blocked the doorway. Never let a single criminal go. These guys can destroy a country by any one person. It's the guy who should have died and been removed from the name in reality. And many of them deserve it. Finish him off. Don't delay time. Once you let him inform the Marine headquarters, it's not so easy to leave. Big Barrel Yotes said. Take the lead in launching a swift attack. With both arms waving, the wind swept wildly, like sharp double blades. Cut off a poisonous dragon that Magellan had blasted out. Dark water. Magellan prepares to recondense the poisonous dragon. Blackbeard slapped it in his hand. Black smoke filled his palm, facing Magellan in the air. A terrifying gravitational force gives the poisonous giant on Magellan a sign of dispersing. Hey, hey! In an instant, the evil lord, Swanyu Hunter, Badges, Shiryu, and others launched a powerful attack together. Sword light, bullets, fist style, haki. All burst out. Crush Magellan like a torrent. Judgment of hell. Magellan felt unprecedented pressure. But out of duty. He will never back down. The giant's Optimus palm slapped towards them. Many attacks were instantly blasted through by him. And hit Badgers and others. Throw them out in an instant. Dark Cave Road. Blackbeard carved out a black hole in front of him. Absorb all the venom that Magellan slapped at him. Not the first time to be thrown out. Your strength is very strong, but your strength alone is not enough. A blonde, extremely strong, extremely oppressive figure instantly appeared in front of Magellan like a ghost. Conqueror's haki exploded. Fists clenched, haki overflowed, and the air roared. One punch. Like a dragon roaring. It shattered the air around me. Pang! A punch on Magellan's poisonous giant. Directly shattered the venom. Shot by Douglas Bullet. An outlier in Impel Down. After being locked up for many years, his strength has not decreased but increased. In order to surpass Luo 04G one day. Kill all Marine Admiral, World Government, 4 Emperors. He's in that hellish environment in Impel Down. Still exercise yourself every day. The strength is in his current prime. It's even stronger than before. Although there are still many injuries in the body. But at most, it is 2 years of cultivation. You can fully recover. He is a monster of destruction. After Roger's death, he has lost his goal to follow and surpass. It will be transformed into a disaster of destruction. This punch has been practiced hard for decades. Let Magellan have no time to defend back. Suddenly vomit blood. I don't have any opinion about you, at least not as annoying as the former warden, but no one can stand in my way of freedom. The old Red Count immediately made a move. Holding a black umbrella in his hand. A violent stab, but sharper than someone else's famous knife. This time, cracks appeared in the atmosphere. Poof! A terrifying shot penetrated haki. The poisonous giant soldier who completely penetrated Magellan's cracks. And at the same time pierced his shoulder. Poison giant status cracked. Magellan reveals the Buddha figure. He looked at these madmen with an extremely solemn expression. Leave it all for me. Magellan hissed, covered in purple venom. Poisonous fog is shrouded all around. Poof, poof. A highly toxic bullet erupted from Magellan's mouth. Then he stretched out his hand, and at the same time 5 poisonous dragons extended from his back. Sweep towards everyone without distinction. Everything swept away by the dragon's whip. Whether it's prisoners or the ground, or metal. All are highly poisonous. Everyone be careful. Blackbeard and others didn't dare to be careless. Even their overall strength. Much stronger than a Magellan at the moment. But this monster-level strongman fights wildly. They also have to deal with it carefully. If you are not careful, you may drink hate. Fluffy. The two sides launched a fierce bloody fight. Blood is splashing. Wounds appear on everyone. You can't stop it. But just one Magellan is destined to not be able to stop them. At the same time, facing so many strong people, Magellan is physically exerting. It's even more frequently injured. Under the main attack of the Evil Lord, Wine Barrel, Gengetsu Hunter, and Bullet. Blackbeard is always on the lookout for Magellan's offensive and defensive changes. Quickly find a flaw in his counterattack. Burst out, bully approach. Palm pressed on Magellan. Limit his fruit ability. Then under Magellan's angry eyes, Blackbeard punched him in the head. Bang! He smashed Magellan straight into the ground. Instantly through several floors. Break through a few big holes. Let Magellan fall to the second floor at once. The floor is not as solid as the walls. But that also has the hardness of general metals. You can imagine how powerful this force is. Magellan's consciousness was instantly blurred. I couldn't slow down for a moment. Just the instinct to fight. Let him stagger to get up. Go die. Blackbeard condenses a dark bullet. Kill Magellan directly. But suddenly saw that Count Red and Bullet did not take advantage of the chase. Instead, go straight to the gate. For them, freedom at your fingertips is more precious than chasing after victory. As long as the road is open, there is no need to kill Magellan. On the contrary, in case Magellan resists this blow, let them get into the grappling again. Miss this opportunity to leave. If something happens to the next opportunity, so what to do? I'm afraid I'll regret it for the rest of my life. They have been locked up for too long. Nothing beats their will to leave this ghost place. Humph, count yourself lucky. Blackbeard saw the Red Earl and they left straight. Thought of relying on their current group of pirates to kill Magellan. It's still a bit risky. So Magellan was not forcibly killed. Instead, follow and leave. Damn! Magellan stood up. Bones and muscles are shaking. It takes a little time to settle down. He looked up and saw Blackbeard. They didn't take the opportunity to chase them down. Immediately said with unwilling anger. At this moment, he would rather they come down and hunt him down. Because of this, he can still hold on for a while. Wait until the situation here reaches the outer fleet. Wait for them to surround them. The situation is different. But unexpectedly, they all chose to leave. Come to the gate. From a distance, I saw more than a dozen top-level warships scattering and approaching. Unfortunately, it didn't work with Magellan. Even if there are 3 Vice Admiral class powerhouses on these warships. But it is also doomed to be impossible to stop them. It can only create a little trouble. The Red Earl and Bullet each jumped on a warship. Fight the marine above. Apparently 1 warship per person. Get out of here. They are not all the way. Blackbeard glanced at them. Then he also jumped on a warship. Gunshots rang out. Just when they thought it was stable. It is easy to take down a warship when leaving. Rennes acted. Marine's current warship, which seems to be very different from before, can sail quickly on the calm belt without attracting the attention of sea kings. The evil king looked at the warships on the sea in this sea area. It was not detected and attacked by sea kings. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. But the strength is still the same weak. Swanyu Hunter shot a headshot to a marine and said disapprovingly. Are you free? At the feet of the Red Count lie many marines. Ordinary people can't get close to him. You can take this warship and get out of here right away. Marine Vice Admiral, how do you deserve to be my opponent? When others choose to target warships without Vice Admiral. Bullet chose a warship with Vice Admiral. Show great strength. A few punches knocked the Marine Vice Admiral to a beat. Powerless. In the end, his combined fruit fused with the entire warship. A huge fist was condensed. Sweep this Vice Admiral out. But the moment he succeeded, a bright light appeared silently behind him. Jun appears from within. A silent sword stabs. At this moment, Bullet perceives a fatal crisis. But this sword is extremely fast. The timing is excellent. What appears is also extremely strange. Once used for assassination. Its role should not be underestimated. Rennes itself is here. It is equivalent to providing the air command with a view here. Teleportation is possible. Poof! A splash of blood flew. Bullet stabbed. But it was not penetrated through the heart. His strength is terrifying. In the nick of time. He still avoided the point. At the same time, Cyrus also appeared behind the Red Count. Cyrus in Brachiosaurus form swung a terrifying destruction sword with both hands. But he woke up to observation haki from an early age. And the most pervert of haki's Red Earl reacted. He was born observation haki. You can hear the heartiest thoughts in everyone's heart. You can even modify other people's memories. Therefore, it is customary to see the ugliness of human nature. So he has been alone since childhood. In the Roger era, he was on an equal footing with the Roger Whitebeard pirates on this sea. After challenging the air marshal, Win. However, due to physical exhaustion, he was finally arrested by Garp and imprisoned. Rennes knew about their sneak attack. It may have the least effect on him. So just let Cyrus shoot. Can sneak up to the best. No sneak attack. Cyrus's strength could also entangle him. Let them not run away when they sneak up on the bullet. They choose hands-on objects. They are the two strongest people present. Even in order not to startle the snake. Rennes also watched Jinbei, Crocodile, and them leave. After all, from the choice of combat power, Rennes of course has to choose the stronger. The party with a higher number. Even very patient to wait until this moment. BD. Bullet couldn't believe that he had just come out of Impel Down. It was sneak attacked by a strong man of this level. And got it. Sword energy raged through his body. As soon as he spoke, blood spurted out immediately. And the moment he subconsciously looked back at the sneaker behind him, another light appeared directly in front of him. Rennes was armed with a mace covered with Conqueror's haki and knocked it on his head, thunder 8 trigrams. Crackling. Rumble. Lightning and terrifying power gush out. More ferocious and intense than a volcano. Bullet's eyes widened. Completely unimaginable. There is even a strong man of the same level. Even more overbearing. Are you kidding? Sneakers, there are two. And all so powerful. A stick fell. He has nowhere to hide. Blood flowers suddenly appeared on the face of the head. Then strong as bullet. Under the sneak attack of two emperors and strong men. He also fell straight and fell on the deck with a bang. Fainted. What's the situation? Red Earl and Blackbeard and the others were instantly stunned. Bullet, that guy was actually knocked down by a sneak attack. How is this possible? Even if they make a move, they can't do it. With this strength, Blackbeard dared to include this guy in his pirate group just now. He really couldn't suppress it himself. That's why I gave up. But now, he was put down. Even if it's a sneak attack. This is also extraordinary. Their hair went numb instantly. A strong crisis is coming. Ren and Jun succeeded. Nothing stops. Instantly pounce on the red count. Like two long rainbows running through the sky. The red count no longer looks light-hearted. Powerful observation, Haki told him. 250. These two guys are terrifying. If it's the peak. He red count was never afraid of any strong man. Even if it's a siege. But impel down's prison life. Wear away his madness. An elderly body that has withstood a variety of marine science department experiments. He couldn't support the fierce battle he had when he was young. The red count had the intention of retreating. But was entangled by Cyrus. Cyrus is equivalent to the old and frail admiral. Now the red count. It is impossible to get rid of Cyrus at once. A strong sense of crisis makes the pupils of the Red Earl constantly contract. In case of not being able to leave. He also gradually became fierce. If you want my life, it's not so easy. Red Moon Slash. The red count is thin and slender, but it contains extremely terrifying power. He hadn't taken the Phantom Beast vampire fruit yet. But he looks like a real vampire aristocrat. The umbrella is his weapon. When you escape, take it with you. It's not a famous weapon. Armament Haki covered in dark red at the moment. An umbrella was waved out, and the air in front of him exploded. A round of red moon was cut out by him. Seeing this, Ren transformed into the strongest dragon man stance. They want to be as fast as possible. Take down the untouchable Red Earl. No more than a minute. More than a minute. Count Red slowed down. May turn into grappling. That would most likely allow the Blackbeard pirates to escape. Although this guy is in these groups just now. Not the strongest. So it was not sneaked up on at the first time. There are many people. If you really want to escape, it's not really hard to catch. Descend 3. Naraku. Ren held a mace in both hands and slammed it from top to bottom. Conqueror's Haki, black lightning collapses at the same time. The mace carries the power of Wanjun. Enough to crack the mountain. Ren swept away the full moon-shaped sword energy that the Red Earl slashed out. The rest knocked down on Count Red's head unabated. The Red Earl roared and set up an umbrella covered in Haki to block. Rumble. The two collide, and the terrifying Haki and the power are stirring. The entire warship was shattered. Countless marine were swept out by a terrible shockwave. The thick clouds in the sky, how ran suddenly appeared a heavenly abyss-like crack. The sky is torn apart. Baiters and other cotters immediately looked at the sky in horror. It was the first time they had seen such a terrifying power. At this moment, they finally understood. Blackbeard didn't want to provoke the Red Earl. Impossible? That is the ability of Kaido of the Beasts, how can it be in his hands? Impossible. Blackbeard recognized Ren. I also recognized Kaido's Phantom Beast fruit ability. Although it is a Dragon Man posture. But he will never admit it. There are not many people in the world who know Devil Fruit better than him. How can the leader of the Allied forces have the abilities of Master Kaido? Could it be that he also has abilities similar to Dark Fruit? But I have never heard of such a fruit. Otherwise he wouldn't have had to wait so many years on the Whitebeard ship. Chapter 81. During Blackbeard's decades-long career, there has always been only one dark fruit that meets his requirements. But it's different now. This man really has Kaido's abilities. His mentality was suddenly a little unstable. Even an outrageous idea comes to mind. This Ren is not thinking the same thing as himself. Coming to impel down to stock up? If there is the ability to deprive others of the fruit, impel down is definitely the first choice. The premise is to be bold and strong. Otherwise, you may not be able to get out when you come. And both of these guys seem to have it. Kill Kaido, it shows that his strength is terrifying. Courage? Dare to kill celestial dragons, this is beyond doubt. Damn, take out these marine as soon as possible and take this warship. Blackbeard hurriedly said to his subordinates. The thought of having an additional competitor out of thin air. Blackbeard immediately felt nervous. If only Whitebeard's abilities were targeted by him. Then it's troublesome. Bang! Count Rennes maintained an attacking stance. Are all exporting power like crazy. In the area, the shock waves never stopped. Rippling like ripples. Everything that comes close will be leveled. Roar! Rennes roared, and domineering power poured out. The Red Earl snorted sharply, gradually becoming a little overwhelmed. After all, he is old and wounded. Just now, there was another fierce battle with Magellan. Now attack Rennes with all his might. It's too hard. Shout! And at this time, Jun flew from behind the Red Earl. Cyrus was a sideways slash. At this moment, the pressure of the Red Earl increased sharply. There are many attacks, and you can't completely defend against them. He took half a step back and unloaded the power that Rennes had poured out. Then open the umbrella. Armament Haki with enhanced umbrella surface. Two knives slashed at it in unison. Haki who shattered the Red Earl. The umbrella was also scrapped. The corner of Count Red's mouth spilled blood and he retreated repeatedly. Every step on a scrapped warship. I'll leave a deep footprint. I can't take a breath. Rennes raised her hand and let out a terrifying breath. High temperature runs through the atmosphere. The Red Count could only hastily resist with his hands. In the next second, with a bang, a terrifying explosion drowned him. The three of Rennes rushed into the explosion like wolves. In an instant, everyone unleashed dozens of moves. Listen to the constant terrifying impact of the explosion flames. The whole Blackbeard pirate group is up. These guys are determined to kill the Red Count. Do not hesitate to be swept into the terrifying explosion. Continue to suppress the Red Count as well. This makes them a little panicked. These guys won't also target them. Everyone picked up speed. After a while, the entire marine on the warship was cleaned up by them. Captain, what now? Lafitte asked. There was also a worried look on his face. I didn't expect to suddenly kill a few strong people with such pervert strength halfway. Even the Red Earl, who was once on a par with Whitebeard and Roger, is embarrassed at the moment. Crisis. Go. Blackbeard also wanted to stay to see the Red Earl ending. But intuition told him. Since Rennes is here, maybe they will be attacked too. It's better to leave first. Haven't gotten shock fruits Blackbeard yet. If you feel like you can withstand such an attack, the results will not be much better than bullet. Go now. Damn. The Red Count was stunned by such a swift attack. There is quite a feeling of a tiger falling into the sun. If it had been before, even if it had been besieged like this, it won't be so embarrassing. He quickly couldn't resist. After all, it is several times his current strength. And was caught off guard. If you continue to resist, we will have to kill you. Rennes saw that the Red Count was still resisting. Although it can't be parried, but can withstand attacks multiple times. It can be seen that his ability to withstand blows is also extremely strong. Words to spend some more time on him. Blackbeard may be about to run. What do you want from me? 35 The Red Count still doesn't know why. These people are very young. Including the woman in the mask. But one by one, it is strong as pervert. I don't know them myself. How to make yourself have some deep hatred. It can't be Marines guys, either. It won't be a CPO either. He had dealt with all these people. It will never be like this. If only they were. Now the warships have surrounded them. The next moment Rennes answered. But it almost made Count Red vomit blood directly to death. I see that you are a talent, I want to recruit, I am afraid that you will not be convinced, so I plan to kill you to see. 35. Wow FK. Even after being imprisoned by Impel Down for so many years, the Red Count also rarely bursts into foul language. Because it's rarely so speechless. Even if it was the attitude of the world government when it tried to recruit him. They are dozens of times better than these people. To recruit others. Shouldn't you put on a posture first? Do not salute the corporal, salute first and then soldier? You come up like this. It is a sneak attack, and it must be killed. People who don't know still think that they are killing their fathers and enemies. It's not enough to kill your father's vendetta. At least kill the whole family. It also caused him to think about it for a long time just now. I wonder if it is after some enemy. As a result, you say, you came to recruit me. For Rennes, of course. This is the safest way to do it. It's not that he doesn't want to talk about it. But the timing does not allow. To talk. You have to talk about it openly. That sneak attack, the role of guarding the rabbit is much smaller. How can you get a bullet so quickly? It's about to get the Red Count done. Anyway, even if you really accidentally kill you, their value is still there. Rennes wasn't worried at all. And once not dead. Fainted. Wait for him to wake up. A loser with a winner. Speaking of which, there will be more advantages over there? This is a matter of obvious opinion. First fight and then talk, the advantage will be better. I throw in the towel. The Red Count watched their attacks grow stronger and stronger. In this way, in less than a minute. If he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. So only surrender. Choose to believe Rennes claimed to recruit the strong. No way, don't bet on this one. Defeat is also a matter of time. Then don't move here, I'll go get a few more villains. Cyrus, you look at him. Rennes left a sentence. Then he flashed with Jun's figure. Instantly appear on a Blackbeard ship ready to sail. Where do you want to go? Guys, follow Blackbeard, why not follow me? Rennes got dressed. Carrying hands on his back, carrying a blood-stained mace. Smile and greet them kindly like a Sven noble son. Jun also appeared on the mast. Looking down on the entire Blackbeard pirates. The evil king who can be looked at by Rennes, the wine barrel, the Genii hunter, San Juan, badges. Even Blackbeard. They are all like great enemies, cold sweat and fierce scream. Especially watching him hide behind his back. The wolf sheep stick that was still dripping blood. They all felt a chill in their hearts. This mace in this short time. Knocked over the bullet and seriously injured the Red Earl. Now in the next second, it may fall on their heads. Look at his kind face. This strong sense of contrast. Let them feel the fear that has been lost for a long time. Are all the imps so scary now? The barrel couldn't help but look towards Blackbeard. They disappeared ill-conceived on the 6th level. Usually only when new inmates come in. To get some of the latest news. But the only two new inmates, Crocodile and Jinbei, have recently been incarcerated. Jinbei was just when the world government proposed to publicly execute Ace. Came to Marine headquarters and tried to convince them to give up the battle. And was caught by Admiral after refusing the mandatory summoning order. At that time, Rennes was only offered a bounty for the first time. To take Dressrosa. He didn't know that Kaido was now down, too. This is no ordinary imp. Kaido, that guy was killed by him. Lives are gone. Lafitte said warily. Blackbeard subconsciously took a step back. He looked at the masked woman above the mast. It feels tricky. At the same time, I was also extremely angry inside. This guy is really here to rob people with himself. These guys don't have any loyalty to speak of. Whoever is strong and ambitious will follow whom. Or rather, with whom. For them, there is not much difference. As long as they feel okay, then yes. But when things don't go well, these lawless maniacs. How moral is it? This does not stand the test. What? Kaido, that guy died. 35 With sharp horns in the sky, the evil king who looked full of wild nature was suddenly stunned. He was defeated at the hands of Kaido. Only then was Marine found an opportunity to arrest him. After coming out, he still wants to seek revenge on Kaido. How Kaido died? Didn't Kaido's little devil say what 4 emperors were? It seems that the news heard over the years is wrong. The Swanyu hunter was locked up for a long time. When she entered, Kaido was not yet some so-called emperor of the sea. In prison, new inmates often say how terrifying and powerful Kaido is. Now it seems that it is not ordinary. Don't underestimate that guy from Kaido. He fought with the old man Whitebeard a few times and never lost completely. Blackbeard reminded. Tell them the seriousness of the matter. My heart is frantically calculating. What now? So afraid of this little devil, I'll try it myself to see if he is qualified to be our new captain. 35 Swanyu hunter swayed 9 foxtails behind his back. She is a phantom beast species 9 tails fox fruit ability. Good at transforming and creating illusions. Wagging tail, in the eyes of others. She has become a peerless beauty at this moment. Definitely in line with the enemy's aesthetic. Because of the ability to launch, the enemy will see the beauty they want to see the most. Such competence. Let her defeat many opponents who are stronger than her. She thought that since this man had also come to recruit them, that's a failure. I shouldn't be killed. Because of this certainty. That's why she chose to be the first bird. Especially seeing Rennes so young. At this age, even if the strength is strong, you should still have something to ask for beauty. Seeing Rennes stunned, she immediately beamed. It seems to have an effect. Whatever I say, you listen, okay? Gengetsu hunter walked towards Rennes step by step. Blackbeard and others also looked surprised. Really effective? Phantom beast ability, is it really so easy to use? But the next second, just when the Gengetsu hunter walked up to Rennes, knocked a stick at her head with lightning speed. In her eyes in disbelief. With a snap, the whole head collapsed directly. Die in an instant. So ugly, and scratching his head, shocked me, almost vomited. Rennes full command ability. Very resistant to the mental aspect. Plus now Grandmaster Haki. Swanyu hunter's ability similar to spiritual illusions. It didn't work for Rennes at all. So Rennes sees the essence of the Swanyu hunter. Is Gengetsu hunter beautiful? Pretty ghost. Compared with the flower, old age, and decline, strong physique. Rennes was stunned. That's really disgusting. Dead. The evil king and the others looked at the Swanyu hunter who was knocked to death by Rennes so crisply. The hair stood on end in an instant. This is definitely here to kill them. Swanyu hunter, this woman is also too big. Thought his ability worked. And he was sure that Rennes would not kill her. As a result, a stick was knocked to death. Finish him. He won't let us go. Someone died. Blackbeard and others shot. Dark water. A huge black circle pervades out. Blackbeard turns gravity to the maximum. Face a murderous guy like Rennes. He didn't dare to have any idea of retaining strength at all. Die. Badges punched Rennes. Thunder sword. Shiryu slashed out with his sword. Sanwan was dumbfounded, but also shot. A hand became extremely huge and slapped towards Rennes. The evil king's body swelled. Big barrels cover armament Haki with both hands. Lafitte gracefully raises his cane. Van Oka raised the sniper rifle in his hand. Poisonous apples that will explode when taken out by poison Q. Really, I mean it, think about it, what can Blackbeard give you? I can at least help you regain your youth, which should be precious to you. Watch the entire Blackbeard pirate group swarmed up. Rennes said a little helplessly. Sure enough, it is still good for violent means. These guys don't seem to believe much in their own words. Could it be that he does not have the ability to persuade others? Is the Jun incident just because she wasn't particularly smart enough? Don't listen to his nonsense. Kill him. Blackbeard panicked. I'm really worried that someone will go to Rennes. Then their chances of escape are even more slim. Please. Just now, you guys are not small in consumption, choose such a method to be an enemy to me, I will not show mercy to my subordinates, anyway, if you can't get your people, it's not bad to get your corpse. Rennes boomed. Haki is fully open. Lightning and thunder instantly roared all around. You pervert. Blackbeard and others were even more afraid. Jun is also moving. She swept and stopped several cotters in an instant. Shiryu's forward rush was shaken with a bang. Lift your long straight legs and sweep one leg across badges. Swept his abdomen twisted. The whole person flew out like a cannonball. As soon as the wings vibrate, the speed suddenly soars. Fly towards Van Oka and slash. So fast. Van Oka only had time to come up with such an idea. He was originally standing on a high place, but he was cut down by Jun. How come, my abilities are useless to you? Aren't you capable? Blackbeard found Rennes completely unaffected by his abilities. Immediately said with a look of horror and disbelief. Disheveled. So much so that Rennes swept a stick on him. Even if there is a dark fog. Blackbeard still heard bones breaking. Rennes then grabbed a black bolt of lightning. Condensed into a long spear, threw it at the giant hand above. Pierce this giant hand. It hurt so much that San Juan screamed. The giant hand immediately becomes smaller. Disheveled. But also give the evil king a chance to get closer. Punch Rennes. Rennes doesn't move. The big barrel wants to hit him the same. Kicked out by Rennes. Good strength, such a strong physique, and the same sharp corners, you shouldn't have anything to do with Kaido, right? Want to avenge him? Rennes looked down lightly. What the evil king wanted to say. Rennes swung a stick at him. His hands condense armament haki block. With a bang, the whole person was swept out. There are blood splatters on the arms. The two sides went to war, and it happened in an instant. At this moment, a voice was heard from the second floor quickly coming to Magellan at the gate. I was completely stunned when I saw this scene in front of me. Chapter 82. What the hell is going on here? Magellan thought desperately. Blackbeard and Impel Down 6th floor inmates have escaped. With the number of their strong, there is simply no one to stop them. Even he failed. After taking that breath, Magellan has even thought of dying to apologize. So many prisoners escaped from him. He couldn't talk to Marshal Sengoku or the world government. But just now, he heard a terrifying shock wave of the clash of strong people outside. His face changed, and he hurriedly jumped up from the second floor. But I saw an extremely shocking scene in front of me. Bullet lay on the deck of the ship covered in blood. Motionless, not knowing if it was dead or alive. The Red Count was also embarrassed. Blood gushed from multiple wounds all over his body. At the moment, he was stared at by a man. Those wounds haven't been there yet. In such a short time. What kind of monster can inflict such injuries on Count Red? He couldn't even do it in the limited space environment of Impel Down just now. And the Blackbeard pirates are also extremely miserable. There have been deaths. 2 people against the entire riot of the Blackbeard pirates. All-round repression was carried out. Even if there are many people on the other side, it's useless. Raising their hands and feet, the 2 of them occupied the absolute initiative. There is a huge gap in strength between them. That's the leader of the Allied forces. Magellan recognized Rennes. First known about this guy who has risen recently. Such a powerful horror. But why are they here? And the other 2, he didn't know. But one can look at the Red Earl. After one shot, Shiryu, badgers, and other cotters were also completely suppressed. Its strength is extraordinary. There was only one word that Magellan could think of at the moment. Mantis cicada catcher yellow sparrow behind. This line must have ambushed Blackbeard and Bullet. Those two are like invincible gods of war at the moment, facing the joint siege of many strong people. Not only did it not fall into the downwind. Instead, it gradually drove them to a corner. And that man, is it Zoan fruit ability? Magellan had never seen Kaido's dragon posture. At the moment, I just thought it was some kind of Zoan ability. Ren mace wrapped around Conqueror's haki. The mace swept through the room, with the terrible power to destroy everything. The wind howled, the ships fell apart, and the sea set off rough seas. The sky is covered with thunderclouds. It's like the end of the world. Ren slammed into Blackbeard one stick after another. Blackbeard's face was full of horror. He hasn't gotten the shock fruit ability yet. Its strength is 9 stars. It's still a little short of a real emperor strong. Just in and out of impel down. 250 clashed with Magellan several times. The physical strength expended has not yet fully recovered. There's no way to parry Ren's stormy mad attack. He was beaten back by Ren and kept vomiting blood. Darkness wrapped around the arm with armament haki. There's no way to stop Ren from hitting with Conqueror's haki's mace. What upset Blackbeard even more? How could his dark fruit abilities be useless to him? Isn't he a man of power? He had no idea that the gene fluid Ren was taking was optimized. On a level. It can't be described as devil fruit alone. It's the product of scientific genes. Blackbeard's dark fruit naturally lost its effect. The Evil King, the Big Barrel, San Juan, and others are constantly attacking Ren. But it doesn't work much. It cannot be said that it is completely useless. It is not possible to effectively break the protection against Ren. Will the Emperor and the other levels of the strong? Sometimes it seems like a close distance. But as far as Ren is currently the strongest organism, don't step into this level. It's hard to do effective damage to him. Pang! Ren stomped the barrel under his feet, making him flesh and blood fly and his bones to pieces. Another thump that swept Blackbeard out. Concussion fist. The Evil King wraps his punch around haki and the terrifying concussion wave. Ren opens the iron curtain directly. I didn't even turn my head. Because he didn't want to waste time dealing with this trick. He was going to corner Blackbeard. Don't give him a respite at all. The Evil King threw a punch with all his might. With a loud bang, the terrifying anti-shock force made him spew out a mouthful of blood. Damn, impossible, I won't lose. My dreams, my everything, are close at hand. Blackbeard is crazy and unwilling. Obviously he has come out of impel down with these guys. As long as you can get to Marine Ford, you're sure to find a good opportunity to take a shot at Whitebeard. At that time, you will be able to deprive yourself of the most destructive devil fruit. But just when I was so close to success, but suddenly killed the monsters Ren. Seeing that the hope of winning is getting slimmer, Blackbeard couldn't help but roar in despair. I shouldn't have ended up like this. Bang! A monstrous darkness permeated the air. The entire sky, the nearby sea, seemed to have become a dark Wang-Yang. Endless darkness gradually condenses into a dark sun in Blackbeard's hands. It's a desperate blow, just what I want. Ren does not retreat, forward. He is the least afraid of the enemy's desperation. Great Dark Emperor! Blackbeard dragged the dark orb like a star, crashing towards Ren. The whole sea is furious. Ren greeted with a stick. The result was a loud bang. A huge dark orb, weaker than Ren thought, burst by Ren. A bloody arm was also shattered by him. Ren immediately frowned, escaped. Blackbeard's acting skills. Let Ren have some admiration for this moment. Just that look just now, that sad and indignant look. It is clear that you want to die with yourself. But I didn't think it was just a trick. To escape. With such acting skills, it's no wonder that he has been a son on the Whitebeard ship for so long, without revealing his purpose. Observation Haki can't sense him anymore. Is it a unique ability of dark fruit? Rennes didn't expect to let Blackbeard escape. And before escaping, two people were also swept away, Lafitte and the Big Barrel. He should have reached out just now to take away the evil king who attacked him. But he ignored the strength of his attacks. Eventually the arm was blown off by Rennes. He had no choice but to give up. Chose to leave. It's a few less combat power, but the impact is not big, anyway. Marine Ford, he has to go, especially after suffering this loss. 35 Rennes didn't really care. In this world, not everything can be perfectly controlled. Dark fruit also has such a superb means of escape. It's something Rennes never thought about. And after this battle, Blackbeard's thirst for power will be even greater. Marine Ford he had to go. In order to get stronger power. Even if the number of strong subordinates is not enough. He will definitely take risks, too. At that time, just solve it together. After all, they are all enemies, so it's better to destroy them cleanly. Medea. Blackbeard BD. Run first. The evil king couldn't help but scold. Although in the world of pirates, there is no emotion to speak of. But escaped so crisply. He also surprised him. Blackbeard looked like that just now. He thought it was time to launch a final desperate attack. As a result, he also stepped up his attack on Rennes. Although not much use. Now. In a cave on an island. A cloud of black smoke emerged. Reveal the embarrassed figure of Blackbeard, Lafitte, and Barrel Joter. Ah! It hurts. Damn it! BD Rennes. Blackbeard had just come out of the black smoke. Immediately, he rolled around in pain and burst into tears. At this moment, it's not just the physical pain. His heart hurts even more. Own dreams. Crushed by the guy's Rennes in half. How could he not feel distressed? It was hard to become Shishibukai. It's hard to get into Impel Down. It's hard to bring out a group of strong people. Seeing that you are getting closer and closer to realizing your ambitions. As a result, they all became other people's wedding clothes. Although he barely saved Chote and Ratter. The strength of the subordinates. He didn't even have the strength before he entered Impel Down. Blood loss. This drove Blackbeard crazy. Keep hammering the ground. The pain of a broken arm. At this moment, it is not 1/10,000th of the pain in his heart. Damn Allied leaders. It has always been his Blackbeard who calculated others. Now for the first time, I have suffered such a big loss in calculation. Judging from the way they waited for the rabbit. They had been in Impel Down for a while. Maybe even when they were at war with Magellan. They just watched. Medea. With such strong strength. I even waited until the end to make a move. That guy is ambitious, strong, and has unlimited means. Such a guy will definitely become the enemy of his own conquering world in the future. Damn. Blackbeard could only fury helplessly. Blackbeard has fled, do you still want to resist? Rennes hammered Poison Q to death with one stick. Carry the mace and scan the rest. Badges, Shiryu, the evil king and others immediately looked at each other. You really didn't come to kill us? The evil king asked in a deep voice. You can kill or not, depending on your performance. Rennes said lightly. Jun stood silently with a sharp blade in his hand. As long as someone dares to act rashly, she will strike decisively. These people are being targeted by Jun. Each one has a heavy heart. Although the remaining few people are very strong. But in front of these two people, not enough to see at all. Resist to the end. Will only be slaughtered. King Evil and San Juan, Shiryu looked at each other. Then I decided to bow my head first. After all, people can only have hope if they survive. We are willing to submit. Very good, and saves me time. Rennes silently put away the mace. These guys certainly can't be sincerely submissive. But it doesn't matter. It's the strength in Rennes' hands. He's sure they're going to be at ultimate. Rennes took a deep look at Magellan at the door of Impel Down. If it weren't for the support of Marine headquarters. And Magellan himself is an extremely conscientious warden. Not convincing. Rennes wants to kidnap him too. But objectively speaking. Or forget it. For a strong person of this level, the mind controller is extremely difficult to control. With his character, in the end, he would probably rather die unyielding. Besides, this one. My own gains are not considerable and can be described. Definitely a bumper harvest. The biggest harvest is naturally the Red Earl and Bullet. These two are both 10-star level powerhouses. Take a little rest. Plus the resilience of the Gene Center. They will soon be able to use their full strength. And just like the strong of the underground giants, there are also evil kings, Waldo, and many others. There are dozens of 8-star powerhouses. This backbone force is only a lot more than all the senior cadres of 4 emperors combined. After all, this is a criminal caught by Marine headquarters for decades. Now it's all Rennes power. Gone. 35 The submarine floated, and Rennes asked people to take the body. And then left. Magellan wanted to stop it. But when it comes to reacting, the submarine has redived into the sea. And from just now, Marshal Sengoku's phone bug has never been able to get through. It says you're on a call. Apparently Marshal Sengoku is also busy at the moment. Magellan knows. The execution of Fire Fist Ace is about to begin. It is estimated that Marshal Sengoku will not think of it either. Impel Down is going to happen at this time. After all, the Fire Fist Aces have long been transferred. What else could happen? Can't let Impel Down mess up anymore. Magellan turned his head into Impel Down. Many cells were opened along the way. The jailers were too few to hold on. They are still making trouble. There are many more criminals who want to escape. He will not allow it. And at this moment, the Marine headquarters is fully assembled. It's been less than 8 hours since the execution of Fire Fist Ace. They have been on standby since the morning. Because at this time, the Whitebeard pirates may attack at any time. They are probably waiting for the appearance of Fire Fist Ace now. Marine headquarters, gathering 50 top warships, 100,000 elites, 7 warlords of the sea, Marine Admiral swings the strongest camp. Countless artillery fires are erected on this steel fortress. Countless forces are paying attention to this moment. Because this is a public execution for the whole world. It's going live. Sabayati Archipelago has long gathered countless journalists. Waiting for this moment of fate. What does the future hold? Will Whitebeard come in this battle? Once the war breaks out. Who wins? If it can be solved by punishment. That couldn't be better. This is what most people all over the world think. Fire Fist Ace has appeared. Marshal Sengoku also went up. Marshal Sengoku picked up the phone worm, as if he wanted to say something. Do you guys say Whitebeard is really coming? The current strength of the Marine headquarters are terrifying. A young reporter looked at the screen and asked tremblingly. There is a high probability that it will come. If it does not come, Marine will not pose for this battle. An old journalist replied. Fire Fist Ace, the man who currently affects the entire world pattern. Hopefully tomorrow is not the end of the world. Another live location with a different reaction from Sabayati Archipelago. Aquastar Island. The giants meet again. Whitebeard, this old man, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back if I go this time. They see deeper. Instead of thinking that the two wins and loses in half. Marine headquarters wins. Whitebeard pirates, defeat is set. At least in terms of strength. This is an 8-2 battle. If not, how could the world government broadcast this battle to the world? The only variable is whether Whitebeard can do miracles as before. That guy from Whitebeard hasn't shot for a long time, and I don't know if his strength has regressed. Silver Axe said lightly. We'll find out later. Speaking of Wano Kuni, it seems that there is no movement. Morgans asked, clapping his wings. It started with the advent of the Allies. It's basically been working on things all the time. Now many forces in New World are starting to act. Especially in the Kaido and Whitebeard sites, there is frequent activity. Want to seize some territory? Not long after I won Kaido, what can I do in such a short time? That's true, too. They didn't know that Rennes was already starting to count his explosive legion and high-end combat power at this moment. The soldiers who can explode are basically bursting out at the moment. Chapter 83. The whole world began with Marineford's live stream. They were all restless. Every large island. At the moment, there are live broadcast screens. Every island where you can watch the live stream. It's all packed. Many islands cannot be streamed live. They could only wait anxiously. Waiting for Newsbird to bring the latest newspaper paper. By that time, they know the result. The whole world is shrouded in a cloud of apprehension. Even the 5 elders of the Holy Land gathered in the office. Inside their offices, it is the picture of Marine headquarters at this moment. It's just that only 4 people from the old 7 warlords of the sea were present. One Piece, Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria, Hawkeye My Hawk, Bartholomew Kuma. This makes the faces of the 5 elders not look good. 7 warlords of the sea is usually given many privileges. But betrayal of betrayal. Those who are killed by others. 7, until now for various reasons. Only 4 people were present. Leave everything to Sengoku, okay? One of the 5 elders asked worriedly. Rest assured, Sengoku is most familiar with Whitebeard's battle, and there will be no surprises in this battle. After today, all the pirates of the sea will recall who is the real master of this world. The authority of the world government needs to be maintained frequently so that it is not forgotten. Yes, but it's a pity that the last time I did it, Roger put a pose. The swing has been swinging, but since then, attacks on the Holy Land have also been minimized. Normally, as long as they do not temporarily take over the command of Marshal Sengoku, it means that everything is under their control. But the plan is the plan. Once the actual battle breaks out, nor can they ignore it. Gotta see the battlefield for yourself. In case something happens. The gears of the times are starting to turn. 35 On a certain island, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, stood on the top of a mountain, looking into the distance. Many troops were drawn from Marine headquarters and went to war. This is a good opportunity for them to liberate some countries. The world government understands this, too. But sometimes, some losses are bearable. As long as you can win Whitebeard, the world will continue to fear them. It's worth it. Wano Kuni. Rennes brought back the Red Earl, Bullet, and others. When looking at the millions of troops on the entire Ghost Island, the Red Count, the Evil King and others were shocked. Someone could develop such a terrible military power under the nose of the world government. How is this possible? Any of them have not been approved by the world government. The guy who tried to expand the troops. It's ugly to die before. Many of them are 6th-tier criminals. It is this taboo. Only then was he targeted by the world government and caught alive. Before doing something like expanding the army. No matter how rampant they are in their own country. How to sabotage the killing. World governments usually just let Marine HQ make bounty arrests. And rarely send their own spy department. Lord Rennes, this morning we caught more than 100 bounty hunters, more than 200 pirates, and 5 world government spies. Rennes returned to Wano Kuni. Then the commander came forward to report the situation. Since Rennes became famous all over the world, after being called the new 4 emperors, there are more and more guys eyeing other people's heads. But it didn't work. In Wanyuni this is almost a step by step. And the production of many police dogs that can automatically identify hostile behavior. Anyone trying to infiltrate Wano Kuni, all were picked out. According to the previous method. Rennes said lightly. These guys who are looking for trouble with him. All controlled by mind controllers. If you can't control it, killed directly. You are developing so many troops here, and the world government is not bothering you? The evil king, Shiryu, and the others looked at Rennes in disbelief. Although many things they do not recognize. But guess from the situation and shape of the garrison. They also guessed that it was a military building. And what is even more frightening is that millions of troops are so quietly lined up on the spacious field. Motionless, like a sculpture. This made them all shudder a little. Such a disciplined army. And there are so many of them. Who cannot subconsciously feel afraid. They also vaguely felt, except for this island. On that land, there also seem to be many tower-like buildings. Does that mean that land? There are also armies. There are more than that. And it looks like preparations are being made. BD, let me go. After Bullet wakes up. He was found to be a prisoner again. The Red Count and the Evil King are still better. No shackles were put on. Bullet after waking up is extremely angry. He couldn't believe he was a prisoner again. No matter how strong he is. The Achilles heel of the able, sea stone wears. It's the dragon and tiger who also have to be coiled. Take them to recover their bodies, recover 50%, and when you see the effect, let's talk about it. Rennes greeted Jun and Cyrus. Just recover 50%. It is to prevent them after full recovery. Ishan thought about escaping. Get yourself into some trouble. Mr. Bullet, you can also think about it calmly. I can take you to take the whole world. If you choose another outcome, I can only express regret. Rennes left a message for Bullet. Let him think it through. There is no need for such a monster to speak at length about him. They are very independent and assertive. Just put things in front of him. He will make his own decisions. It is useless to say more. And according to his decision, Rennes then decided whether to let him live or die. Like the Gengetsu hunter, Van Oka, and the corpses of the other previous 6th layers. At this moment, it is also transported to the gene center. Extract the gene fluid. Can we really recover from our physical injuries? World Destroyer Waldo looked at the eerie little house in front of him. Deep doubts about this matter. But now on board the thief ship. Now they have so many troops. I'm afraid the plot is not small. Ren Jun Cyrus they showed their strength. In fact, it has already made the evil king and others submit. Even if it's not deep at the moment. But the strong are always awesome. Ren ordered back, and gave another summoning order, let all the high-ranking warriors assemble in the hall. All of Marineford are already on the lookout. It won't take a while. After Sengoku finished talking about the death of Fire Fist Ace, Whitebeard will appear. The big war will break out completely. Their allies should also have everything ready. Pick to step in at the most opportune time. Received. Lord Ren, Queen of the Pleasure District began to lose her temper in the room. How long has it been, and this is impatient? I went to see her. 9. Ren soon arrived at Stussy's room under house arrest. What do you really want? Stussy frowned. After being captured alive by Ren, she is ready for everything. Including giving your body. Just get her out of here and send a message to 5 elders. But after the man put himself under house arrest. But I never came to see her once. She could bear it at first. But slowly, she couldn't bear this torment. This moment of fate is in the hands of someone else. The feeling of being involuntarily and still waiting all the time is maddening. She felt that every second behind was so long. And Rennes' next sentence made her face change directly. I thought that CP0's spy personnel would have a stronger psychological quality, but I didn't expect it. Waiting is a form of torture. Especially the enemy has important things in his heart. When under great pressure. This agony of waiting. Enough to make people cranky, and cranky brings only more torment. I don't know what you're talking about. Stussy's face changed from shock to dazedness. If not a closer look. I couldn't see her gaffe just now. But Rennes doesn't need to see it at all. You don't need to know, I think you are, then you are, no need to try to quibble, I won't listen. Rennes' words directly blocked all of Stussy's sophistry possibilities. Stussy's face darkened. What the hell does this guy mean? People who are so sure that they are CPUs? How is this possible? Himself mixed in the underground world for decades. None of them were identified by those underground giants. But this man has already identified. I'm here to give you one last chance, to work for me, or for the world government. 9. What's the benefit of working for you? Stussy did not deny Rennes' proposal. Instead, he followed Rennes' proposal and asked. What do you want? Let me go, let me be the only queen of the world. 35 Stussy put forward conditions. No problem, then now, I want to know the organizational structure and membership list of the entire CPO. Rennes nodded in affirmation, then asked Stussy to hand over his name. Stussy was silent for a moment, and then immediately replied, I don't have these things, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. It seems that you were just cooperating with me just now, you chose the wrong one, I'm sorry. I'm not a person who likes to break down other people's spirits, but when necessary, I can too. Rennes roughly picked Stussy up and walked into the room inside. Stussy, already bound in special handcuffs, had no power to resist. After a while, a miserable cry came from inside. Conqueror's haki just works. Rennes inflicted inhumane torture on Stussy. Also used with Conqueror's haki to destroy some memory areas of her head. As long as some memory is incomplete, her loyalty naturally declined. After the decline in loyalty, send it to the mind control center. Brainwashing control can be carried out. But this kind of rough practice is carried out against such a strong person. A bad one is easy to make an idiot. So in order to reduce her spirit of resistance, 0. Ask for flowers. This time put her under a lot of pressure. It fatigued her mental will. And if it's the stronger Conqueror's haki of the same level is extremely difficult to destroy. Brainwash such strong. It's almost the limit at the moment. After destroying Stussy's will, Rennes built a mind controller on the spot. Instill in Stussy the idea of being true to yourself. So Stussy, who did not admit it at the last moment, become the most faithful servant. Ignoring the dirty ground, he knelt at Rennes with a look of anticipation and said respectfully, I have met the master. Rennes looked at her, and for a moment a fire came up. An elegant and noble mature woman. Kneel under his lap and give the most humble, faithful greeting. But Rennes knew that this was the role of the mind controller. Stussy then told Rennes all the information. After Rennes wrote it down. So he used the time-space and sent Stussy away. This line will lead directly to the world government in the future. There is no need to follow him to Marine headquarters. It is more useful to keep it. Jun, however, will follow. Because he also wants to stage a drama of abandoning darkness and turning light into light in front of the world. Only in this way can the majesty of the world government be swept away. Lord Rennes, have I heard that you are going to go to a war outside? 35 When Rennes returned to the conference hall, Hiri waited for him at the door with a group of old Odin departments. Yes, countries like Wano Kuni, there are a lot more out there. Ren nodded. He saw Denjiro, Kawamatsu, Asuna Boy, and others. Denjiro, they can help you. Hiri said. They are your vassals. Ren didn't immediately agree. 0. Naturally, it is best to have them help. But Raihi should have only initially believed in himself. How can you rest assured that they will fight with them? I'm safe in Wano Kuni and you need help more than I do. Hiri looked at Ren sincerely. She knew what Ren was up against. So though, Ren hasn't been fully trusted yet. But she felt they were already friends. The rest of the doubts. It's because she needs to do it all the time. Of course, she had heard a more useful approach not long ago. That's marriage. Although she interrupted in annoyance at the time. But I took it to heart. Good. Ren didn't refuse. Just thinking about this trip after coming back. It's almost time for Hiri to become General Wano Kuni. By the way, you went to the laboratory to get a bottle of gene liquid. Just now I got some good gene liquid, there was no good one before. Let you take relatively weak exercise, I am afraid of waste, but now I don't care about one more and one less. Ren said lightly. The rewards at Impel Down are huge. Give her a 7 or 8 star gene fluid. Even in a short period of time, progress is not fast. Ren wouldn't be distressed either. Because there are dozens of copies. Thank you, Lord Ren. Although Ren is very clear. But Hiri is still happy. This means that the distance between them has become closer. It's good for him, and it's good for Wano Kuni as a whole. Tanya, select some of the most outstanding soldiers in the army, and prepare to take the refined gene liquid to transform the combat power. Yes. 99. If in the past, it would have been difficult for Ren to find some strong people who could fuse and control these gene fluids in a short time. But after taking Dressrosa and Wano Kuni, the number of basic strong people has increased. The surviving 6 sons of Vali on Kaido's side all surrendered. Phosphor, Black Maria, and a lot of real fights. These real fights basically have the strength of a bounty of more than 100 million. Ren classifies all soldiers into roughly 10 stars. The former Samsung is basically a miscellaneous soldier. There is not much to say. 4 stars, the strength of about 20 million Bailey. 5 stars, the strength of about 50 million Bailey. 6 stars, the strength of about 80 million to 100 million Bailey. 7 stars, the strength of about 3 to 500 million Baileys. 8 stars, strength of about 5 to 1 billion Baileys. 9 stars, the strength of more than 1.2 billion Bailey. 10 stars, 2 billion Baileys upward strength. 10 stars is the General Emperor level. Although some are biased. Because there are some bounty criminals. If you rely on big forces or have a high degree of harm. The surface was rewarded with 1.3 billion Bailey. But the actual strength may only be 1 billion, or 1 billion. Because the level of danger will increase their bounty. For example, Quinn has a bounty of 1.3 billion Bolidos. But his strength is only 8-star top. And not a real 9-star. The bounty is not much different from the Ember of the 9 stars. It is because the epidemic is too contagious and the degree of harm Yamato is extensive. At the same time seemingly messy bounty strength. In fact, it is related to the watershed of strength. For example, 7-star strength, once the bounty exceeds 300 million. It's quite different from other bounties of 1 or 200 million. This is one of the references Ren currently uses. And Ren is now opening his properties panel again. But it has become extremely luxurious. All aspects of the data have been greatly improved. Chapter 84. Allied Commander, Gerard. Ren. Money, Soul or 2.18 billion. Command ability, full level. Physical ability, perfect gene synchronization devil fruit ability, combat power evaluation SSS and level. Total buildings, 4001 buildings, main base 40, barracks 2000, Tank Factory 505, Nuclear Power Plant 100, Genetic Laboratory 200. Total strength, 110 million. 100 million mobilized soldiers, magnetic storm infantry, biochemical soldiers, wild orcs, self-detonators, snipers, etc. totaling 10 million. Soldier rating: 10 stars, 4. 9 stars, 9. 8 stars, 36. 7 stars, 21. 6 stars, 301. 5 stars, 820. 4 stars, 1 million. Samsung, 4 million. 2 stars, 5 million. 1 star, about 100 million. Vehicles, 230,000, including Soul Mining Vehicle, Grizzly Tank, Prism Tank, Apocalypse Tank, V3 Rocket Launcher. Ships, 40,000, including cruisers, destroyers, gunboats, motherships. Aircraft, 100,000, including helicopters, bombers, transport aircraft. Superweapons, 1,000 nuclear silos, 1,000 weather controllers. Other buildings, 60,000, fences, pillboxes, sentry, Patriot rockets. This time Wano Kuni and Impel down. Whether it is basic combat power or high-end combat power, Rennes has seen unprecedented growth. It is said that the overall increase is more than 10 times. No exaggeration. Before this, there was no 10-star powerhouse in the Rennes allies. But now there are 4. And that's not counting yourself. The current 4 are Jun, Cyrus, Red Earl, Bullet. Bullet hasn't said yes yet. But because it is inside the building, Rennes can only be set as a friendly goal. That's why you won't be attacked. Cyrus was rated 10 stars by Rennes. But strictly speaking, 250. His true strength should be between 9 stars and 10 stars. So this 10-star warrior. In fact, it contains a lot of water. Of course, if you count Rennes herself, then it can't be said about moisture. As for Count Red, it is currently considered a preliminary agreement. There are 9 9-star warriors, namely Yamato, Denjiro, King of Evil, Shiryu, Waldo, and San Juan. And the allied warriors who are currently taking over the 3 Death 9 stars on the 6th floor. The number of 8-star warriors is currently extremely objective, there are 36, except for Higora, Kawamatsu, Asuna Boys, and Wano Kuni. Most of the rest are from the 6th level of Impel down. The dead have basically been experimented on before. So the capabilities of these people, at this moment, it is basically extracted. Inherited by the closest allied soldiers and beasts pirates, the original powerful real fighters and barbarian overlords. Copied most of the strong people of this level. This one is a man of strength. The largest number of people is on the 6th floor. Instead, it was the 7-star soldier. It's a bit rare on the 6th level of Impel down. Their strength was originally only at the 7-star level. Logically, most of them stay in LV5. But because of the high risk, that's when they got to the 6th floor of Impel down. So only 11 bits. And the number of 6 stars is quite a lot, 301. The strength of these people usually hovers between 80 million Bailey and 100 million Bailey. These people are the former Beasts Pirates Artificial Ability Animal Legion, that is, Giver. Most of them. Once again, it was strengthened a little bit by the gene fluid. There are 825 star warriors, some of whom are remnants of Beasts Pirates. Most of the rest were allied soldiers who came out of battles with Beasts Pirates and the birth of a large number of bases. The 4-star, 3-star, 2-star few were also hunting Kaido before. Take him an ember to practice it. And 4 stars is actually equivalent to the strength of ordinary marine elites. Rennes has a million in front of him. But marine headquarters is only 100,000. And the total strength, Rennes only chose to explode 50 million at the beginning. But time passes. Wanakuni's soul ore is collected by countless soul mine carts. Within 10 hours. Constant explosions. It has long exceeded 50 million. All the way to a total strength of 110 million people. The whole of Wanakuni is currently mined at high intensity. Basic collection completed. But Rennes set aside 2.18 billion baileys. This soul ore can probably explode about 10 million soldiers. It is also possible to build countless light prism towers and various military buildings. Rennes was reserved for the start of the war. After all, in case the enemy destroys too quickly, the timeout teleportation could not keep up. At this time, there is a soul ore that can be built on the spot. In addition to the highest-end combat power, such a force, such a strong base, is stronger than the entire Marine headquarters plus the Whitebeard pirate group combined. Even if the world government has any whole cards, it will never be able to press me down, and once I get Marineford, the strength will be stronger. Marineford is a place full of legends. It has been the headquarters of Marine for 300 to 400 years. Although the precipitated soul ore will disappear after a long time. But if the 9-star and 10-star powerhouse fell much more, their spiritual will turned into soul ore. It's not that fast. Not to mention that the elites of both sides gathered at the Marine headquarters this time added up to more than 100,000. The 10-star powerhouse is almost in double digits. 3 Marine Admiral, Sengoku, Garp, Hawkeye, Whitebeard. Redhead Beckman will also arrive. That's 9. And that's not counting some strong people on the sidelines. For example, the Revolutionary Army in secret, the 5 elders in the Holy Land. As well as the Marshal of the 3 services at any time. Once the Marine headquarters is taken. Bursting soul ore. Only more than Wanakuni. Currently Rennes high-end combat power. Not as much as the entire world government. If it is comparable. Rennes even felt that he could kill the Holy Land. But to be on the safe side. Or take Marineford first. Another wave of soldiers. After more strong people are born, then consider entering the Holy Land. After all, what he does. Failure is not allowed. But this time. It's really here. When the Allies show up at Summit War, the whole world will be shocked. Hundreds of millions of troops. Even Marine Admiral can easily pile it to death. Rennes said confidently. The world trembled for them. The time has come to reform the whole world. Since then, their allied forces will appear in front of the world. At that time, even if you take the Marine headquarters, there will be more challenges than ever before. Rennes came to the lab again. At this time, the Red Count, Bullet, the Evil King, San Juan, and others were all full of shock. What the hell is this instrument? It's also incredible, the cells are regenerated, as if they were all copied in their heyday. It's nothing short of miraculous. Waldo unblocked. The first thing he felt was that he had aged too much. In the past his Moyamoa fruit ability. High multiplier can be easily used. After the results came out, it was very difficult to use a high multiple. Even coughing up blood. This made him see no hope of revenge on the world government for a while. But into this what a replication center. It's as if the whole body has been copied into the youngest self. Get young and strong. The old body is in that instrument. As if it had been annihilated. No more. It looks like 30 or 40 years old. Energetic self. Waldo was hopeful. And just now, Rennes said. It seems like it's only 50% fixed. Other words. He just wants to. Can even restore their bodies to their 20s, or even younger. If you can. That's so pervert. Only they have been in prison for decades. Is clearer than anything. How precious time is. No matter how strong a person is, what is the use of not being able to survive time? In this way, there is no need to look for devil fruit that can restore youth. My strength, my body, are almost the same as the peak. Amazing technology. Count Red looked at his body and said in surprise. With his strength, you don't need devil fruit without devil fruit. His physical skills, his haki, are the best in the world. Only a few people can compare with him. Taking devil fruit, there will be one more weakness. Not necessary at all. He wanted to find devil fruit. Nor for strength. Rather, it is to restore youth. Just regain youth. He naturally has super combat power. Even Bullet is silent at the moment. He was also imprisoned for about 20 years. Although now he is in the prime of his life. I don't really care about this time. But he cares, how long can he maintain his peak combat power? What if one day I get old? It does seem to be more reliable than the Blackbeard guy, and destroying the world government sounds like a good life choice. Shiryu doesn't need to be young. He is not old. It turned out that it was not a prisoner either. It's the chief warden. But look at the Red Count, Waldo them. He was still extremely shocked. There are such means. There are such terrible forces. And such a powerful leader. Seems to condescend to him. It's not very uncomfortable either. Of course the most important thing. He didn't want to be like the Swanyu hunter. Just now he saw her extract energy alive. The only way to survive. I am afraid that I can only swear loyalty. Are you so willing to listen to a little devil and honor him as a captain? Bullet glanced around. Discover many people who came out of the 6th floor. There are choices one after another. If you can fly solo. Of course they fly solo. Never want to send people under the fence. But they had no choice. And anyway. It's better out there than it's free from the outside. If his goal is to overthrow the world government, it is in line with my goal, as long as I can take revenge on those high-ranking guys, even if I stay with him for the time being, what can't I do? Waldo has tasted the benefits. And his goal is also to take revenge on the world government. He once made a giant cannon. If it is increased by 100-fold zero, it is very likely that the entire Holy Land will be razed to the ground. Now Rennes seems to him to be a fellow traveler. The point is that if you disobey, you will be killed by him, I'm afraid. San Juan said humbly. He has always had some problems with his intelligence. But the combat power should not be underestimated. He can become bigger than Little Ounce. Not yet a target. Because it can be smaller and come back. So he is also called a huge battleship, San Juan. He said this without humility. But it's very real. They have already killed several people. Even Bullet was almost killed. Just let go. Follow him first, with his strength, the world government can't let them go, there will be conflicts recently, if he can't win the world government, the situation is not good, we will leave again, at that time, he will not have the strength to stop us. Count Red suddenly made a good suggestion. Even Bullet fell silent. This seems to be barely acceptable. After all, they all hate the world government equally. Especially the world government has done a lot of experiments on them over the years. But what if he wins? Suddenly someone asked. Then we will become a legend that changed the world, everyone can gain fame and fortune, and when the time comes, you may thank yourself for making this choice. Count Red glanced at him and said. The Red Earl though couldn't read Rennes' mind. But it can be vaguely felt. In his brain, there is a kind dream. That's why he wants to see it. What a level Rennes can go in the future. This one suggestion, go in and out freely. Not completely compulsive and desperate. The evil king, Shiryu, and others sound acceptable. So when Rennes arrived, when asked for their opinion again, even Bullet says it can fight Rennes for the time being. But he will never be called upon like a slave. If Rennes wants to, then accept. If you can't, kill him. Rennes certainly accepts it. Bullet doesn't just want to fight the strong. Wait until you get to Marine headquarters. Feel free to find him a Marine Admiral to play with. You can relieve a lot of stress yourself. As for the others. Except that the red count made Rennes a little jealous. The rest is not difficult to navigate. Then to be on the safe side, I will give all of you a psychic hint that will not control you, but if you take action against me, the mind and will be affected a little in an instant, leaving me enough time to react and fight back, which you can all understand. 35. Rennes said lightly. Although mind control cannot control the 10-star warrior. But these psychic cues can still be done. And this is also just in case. Although judging by their reaction. Not fooling yourself en masse. But there's nothing wrong with being careful. Rennes is not an excessive. At least there is no mention of such unreliable advice as giving them slave collars. Also know that this is Rennes' bottom line condition. Yes. They agreed. So, guys, let's go to the Marine headquarters. I'm sure someone has just explained to you the current situation at sea. 35 Rennes said. It's really eager, but I like it. Waldo grinned. 4.6 Go surprise the old guys like Sengoku Garp. The Red Earl is also looking forward to it. Sora had already been defeated by him. He didn't have much heart to settle accounts with him. But Garp was the man who defeated him. Although then he was exhausted. But to lose is to lose. Is it a war worse than Buster Call? Just what the doctor ordered. Bullet touched his fists, and the fighting spirit was high. The whole world will tremble at our arrival. Before I go to the Marine headquarters, I will fully restore your physical functions. Rennes said. I suddenly felt as if we could really succeed. 35 Jun said lightly beside Rennes. This man is amazing. Success is inevitable, fool. Don't touch my head. I'm not a child. Jun was a little anxious. And at this time, the whole world is shocked by what Marshal Sengoku just said. Marshal Sengoku just turned to the world. Speaking of the life of Fire Fist Ace. A certain man is mentioned. This man doesn't have a name yet. But you know. This man must be a famous big man in the world. Only because he appeared on the island with a suspected father's behavior. The whole island was checked. Is searching his bloodline. Another mention of a great mother. In order for the child to avoid the pursuit. I forced the child to stay in the belly for 20 months. Created impossible miracles. In the end, he also died exhausted after giving birth to Ace. And all this. All to bring out the Fire Fist Ace's father. Sengoku finished telling the story and walked up to Fire Fist Ace and asked him, Fire Fist Ace, tell me your real father's name. 99. My father is Whitebeard, only Whitebeard. Not true. Your father is One Piece God Roger. What? 35 people all over the world watching the live broadcast were stunned. Chapter 85. The whole world seemed to be silent for a while. Many looked fearful and trembled. The reporters' faces changed drastically. Suddenly, someone came back from unparalleled shock and fear. One Piece's bloodline is still alive in this world. The most evil bloodline in the world. The initiator of the era of the Sea Thief, Fire Fist Ace turned out to be the bloodline of Golden Roger. When it comes to Roger, there's no one who isn't afraid. Under the publicity of the world government for many years. One Piece Roger has become the embodiment of the devil. The essence of evil. And the old man of Roger's time. It can never be forgotten either. On that sea at that time. Roger pirates have done one sensational event after another in the world. They never dreamed of it. People like Roger who are enemies of the world government. There is even blood flowing in this world. This is simply an impossible miracle. That's the significance of publicly executing Ace here today, even if it is a full-scale war with the Whitebeard pirates. The seed of evil must be snuffed out. Marshal Sengoku holds a phone bug. Powerful and decisive said. All Marine after an initial shock. Heaven-shaking cheers erupted. This is their Marine's justice. The execution of Ace here today is of great significance. If you let it go, sooner or later, the Fire Fist Ace will grow into a terrifying existence that threatens the world. Many people just want this devil's blood to disappear forever. Don't care if Fire Fist Ace is a good guy or a bad guy. Woohoo! Suddenly, the Marine headquarters was alarmed. Report. Fog in the sea ahead. Out of the fog appeared the ships of the Whitebeard pirates. This message sounded. All the people in the world who are still holding on to luck. They all showed horror and despair. The Whitebeard pirates are really here. The war has begun. Fire right away. General Marine asked. This distance is already very close to the Marine headquarters. Many people don't know. How did they suddenly appear in the fog? It's already so close to Marine's headquarters. Immediately within range. I don't know where the fog comes from. Slowly, did you find Whitebeard's ship? Immediately determine the location of Whitebeard. 04 Marshal Sengoku did not rush to order the attack at the first time. Instead, he quickly confirmed the location of Whitebeard. Didn't see it. The lookout immediately returned the report. On the sea, dozens of strangely shaped pirate ships appeared. Every pirate ship has been transformed. Powerful firepower. And every captain is famous in New World. Many are not even weaker than the 16 captains. Ace, we're here to save you. Hold steady and find out where Whitebeard's main ship is. Marshal Sengoku frowned. I didn't see Whitebeard's main ship. He would never rashly order an attack. Gollum. And at this time, a large number of bubbles suddenly bubbled out of the bay of Marine headquarters. The sea shook slightly. Marshal Sengoku's face changed when he saw this. Could it be? It seems that it was put in a position by this guy Whitebeard. 35 Crane Vice Admiral's face immediately sank. There is movement in the bay. Directly crossed the buffer and long-range exchange of fire between the two armies. The Whitebeard pirates are about to appear in the bay from the bottom of the sea. Avoid so much fire they have arranged on the periphery. Fluffy. In the next second, 3 coated ships quickly rushed out of the sea. Above Rennes is Marco, Jaws, Foil and other core cotters of the Whitebeard pirates. One of the ships. It was also the Moby DK of Whitebeard. Is it the captains? It's the captains of Whitebeard, they are in the bay. A shocked Marine reported. Knock knock. At this moment, from the Moby DK came the sound of Kong Yun cutting down on the deck. People have not arrived, but the sense of oppression is extremely strong. A mighty figure slowly walked out from inside. It's Whitebeard. That figure that people all over the world have seen countless times on the warrant. At this moment, it is alive in front of the world. Quite a few people watching the live broadcast. At this moment, they all subconsciously held their breath. They all swallowed their saliva secretly. This is the strongest pirate in the world. Just mention the name. It can make the child stop crying. Galalala, Sengoku, my beloved son is okay. Whitebeard walked to the bow of the boat. Face Marshal Sengoku on the execution table. Since Roger's death, their generation has gradually fallen silent. Everyone has their own territory. Confrontation with Sengoku. It is no longer the pure head-on and forceful confrontation of the past. More than the two retreated into the background. Command 2 huge forces to game. They hadn't seen each other face to face in 20 or 30 years. Whitebeard was brought so close at no cost. Marshal Sengoku's face sank. If the other 4 emperors are close to this distance, Marshal Sengoku's expression may not be so solemn. But Whitebeard is different. His shock fruit ability is too terrifying. Close range, wide range of lethality. It is the only one who can be among the strongest in the same level. Achieve a terrorist existence with one enemy and many. even if it's 2 or 3 Marine Admirals together. In a short time. Nor is it necessarily beneficial. Because of the earthquake ability to launch. It's the whole range that's under attack. He can attack multiple admirals at the same time. And any attack launched by Whitebeard. All have to be treated with caution. If you are not careful, you can cause a terrible disaster. Because Whitebeard is the earthquake man of the fruits of earthquakes. Whitebeard said, crouching down slightly and cutting Kong Yun into the boat. Hold your hands into fists and spread your body slightly. A white vibrating halo wrapped around a fist. Then slammed left and right. Fists smashed on the left and right sides of the air. Tong. The terrifying fist force fell, like a muffled thunder in the sky. In an instant, the atmosphere on both sides was like a mirror shattering. Fine cracks spread in all directions with Whitebeard's fist as the center. A terrifying concussive force instantly rippled out. I can't see much change for the time being. But a moment later, this terrible shock was transmitted to the limit distance. It will cause an apocalyptic tsunami of extinction to roll back. Whitebeard. Sengoku's eyes condensed slightly. And Whitebeard and Ace are across the sky. Ace is extremely remorseful. It's all his willfulness. That's why everyone has to fight. Has become the uncontrollable situation now. Ace suddenly spoke, trying to dissuade Whitebeard. He doesn't want Daddy, he doesn't want everyone to risk it for him. It was he himself who left the ship willfully. Insist on going after Blackbeard. Daddy, they don't have to save themselves at all. It's just a consequence of impulsive self. No, I told you to chase Teach, right, Marco? Say to Ace. Whitebeard denied the reality. That's right. We've all heard that it was Dad who let you go, it's not your fault, Ace. Marco and the other captains grinned. Everyone on this sea knows what will happen to our partners. Marine, are you ready? There are captains who fearlessly draw their knives. Everyone. Ace was impressed. But he also repented more and more for his impulses. But as he said. His father. It's just Whitebeard. That's all, and I have never regretted it. Marine headquarters, it's really scary, so many warships, even if Buster Call sees it, it will be trembling, but if the opponent is our Whitebeard pirates, then it's another matter. One of the 43 captains said. Each captain is a famous sea thief in New World. Bounties have hundreds of millions of Baileys. They are basically 7-star powerhouses. Even a few can reach 8 stars. There is basically no weaker than Marine Vice Admiral. Some can even kill Vice Admiral, such as Little Ounce. Gather so many high-end combat forces. Even other 4 emperors have a hard time doing that. But Whitebeard's charisma. Many powerful pirates have long been brought to their knees. He will be abandoned by the sea of people and freaks. Treat them like your own children. The show is about to begin. Did you press Whitebeard to win? On Shuxiangxing Island, the lone shark looked around and asked. But this time, no one bet. Because the giants probably know that Whitebeard is doomed. This is a graveyard that the world government has prepared for him long ago. It's just that the Whitebeard pirates don't accept their fate. Don't admit defeat, try to spell out a future. Captain's bloodline. Jabba looked at the live screen. It was not a surprise. Ace has been active in New World since then. And later after being sheltered by Whitebeard. He had a guess. But now it is in the hands of Marine headquarters. He can't do anything either. It's just a matter of seeing if Whitebeard can do wonders. Jabba, what did you talk to that madman about in Wano Kuni? Silver Axe suddenly asked curiously. Nothing. 35. Humph, some things are hidden, but they don't necessarily end well. 99. I don't know what you're talking about. Jabba said disapprovingly. Auntie, this guy didn't know what he was doing, and he didn't come. Akoko was disappointed. It is estimated that after the last loss in Wano Kuni, I am gathering troops and preparing to find an opportunity to attack Wano Kuni. An old monster guessed. The one in Wano Kuni is not easy to deal with. 35 The giants who went on a trip. I feel deeply about this. I don't know about Whitebeard after the war. What will the new world landscape look like? Kaido falls, if Whitebeard also falls, New World probably has the final say, and for us, we have to prevent the worst. The lone shark smoked a cigar. The mood is heavy. And the redhead. What does the future hold? It's getting harder and harder to understand, and if Whitebeard wins, the whole world will change dramatically. The Golden Emperor also had a calm face. Even if someone is joking. But their mood is not easy either. Because of the big event. All are closely related to their own interests. If no other forces intervene, Whitebeard's monster is strong, but it is also difficult to win. He has to face the 3 admirals of Marine, not to mention the 2 old guys Garp and Sengoku, who are the existence that plays an insurance role. You say, will that madman also go and kick it? What do you say Wano Kuni? 35. No way, what does this war have to do with him? 35. So what did Wano Kuni have to do with him in the first place? This is a madman. In fact, it is. Kingdom of Arnaf, Kingdom of Goya, Dressrosa, Wano Kuni, Alabasta. At the moment these 5 countries store a large number of soldiers. All the timers are ready. The soldiers also formed one after another phalanx of 10,000 people. In order to be sure of taking Marine Ford. Also to declare war on the world government. They want to show a little stronger. Wait until Marine and Whitebeard are almost played. Their allies then marched forward to occupy it. Then defend on the spot. Every desert island that currently surrounds Marine Ford. Where every sea leads. Representative sea routes. Basically Rennes planned how to Chen Bing. How to arrange the fleet. How to set up a super weapon. Just wait for these top powerhouses to clash. The storm suddenly changes, and the climate and magnetic field are chaotic. In order to avoid the situation that it cannot be transmitted, Rennes had to get to the neighborhood early. Think of yourself as a positioning instrument at any time. At the same time on some nearby reefs and seas. Arrange several control headquarters and radars. Boost the signal. After all, the total strength of the waiting will be teleport. But as high as 100 million. No vulnerabilities can occur at critical moments. Is 250 ready? Let's go to the Marine headquarters first. 35 Rennes asked Jun beside him. I plan to go over 2 people first. At least until the battle between Whitebeard and Marine headquarters heats up. It is better not to be discovered. It is best to watch them fight to the death and expend each other's strength. Rennes asked. I am afraid that there is still mustard and pressure in Jun's heart. She used to be Marine, after all. After this step, it's completely out of touch with Marine. Even if Rennes builds another Marine. That's not the same either. What else can I do if I get on your thief ship? Jun glanced at Rennes and said lightly. Teleport. When Rennes saw her like this, he knew he was ready. But it can be heard. She does have pressure inside. 2 clouds of hazy light enveloped them. Now the climate can still be transmitted. Teleport the 2 of them first. So as not to wait for the climate not to be transmitted. You still have to hurry. So embarrassing. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a humming sound in the air. A marine looks at the waters along the coast. Suddenly he wondered how he felt that the sea level was gradually rising. Illusion. But it soon became clear that this was not an illusion. The roar echoes, getting louder and louder. The whole sea is raised. Concussion waves emitted by Whitebeard. Spread ultimate, followed by endless Wang Yang. It turned into a terrifying tsunami that swept over. The humming sound suddenly turned into a rumbling roar. That's ocean wave. Why are there such terrifying waves? Standing on a high ground, Marine Lookout saw huge waves sweeping in from the left and right. The whole person was scared silly. This huge wave is hundreds of meters high. This one wave beats down. The whole marine will be submerged. Tsunami. It's a tsunami. 39 The Marines also showed desperate horror. This kind of natural disaster is terrifying. Lie to people. Whitebeard's attack just now turned into a tsunami coming. Don't be careless, don't think that we have the advantage in forces, just take advantage of the odds. We have to face the strongest man in the world, the earthquake man who has the power to destroy the world, Edward Newgate. Marshal Sengoku roared loudly. He didn't want the Marines to think they had a force advantage. There is a numerical advantage of the top powerhouses. I think they won. Fight against Whitebeard. Don't take it lightly at any time. Thundered. The sound of the earth and the sound of the waves are getting stronger and stronger. The whole sea was shaken. Tsunamis struck on both sides. The whole island is under this tsunami hundreds of meters high. It looks like a toy that could break at any moment. It's over. How can such a force be something that people can deal with? Seeing this, the sea soldier Kaba softened his legs and was directly paralyzed on the ground. The shadow of the tsunami has enveloped the entire marine headquarters. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Chapter 86. Under the loud noise of terror. A tsunami that floods the sea is like a doomsday flood. With an unstoppable attitude, crush down on the marine headquarters. At this moment, countless marine despair. Even if they are all elite. There is even no shortage of generals who can bombard the mountain. Can face such a tsunami. How they are going to respond? Bombard with cannons, block with haki, sweep with sword chi? They feel that everything is under this tsunami. It's incomparably small. Sabayati Archipelago, the closest to Marine's headquarters. At this moment, a tsunami warning has been sounded. Everyone moves as high as possible. Everyone looked desperate. This is terrifying. Is it really something that humans can do? Even the giants of Aquatic Star Island. At this moment, his face is also solemn. Whitebeard's capabilities dominated the entire era since Roger's death. There are very few of them who have not been hammered by Whitebeard. The reason why he is called the strongest man in the world. It's typed out. It's over. At this moment, countless Marine have the same idea as Kirby. Powerless. I could only watch the tsunami lap down. It was like waiting for God's judgment. Alalala. But at this time, Admiral Aokiji suddenly bounced high and was full of cold. He spread his wings in the air like a big peng, his hands outstretched. Whoosh! 2 icicles burst away. Instantly connected to the tsunami that fell from both sides. Ice Age. Su. Cold winds pass extremely quickly. Booming, overwhelming, the unstoppable tsunami instantly froze. Stopped completely. Like 2 majestic icebergs. Standing on both sides of Marine's headquarters. This picture deeply shocked everyone. Many have never even seen a Vice Admiral level battle in their lives. Now I see the Emperor level showdown. I know what God's power is. Completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. One can start a tsunami. One can stop the tsunami. I survived. Marine, who was just shrouded in the shadow of an iceberg. Bendu closed his eyes in despair. I didn't expect the tsunami to slap down. Instead, it was frozen into an iceberg and stopped. Yes, Kyuzen Admiral made a move. Great, I thought I was dead. Don't be afraid, we have 3 or 3 here, Admiral, Whitebeard, we won't lose. A Marine Rear Admiral kicks up the morale of the Marines. That's right. Catch the thief first, capture the king. Double spear. Aokiji didn't have any fluctuations because the tsunami stopped. If only Whitebeard's attack couldn't be blocked. The Marine headquarters simply surrendered. Didn't stop attacking either. Instead, condensed two compressed ice spears. Straight through the long sky, straight to Whitebeard. Ice imp. Whitebeard was also unceremonious. Lift Kong Yun cut and slash with a knife. The ice spear made a metallic cracking sound. Atmospheric cracks full of voids. Sweeping towards Aokiji with terrifying concussive power. Whoops! Aokiji's body, which was facing the direction of Whitebeard's attack, instantly cracked. The body turns into ice cubes and smashes. Debris fell one by one towards the bay. Aokiji Admiral. Seeing this, the Marines exclaimed in shock. Aokiji Admiral, who was shattered by Whitebeard. Don't. No, it won't. Click. Aokiji's fragmented body fell on the surface of the sea. There is no incapacity due to contact with seawater. The moment he landed, his ability was already activated. The location has become an ice field. With Aokiji as the center, a huge ice flower instantly spreads rapidly along the bay position. Frozen the sea. Freeze a few ships where Whitebeard is located. An ice field was created. If the attack just now is not handled well, I am afraid that at least nearly 500,000 soldiers will lose their effective combat capability. Although such an attack is not an ordinary attack, it can be too lethal. Although Rennes now has high-end combat power, but some attacks are really difficult to defuse. Equal strength does not mean that all abilities can be resolved. Sometimes you have to hide. If you can't hide from it, you can only carry it hard. Rennes was inside the Kirov airboat. The Kirov airship was hiding in the white clouds of the distant sea at the moment. Marineford's general-level powerhouse. Even Grandmaster all sorts of observation hacky. It doesn't necessarily catch it here. Aokiji's freezing is a little more solved. As long as there are self-detonators frozen by the ice, I take over the detonation, and the high temperature generated can melt the nearby ice, which can restore most of the frozen soldiers, and then continue to devote themselves to the war. Rennes is observing in the field. Just the ability they have shown. Think of ways to respond. Of course, there are no strong people. Purely with conventional forces. But Whitebeard's sea earthquake is extremely difficult to deal with, unless it can be detected earlier. You can also use the Chrono force to temporarily transfer the troops, but if the ordinary seismic wave attack is extremely fast, it can only allow the soldiers with strong defenses to form a human wall to protect more soldiers at the expense of a small number of people. Again a war of attrition. And with Whitebeard's blow. And Marine Admiral's counterattack. The whole war has kicked off in full swing. Shoot. Fire. Destroy Marine, save Ace. Beyond the bay, on the sea. The pirate fleet quickly approached. Hundreds of cannons, aimed at the location of Marine's headquarters at the same time. They're going to get into the Marine headquarters. Support for Daddy. Fluffy. The cannonballs in the sky roared at the same time, and the black-pressed piece. Now just into range. The farthest they can hit is the coast. But there are still 50 Marines' top warships around. I want to penetrate it. Not so easy. The Marines are also ready to fight. Many of the vice admirals were in command on board the warships. The pirates opened fire. They also fired in unison. Bullets poured away. Boom. Under this terrifying fire. Even artillery with an extremely low hit rate in peacetime. At this moment, it also frequently hit the enemy's ships. But neither Marine, nor the ships of pirates. All are the top configurations of this era. Some ships were punched out of a large hole by shells. Iron plates are fried, wood chips are splashed, flames are ignited, and seawater is poured. But the ship did not sink at the first time. Instead, there are special maintenance and rescue personnel. Immediately repaired with wood. But if you are hit by shells at this time, these personnel could be blown to pieces. The cannons they use now are the most powerful, especially the Marine Headquarters battery built on the coastline. Large caliber, and a triple cannon. As soon as it is fired, it is a 3-gun salvo. Once the pirate ship is hit, it's the whole ship bursting apart. And ships on the side of pirates. Then the modification is a mess. But a mess does not mean weak firepower. Instead, some ships fired shells, so that many warships are out of reach. Because the one that was launched may be a swarm of venomous bees. Or maybe it's a special liquid bomb that burns steel. The fire was fired, and people were constantly killed and mutilated. One ship was covered by multiple rounds. Explode with a bang. Melee white knife combat has not yet begun. The whole sea is full of corpses, wreckage, and blood. But deafening, continuous shelling, roar. Let the bloodthirsty sea creatures dare not approach this place. And melee combat in the bay also broke out. There's no place to stay. Little ones, rush into the square and save Ace. The captains cheered and jumped onto the ice field. Even if it's Marine HQ. Even if the enemy's forces are superior to them. As long as Daddy is there. They are fearless. Whitebeard pirates, never afraid of any battle. Kill. The shouts of killing shook the sky, and the Marine elite also came to kill. They want to intercept the Whitebeard pirates in the bay. They must not be allowed to break through. The two armies are at war and in a melee battle. Even if you are strong, you will be hacked to death by someone if you are not careful. Those who can come to this kind of war, whether it's Marine, or pirates, it's all elite. And not ordinary trash fish. Powerful people. As long as you can seize the timing and opportunity. All have created miracles that defeat the strong with the weak. Hockey. After Aokiji landed, he still killed Whitebeard in a decapitated posture. Extremely fast cold winds blow by. Whitebeard was frozen all at once. However, the ice is stronger. I can't freeze the earthquake, people. Whitebeard shattered the ice, and the clouds cut forward. Penetrated Aokiji's body. This scared quite a few Marine exclaimed. But Aokiji was element ahead of time when Whitebeard stabbed him. But Whitebeard then threw a seismic punch. Shake Aokiji out. Then many pirate powerhouses surrounded Aokiji. After a few moves of the exchange, Aokiji managed to freeze these pirates. But has been forced away from Whitebeard. It's really boring, men and war, hurry up and fight, go back quickly after fighting. Hancock glanced across the battlefield with contempt. Said disapprovingly. Even at the moment, the whole world is nervous about this unprecedented high-end war of Yamato. She was indifferent. The strongest man in the world. Hawkeye's sharp eyes have a luster at this time. He pulled out the world's strongest black knife, Knight. Gently jumped onto the ice field. This move attracted the attention of all the strong. It's really strange, you actually want to attack this time. Gecko Moria looks at Hawkeye, who is also the 7 warlords of the sea. His eyes were full of surprise. This man was once known as the Marine Hunter. Powerful. Akainu also looked up slightly. That lone man also has such an initiative. 35. The world's #1 sword hero. No strong person can ignore this existence. Hawkeye doesn't care what others see. Just stare at Whitebeard. There is a battlefield between them. A man who has been praised many times by the redhead. What is the current distance between you and him? Already close? Or inferior? Hawkeye doesn't know. By the time of his rise, Whitebeard was already world famous. There was no confrontation with Whitebeard. Especially these decades. Whitebeard's shots are handful. There are too many strong men under him. Whitebeard is usually challenged. I didn't even see anyone else. It is possible to be knocked down. And now there is such a rare opportunity to face him directly. The strongest in the world, how strong is it? He wanted to know. Otherwise miss today. It is difficult to say whether there will be a chance in the future. Hawkeye observation. Hacky locks Whitebeard. Whitebeard was expressionless and stood in place. This boldness alone makes people feel ashamed. The ordinary strong were targeted by Mihawk's sharp eagle eyes. If you don't have enough confidence and courage, will feel fear. Even subconsciously trembled. Airplanes. Hawkeye directly waved the long knife in his hand. One knife is unpretentious. But the air trembled violently. Next second. Bang! A majestic cyan sword aura burst out. Like a sharp curtain, it cuts through the ice field and keeps rushing forward. Everything along the way is lifted off. It's dark. Only the sharp and piercing sonic boom of the sword chi was left in heaven and earth. Influenced by Hawkeye's sword intent, the entire sky seemed to be the color of sword chi in an instant. As if this moment, heaven and earth. Only his sword intent was roaring. The majestic sword chi destroys and decays, running on the ground, like a dragon tearing the shackles and rushing forward. This is the slash of the world's #1 sword hero. Countless strong people were shocked by this blow. Calm down. Rennes could even feel that Jun was extremely excited. It's like seeing the prey you've been pursuing all your life. The hand holding the sword is trembling slightly. It's exciting. I've always dreamed of surpassing him. Now, we are only one battle away from this dream. There will be a chance, but not necessarily now. I know. Pang! Just when that majestic cyan sword aura was about to slash at Whitebeard's location, a shining figure jumped off the boat. Suddenly blocked in front of this sword chi. The sword chi is like an entity, and it is stopped and grabbed by someone. Blocked. Who is it? This is the world's #1 slash, even 100 refined steel must be easily cut off. Whitebeard didn't shoot, who else can block it? That is Captain of the Whitebeard only 3 times, Diamond Jaws. Jaws is covered in diamonds. Hold this huge sword chi with both hands. A few steps back by the sword chi that rushed forward. Then the footsteps suddenly stepped into the ice field. Hands swell and exert strength, constantly making roars. The strength gradually increased, and he held the sword chi, and actually let this sword chi change the direction of the forward charge. Throw it into the sky. The sword chi exploded in the sky like fireworks in an instant. Gorgeous! Hawkeye took a deep look at Jaws. But still very calm. And at the moment when Jaws attacked, Marine Admiral, who had been keeping an eye on Whitebeard, also acted. Yada mirror. He accumulates a light mirror in his abdomen. The light mirror refracts the wall, allowing him to go as fast as possible. Half of the battlefield of bloody battles rushed to Whitebeard not far in an instant. Whoosh! As soon as he pointed out, a golden laser burst out. But it missed. Passed by Whitebeard's ears. Landed in the crowd not far away. Boom! A terrifying explosion. A light flame blaster rises flat. Many people there were involved in this terrible laser light explosion. Guys who don't understand haki. It was melted in an instant. Did it miss? Kizaru knew it might have something to do with Whitebeard's substantial conqueror's haki. But didn't think much of it. If only one hit would have worked. So how could Whitebeard get away with it until now? 8 feet Joan Tomo. He is in mid-air, his hands crossed, his thumb and index finger touching, as if it is an okay gesture. The laser light cluster in the sky poured down like a heavy rain. Each glowing mass carries a temperature that is hot enough to pierce the steel and melt everything. And with extremely fast and terrifying penetrating power. It's really dazzling. Whitebeard glanced up and said lightly. A blue line of fire immediately rose behind him. Spread your wings burning with blue flames. Towards this light cluster directly greeted it. All the light clusters hit this blue fire bird. But the stone is like a sea. After splashing the flame ripples, it calmed down. The shooter, the undead bird Marco. Sure enough, it's an undead bird phantom beast species that is rarer than Logia. Kizaru said slowly. It hurts. Marco grinned. Deception. Kizaru didn't believe it at all. Then Marco's wings shook. A fast phoenix seal stepped towards Kizaru. But Kizaru raised his arm to block it. It hurts too. Kizaru said calmly with a faint, but somewhat lewd smile. Liar. Marco returned the words to him untouched. At the same time, suddenly increase the strength. Kick Kizaru out of the air. Kizaru turned into a laser light and shot into the nearby building. A terrifying explosion sounded. This made the Marines a little worried. This is the war between Marine Headquarters and Whitebeard. Is this really a human war? It's like a battle of gods and demons. Chapter 87. Everyone who is looking at this war at the moment. Even the giants were silent. These decades. They've seen Buster Call. I've seen the battle between 4 emperors and 4 emperors. Seen Admiral fight with 4 emperors. But I have never seen 4 or 5 emperor-level powerhouses appear on the same battlefield at the same time to fight. Currently working on Aokiji, Kizaru, Whitebeard, Hawkeye. And at the time of the initial confrontation, Marco is not weaker than Kizaru at all. In addition, Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, multiple captains. These strong people usually appear alone. It's all big news. Now it is a push to appear, a pile of fighting. Marine Ford is on the sword chi, and the energy is raging. Shock wave, explosion flames spread out. The sound of gunfire is raining down on the entire ice field. Laser light, shock waves, blue flames splashing. The entire Marine Headquarters looks more like hell than any imaginary. Especially that extraordinary power. Let everyone subconsciously tremble. Whether it's 4 emperors or admiral. When you raise your hands and feet, you have the strength to destroy everything. It's not as if they're not the same species. A fear of creatures at the top of the food chain inevitably breeds. If only the giants were involved in such a battle alone. Nor can they guarantee their own safety. If targeted, it's going to die ugly. Whitebeard guy has a lot of subordinates. 35 Silver Axe looked a little dazzled. 43 captains, 16 captains. This force is not to be underestimated at Marine Headquarters. If not, Whitebeard is old. One more strong man who can completely cut in half with Admiral. The outcome of this battle may have more suspense. At least not the mortal situation they imagined. Silver Axe also tried to gather his men. But the subordinates he summoned. Each one wants to finish himself off and replace him as the captain. After a few repetitions, he knew that he was not a man who could manage a force. Otherwise, 4 emperors may not have a place for him. Aren't Garp and Sengoku going to do anything? The shipping king asked. Dealing with 1 Whitebeard, Marine, and 3 admirals is enough. They just play a role of precaution, and besides, the whole war situation is controlled by Marshal Sengoku, which is even more effective. Morgans explained. Are you going to drain Whitebeard's stamina first? It doesn't seem to be going very well. Tetsalo tapped on the handle of the chair. Whitebeard is just old, and not stupid. How can it be as the enemy wants? As soon as he comes up, he will be consumed with physical strength. He's old now, and every time he strikes, he has to make sure it works. Normal, different ages have different ages of play. Pang. Fierce fighting continued. Aokiji fought in the crowd out of 250. Many pirates are frozen in ice. Where it passes, very few people can stop him. Even these pirates are very strong. Meet Marine Admiral. I can only admit that I am unlucky. Diamond Jaws suddenly rushed out of the crowd. Wrapped in haki and diamond armor. Crashed into Aokiji at great speed. Aokiji is dealing with two pirate cotters who are not weak. Jaws caught the opportunity. And Jaws is extremely deadly. That is, he is covered with diamonds of absolute defense. Only then dare to rush to Marine Admiral so recklessly. With a loud bang, the two collided. Aokiji snorted. He took a step back, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. This guy's strength is really great. Fluffy. Aokiji didn't think much and attacked it. Jaws didn't instigate it at all. When it comes to swordsmen, everyone only thinks of one man. Foil Bista slashed many marines along the way. His eyes looked straight at Hawkeye, who was not far away and was ready to collect the knife and watch. They 7 warlords of the sea were just here to play soy sauce. It's not really to help. But even if it's soy sauce, for Marine, it can also reduce their many losses. When pirates approach them, they will also shoot to solve it. Otherwise, it is not something that passivity can explain. Rose Dance. He launched a slash at Hawkeye. The two swords clashed, and there was a gorgeous and deadly rose sword chi. It's not a person of ability, is it pure swordsmanship? Interesting. Hawkeye saw this, and the black knife swept out at night. A clash of gold and iron sounded. Sword energy raged out from the center of the two-person exchange. But Foil Bista did not suffer. His eyes burned with a scorching battle intent. The world's #1 sword hero. The apex of swordsmanship. All sword heroes are eager to defeat the existence. Hawkeye's face also became slightly serious. Foil's swordsmanship is strong. It can make him have some fun. He wielded a black knife and slashed out one knife after another. Swordsmanship is superb and dangerous. But a round of swordsmanship down. Bista was all defended. Seeing this, Hawkeye was happy to hunt, and gradually increased the intensity of the attack. Come on, zombies, stand up. Fight, the more you die, the better. Hee hee. Gecko Moria stretched out his hands, and countless shadows entered the corpse. A corpse, under his control, stood up. Resist the pirates who rushed towards him in this direction. Occasionally keep an eye on 1 or 2 famous pirate captains. He wanted to take them down and get the shadow of his failure. Or kill them and get their bodies. On this battlefield, his forces will only grow. The battlefield for him. But a good place to buy goods. So when Marine headquarters issued a summoning order to him, he agreed without even thinking much. The tyrant bear stood silently. Generally don't move. When someone actively attacks him, one by one, the air cannonballs that were compressed by the palm of his flesh ball, and the form of a bear's paw were gently pushed out. Penetrates directly through the bodies of the pirates. This was followed by a powerful explosion. It's all a bunch of insignificant smelly men. Hancock whipped with long legs. One by one, the pirates turned into stone statues. Winter Night Dorma. I can't get around you. Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, takes Marine and rushes into the pirates. Instantly set his eye on a pirate captain. Very hard-working, ferocious. You must know that the forces of the Marine over there have not yet been overwhelmed. The flying squirrel Vice Admiral was completely killed by a group of pirate elites. Both of them were slashed twice. What the hell is this Marine Vice Admiral? Unite Dorma was stunned for a moment. I think he didn't have much to do with the flying squirrel Vice Admiral before. How to look like you have to put yourself in the face of a mortal enemy. Cover the flying squirrel Vice Admiral. Many of the Marines elite followed. Am I being too careful? Sengoku's eyes glimpsed. He stood high on the execution table. The entire battlefield was taken into his eyes. Because the Allies are strong. Although the flying squirrel Vice Admiral ran out. It doesn't look like a problem either. But cautious Sengoku. Still keep an eye on it. After all, I am not afraid of 10,000 in everything. Just in case. But now the flying squirrel is seen on the battlefield. Vice Admiral. Still charging as before. No other ideas. Sengoku erased the last bit of doubt in his heart. The battle continues. The next moment, the giant Marine Vice Admiral entered the war. As soon as they entered the war, many pirates suffered immediately. It's bigger, then you guys will block it this time. Jaws, who possessed strange powers, roared. He had just been shocked by Aokiji and flew here. His hands plunged into the ice, his muscles bulging. With all your might, take out a block of ice more than 10 times larger than a giant directly from the ice. No, it should be said iceberg. He suddenly threw it at the giant in the direction of the execution table. The giant Vice Admiral's face changed dramatically. This Jaws' strength is ridiculous. More than their giant family. This iceberg is flying under the high-speed storm. Once hit them. Dead or injured. Even if you wait for someone to get away with it. The troops near the execution table may also be cleared because of this iceberg. Really, one attack after another, if they all go out, who will guard here? 35. Seeing this, Akainu had to get up from his chair. Revealed a cold, resolute face. The eyes are calm, but in the depths of the calm, occasionally a fierce light flashes. He is a representative of the radical Marine. But he has radical strength and qualifications. After all, not all the strong. All can defeat opponents as strong as themselves. Great eruption. Gollum, Akainu's right arm quickly expands and turns into a lava giant arm. Flames burned and magma flowed. One punch, a few points bigger. With a loud bang, the magma giant arm hit this iceberg. After a moment of stalemate, this is as solid as steel. Melted by Akainu's magma giant arm. Meteor volcano. But when Akainu strikes, it's not just about fending off or crushing enemy attacks. Rather, fight back against all pirates. He kept throwing his fists at the sky with both hands. A dark red magma fist burst out. Straight into the clouds, after Akainu blasted out for tens of seconds. All, AEG, lava fists start to fall. Under the blessing of high-altitude inertia. The dense magma fist is getting faster and faster. A piercing sonic boom erupted. The dense sonic boom is unsettling. Especially the pirates. Fluffy. Each magma fist landed on the ground, like a small meteorite, exploding with magma and sparks. Like blood flowers blooming in hell. Took the lives of batches of pirates. Such attacks cover a wide range. The number of injured and dead pirates increased a lot in an instant. Whitebeard's brow furrowed slightly. But this kind of wide-scale attack. Extremely difficult to defend. Bang! Akainu blasted another great eruption. A huge magma fireball slammed straight into Whitebeard. Whitebeard stood out and caught the fireball. Blowing this magma fireball blows a mouthful of haki. All magma and flames were extinguished immediately. All that remained was an ash-like rock. Extremely domineering and powerful. Little devil who set fire, keep this fire for yourself a birthday cake. Whitebeard said dismissively. This is a way to express your dissatisfaction. Don't you like lavish funerals? Whitebeard. Akainu also sneered and retorted. The pirates still don't come in enough. 35 Marshal Sengoku watched everything in silence. Ice fields are not a well-intentioned place to stay. Rather, a trap to devour them. In grappling. Many of the Whitebeard pirates' support ships have survived the siege. Close to the ice field in the bay. Wait for basically all the powerful pirates to arrive. He will activate the enveloping wall. Trap everyone in the bay. Destroy as many of these pirates as possible. But Sengoku also knew. There can be no rush in this matter. Once Whitebeard notices it, it's going to change. And at this time Akainu should also start his battle plan. For this battle, they collected information on all the members of the Whitebeard pirates. more detailed than ever. Many places were found that could be used. For example, the relationship between the vortex spider Skyedu and Roger, Ace. As long as you can win. The means are not important. Bay out. Captain wait above the ice which pilots an icebreaker. It crashed into the ice field. Blaze a small trail. Countless pirate reinforcements jumped off the ship and came to support Whitebeard's location. Destroy Marine, save Ace. The ice which wielded her long sword and commanded more elite landing operations. Skyedu, who also directed the landing of an outer steamer not far away. I'm fighting the Marines at the moment. Keep going. Carrying a long knife, he stepped on Marine's body. But when passing by the wreck of a ship that crashed and overturned and fell to the ground. But he suddenly looked in one direction in horror. He sensed a fatal sense of crisis. This look directly made Skyedu sweat coldly. Akainu. Is Marine Admiral specifically squatting me here? Skyedu was terrified, but he didn't intend to back down. I'm just here to tell you the truth. The corners of Akainu's mouth curved a smile. So what is that? It's so big. Suddenly the entire battlefield was in turmoil. A tall and strong figure appeared on the surface of the sea. The size was huge, and the sea water only reached his calf. Although it is close to the port. Not very deep, but only to the calves. Or a tall exaggeration. The huge warship was in front of him, just a little bigger than an ordinary toy. He was armed with a large knife. That's Ounce's descendant, so tall, so alive, so much I want it. Seeing this, Gecko Moria's eyes straightened. If only there were such good corpses. Give Anne another powerful shadow. He has his own invincible zombie. Several times taller than a giant. The descendants of the Magian. I heard that Ounce has lifted the whole country. Ace, I'm here to save you. Little Ounce said firmly. Stupid, didn't I say you don't come out? Marco and others are not very optimistic. They didn't recommend Little Ounce to participate in this battle before. The body is too large, but it is very destructive. In general, it is indeed invincible. But in the face of Marine, there are countless strong people. It is more likely to become a living target no matter how you look at it. Seeing this, the tyrant bear suddenly opened his hands and made a gesture of embracing the sky. It's actually compressing a huge amount of air nearby. Make an air bomb enough to cover the entire island. He had used it on the ship of terror. Ounce, you idiot. Ace's tears couldn't stop welling up. Apparently his partner's family is dying. But he felt happy. Because he found the meaning of living in this world. But the lives of the partners are passing. He felt so sick. Ace, Garp grimaced under the execution table. Pang! As soon as Little Ounce appeared, Daihatsu Kamui. Cut off a warship with one sword. Pick up another warship and throw it into the marine group. Boom and explode. The fire is blazing. A giant, Vice Admiral, wants to fight Little Ounce. But the strength and size of Pride are in front of Little Ounce. But insignificant. More than a dozen rounds of confrontation. Little Ounce defeats Lacroix Vice Admiral with his huge size and strength. A giantess, Marine Vice Admiral, arrives. Little Ounce went back and forth a few times. Beat it again. This made all Marine freeze. This Little Ounce is huge. The destructive power reflected is too strong. And Little Ounce stepped on the ice field. Advance under artillery fire. For a while, the artillery fire did not completely cover it. There is no way to knock Little Ounce down. A few more steps. He was able to step into the square. But this also confronted 7 warlords of the sea. Both Tyrant Bear and Gecko Moria are ready to strike. Bear impact. Tyrant Bear struck first. He has compressed a terrifying air cannonball. A one-man-sized beer paw form air compression cannonball was pushed towards Little Ounce by him. But Little Ounce was not bound at this time. Because there is one less Ming Ge who should have existed. Little Ounce sensed danger. Instinct dodge. The air cannonball flew past Little Ounce. With a bang, it exploded on a white cloud in the distance. Blast the whole white cloud. A Kirov airboat was exposed. Everyone looked subconsciously. I said I was just passing by, do you believe me? Chapter 88. A hot battlefield. Suddenly there was silence for a moment. Rennes didn't expect that either. In his plan, I should sit and reap the benefits of the fishermen. I didn't expect a good show to be watching. The tyrant bear's attack will suddenly fall on himself. It was not a premeditated attack. It's just a coincidence. Look at the air bomb that instantly swells to the size of several warships. Rennes knew right away that things were not good. Whether it's blocked or not, all will definitely be discovered. Sengoku and Garp are two strong men. Did not go to war itself. Keep an eye out for changes on the battlefield. Such a big movement. It was impossible for him to escape their detection. That moment was too fast. Rennes didn't even have time to use the Chrono force. The Chrono force is launched until the teleportation is completed. It takes a while. So Rennes had no choice but to block. But this block, the breath is revealed, and the white clouds escape. He and the Kirov airboat appeared in front of everyone. Jun, on the other hand, was in the moment when Rennes made a block. Put on the mask. Try to arrive at the right time before the arrival. Reduce the attention and danger on their side. And its own presence. That madman is near the Marine headquarters. Aqua Star Island. The giants are in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Rennes was hiding nearby. Is he planning something crazy again? Morgans and others have lingering feelings. I thought this war would definitely have nothing to do with him. I can understand when other people run to see the excitement, but he just took Kaido's territory. Now some of them have not been absorbed, and does he know that his current identity, no matter where he goes, will affect the nerves of many people? It's no exaggeration to say that most people can watch from the sidelines at Marine headquarters, but they can't be the four emperors. 359. Yes, this will make the whole situation tense. I have a feeling that the storm is going to get worse. The giants all looked at Rennes in shock, who was forced out by the attack of the tyrant bear. Even if he looks now, it seems to be an empty boat. It's a little thin. But since he dared to go to the Marine headquarters, that must have brought enough power for self-preservation. They had a brief confrontation with Rennes. Know that Rennes is not the kind of reckless man who doesn't understand anything. It's just that they don't figure it out. What does this war have to do with him? Do you just want to watch it live? It's not impossible. But some kind of intuition tells them. It may not be that simple. Senior Marines such as Marshal Sengoku. Includes 3 Marine Admirals. They all noticed the change in the sky. Allied leader, Rennes, how could he be here? Sengoku's heart lifted at once. His eyes stared at Rennes. At such times, any force appears. It can be a variable. Not to mention a new 4 emperors. Everything Rennes has done these days to give the world government, Marshal Sengoku a headache. That's the new 4 emperors. Admiral's attention was also drawn to some of it. Humph. Believe it or not is up to you. I kind of felt that things were a little beyond her expectations. Skyudo seems to be more difficult to deal with than expected. But he did get a little moved. After all, Ace is Roger's son. That's the truth. With a little manipulation, you can guide him to a certain extent. After all his companions were killed by Roger. How can it be so simple to let go? So Akainu didn't take out the vortex spider Skyudo. After all, there is hope. And at this time, he also subconsciously looked towards the sky, and his brows wrinkled, the leader of the Allied forces. Has he been here since just now? Damn imp, what's the intention? Is there any partnership agreement with Whitebeard? If so, it would be true. I'm afraid it will be quite troublesome. That's the hottest person of recent times, who doesn't seem to be as dangerous as the rumors, was Kizaru's first feeling. La, it's really troublesome. Aokiji doesn't know how Sengoku will choose. But 4 emperors is where light exists. It is also enough to make the entire marine headquarters wary. I don't know what Sengoku-san will choose. But this unexpected situation. They are also defensive. Although cautious tension is inevitable. But not to say that it is a mess. As for what Rennes said. All are automatically filtered. Who believes in his handy excuses? There is no sincerity at all. That little devil is watching from the sidelines. What are you thinking about? Whitebeard looked over as well. Think about what was blackmailed not long ago. He didn't believe in this radical, rampant, and crazy imp. It's really just a show. I don't know what is secretly planned. But this situation is a pressure on the marine headquarters. For the Whitebeard pirates. That's a good thing. Rennes didn't even make a move. Its existence is also enough to attract the attention and vigilance of high-end combat power. After all, judging by the previous things, I don't have much conflict of interest with him. It is unlikely that the Whitebeard pirates will strike again. The distressed should be the marine headquarters. Little ones. Kill in. Sensing that Marine's overall morale had become more cautious, Whitebeard seized the opportunity, threw his arms up, and jumped off the ship himself. This is a once-in-a-lifetime time. The admirals were drawn to a certain extent. Sengoku and Garp also had to keep an eye on Rennes. Wait, if Rennes leaves, there is less pressure on Marine. So Whitebeard was keen to grasp the moment. He led the charge. A giant, Vice Admiral, rushed to Whitebeard. Whitebeard cut the clouds into the ground. Grab the Vice Admiral with both hands. The whole atmosphere was pinched up by Whitebeard. Atmospheric cracks spread instantly. The giant Vice Admiral also shook with the twisted atmosphere. Invisibly, controlled by Whitebeard. Then Whitebeard slammed into the air. Marine Vice Admiral only felt like the heavens and the earth were turned upside down. Instantly loses the sense of gravity. With a loud bang, Peng was thrown to the ground by Whitebeard. The force of the shock spread throughout his body. The giant Vice Admiral spewed out a mouthful of blood. The whole person passed out. Kill a Marine Vice Admiral in one hit. This made the surrounding Marine subconsciously more and more afraid of Whitebeard. Kill. Follow Daddy in. The pirates began to rush in. Did you miss it? Tyrant Bear remained expressionless. Then he looked at Little Ounce, who was close in front of him. He appeared in front of him with a teleport. This time, he won't miss. South. Another bear-like air cannonball was shot out by him. This distance, with the huge body of Little Ounce. Can't react. Bang. The terrifying explosion instantly knocked Little Ounce to the ground. The shock wave set off by the explosion. Let the countless pirates around Marine be blown out with them. But the Little Ounce skin is thick and thick. Although he has fallen, he is also struggling to get up. Shadow Mage. Gecko Moria was excited, manipulating his shadow. Limit the movement of Little Ounce as much as possible. My. He is quite eager. Rennes. How did he come? Suffered. Is the concubine's body contaminated with a little bloodline and dust? The pirate female emperor who has never paid attention to her image. At the moment, he was a little nervous checking his clothes. This made several pirates next to him look confused. Even if you are 7 warlords of the sea, it is the emperor of pirates. Beautiful makes them unable to get their hands on it for a while. But this is not a big show. You suddenly check your clothes for a few meanings. Maybe it's a little too disrespectful to them. They are also pirates with a bounty of more than 60 million Baileys. That's the leader of the Allied forces who brought down Kaido. He looks so young, not because the wanted warrant is young. So young, is the strength really that strong? I don't know anything about this. Do you know why he is called the leader of the Allied forces? 35. Why? Of course, there are many troops, and according to a person familiar with Dressrosa at the time, he may have more than 1,000,000 subordinates. Million. Oh, my God! It's so terrifying, even 4 emperors can't stop so many people. In the eyes of ordinary people, 1,000,000 subordinates, which is quite a terrifying number. Humph! Sabayati Archipelago. Kid, aren't you happy? Also, everyone is so young, why should others already be 4 emperors? Kira, it's good to know something, there's no need to say anything, you idiot. Kid was even more upset after hearing it. Oh! When we go to New World, we'll kill one of the 4 emperors. Kid vowed. It seems like no one is bothering me. Ren dragged his chin and thought for a moment. If so, that's good. But come to think of it, it should be impossible. There's no way Marine headquarters can really let itself go. Sengoku seems to have just spoken on the phone, apparently asking 5 elders. Ren waited quietly. If they kill us later, don't behave so obviously, the time is not yet, and now the 2 sides are not really fighting. Ren whispered to Jun. 99 Jun certainly knows. And Ren's face sank slightly. What's wrong? Jun mentions, could it be that there are other more serious things? I'm thirsty, you go inside and bring my thermos. Jun, 66.99. UBD. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? On such a serious occasion. You told me you were just thirsty. I thought there was some action. Drink to death and forget it. Jun said that he still turned around and went in and came out with a thermos. Soaked to this point, just right, mellow, well. Ren took a sip of black tea contentedly. This BD, what do you think of the battlefield? The crowd saw this scene. They were all quite speechless. It seems that they still have to decide to do something to me, they should not know my personal combat strength, and it is not appropriate to expose my strength now, so they can only deal with it by themselves first. 0. Asking for flowers. Ren saw Marshal Sengoku pick up another phone bug and say something. Many marine generals received orders. They all subconsciously looked towards Ren. Just now, when Sengoku asked 5 elders. The 5 elders discussed. At present, there is only one empty ship that appears at the marine headquarters, which is hidden, and it is possible that it does not want to clash head-on with the marine headquarters. 99. It can be seen from this that he should not be ready for war with us. Now that Marine is powerful enough to deal with one more 4 emperors, we must not let a god-slayer appear in front of us and we are indifferent, what will the world think? Even if he may have left a way back, we may not be able to win, but it is important to express our attitude. In this way, will it be enough to take the power of Whitebeard? Winning Whitebeard is still the main goal. Just don't let him sit idle, lest he be calculating anything, and it's better to let him quit in spite of the difficulties, so as to save our reputation and not let the hunt for Whitebeard have more accidents. 35. And from the previous intelligence, his biggest dependence is weapons and equipment, and now there is no such dependence around, perhaps, we can directly kill him. That will be an unprecedented deterrent to the entire world. Indeed, any guy who tries to be named the word God of Slaughter must not be easily let go, and he will be killed when he has the opportunity. Understand, then let Sengoku continue to be in charge. 99. Keep an eye on the allied Ren, look for opportunities, and kill them. Marshal Sengoku picked up the phone bug. Senior officers above Rear Admiral were secretly informed. As long as these officers move, the people below, of course, will also know who the enemy is. A 4 emperors with no subordinates and no troops. At most, it is a difficult opponent. If the individual strength is really not strong enough, their marine headquarters is really likely to have a double happiness today. Kizaru looked around. This distance seems to be the closest to him. He immediately tried to attack. Light speed kick. Su. Kizaru kicks into the air where Rennes is. A laser burst out of Kizaru's long golden legs. Shoot at Rennes at a thunderous speed. Rennes hurriedly set up a mace to block. Pang! A terrifying explosion of light completely enveloped Rennes. He rushed out of the explosion flames with a slight embarrassment. Can't you hide? Kizaru's eyes narrowed slightly. If only I couldn't hide from it. That's only two possibilities. First, the strength is not as strong as I think. Second, speed is not good at speed. Either way. For Marine headquarters, it's all good news. Because it means he may be better off dealing with than Kaido of the beasts. The latter overthrew the former. But that doesn't mean he's necessarily better than the former. There are many factors that determine victory or defeat. And in the eyes of all, this is normal. Rennes is too young after all. Sengoku Garp saw this. Also a little relieved. Rennes' personal strength seems so-so. If you only have this strength, then the old man will not be polite. Kizaru tiptoed, and the whole person soared into the air. 8 feet Jon Tomo. Clusters of light poured down towards Rennes. It can't be too watery, otherwise it will seem too fake. Rennes mace wrapped around armament haki, suddenly waving wildly. The shadow of the mace shattered pieces of air, one by one light clusters. Jun watched silently. Something inconspicuous there. She is now able to control her breath very well. Rennes swept through the sky and blocked the light cluster. In an explosion, Kizaru calmly poked out a finger. The new 4 emperors, it's terrifying to be so young. South. The moment the words sounded, a laser shot at Rennes. Rennes held up his mace to block. The whole person was knocked down to the ice field. Fight in the air. It's too conspicuous, too eye-catching. It's different from what Rennes wants right now. But Rennes showed weakness. The effect is also obvious. The main force of the Marine headquarters is still aimed at Whitebeard. Didn't transfer against him. Even Sengoku has already started the next battle plan against the Whitebeard pirates. That's good. At your age, with such strength, you are already a monster, but today you may have to stay. Kizaru shone with golden light in his hands, and then pulled out a Skycong cloud sword. One step suddenly stepped out, both swords holding swords, one sword slashed. Rennes blocks, and in an instant, the wind haki shines brightly. The ice field under Rennes burst open. Another step back. This little devil seems to be weaker than we think. 9. Last time I wasn't afraid of those weapons. Maybe we took him down with a hard head, but it's a pity. Akoko said as he looked at the screen that was gradually suppressed. Fluffy. The two of them have a sword and a stick, and they collide savagely. Something is wrong, with your age, why is the aggression of the attack so weak? Kizaru felt something was wrong. Chapter 89. Rennes is indeed fighting back. If Rennes hadn't had known about killing Dragon and bringing down Kaido before, Kizaru felt that Rennes could resist his attacks in this way. And there is such a profound haki. The strength is only inferior to himself. This is already quite impressive. But with those things, Kizaru felt. So there are comings and goings, tending to gentle fighting. It doesn't seem normal. Because judging by what Rennes has done recently, this man should have been more radical. And not like that, only occasionally fighting back. Most of it is on the defensive. Could it be that this guy is stalling for time or releasing water? Thinking of this, Kizaru immediately frowned a little. He is low-key though. But after all, it is also Marine Admiral. In the fight against yourself, Even dare to retain strength? Although Kizaru is only speculating. But no, just try it. But right now. Kizaru-san, are you an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army planted at the headquarters of Marine? There are some things that should be asked or asked. Although whether it is or not. Kizaru won't admit it. Untouchable inquiries. From Kizaru's instantaneous expression reaction. Rennes was sure he could see something. What? Hearing this, Kizaru was stunned. What does that mean? It's nothing, it's just that I have collected some intelligence that you have been ventilating messages for the Revolutionary Army. I met with the dragon once, if I can, I don't want to injure friendly troops by mistake. This is, of course, made up by Rennes. He spent a few years at East Blue. But he has not met the dragon face to face. That kind of elusive guy. It's so easy to see. As soon as the words came out. Observation Haki is keeping an eye on the situation here with General Marine. Immediately put your ears high. They were also extremely shocked. I don't know if what Rennes said is true or false. Although they feel in their hearts that 250 must be fake. But everything is always in case. It's useless to sow discord. Kizaru slashed with a lightsaber, with great power. The surrounding ice field immediately cracked apart under the energy of the lightsaber. Kizaru is Admiral. It has a high prestige in Marine. Of course, it's not just someone who says a word. It will make people suspicious. Well, but I heard that when you were at Sabayati Archipelago, before Pluton Rayleigh made a move, you found the Straw Hat Pirates. Are you sure that this is not because you know that the father of the Straw Hat is a revolutionary dragon, your old boss, so you deliberately show mercy to your subordinates? Rennes said this. 5 elders frowned slightly. Marshal Sengoku also froze. This is a bit of a thoughtful statement. Sabayati Archipelago. Kizaru's defeat made Sengoku and 5 elders really unacceptable. A Marine Admiral, with pacifists. There are even Marine troops. Although at a critical moment, the tyrant bear turned against the water and sent the Straw Hat Luffy away from them. Rayleigh also appeared. But before that, there really isn't a gap period. Don't you have a chance to take down the Straw Hat boy? They were somewhat skeptical. But they have always believed in Kizaru's loyalty. He became Marine after all. It's been decades. And it has always been relatively casual and low-key. There is not such a strong will to the martial position. This is very different from Aokiji and Akainu. So they are very reassuring about Kizaru. But some things, it's okay not to mention them. Once doubts arise, no one can afford to doubt the spread of seeds. And what Rennes said. The insertion point is so just right. After the Sabayati land incident, Tyrant Bear because of this rebellion. Finally, he underwent the ultimate makeover. Now the Tyrant Bear has lost his personality. Become a reformed person without self-awareness. Kizaru, they are not punishable. Kizaru frowned. So, playing with people's hearts, is that what you are best at? Rennes wanted to tell Kizaru. The strength of the army is the strongest one. Right now, it's just a casual distraction of his heart. So as not to think too much. At the same time, reduce your own danger level. But this alone is useless, nonsense without evidence, who will believe you? Although Kizaru knows. Rennes' words put him at a disadvantage. But that's after that. The most important thing at the moment. It's to see if you can take Rennes. Jun was also targeted by several rear admirals. Also fighting hard on the ice field. Rennes looked envious. Light speed kick, 35. Disheveled. Rennes blocks. But he was swept out by this light speed thigh again. Rennes shook the mace in his hand nonchalantly. In Kizaru's opinion, it was clear that Rennes couldn't completely eliminate the force of his kick. What are you here for? Kizaru couldn't understand. If you want to know the outcome of this battle, just wait at home. If not, go to the nearest island, Sabayati Archipelago. There is a live broadcast to see the live situation. Although the critical moment, some things are not necessarily visible. But there's no need to watch a live broadcast. So risk your life. Rennes was silent and didn't answer. It seems that we overestimated his danger a little bit earlier. 5 elders glanced at Rennes a few times. Also make an evaluation. Can be under the onslaught of Kizaru. Hold on for so long. For anyone, commendable. But if you're a 4 emperors, there is no way to fight back against Kizaru reciprocatingly. That strength is really weak. It's not worth their attention. It seems that Kaido is more likely to die from Yamato's arrogance. With that, they put their eyes on Whitebeard. At the moment the battle on Whitebeard's side. It really enters the fighting stage. It's not like they haven't thought about it. Rennes is not hiding something. But unlikely. One is under the onslaught of Admiral. Even the 4 emperors didn't dare to keep their strength. Otherwise, once the rhythm of the battle is grasped by the other party, will be led into a desperate situation step by step. At that time, even if you want to burst into full force again, it also depends on whether the enemy gives this opportunity or not. But Rennes is different. Rennes has a super weapon, the Iron Curtain device. This device allowed Rennes to avoid many fatal crises. Otherwise, Rennes wants to play with the water like this. It's a bit risky. The second is pirates and bounty. There has always been a habit of displaying force. Declare your strength to the world. Gain fame with this. Gain benefits from reputation, such as business, subordinates, etc. Let's slaughter the Shuanghuang Emperor today. The 5 elders smiled when they looked at each other. Without his own subordinates, the previous 5 billion Bailey bounty was obviously higher. That's right. The battle for Sengoku is also about to begin. Whitebeard is coming to an end. Anyone who is hostile to the world government has only this one result. But Kizaru, Rennes has some point. The stakes are high, don't jump to conclusions and investigate later. Sengoku's ideas are similar to those of 5 elders. I think Rennes' strength is probably similar to Marco. And this time without troops. But they just happened to find out. So what's the difference between this and a free lunch delivered to your door? Don't take the opportunity to eat this piece of meat. Marshal Sengoku felt sorry for himself. Marshal Sengoku gave orders to the 7 warlords of the sea and the vice-admirals. Who can take Rennes? There will be a reward. Primarily for 7 warlords of the sea. Encourage Gecko Moria, Hancock, and Hawkeye to make a move. Tyrant Bear is a killing machine that only knows how to identify enemies and friends at this moment. Just get into range. He will naturally do it. Just now. Ounce. On the battlefield, the sorrowful cries of many pirates suddenly sounded. After Gecko Moria restrains Ounce's body with a shadow. A single blow of the shadow corner gun penetrated Ounce's entire body. Shadows form a spear. Incredibly sharp. The iron armor on Ounce's body could not be defended at all. Of course, the most important thing is to be hit by the Tyrant Bear. Bombed at close range. This explosion covers an extremely wide area and is extremely powerful. Even if Ounce gets shot, he was also seriously injured. And at this time, many of the batteries were calibrated on Little Ounce. A dozen rounds of intensive artillery salvos. Explosions rang out continuously on Little Ounce. It explains what a living target is. There is no need to adjust the accuracy after the fight. Keep loading, keep fighting. Dense and powerful shells came up one after another. Little Ounce was also blown up bloodily. The most important thing is to be kept in place. It's hard to dodge this covered artillery bombardment. Bear shock. The Tyrant Bear was expressionless. Once again, this atmosphere is compressed. Then zero contact palm directly printed on Little Ounce. Peng's muffled sound. It's like a thunder slashing at little ounce. The whole body instantly opened up and flesh. If it is not for high muscle strength, strong bones. This blow is afraid that it will even blow up his whole person. But even so, little ounce also shook his body. Crashed down. Fell on the edge of the ice field. If it weren't for the joint attack of the two Wang Xiaoxi Shibukai, little ounce is probably stepping into the square at this moment. Came to the execution table. But there are no ifs. BD Big Bear, if I blow him up, I won't let you go. Moria looked at the tyrant bear and said coldly. The tyrant was silent and did not say a word. Moria felt something was wrong. In the past, the tyrant bear, no matter how silent he was, words will not be less than that. Ace is extremely sad to see. Watching so many partners, falling down to save him. He burst into tears. Keep BG your head on the execution table. Ace, Garp looked at the battlefield. But more attention. Or keep it on Ace. This is the path they have chosen. Maybe at this moment, you can already find the meaning of life, Ace. But isn't it too late? Order has always needed to be maintained. That's definitely RIGHT0. But what if it's your own relatives? And what to do? Can you only watch all this? Garp couldn't help but think of the first time Ren called Marshal Sengoku. The few words he said at that time are now recalled. How stark! Sengoku occasionally glances at Garp. It's not really reassuring either. Because he knows his partner. Know the present justice and emotion. Is fighting inside him. At this moment, he must be tormented in his heart. It's almost time to start the first step. Senmamaru, it's time for your scientific troops to be dispatched. Marshal Sengoku picked up the phone and rushed to the telegram. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. As long as I can make a contribution here, I will definitely become a real marine. Battle Momomaru, who was carrying the axe, said with anticipation on his face. They hid inside 50 warships. Crossfire at long distances. They didn't move. Fight a white knife battle on board at close range. They also try not to move as much as possible. Once discovered by pirates, kill them. Their army of artificial weapons, pacifists. It will play a very important role. When most of the important pirate captains enter the ice field, they will strike to cut off their retreat. At the same time cut off their reinforcements. Drive them inside. Once they are broken after completion, you can completely surround the Whitebeard pirate group before and after. Activate the wall again, and then use Akainu Admiral's abilities when you are trapped. Concentrate on killing them. So the Whitebeard pirates are bound to lose. Whoosh! Senmamaru leads an entire army of pacifists. As far as the eye can see, there are dozens or hundreds of units. As soon as they appeared, laser beams flew all over the sky. Fell in the group of pirates and blew up the pirates screaming one after another. Many pirate ships close to here were also shot up. They pulled out their line and advanced from the port position outside the bay towards the bay. These pacifists are all tyrant bears. Steel body that can shoot lasers. Usually deal with hundreds of millions of Bailey bounty criminals, as long as they are not besieged. Basic and easy. It shows that their destructive power is around 7 stars. May initially step into the 7 stars. But definitely better than 6 stars. Such a number of pacifists. It is enough to once again reflect the military superiority of Marine. At present, there are only 13 soldiers of Rennes level. But 8-star, Rennes has 36. And the slightly weaker 6-star, Rennes has 301. What is it? Why are there so many Bartholomew Kuma? They're not really 7 warlords of the sea, like makeovers. Damn, so hard, can't split their bodies. How can you still shoot Kizaru's laser? Someone attacked in vain. Some people were killed by laser beams piercing their bodies. The sky was full of gun smoke, and blood was flowing. This one artificial weapon corps joined. The losses on the side of the pirates have been further expanded. The rumbling explosions continued. One after another, devastating light flame shockwaves bloomed on the ice field. Like 100 flowers blooming. Just under every flower. All with human lives. Medea. Don't underestimate us too much. The slaughter of these artificial weapons also made some pirate captains 4.6 angry. Several pacifists were smashed one after another. Know that they are the elite pirates of the New World. Want to slaughter them? No way. But even the pirates have achieved some success. But this corps is quite numerous. The impact is not significant at the moment. And everyone's eyes are on Whitebeard rushing forward at the moment. The situation in the rear will be ignored for a while. That's exactly what Sengoku wants. Even the live phone bugs deliberately moved away from the shoreline. Put it in the center of the ice field. Ounce. Whitebeard looked at the fallen little ounce, his face was gloomy and terrifying. For him, these are his children. One Marine Vice Admiral thought Whitebeard was distracted. Take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. As a result, Whitebeard grabbed his head. Wrapped in earthquake power, press it to the ground. Boom. Seismic forces launched. The steel helmet and armor that shattered the Vice Admiral's head. Kill it in an instant. Another blow, Lord Vice Admiral was killed by Whitebeard. Many of the nearby Marine were scared and bloodless and did not dare to move. Step on Ounce's body. But Whitebeard is not a sad time. Must move forward. Oh. 35 pirates are fighting in grief and indignation. And at this time, mutations abounded. A terrified scream sounded, and a huge shadow covered the sky. What? A warship fell from the sky. How is that possible? 9. That's Crocodile, Seaman Jinbei. 35. Luffy. Garp was instantly confused, and his heart was broken at the moment. What's going on? How can there be warships falling from the sky, and this lineup is too strange. Marshal Sengoku was also stunned. This warship that fell from the sky instantly became the focus of attention. Chapter 90. Straw Hat Kid. Crocodile. Ivankov. Jinbei. There are pirates, formerly 7 warlords of the sea, cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Each other's positions are completely different. Even Crocodile had a grudge with the Straw Hat Kid before. Luffy. Garp's eyes widened. A living hell expression. Isn't he already locked up and impelled down by Magellan? How could it be here? Was the jailbreak successful? It can't be. For decades, there has been a Golden Lion prison break. Boom. The warship that fell from the sky smashed down precisely into the pit that Jaws had dug out of the iceberg just now. Otherwise, this height will fall on the iceberg. Except for a very small number of people. Everyone else may be thrown to death. Hey, what's the situation now? The warship fell from the sky. It seems like Crocodile them. Isn't he locked up in the Advance? The giants are also attracted by this mutation. Marshal Sengoku immediately had a bad premonition. Something may have happened to impel down. He saw clearly, many people who fell. All are dressed in prison uniforms. But it doesn't matter what's happening with impel down right now. The situation at hand is what matters. It's impossible to leave Whitebeard alone. As soon as the warship smashed into the sea, Crocodile's whole person turned into flying sand. Look at where Whitebeard is. The whole person quickly flew over. Hey! What about Straw Hat Boy? Ivankov was stunned for a moment. Saved. 35 The prisoners breathed a sigh of relief in unison. I don't know yet. At this moment, countless marine eyes were on them. This sea water is nothing compared to Impel Down's waterboarding. The prisoners crawled out of the sea and said, "Whitebeard." Crocodile flew behind Whitebeard in an instant. The reason why he came out of Impel Down. To find Whitebeard's revenge. What a guy who can't learn. Whitebeard said quietly. As if you didn't see Crocodile behind it. Second gear. Whoosh, but at this moment, Luffy suddenly appeared in front of Crocodile covered in a wet flash. One punch. 04 stopped Crocodile. Crocodile frowned. Look at the wet Luffy. I immediately understood that this guy was ready to fight with himself. Why stop me from killing Whitebeard? We don't have anything to do with it since Impel Down. Crocodile doesn't understand. It doesn't matter what he did. Naturally, it will not affect each other. The Straw Hat Kid should have no reason to stop himself. Sure enough, this guy is Whitebeard, then you are not allowed to shoot him. Ace likes this uncle very much. Luffy said. Whitebeard's beard is too recognizable. Even Luffy is instantly recognizable. Ace's brother is good. 35 Marco looked not far away. For this younger brother that Ace often hangs on his lips. They have all seen its wanted warrant. Don't let the sand crocodile guy get any closer to daddy. 35 At this time, many pirate elites also stopped in front of Crocodile. Crocodile knew immediately. He has missed his best chance to kill Whitebeard. Whitebeard's afterglow captured the Straw Hat boy. That familiar straw hat. He couldn't help but think of a conversation with the redhead. The redhead went on a trip to East Blue. Lost an arm and the straw hat that Roger passed on to him. He was curious. I don't know what kind of monsters exist in East Blue. It can make the redhead suffer such a big loss. But the redhead said he was betting on the new era. At the time, Whitebeard didn't know who he had chosen. But now everything seems clear. Is this the inheritor of the redhead's choice? Whitebeard couldn't help but glance at it. Little devil, your straw hat is very similar to the one the redhead used to wear. Whitebeard asked. Uncle, do you know Shanks? This is what Shulks entrusted me with safekeeping. Are you here to save your brother? Whitebeard asked, looking down at Luffy. Luffy's height is in front of Whitebeard. 2 dwarf. That's right. Luffy replied fearlessly. Do you know who the opponent is? Like you, but you will die. Whitebeard's face was furious, majestic, and terrifying, a cloud cut, and the sense of oppression was enough to suffocate. Ivankov and Buggy Joker and others saw how Straw Hat could talk to Whitebeard so casually. I couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The Marines were also shocked. Straw Hat Kid, this guy. In the face of Whitebeard, it was so calm. And in the next second, what Luffy said made them even more shocked. Young man, this kind of thing doesn't need you to decide. I know, you want to be One Piece, right, but the person who wants to be my One Piece is me. Luffy put his hands on his waist and said reasonably. And all around, whether marine or pirates. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This little devil. Do you know who you're talking to? It's such a big thing to say. What's the difference between this and challenging in person? Whitebeard's eyes widened when he heard this. One hand suddenly rotated Kong Yunch. In the eyes of everyone, it is not surprising that Whitebeard's knife has been chopped. And the generally strong. If you see Whitebeard holding a knife. At this moment, the Revenant is already terrified. Pang! But Whitebeard just dropped the knife on the ground again. A wave of Conqueror's haki exploded. Let many people around faint. But you can't fall in pieces as usual. People who can stand on this battlefield. It's all elite. Even for Emperor's Conquerors. As long as it is not targeted individually. It will not be so easy to lose consciousness. At the same time, Whitebeard's anger translates into a smile. He didn't hate this kind of recklessness. If you dare to drag your feet, I can't spare you, snotty little devil. 35. I will do what I want, Ace is saved by me. Luffy slammed his right leg and took a step, ready to strike at any time. It's on par with Whitebeard. Buggy and Ivankov were stunned. However, the war will not stop because of such a small episode. The pirates are still battling the barriers. Just cross the bay. You will have access to Marine Headquarters Square. That way it's even closer to rescuing Ace. Those guys are all executed, no problem, Sengoku-san. Akainu said lightly with a gloomy face. Of course. Luffy, Daddy. Ace looked up. Now you're bored. Ren shook Kizaru's sky cloud sword with one stick. Said with interest. With the Straw Hat Boy, the force to muddy the situation. My sense of existence is less and less intense. Luffy's sudden arrival is not weak. There are several Shishibukai class combat powers. Prisoners brought out. The whole strength is not weak. What's more, there are quite a few of them. Even Sengoku can't ignore this force. Fortunately, they are not united. Rather, each has its own purpose. Otherwise, Sengoku will have more and more headaches. But even now, Sengoku also feels tricky. Let's be honest. Several Shishibukai level combat powers appeared on this battlefield. Trouble at best. It does not play a decisive role. This is the fiercest battle in decades. There are so many strong people and troops dispatched. Not a few Shishibukai can shake it. It is a contest between forces. But the Straw Hat Boy also appeared here. Originally a Fire Fist ace. This gives Garp the possibility of instability. Now my own grandson has also arrived on the battlefield. In case something really goes wrong. Sengoku can't guarantee that he'll be able to stop the mad Garp. Really, Net will cause trouble, just take him down this time, lest the celestial dragons talk about it every day. Kizaru said with a little distress. Just to say. But they've seen the furious Garp. Who really wants to take down the Straw Hat Boy? Who is afraid that they will have to face Garp's black face in the future? And just take it. That's just that. If you accidentally kill. Maybe the next second, Garp will be behind him. Stage, a teammate's backstab. And many of the Marine have been blessed by Garp. Ordinary people are ruthless to let Vice Admiral Garp lose his grandson. Especially being a Marine benchmark. What Garp has done and what he has done over the years. All of Marine is there for all to see. At this moment, Kizaru suddenly wanted to act. Aokiji had a similar thought, this battlefield is too early for you. He looked at Luffy and Whitebeard there and wondered what they were communicating. It always feels like this. It is challenging Vice Admiral Garp's patience. Luffy. Go back. Do you think I will be happy if I am saved by a coward like you? This is my own life. Ace looked up and hissed at where Luffy was. There are already too many people involved. He couldn't let Luffy get involved anymore. I don't care about this, I'm your brother, even if I die, I want to save you. Luffy shouted equally firmly and hysterically. What? It's just that this remark surprised the people watching the live broadcast and everyone present around the world. Fire Fist Ace's younger brother, is he also the bloodline of One Piece? How is this possible? After that, One Piece was publicly executed. Although he is not Roger's bloodline, he is also the son of the Revolutionary Army Dragon, and he is also the bloodline of the most evil and a tumor that needs to be removed. Akainu said to the unwitting Marine. The son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the Dragon. This news is also booming. Kill. The pirates continue to storm the defenses built by Marine. Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy told Whitebeard about the early execution after hearing about the early execution on the warship. So he took the lead and rushed towards the location of the execution table. Fight the Marines. Although many Marine don't really want to fight the Straw Hat Boys. But some Hawks Marine don't pay attention to these people. It's pirates, then it must be destroyed. Luffy's strength is not bad. Rush into the elite marine. After a while, he was grazed by the swords of several generals. Although he also beat them away. But the pressure is clearly felt. Many of these marines are not guys who can be solved in a few strokes. Don't let Ace's brother die. Whitebeard glanced over. Said to Marco, who was freed up. Kizaru has gone against Rennes. Marco has freed up this combat power. Understood. Then Whitebeard fooled Buggy as well. Say they can join forces to destroy Marine first. Let's leave the Marine headquarters together. Successfully won these prisoners to become the combat power of their side. Ivankov felt his mission was to keep Luffy safe. Jinbei had tried to stop the war. But the words were slight, and he was imprisoned. He can do it at the moment. Just follow the guys and rescue Ace. Quell this raging war in advance. If this continues, I don't know how many people will die. So their forces except for Crocodile waiting for an opportunity. All became Marines' enemies. Marines' pressure increased dramatically. And Jinbei and Ivankov. Also making way for Luffy. Straw Hat Boy, our accounts should also be settled. Moria looked at the Straw Hat Boy who rushed in front of him. Can't help but glare. At the same time, countless zombies rushed towards Luffy. But was dissolved by Jinbei with salt water one by one. No Moria's weaknesses. Plus Jinbei can move in the sea. Manipulate the salt water to feed the zombies. It can't be too easy. Moria's zombie army is instantly much less. BD Bear, even if you have your own position, it's too much to treat your old friends like this. Ivankov said wistfully. Just now, a laser shot from the tyrant bear almost shot him in the head. Rao was so, his thick head 250 hairs were also pierced. This made Ivankov angry. Immediately returned to the shockwave of death hell. But tyrant bear, still attacking without saying a word. This is definitely a Buddha figure. Ivankov is clear. But why is that? Even if there is a position problem, there is no need for this guy Xiong to recruit a dead hand. Ivankov felt that something was wrong. Can face the attack of the tyrant bear. He can only fight back. And Buggy Joker and MR.3 they shuttled through Marine. Driven quite down. But the prisoners who were automatically supplemented. It looks like you're preparing to do something big. With the addition of this peculiar group. The war is getting stronger and stronger. The people in front of the live broadcast were staring and nervous. New 4 emperors, the situation of the leader of the allied forces does not seem to be very good. Kizaru Admiral is so strong. Can you press a 4 emperors to fight like this? Could it be that the allied leader will fall before Whitebeard? 35. Isn't it too early to say victory or defeat? I'm afraid it's not good to attack Vice Admiral Garp's grandson, they are very close just now, but Kizaru didn't make a move. Someone saw quite thoroughly. But so be. Rennes turned dark. Before Kizaru's attack. With the current attack. It's like 2 people. Dense laser light, one after another. All over the sky, the explosion of light flames on the ground, one by one. The Sky Kong cloud sword gradually expanded and expanded. The power speed has increased. Slash at Rennes with one sword. There is quite a tendency of 40-meter lightsabers to open mountains and split the sea. Really, wasn't our battle already very exciting just now? Why do you have to win? You see, the Straw Hat Kid rushed over. Rennes was speechless. Kizaru's level of attack just now. It's just right for Rennes. It can drag out time without real danger. But it seems to be to avoid arresting the Straw Hat. Or to really take yourself. Kizaru's attacks are getting more dangerous. Fluffy. Kizaru slashed down with one sword at a time. Each sword makes contact with the mace. All with their own terrifying explosion effect. Explode all shock waves and flames. It's all spewing out in the direction of Rennes. If this goes on, it will be difficult for Rennes to paddle. Kizaru's way of paddling won't be to use himself as a shield, right? It seems that this is possible. Gather and slash. Suddenly, Kizaru's lightsaber slashes at Rennes' mace. There was an explosion that was stronger than just now. Boom! Shrouded Kizaru himself. In the flames, suddenly a cold breath flew by. Freezing moment. Rennes sensed the mortal danger. The instinct of the strong made Rennes subconsciously swing his full force in the direction of the danger. Conqueror's haki is wrapped and clawed. Pang! Aokiji, who has just emerged from the flames, immediately ushered in an unavoidable head. With a loud bang, Aokiji was swept out by a stick with a frightened face, and blood flowed from his face. Chapter 91. Kizaru Aokiji, the two Marine Admirals. Previously spent time on board the Sengoku Garp ship. The two monsters were taught by hand. Usually, their relationship is very ordinary. But actually, formerly ships of Sengoku and Garp, there are often joint missions. The cooperation between the two is quite tacit. But ordinary people don't know. Because since they became Marine Admiral, there are fewer opportunities to join forces. No enemy has such treatment. But at this moment, the battlefield has changed dramatically. Unexpected visitors, one after another. And Straw Hat Luffy is running in the direction of Aokiji. Aokiji decided to join forces with Kizaru. Do your best to win 1-4 emperors. This is indeed of great significance to the morale of the whole army and the world pattern. You can also avoid the trouble of straw hats. Kizaru Aokiji's eyes collided. No need for any superfluous words. They understand each other. Especially Kizaru. He needs to act now. In case Garp suddenly becomes an enemy. This is really going to happen. Is the worst state of affairs in this war. It has a greater impact than letting Whitebeard save people and retreat from the whole body. First, Garp's combat power is powerful and difficult to guess. The second is that Garp represents the soul of all Marine. It is the faith of countless people. Such people. If you shoot at your own people, it will definitely cause an unprecedented sensation. In order not to be like this, Kizaru is willing to be Marine's conscience. Put water on the straw hat. After all, someone has to be in control. Kizaru also believes that this is what Sengoku wants him to do. It's just that Martial Sengoku is, after all, Martial Marine. Some words, some things, are inconvenient to say. You can only comprehend it on your own. Kizaru is still like that. Not to mention Aokiji, who is blessed by and adores Garp. Of course, he doesn't want to take down or kill the Straw Hat Luffy himself. Let others worry about this problem. That aside, compared to the Whitebeard of countless strong people, Rennes, who is weak, it has become the object of good bullying. And everyone has nothing to do with it. Get your hands on it. Neither of them has a psychological burden. So just now Kizaru suddenly intensified his attack. It looks like he's going to do his best to take Rennes. It's actually creating opportunities at Aokiji. The war live broadcast began for a while. They need to let the world know the strength of Marine's headquarters. Although teaming up to take Rennes, some do not speak of martial arts. Especially the top powerhouses, always confident and arrogant. Usually, it will not unite with strong people of the same level to sneak up on the enemy. But war is not a child's play. Personal dignity, put aside for the time being. Strange words. Just blame this new 4 emperors for being too arrogant. I didn't even bring a few of my subordinates. Gave them such a good opportunity. When Kizaru didn't hesitate to let himself explode deeply. Energy and explosions disrupt everything after observation haki. Aokiji knew. Your own opportunity has come. And Rennes doom is coming. The strength that Rennes has shown is very strong. But that's probably the level of Admiral. Aokiji seems to have seen an ice sculpture emerge. He couldn't even think of a reason to fail. The tacit cooperation of the two Marine Admirals. Rennes is absolutely unstoppable. At least until he was knocked off by a mace from Rennes. Aokiji thinks so. Under Kizaru's onslaught, even if it is equally strong, it is also impossible to preserve strength. Unless you really want to die. So Aokiji went all in. I didn't even think Rennes was under this kind of sneak attack like him. There is a second possibility. Until his palm was about to touch Rennes. At the moment when the space is about to launch the freezing moment, Aokiji's face changed dramatically. Because of this moment, he felt it keenly. Rennes' breath skyrocketed. That is the instinctive reaction of the strong to be attacked. On the mace full of wildness. Winding armament haki. It became Conqueror's haki. Aokiji knew right away. Oops. Conqueror's haki winding. So powerful and profound. Non-top powerhouses can't have it. Even the Marine Admiral did not have the power of Master. However, they have a unique ability to supplement their attack power. Pang! At that moment, I only thought about attacking. Aokiji, who didn't think much of a defense, get wrapped around Conqueror's haki's mace and hit you in the face. The whole person's face was distorted and swept out. Layers of ice chips flying. But with blood. Poof! Aokiji couldn't help but spray a mouthful of blood, a tooth fell out, and was thrown out. Fluffy! He flew upside down faster than a cannonball. Along the way, uncontrollably crashed into many pirate marine. Then Peng slammed into the wall with a loud bang. The ruins drowned him. This stick made Aokiji doubt life a little. This is completely different from what he imagined. Marine Admiral. Kirby and the others couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Everyone was in disbelief. Some cannot accept this fact. In the eyes of others, everything that happened in an instant just now. It was Aokiji who rushed over. Before he could do anything, he automatically hit a sweeping mace. However, it flew out upside down. That's Marine Admiral. One blow and it was swept out. Are you kidding? What the hell is going on? Is this new Four Emperors so terrifying? Is he even stronger than Marine Admiral? This can't be, right? Anyway, that was by no means the true strength of the leader of the Allied forces just now, and now it is. That blow hit the head, Aokiji won't die. The people inside and outside the stadium were extremely shocked. How is this guy's abilities and moves so similar to Kaido's abilities? Shouldn't the legend circulating in the sea area where Raftel is suspected to be true? Silver Axe exclaimed. It doesn't matter if it's careless, or whatever. One stick swept away a Marine Admiral. Such strength, compared to Marine Admiral, is only strong and not weak. And they are quite familiar with Kaido. From the beginning of the Rennes battle, there is already speculation. The blow that Conqueror's haki swung around the mace just now. Much like Kaido's usual Thunder Roar 8 trigrams. Thundering enhanced edition of 8 trigrams. Also accompanied by lightning. If the moves are similar. And haki, are the abilities similar? That's just a legend after all, who has seen it over the years. But the personal combat strength of the leader of the Allied forces is so strong, which was never expected. Tetsalo said in a deep voice. But his abilities and haki are almost exactly the same as that guy from Kaido, right, Akoku? Silver Axe looked at Akoku. That's true, but even if you really have the full combat power of that guy from Kaido, it doesn't necessarily have to do with legends, and Dark Fruit can do something similar. Akoku said musingly. But Dark Fruit is strong. Who wants it? But the sea is vast. Look specifically for a devil fruit. No less than finding a needle in a haystack. However, the stronger he is, the easier it is to be targeted by Marine, and his troops are not around, so I am afraid that he may not be able to leave the Marine headquarters safely this time. The giants felt Rennes was in danger. This is huge news. Allied leader, this new 4 emperors' strength. Not weaker than any 4 emperors at all. Add a headline section immediately. The reporters of Sabayati archipelago were shocked. React quickly. In many places, there is no live broadcast. Who can grab the front page news first? You can make most of the money on this news. Just now, Ace died, Whitebeard struck, the tsunami of extinction, and the new 4 emperors appeared. These are instant headlines around the world. People all over the world are paying attention to this event at this moment. This is closely related to their fate. Kyuzan. Sengoku's face immediately sank. The layman looks lively. But insiders watch the doorway. Once again, he was horrified by Rennes madness. Under Kizaru's attack that threatens to take his life at any moment. He actually retained his strength just now. What is he trying to do when he does this? Sengoku was uneasy. Instead, Whitebeard just glanced at it. Not much reaction. Rennes' strength. He had seen it not so long ago. In his opinion, it was Marine who was arrogant. But hide your strength in front of Admiral. This dangerous behavior on the wire. Whitebeard didn't expect it either. It can only be preliminarily judged. This guy came to Marine HQ. The purpose is certainly not pure. At least not simply to see the situation on the spot. There should be other plans. The 5 elders' faces sank. Aokiji suffered a loss. They think they can understand. After all, on such a battlefield, which Marine cannot be hurt. What makes them grim is the one who grimens. Rennes demonstrated competence. In their intelligence gathering, Kaido's abilities are very similar. This is an extremely dangerous sign. Now it seems that the beastification on his arm is likely to be a partial dragonization of Kaido. That's right. He killed Kaido and then he had his powers. That's not a good sign. Is it the ability of those fruits that are named God? Or that legend of the endless sea? The former will inherit the will, and the latter will likely make the worst time come. Can't let him go easily. When the time permits, pay some price, and you can't let the leader of the Allied forces survive. Kizaru's face flashed with surprise. Under Rennes' shocking blow, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. Whether it's a temporary Straw Hat regiment, or a variety of Shishibukai, they were all shocked. Marine Admiral, as the highest combat power of Marine headquarters. The world's top powerhouse. But he was swept out by someone so domineeringly. This strength is terrifyingly strong. His conqueror's haki is also strong. Hancock is a little nymphomaniac, holding his little face cutely. Looking at Rennes obsessively. Even the small drama class in my mind has started. Hill Conqueror's haki. Conqueror's haki himself. If you have a baby in the future, can you also have Conqueror's haki? Her imagination has always been very good. Sue. Kizaru reacted. Swing your lightsaber and slam into the Rennes mace. Rennes is no longer chopped. Instead, it shook suddenly. Instead, he brute force knocked Kizaru back several steps. You guy, you really were acting just now, which made the old man very unhappy. Kizaru said truthfully. He didn't expect to be so teased by a young man. This guy is clearly better at brute force melee combat. But under his own previous attack, defeat and retreat, obviously acting. I don't know what you're planning, but I won't let you get what you want, so just accept your fate honestly. 35 Kizaru's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. Then the left hand is wiped on the sword. The originally condensed lightsaber was completely boiling at this moment. The lightsaber exudes a terrifying heat. Where the lightsaber is located, the atmosphere is distorted. The sword body has become more and more slender. Hints of inky armament haki winding up. This Sky Kong Cloud sword. It seems that at this moment, the two attributes of darkness and light are condensed. Thinking of being strong, there are also troubles of being powerful. Rennes lamented. Rennes certainly thought about the possibility of a sneak attack. This is a battlefield after all. Nothing happens. So Rennes Iron Curtain installation. I have been spending soul ore to continue. Even if he doesn't fight back against Aokiji just now. Aokiji's attack couldn't hurt himself either. But after inheriting Kaido's strength, he also inherited a one that no one could ask for. But for yourself, it will be an instinctive reaction that will be bad. Obviously for a moment, you can ignore Aokiji's attack. But the consciousness of the strong made him that moment. The body naturally swung this stick. Fully expose your strength. So much so that now Kizaru is deeply ashamed. Feel like you're being teased. Also so that they do not have time to carry out any conspiracy they think. Kizaru has to go all out. But it's fine. The situation is not very bad. Because Whitebeard was attacking there. Many of the Marines' powerhouses have fought Whitebeard. Even Akainu could no longer remain indifferent. Throwing terrifying magma punches at Whitebeard from a distance many times. But a few clashes back and forth. Roughly evenly divided. And the encirclement has gradually formed. In this case, Marine's annihilation plan against the Whitebeard pirates. The arrow was on the string and had to be sent. It is impossible to turn the main forces against themselves anymore. That would disrupt everything that had just been deployed. Case. Both sides lose. It's a foregone conclusion, my own accident. It's a minimized impact. It did not disturb the situation where both sides were hurt. After waiting for Sengoku's plan of annihilation, it's time to act on your own. But right now, Kizaru is a problem. Godspeed light. Kizaru wields a lightsaber that intertwines darkness and light. Towards Rennes stabbed out violently. The atmosphere is under a sword of extreme speed. It shattered with a click. Much faster than the speed of sound. The sword shattered all the power around it. It's like a vacuum. Speed surge. Even observation haki could barely capture this super-fast lightsaber trajectory. This is Kizaru in a serious state. Rennes stretches out. A fierce roar. Lightsabers stab at Rennes Iron Curtain device's invisible barrier. Splash countless sparks of electricity. That's the reaction of a strong energy impact. What? Kizaru lost his mind slightly, he hit with all his might, and he was blocked so easily. How is this possible? Could it be that his strength is stronger than his own? Vedra. Rennes swung out with a stick. Face Kizaru's all-out attack. Rennes also fought back with all his might. Since it is now exposed. And roughly sure. Marine will not turn the gun against himself improvingly. That Marine Admiral, an opponent who can fully hone his strength. There is no need to be polite. Vedra is the third emperor. Yin Naraku, Jun Chalai. Long Shenjun De Wide. Thundering 8 trigrams are equally powerful moves. These 4 moves are all moves named after the 4 Ming kings. Rennes swept out, and the entire air condensed into a column-shaped rod. The roar swept towards Kizaru like a mountain. Yada mirror. Kizaru wants to dodge. Rennes shook violently, and Conqueror's haki disturbed the surrounding light. Forced Kizaru out. Big weed. Thunder 8 trigrams. Super light arc sword. Kizaru swept and the lightsaber split into 10, and 2 lightsabers blocked Rennes' mace. The remaining 8 pull out the arc from the side and shoot at Rennes from a tricky angle. The next attack, you may die. Before that, I want to ask, why are you fighting? Rennes said seriously. Kizaru looked at Rennes like this. For some reason, strong uneasiness welled up in my heart. But there is no answer yet. Marco's bloody roar suddenly sounded on the battlefield. Skoyadu, what have you done to Daddy? Are you crazy? Chapter 92. In front of Whitebeard, the vortex spider Skoyadu suddenly pierced the chamber with a sword. Sciato's mind echoed the words of Rennes at the time of Sabayati Archipelago. But Ace is Roger's son. Dad usually loves Ace so much. Then he takes the lives of other pirates. Go make an exchange with the pirates. It's not impossible either. Once doubt breeds, all that remains is self-affirmation or self-denial. In torment. For a moment, Sciato was filled with hatred. So such an assassination that shocked the world was staged. Everyone was horrified and incredulous. Watch it all on the live screen. The brain was down for a while. This is definitely a big event that can shock the world. It will also affect the outcome of the entire war. This. What's going on? Whitebeard was attacked by his own subordinates. It seems that the captain who attacked him is the captain under his command, the Vortex Spider Sciado. How did that guy from Whitebeard succeed as soon as he was attacked by a sneak attack? It's also too ugly. Akoko and the others looked gloomy. Obviously unacceptable. When previously on the same ship, so many open guns and hidden arrows, they can't help him. Now it has been taken care of. What the hell happened, and why did Sciado sneak up on Whitebeard? 35. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Whitebeard is about to die? Even Jaws, Foyle and other captains. One was covered in cold sweat, shocked and stunned. They never dreamed that Dad would be attacked by his own people. The whole world seemed to stand still for a moment. It seems that some things, prevented, are not necessarily able to change. Rennes glanced over. Not particularly unexpected. Sciado. Marco flew in anger and kicked Sciado to the ground. Why are you doing this? Marco was so angry that he almost lost his mind. Sciado could not give a reasonable explanation. He will definitely crush him. If not for the sake of the usual friendship. Sciado is dead now. Wordy, didn't you force me to do this? Sciado didn't struggle, just said unwillingly. And then Whitebeard is behind this sword. The body was a little unbearable, and half squatted down. Marco hurriedly ran over to help him. Whitebeard raised his hand to signal a stop. Put an end to this boring farce. Whitebeard. Sciado gasped and stood up again from the ground. Haven't you already colluded with Marine? You Whitebeard pirates, and 250 aces' lives will be saved, they have promised. Sciado asked, pointing to Whitebeard. As soon as these words came out, many pirate captains looked at each other. What's going on? What is that guy from Sciado talking about? You all listen to me, we have been calculated. I never knew, Ace, that guy, is the son of Goert D. Roger. When I was adopted by you, I was alone, because the partners who fought with me died at the hands of Roger. You should know how much I hate Roger. In that case, you should tell me that Ace is Roger's son and you want him to be the next One Piece. Sciado angrily questioned Whitebeard. Leave the Whitebeard pirates alone. Quickly withdraw to the square. At this time, there was some commotion on the Marine side. But basically no one cares. At this moment, the eyes of the world are focused on the giant whale Whitebeard. Is the giant whale about to fall? That's the most important thing right now. Twitter. At this time, the pacifists led by Sen Mamamaru began to kill on a large scale. Some attacks may even affect your own people. No way. In order to cut off their back path despite it. Some sacrifices are inevitable. Under this flying laser fire, the pirates were cleaned up in batches. The encirclement is gradually formed. After listening to Sciado's words, Whitebeard pirates' side operations. Many fell into doubt. This suspicion is quite fatal on the battlefield. A wandering mind. You risk being killed by others. Back then, we were betrayed by you. I don't even know about it. I have become good friends with Ace, dare to play on me like this, and for you, such a special Ace was caught. There are your Whitebeard pirate group in the bay, and there are us pirate groups outside. 95. You betray the heads of our 43 captains in exchange for Ace's life. the pirates under your command will be wiped out, the Whitebeard pirates and Ace will be saved. You have colluded with Sengoku, right? Skiadu remembered Akainu's words. Akainu said at the time that the next attack was taken. It will definitely be a group of pirates. And the Whitebeard pirates will definitely be fine. We came here for Ace, for Whitebeard, but were betrayed. Look good, in fact, isn't Marine's target now us? Skiadu said, pointing to the location in the bay. There are constant explosions there. Pacifists slaughter. And the opponent of the Whitebeard pirates. Eeg. There is not much left at the moment. Just now many marine retreats. The pacifist legion covered their pirate regiment with fire. In this case, even the captain, who usually believes in Whitebeard, is suspicious. Dad, is what he said true? A captain looked up and asked. Tell us, that's not true. The Decalban brothers also questioned. Many captains looked up, waiting for Whitebeard's response. One blow is already a miracle, I am ready to enlighten, kill me. Skiadu opened his hands, waiting for death. The ice wall is in the way. It is already impossible to retreat. The mouth of the bay is also blocked by those man-made weapons. Is this the end of it? Run away. Daddy, did you really trade Ace's life for ours? 35 was slaughtered in the outer troops. And the Whitebeard pirates are safe and sound at the moment. More and more pirate groups under their command questioned. Dad, did you really betray us? You say something, Daddy. Many pirates died in a half-hearted way. No, there must be something wrong with this. Whitebeard actually defected to Marine. The world looks at this scene. It's all unbelievable. Look at the bloody slaughter again. They are shaking. Those things like the tyrant bear. What is it? Everywhere you pass, there is only light and blood. It's pure killers. How is this possible? That's Whitebeard, 55. What's wrong with Whitebeard? After all, it's a pirate, it's not strange that this happens. It's not like something Whitebeard would do. 99 The facts were so close to us that even Akoko's silver axe couldn't help but be suspicious. I'm afraid it's a strategy of Marine, it's really a sinister and vicious plan. Change to other pirate groups, whether true or not, have already fallen apart at this moment. Tetsalo also said with a calm face. They didn't expect it either. Marine even has such a hand. Once doubt breeds. Even if Whitebeard explains. I'm afraid it won't necessarily convince them. This is a poisonous move. If nothing can be done to stop the situation from getting worse, it won't take long. The whole of Whitebeard will be completely broken. I also want to believe, I doubt my eyes, that my father would betray us. 35 Skia's heart is like ashes. You fool, you've been deceived, Skiadu, why don't you trust Daddy? Marco angrily picked up Skiadu. Even you play me a fool, Marco, as the captain of the first team, you can't be ignorant of this matter. Skiadu roared. And then Whitebeard spoke, Ace is Roger's son, this is indeed a fact, they manipulate the most easily swayed men because of this matter, their tactics are superior. Can't hesitate, Aokiji. Sengoku suddenly said at this time. Su. Aokiji is on the move in an instant. At a time when people all over the world are questioning Whitebeard. Sengoku wants to put an end to this war. After that, the world only needs to know that the Whitebeard pirates are despicable. And they are the ultimate winners. That's enough. Aokiji dispatched to instantly freeze the live broadcast phone bug. Even if I just got a blow from Rennes. His head was still buzzing a little at the moment. But Sengoku knew. An attack like that can't kill Aokiji once or twice. Damn, that little devil is really ruthless. Aokiji instantly froze the phone bug along with the nearby clown buggy and others. After the ice, he rubbed his chin. Dislocated just now. Then I opened my mouth and felt my teeth leaking. Just now a tooth was knocked out. This is very unhandsome, dangerous guy. Aokiji still wants to make a move against Rennes. But the most important battle has begun. Taking down the Whitebeard pirates is the most important priority in this operation. But even so, Aokiji couldn't help but look at Rennes and Kizaru. The two are in a terrifying fierce battle. In close combat, Rennes actually had the advantage. Kizaru wanted to put some distance away. Make the most of yourself. But how could Rennes let him get his wish? Got closer, and wanted to leave. It's that easy. And Rennes just asked. It also means waiting for your own army to strike. Is there a need to consider leaving a live mouth? So young, but the combat power is directly over Kizaru. Aokiji suddenly feels threatened by Rennes. Not weaker than Whitebeard at all. But he is a general, and Sengoku is handsome. Follow the plan. After all, now the plan is going well. Hey, why did the phone worm suddenly lose signal? 35. Is it broken? What the hell is going on? Is it true that Whitebeard and Marine headquarters won't fight to the end? 35. Have the other pirate captains been betrayed? Under the live screen around the world, they are all a group of people full of doubts and eager to know the truth. Now suddenly nothing can be seen. They were anxious. Go to Marine HQN. Even pirates close to Marine's headquarters directly plan to go to the Marine headquarters to watch the battle. They can't see real results. Will be crazy. Medea, Marine, these guys. The giants are also in a bad mood. After all, what is the result? They also want to know. That BD was assassinated so easily by his own subordinates. Crocodile shivered with anger. He tried to assassinate Whitebeard several times. But they all failed. Now he was stabbed so easily. It made him a little broken in his mentality. In the next second, he pointed directly at Whitebeard and said angrily, "It's too ugly, Whitebeard, I don't want to lose to such a cowardly man as you." This made many people look sideways. I think Crocodile is not ordinary bravery. Start the enveloping wall. Marshal Sengoku ordered. Yes. The barrier in the bay suddenly rumbled. The sound of metal gears turning sounded all around. It's all metal made of special materials. Even Whitebeard's earthquake fist. In a short time, it will definitely not be able to shock through. Marco listened to the sand crocodile and realized this. The usual dad. No matter what kind of attacks and sneak attacks, all must be able to dodge. But now it can't be avoided. It shows that Dad's illness is more serious than he thought. Oh! Whitebeard stood up on Kongyunch. Frightened, Skyudo was covered in cold sweat. I saw Whitebeard staring at Skyudo and raised his left hand high. Do you know what you did? Skyudo, who turned a knife at his father, is really stupid, son. The big hand waved down. Just when Skyudo thought he was going to be hammered to death, Whitebeard took him in his arms. But even if it's a silly son, I still love you. Whitebeard said sadly. Not for yourself. It's for the use of Skyudo. Don't joke, you're going to take us. Skyudo trembled. Who is the one who led your faithful heart to darkness? Whitebeard asked. It's the rebels in Marine. As long as we assassinate Whitebeard, we pirate groups can be saved, Akainu said. The moment Whitebeard didn't drop his fist, Skyudo was suddenly full of uneasiness in his heart. I deeply feel how much you hate Roger, but Skyudo, what a ridiculous idea of father and son paying debts. What did Ace do to you? Is your life with Ace fake? It doesn't matter whose child Ace is, on this sea, we met, not only the two of you, everyone is my child, I have to get along with everyone in the future, not only Ace is special, all of you are my family. Listen to Whitebeard's words so sincere and heart-wrenching. The weapon in Skyudo's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Tears couldn't stop welling up, and my pupils trembled. He remembered everything he had with Ace. Think of what dad has pursued all his life. Will such a dad really betray them? Whitebeard woke him back from hatred. Then again, it's really a sword that is not old, Sengoku, and you have played a trick. Whitebeard got up and looked at where Sengoku was. Gradually get angry. The body half squatted, pulled his hands back, and began to accumulate strength. I actually said that I sold my son's life. 35. Rumble. Whitebeard blasted out with both fists, and the ice wall that was frozen by the tsunami before instantly turned into powder under the ability of earthquakes. Give the pirates a way out, what a difficult man to deal with. Sengoku looked on expressionlessly. Whitebeard with action. Told the pirates that if you want to go, you can go at any time. There is no such thing as a turtle in an urn. The back is surrounded though. But the left and right ice walls disappeared. There is still a way to live. The ice wall is gone. 99. Warships can also be used. We could leave at any time. 35. So. Everything Skiato says is a lie. It's self-defeating. I really want to keep them. How could Dad give them away? Now the wall has not really risen. As pirates, it's up to you to decide what to believe, and those who want to go with me, abandon your lives and follow me. Whitebeard's voice spread all around. Then run at high speed and take the initiative. Single-handedly kill the entire marine. His fury. Catharsis needed. Time is running out. BD Marine, dare to deceive us. Follow Daddy. Oh. The morale of the pirates was shaken, and everyone was furious. Marshal Sengoku, there is a problem with the live broadcast. Obviously our phone bug is cut off, but the live broadcast was broadcast just now, and the assassination of Whitebeard is a conspiracy, and it is also known to the world. What? 9 Sengoku was startled. Chapter 93. Whitebeard rushed ahead. Many marine have receded to the edge. Many Vice Admiral Rear Admiral covered the mass marine retreat. But Whitebeard rushed. All the marine had to press forward again. It is not possible before the enclosing wall is raised. Let Whitebeard gouge through their defenses into the square. That way. Their plan for the Battle of Annihilation equated to failure. Therefore, General Marine can only force his head to stop the angry earthquake people at this moment. Seeing this, Sengoku even reminded the entire navy to be careful. He knew how powerful Whitebeard's shock fruit was. How amazing is the destructive power. Galalala. Whitebeard laughed, the anger in his eyes already bursting. Smash the blow. He slashed with ink, and within the field of vision, the atmosphere shattered. Directly in front of the area corresponding to the shattering of the atmosphere. At this moment, the air shock is transmitted, and the terrifying shock force. Let the ice field shatter and the steel twist. In an instant, thousands of marine were swept into the sky by this blow. The marine soldiers screamed. Many weak ones. It was directly shocked into a cloud of blood mist. Wars are bloodier and crueler than Rennes remembers. But this is the war after the monster level is furious. And countless pirates follow Whitebeard. Those who were suspicious just now. They were ashamed. Then this shame turns into strength and anger. They are furious, their attacks are stronger and stronger, and they are more deadly. Many marine and pacifists fell. The pirates are like crazy. Marine's losses also widened. The war is advancing on the crazy side. Because of the king of one of them. Take the initiative. Whitebeard didn't dare to wait any longer. His body is destined not to last long. Even if the world says he is a monster. But he is just an ordinary person who can bleed, a head, a heart. Follow Daddy. Destruction of marine. The fighting became more and more frantic. The sound of gunfire has also become more intensive. Sengoku watched, frowning. Plans are useful. Whitebeard was seriously injured indeed. But Whitebeard's charisma boosted the morale of the whole army. He can always work miracles in extreme situations. The ground roars. Pang! Whitebeard's super powerful earthquake punch blasted towards the entire Marine headquarters. In an instant, the entire Marine headquarters collapsed. It's not just the ice field. The square was also under the impact of terrible seismic forces. Cracks crept out. Many Marine screams fall into it without being able to prevent it. Whitebeard raised his fist. Another heavy punch towards the execution table. Only to create chaos. Break through their formation. They are more likely to rescue Ace. Humph. But this time Aokiji and Akainu raised their hands. Haki at the emission level. The air blocked the terrifying earthquake force that flew by. It was time for Kizaru to retreat temporarily. But he found Rennes in the middle of the fight. Suddenly, something resembling a round plate was made out of thin air all around. Although not sure what that is. But Kizaru always felt that he couldn't ignore it. Hugh wants to continue to spread wild, Whitebeard. Akainu glared. Launched a devastating attack on Whitebeard. Countless dense volcanic bombs were hit by him straight at Whitebeard. Each volcanic bomb is enough to easily blast the most top-notch warship. Volcanic bombs in the sky. It's like a swarm of volcanoes erupting. Akainu. Whitebeard stared at Akainu not far away. Killing intent pervades. All because of Akainu, the BD. That's why Skyudo made a mistake that could be painful for a lifetime. Skyudo is now holding his head. Honkai roared. He knew he was wrong. Pain, shame, helplessness, despair, anger. Countless emotions welled up in his heart. Torture him crazy. Think about what you have to do. Marco didn't say much. Some things are already clear. He rushed forward with his wings and solved countless artillery attacks from the air. Whitebeard smashed through the air. The volcanic bomb in the sky was smashed with a knife. Scattered in the air. Such a mighty Whitebeard. Make all the Marine at the entire Marine headquarters shiver. It also shocked everyone who could still see the live broadcast at the moment. Even more unbelievable. From what just now? That seems to be a conspiracy at Marine's headquarters. Such a means seems a little too despicable. But because the other party is a pirate. So although many people have some opinions about Marine's approach. But it doesn't talk about hatred or contempt for Marine. But the drop in impression is certain. Authority is also declining. What's going on? Shouldn't the images of the Marine headquarters at this moment, except for ours? 5 elders' face sank. They did this to discredit the Whitebeard pirates. This impact is useful. Kin set an example for pirates all over the world. That's the best pirate. What an amazing legend. Will also be betrayed. So the world of pirates. It will be even more difficult to unite in the future. There are too many pirates, and there is also a large base of strong people. If united, domination of the world government is a negative impact. The second is to conceal as much as possible the ability of pacifists. Lest you face the world. They studied it thoroughly. Do everything you can to target. That plays a small role later. Not only Sabayati archipelago, but also on many islands that originally did not have direct phone bugs, there are also display screens. According to the reports of spies everywhere, the other side is suspected to be Allied soldiers. Allies? Rennes that little devil. Let the local departments as soon as possible and solve them quickly. Yes. Marine uses intrigue. It is seen this way by the world. Both the world government and Marine headquarters will be detained as conspirators. This is something that orthodox rulers are very taboo about. Will let their authority fall. Watch Whitebeard get closer. Sengoku is slightly anxious though. But do the math carefully. Time should come. Boom. At the command of Sengoku to raise the encirclement wall. A rumbling metallic sound suddenly sounded all around the bay. A copper wall and iron wall slowly rise. Will be all around. The iron wall is very high, and it is almost impossible for the average strong to jump over. Only multiple people can cooperate or use the tool. But this is the time. Enough for Marine to kill them several times. Because on every rising iron wall, densely packed with muzzles. Circles of gun ports, tens of thousands, all pointed at the entire ice field. Marshal Sengoku, little ounce's blood has penetrated into the gears, and it is too large, that section of the encirclement wall cannot rise as usual. Clean up as soon as possible. Yes. What is it? A group of pirates finally rushed to the edge of the ice field. But saw the rising iron wall. Looking at such a thick iron wall, the muzzle that is already being adjusted. They suddenly felt a tingling of the scalp. This is to kill them, Whitebeard. Surround them all here. Disheveled. A pirate wields a giant axe and slashes down with one axe. The iron wall does not move. When Whitebeard saw this, he immediately felt bad. A seismic punch was fired towards the iron wall. As a result, the iron wall only slammed into a depression. No direct penetration. It still looks thick. This is specially made. That's when Sengoku got the news that the live broadcast was still continuing. He was stunned for a moment. Then subconsciously looked towards Rennes. I don't know why. Marshal Sengoku had such an intuition. Rennes belongs to the unexpected and supernatural beings. If there are some incomprehensible changes on the battlefield, probably has something to do with him. The war is getting crazier. Such a war should not be seen by too many people. Except for the same reasons as Five Elders. Excessively brutal war. Will hit those who will join the army all over the world. What is that thing? Marshal Sengoku sees near Rennes and Kizaru. That area. Some metal disc things have popped up in many places. Marshal Sengoku had reason to doubt. That's something that can continue to provide live streaming to the outside world. And I'm afraid it was premeditated. As far as the intelligence just now is concerned. When Sabayati Archipelago was resumed. At the same time, a large number of allied troops appeared. What the hell is he trying to do? Kizaru, destroy those discs. Marshal Sengoku said. No matter what. This accident must not last. I just don't know how the Rennes guy did it. He also didn't see a phone bug that could be used for live broadcasting. But this man is already full of mystery. Even in intelligence. He had many weapons far ahead of his time. Like those pure metal warships. This BD, net will cause trouble, what the hell is he trying to do? Sengoku grimaced. The uneasiness intensified. Sengoku-san, the world needs the truth, especially at times like this. And at this time. Rennes who is fighting Kizaru. A loud voice reached Marshal Sengoku. Rennes said this. It has aroused the approval of people all over the world. You know, just now they suddenly couldn't see the live broadcast. Screw them up. He must be planning something. Morgans affirmed. I just didn't expect that you still have allied products on you. Tetsalo looked at Stussy meaningfully. It seems that you have served that guy comfortably, and you can come back intact. 99. Humph, you don't have to worry about these things. Stussy said indifferently. Hee, that little devil's ability is very big. Silver Axe said slightly maliciously. Just a pirate, how do you know what the people really need? We want only 2 words, victory. There is no need for the world to know too much about the brutal war. Sengoku looked directly at Rennes from the air. It is also an attempt to salvage the image of Marine's headquarters. The identity of conspirators must not be too tied to Marine headquarters. Otherwise, authority and credit decline. The impact is huge. Otherwise, his reaction just now would not be so big. This matter is slightly poorly handled. Will amplify the impact. 0. Asking for flowers. If what happens today is just that, then maybe you are right, but what is going to happen today will change the whole world. Therefore, in the next live broadcast, our allies took over, and you can't get rid of it. Rennes said confidently. Say big words, be careful of flashing your tongue, Kizaru. Sengoku's face sank. But a live stream. Can't get rid of it? This guy underestimates them too much. It's just that Sengoku always feels more and more uneasy. Listen to Rennes. If it weren't for the mystery. Is there any other arrangement? But what would that be? He secretly joined forces with Whitebeard. It doesn't look like it. Mr. Kizaru, the question I just asked, you haven't answered me yet. 99 Rennes continued to look at Kizaru. The pirate's question, I'm not interested in answering. Kizaru shoots a flood of laser light. Marshal Sengoku spoke. He must step up his attacks. Clear the discs. That is, radar. But soon Kizaru found out in despair. No matter how much he destroys. After the explosion, those things came out again. You can try again and see how much you can destroy. Why don't I ask the radar another question for a soul ore that is only 1000? Take Rennes current soul ore deposit. Can explode millions of units. As Kizaru can occasionally free his hand now. A minute can destroy at most a few units. Millions, destruction to the year of the monkey and the horse moon. And the counterattack on Rennes' side is about to begin. The more Marine headquarters can't focus on itself. Naturally, Rennes' behavior became more and more rampant. Gradually, don't worry too much. No, it's too late. 35 Sengoku took a look. 0. Discover those Kizaru do their best. Destroyed or will come out. It also made Sengoku a little incomprehensible. What kind of abilities does this guy Rennes have? Just now the initial observation. It seems to be very similar to Kaido's capabilities. This discovery. To Marshal Sengoku was suddenly a little alarmed. If yes. That's a lot more. But at the moment, this ability to create things out of thin air. Kaido doesn't seem to have it. So what kind of monster is he? Akainu, action. Sengoku can't wait any longer. If you wait any longer, you will miss the best chance to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Even if it is watched by the world. Even if it may cause adverse effects. But that's something to worry about after the war. The most important thing for them now is to win. Whitebeard, today is your death date. Meteor volcano. Akainu, with the permission of Marshal Sengoku, made a decisive move. More dense and powerful volcanic bombs than just now sprayed into the sky. Then towards the pirates who are surrounded by the ice field. Bombardment and slaughter unfolded on all sides. Fluffy. The volcanic bombs in the sky are like an extinct meteor shower. Landed with the terrifying power of breaking through the ice field, melting everything, and blasting everything. The entire ice field instantly became a hell of flames. At the same time, on the iron wall, thousands of cannons roared in unison. Dense shells like raindrops. Covers almost every square of land. The powerful firepower makes countless strong people difficult to overcome. Countless screams sounded. This overlay bombing. Definitely a terrible disaster. Some marine, which did not have time to withdraw, was also involved. But for the sake of the big picture, the marine side has abandoned them. At this moment, the 7 warlords of the sea were stunned. Marine's move is too ruthless. Lead everyone into the trap. Concentrated bombardment. Even if they are under the attack of Admiral and countless artillery fire. If you are not careful, you will also lose your life. This slaughter, a cruel and merciless scene. Let the world be silent. The giants are silently smoking cigars. The allies. Chief, he will be fine. Hancock looked worriedly at the location of the ice field. This artillery covers Gecko Moria, Hawkeye, Tyrant Bear, and others all withdrew from the ice field in time. Although he had never really communicated with that man. But his every move. But it stirs her heart all the time. It made her feel embarrassed. Damn. Can't escape. Damn Marine. Look, the place where Ounce fell is not completely sealed. Stupid, don't go over, there must be the fiercest firepower there. Ah. But the pirate who answered was still late. A pirate who thought it was a living exit. Just got there. They were greeted by more intense artillery. Tear them to pieces in an instant. Whitebeard's face was gloomy. But his seismic waves can't prevent all attacks. The death toll from pirates is rising at a breakneck pace. Sengoku looked on expressionlessly. But satisfied. The plan went well. 5 Elders is also satisfied. Marines are happy. The annihilation plan is successful. The shelling continues. But at this time, a Marine Vice Admiral suddenly screamed, "Huang Kizaru Admiral is defeated." In a word, in an instant, in the whole battlefield, the whole world, set off terrifying waves. Peace. Chapter 94. Are you kidding? Kizaru is Marine Admiral. Even in the face of 4 emperors. Nor can it be said that defeat is defeat. Even if Rennes has just hidden his strength, it is no exception. Not to mention that Kizaru is a world-famous powerhouse for many years. It's hard to imagine his defeat. You must know that even the sneak attack Whitebeard shows no signs of defeat at this moment. On the contrary, the more fierce the killing. It can well be imagined how difficult it is for such a strong person to lose. But when they saw Kizaru being trampled on the solace of Rennes, when you are about to be killed, everyone has to believe it. This made Shishibukai, the giants, admiral, and the 4 emperors speechless. No one thought of it. A Marine Admiral can lose so quickly. They stared at Rennes dumbfounded. An absurd idea arises. Could it be the strength of this new 4 emperors? Much stronger than the current Marine Admiral? Is the strongest 4 emperors? How else could Kizaru be brought down? On the strength of Kaido alone. Of course, there is not much better than Kizaru. But if Rennes this combat power cooperate with the Red Alarm system, even if it is not a large army pressing the border, it is also enough for Rennes to have invincible capital among the strongest people of the same level. It's time to go back a moment. The bombing continues. For Kizaru, as long as there is still a place to stay, the vast majority of blast damage, it is useless to him, a Logia ability. So he didn't care very much that he was also involved in this covered bombing. The worry should be Rennes. Kizaru fought harder and harder. In his opinion, this wave of fire covered the bombing. It is equivalent to providing him with powerful fire cover. Heavenly Conch Chop. Kizaru's lightsaber swept down. Rennes mace blocked. Then a jet of heat spurted out. Seeing this, Kizaru instantly kicked out a laser. Bang! The collision of the 2 needles against my Mang. Terror explosions sounded. 267 Super Light Arc Sword. Kizaru's lightsaber parted again. 10 arcs of light coiled through from all angles. Rennes an Iron Curtain installation. It easily blocked all of Kizaru's attacks. But change the stronger. Even if it's a man of steel, it will also be penetrated and melted at this moment. Kizaru's face sank. Your own attacks are easily blocked every time. This is very deadly. If your own attack, it has been useless. In the end, the danger is yourself. Are all the experiments of the world government escorted by you? Rennes began to harness the power of the system. Kizaru is in danger of falling into the sea. I have the Iron Curtain device, a super weapon. Before it is broken by research, no strong person can pose a threat to Rennes. That's right. Kizaru replied subconsciously. Shouldn't this be a well-known thing? So he didn't think much of it at all. That's a pity. Rennes waved his hands. On every floating ice field, towers of light have emerged. And a huge cannon with an exaggerated caliber. During the bombing of Akainu, there are very few places for the two to stay. They also didn't think about leaving the ice field for a while. Because both sides felt the coverage of the Akainu and the surrounding artillery. There is not much threat to itself. Rennes has completely turned into a dragon man at the same time. He can't touch it. Take out a Marine Admiral first. For the advent of the Allies. Make a name for yourself. And in their carelessness. Before I fully reacted. First abolish a high-end combat power of the Marine headquarters. Reduce resistance to taking the Marine headquarters. They now value themselves. But probably don't think so. Own ability in a short time. Take down a Marine Admiral. But for Rennes. He has the ability. There are even many ways. It just depends on which one he chooses. These weapons that appeared out of thin air again. Kizaru frowned slightly. Because of this. He wasn't sure what power Rennes really had. He has fought Kaido many times. Ben is familiar with his abilities. Rennes abilities. It's definitely about Kaido's abilities. But there will be something that he does not quite understand. But no matter what. Kizaru on his own strength. Still have plenty of confidence. Bad wind. Heat, 95. Whoosh. Rennes bombarded Kizaru. The sky is full of energy. Rennes can't be elementalized though. But masters natural disaster power attribute. There are several more than Kizaru. But the attack that was hit. Kizaru, who was also quickly reacted. Shoot laser after laser to knock it out. It's just a confrontation. Kizaru turned his head to look. But I found that there were hundreds of giant cannons around at once. Directly aimed at the two of them. Boom. At this moment, briefly overshadowed the sound of the Akainu attack and the roar of the iron wall cannon. Listen to this shocking shelling. Kizaru even subconsciously trembled. Such a large caliber shell. For the average strong. Definitely a huge threat. Especially this amount. It's so big in an instant. One person creates no less firepower than Buster Call in an instant. How can this not be surprising? But those shells were too slow. And this one is not covered by hacky attacks. What can it do to yourself? Roar. But Rennes kept bombarding. Step on the flame cloud yourself and stand in the air. It's fast, and observation hacky is amazing. In that case. Seeing this, Rennes did not rush to attack. Instead, a mind controller was built on the ice field. And covered with the iron curtain device. So. For a short time, withstand any attack. This building will not be destroyed. There were not many soul ores before. Rennes basically used it on himself. It is rarely used on a certain building. Because of the soul ore needed. That's in seconds. But now there are billions in deposits. Splurking properly is perfectly fine. Buzz. The mind controller is a super weapon. It's just not good at attacking. But that doesn't mean it can be ignored. The mind controller is activated. Invisible fluctuations instantly cover a certain range. Affects the power of all spiritual classes. What? Kizaru felt a spiritual ripple similar to Conqueror's haki. It seems to carry some kind of will. Completely disrupt his observation haki perception. Isn't this level of Conquerors only red-headed? Not so much like Conquerors. Fluffy. The fire covered and bombarded down again. Whoosh. The prism tower also shot laser after laser. This made Kizaru a little stunned. Own laser. The enemy is also master? Is it so scary? But the beam of light hits Kizaru. It doesn't do any harm. But soon Kizaru found out. There are fewer and fewer places to stay. Thick ice fields nearby. Constantly penetrating, melting, the sea water is boiling. So it's to force me to have no foothold. 33 Kizaru was quick to react. But I have to pay attention to it. He can use light to move at extreme speed. You can also hit targets far away. But it really doesn't fly. All abilities have a clear weakness. 55 Rennes said condescendingly. I still underestimate you. Kizaru said. He thought it was on this battle. Rennes even has Kaido's abilities. The experience should be quite immature. But no. On the contrary, it is extremely rich. Kizaru soared into the air. Stay any longer. He will have no place. I'm really going to fall into the sea. The results are unpredictable. But Rennes who can walk freely in the air. Waiting for this opportunity. Big weed. Thunder 8 trigrams. Rennes held a mace in both hands. Intercept in the direction Kizaru is leaving. Light burst sword. Kizaru wasn't at all intimidated. The eyes are also cold. The lightsaber instantly expands into gigantic. Bottom up, reverse Rennes. Pang! It was like thunder and fire touching, and it exploded instantly. A terrifying shock wave of destruction rippled through the sky. Countless clouds were shredded. A sky-splitting abyss emerges in the sky. This makes people who pay attention to this battlefield. They were all stunned and terrified. Such a confrontation. It's terrifying. It was as if the gods were furious. The two hit a real fire. It has become the most terrifying high-end showdown on the battlefield. Disheveled. In terms of power, Kizaru does not have the advantage. Successfully intercepted by Rennes in mid-air. Swept straight down. The whole person turned into a laser. Straight towards the ice. Just when it was about to land on a block of ice. Suddenly, several light prism towers condensed an enhanced laser beam. Suddenly before Kizaru landed. With a bang, the ice cube was directly smashed. Kizaru's face changed. Moonwalk. Although his physical skills have always been criticized by Zephyr. He said he relied too much on Devil Fruit's abilities. All aspects of physical skills need to be strengthened. But no matter how, it is not his strong point. It is also much stronger than the average Vice Admiral. But this speed is in Rennes' eyes. Compared to his previous flash speed. That's too slow. Descend 3, lead Naraku. Rennes appeared in front of Kizaru in an instant. With black lightning, Conqueror's Haki's devastating stick. Pierced through the atmosphere and swept Kizaru's waist. Let him suddenly spew out a mouthful of blood. The sound of a fracture is heard from the body. The whole person flew straight upside down. If observation Haki is still around, Kizaru can't avoid it. He also definitely had time to block. But Mind Controller interfered with the spread of observation Haki. Kizaru Admiral. Seeing this, Marine was frightened and his face was distorted and abstracted. Bang! Kizaru was swept out of the entire ice field. Crashed into a nearby building. The whole building was shattered. Rennes takes advantage of the chase. Tornado bad wind. Several terrifying tornadoes, capable of breaking iron and steel, shrouded in Kizaru's landing. Cover everything, destroy. Strangle. 10,000 glory. Kizaru's heavy voice sounded. A strong light burst out from the center of the bombing. Shredded everything. Admiral is really tenacious. Watching Kizaru just get hurt 0. The look of still being able to fight back. Rennes sighed. Then get closer and launch an even fiercer attack. Stormy attack. It is like the great demon god of extinction in the world. Each stick carries the power of a terrifying wave. Ahem. Kizaru responded in haste again. The eyes are complex and cold. I didn't expect to suffer such a loss in the hands of a new 4 emperors, a young man. If only someone had told him before this. He could be hammered by Rennes. He absolutely did not believe it. Aurora penetration. looking at it without giving him a breath to slow down. It's full of wild fury and kills Rennes. Kizaru is no longer as light as before. He found that if you don't desperately speak, I'm afraid it's really dangerous. Kizaru doesn't believe in evil. He didn't believe Rennes' defenses were invincible. He did everything he could to break through Rennes' defenses. That's all. The battle situation will turn around. Kizaru pointed out. The light in the hand is no longer a single color. It's golden light with darkness. It is also wrapped in a rainbow of colors. It looks gorgeous. But it gives Rennes a sense of danger. Su. This point out. That laser beam, not exactly. It's a colorful light the thickness of a toothpick. Very dangerous. It has extremely terrifying penetrating power. But Rennes still fearlessly greeted it. Rennes knows his Iron Curtain device super weapon. Conceptually invincible. But its source of energy. Its soul ore. He doesn't dodge this either? Crazy. Kizaru saw that Rennes didn't dodge. Still like a fierce demon to kill. Kizaru trembled for a moment. This guy, how is it more reckless than that guy from Kaido? And more ferocious? Ho ho, Kizaru's ray of light is coming at you. Hit on the Iron Curtain device. The Iron Curtain device is not broken. But Rennes felt it for the first time. The consumption of his soul ore instantly increased by more than 10 times. Apparently that blow was not completely useless against the Iron Curtain installation. And a powerful inertial impact. It also shook Rennes backwards. It's so expensive. Rennes suddenly said something that Kizaru couldn't quite understand. This thing is inherently expensive to use. Suddenly more than a dozen times more expensive. The soul ore consumed at that moment was more than 100,000. But Kizaru's eyes widened at the moment. Unbelievable at a glance. If Rennes just dodged his attacks, he can still accept a little more. But Rennes resisted hard, and it was okay. It's just repelled by the inertia of power. This makes Kizaru a little skeptical. From his debut to the present. But whoever is hit by this move. There has never been a precedent in perfect condition. Rennes is the first. Roar. After Rennes retreated violently, his entire body suddenly turned into a green dragon hundreds of meters long. Since you want to take Kizaru, some soul ores still have to be spent. After Rennes gets bigger. Kizaru after seeing the situation clearly. It's still a little hard to accept. It really is Kaido's ability. Rennes suddenly got bigger. The distance between the two is no longer there in an instant. 4.6 Rennes wraps around Conqueror's Haki's dragon body. Snap and clap. Bang. Kizaru even if he wanted to escape. It's too late. He just delivered a supreme blow. It's a period of weakness. Bang. His whole person was photographed into the ground. The entire Marine headquarters trembled violently. Uninformed people. I thought it was caused by Whitebeard's earthquake ability. But Rennes could feel Kizaru still struggling. The blazing light is shining underground. Lie down for me. Rennes roared. Full body covered Iron Curtain device. Another unprecedented slap. The ground cracked into an abyss. Kizaru is confused and is falling into the abyss. Below is Wang Yangda Hai. If you drop it, it's basically dead. Yada mirror. At the critical moment, the Kizaru accumulating light mirror quickly refracted back to the ground. But as soon as he landed, he suffered a crazy continuous blow from Rennes, Jun Chelai. Long Shenjun. Rumble. Rennes power exploded in an instant. Fluffy. Stormy batons, blow after blow, greeted Kizaru continuously. Kizaru has armament haki on him. Armor with light particles condensed. That was his last instinctive defense. But there is no counterattack. Kizaru is like a candle swaying in the wind. Haki, the light armor is gradually shattering. After suffering hundreds of all-out swings from Rennes, Kizaru crashed to the ground. Ren is worried that this guy is standing up again. One foot on Kizaru's so that he can't escape. I was gasping for breath. The consumption is not small. At this point, Kizaru is defeated. Kizaru lost. Marshal Sengoku saw Kizaru, who was trampled by Ren, and his head buzzed. How is this possible? His strength is by no means weaker than any admiral. How can it be defeated so quickly? At this time, Whitebeard, who was deeply encircled, also made a move to bring the dead back to life. Chapter 95. Defeated so quickly. How is this guy fiercer than Kaido? Even if the master has so many weapons and equipment, even if he has so many weapons and troops, now his individual combat strength is so strong. Who can compete with him in New World in the future? The giants saw Kizaru lose. They couldn't help but get up and say, "It's outrageous, it's scary. Even if it is constantly consumed." Whitebeard consumed by multiple Marine Admirals. Also standing. Instead, Marine fell a Marine Admiral first. This scared everyone. No matter how Ren triumphed. What a way to overcome. Winning is winning. The implications are huge. The strong man who didn't pay much attention to the situation here just now. I was even more surprised. Even the 5 elders, who were in the Holy Land, couldn't help but get up and frown. Pacing uneasily. I didn't expect Kizaru to lose. This little devil's combat reaction is too good. He has a lot of calculations, and his mind is terrible. 39. His abilities are indeed Kaido of the beasts, but there is also the ability to create things out of thin air. What is that? I don't know, I've never seen it. I'm afraid this war is going to be extraordinary. No matter what, you can't let this guy live. Add to that previous reports of his fleet, and this is beyond the threat of a 4 emperors. 99. I let the insurance start. Slowly, the Revolutionary Army also has to watch, don't be careless, and see if Sengoku can control the whole scene. 5 elders was surprised and shocked. But there was no gaffe. Instead, it is calm and rational thinking about the best solution. How come? That's Marine Admiral. Kirby said incredulously. Marine Admiral, in his opinion, is a lifelong goal. In his heart, it symbolizes invincibility and strength. Now it has been defeated. It's amazing. Even Luffy, who was rushing forward, couldn't help but stop. Jinbei, Crocodile, Ivankov, everyone also looked surprised. They know the gold of Marine Admiral better than Luffy. Lost in such a short time. It's beyond their realization. This is the guy who killed Kaido's monster. 99. To this day, I think of Kaido's might. Gecko Moria still has lingering fears. But Ren killed him. Now even Marine Admirals like Kizaru have lost. This made him a little abrupt. It's like a dream. It's so unreal. How can there be such a powerful monster in this world? Hawkeye looked sideways. On this sea, will there be a strong person who surpasses the other 4 emperors? Renkun 04, so powerful. Hancock's eyes were full of adoration. That lewd Marine Admiral. How could it be the opponent of the heroic Lord Ren? Isn't defeat a matter of course? Headlines. Marine Admiral lost. The Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy casualties and their lives hung by a thread. 55. What the hell will become of this war? Sakazuki. Sengoku sees Ren raise his mace to make up for it. His face changed immediately. Defeat is one thing. If killed. This war. They are equivalent to losing half first. This must not be allowed to happen. Garp's expression gradually became solemn. Then he disappeared with a bang. Faster than Akainu. It's faster too. Appeared next to Ren in an instant. An unpretentious iron fist blasted in. The whole air was driven by fists. The roar doesn't stop. A punch hit Ren. Ren though has an iron curtain device. There's Conqueror's Haki Protector. But the terrible impact knocked Rennes back a few steps. Although not hurt in the slightest, but had to be forced to let go of the big foot that was stepping on Kizaru. Kizaru was in a trance. Bruises. One is free from Rennes. Kizaru's body turns into particles of light. Reshape the body not far away. His face was solemn. There is no shame on the face. Some are just deeply jealous. I wasn't careless. Kizaru's words show the dangers of Rennes. You go back first. Take Whitebeard first. Garp could see that Kizaru's injuries were not minor. Although these monsters of them are extremely resilient. But also give them a breather and time to recover. Be careful. Kizaru's Yata mirror is temporarily off the battlefield. Vice Admiral Garp's words. Dealing with Rennes may be the best. Both have to vent. Don't worry too much about him taking action against Whitebeard. Monkey D. Garp. Rennes did not pursue Kizaru. Under the gaze of so many strong people in Marine. It's unrealistic to want to kill Kizaru. I wanted to paddle just now. But Kizaru is aggressive. Rennes was just a little angry. Thinking of letting a top combat force exit early. At present, judging by Kizaru's injury, it can only be said that half the battle. You are not my opponent. Rennes shook her head and said. Boy, you probably underestimate the old man too much. You don't think I'm old and can't move. Listen to Rennes. Garp was not satisfied on the spot. He has a very short temper. It is even more not allowed to be underestimated in this way. This is very similar to Luffy. Someone provokes, they monkey family is accurate, there is a provocation must fight. You are a soft-hearted person who has more ways to deal with you than Kizaru. Rennes said truthfully. No shame. Fist bone meteor. Garp's muscles tightened instantly. The breath on the whole person is like a storm roaring out. A little thicker than Kizaru. With a clenched fist, the black and red armament haki buzzed up. The fist has not yet been drawn. The air around it burst out continuously. The power contained in the fist is too terrifying. The atmosphere is only slightly affected. It's like gunpowder bursting open. A punch is thrown. Rennes seems to see the shadow of a great demon god emerge behind Garp. This great demon god illusory shadow also waved an extremely terrifying big fist and blasted out. It's as big and heavy as a mountain. Such a terrifying fist intent. Rennes was jealous. It is worthy of being an old powerhouse. The threat that a punch gave him. It's as if Kizaru's aurora just now penetrated. Really, a mysterious meaning that neither of them knows how to paddle. Why are they so desperate? The Whitebeard pirates haven't even started desperately yet. Not really. It's already started. 39 Rennes is saying. But I saw the Whitebeard pirates complete the scene of coming back to life from the ice field into the square. The multiple battlefields that have just been divided. There is only one left at the moment. The ice sheet melts. Countless pirates have lost their foothold. People hit by volcanic bullets are either killed or injured. The Monedict was also hit and burned. And it didn't hit. They were all screaming in the scalding sea. The sea in the bay was boiled by the volcanic bombs dropped by Akainu. The pirates wailed in pain. The only exit left of the enveloping wall. It became the position of Marine's harvest. There were pirates trying to break through. But they all fell. Straw Hat Luffy finally rushed over. Jumped over. Instead, he met 3 Marine Admiral guards. Just when Akainu and Kizaru were about to make a move, Aokiji threw a few spikes. The first to kill Luffy. It's too early for you to do this, although you have received a lot of favors from your grandfather, but this is also the path you have chosen, and the man must pay for his choice. 35. Poof. Aokiji condenses a skate. With lightning speed, it pierced Luffy's shoulder. Kizaru silently turned his head to the side. Aokiji, this guy is also too outrageous. What a stab to the heart. But Vice Admiral Garp just saved him. Kizaru could only assume that he didn't see it. Akainu snorted coldly, slightly dissatisfied. But all the time, both of them are dissatisfied with each other. Aokiji didn't care either. Akainu cares more about Whitebeard's fate at the moment. Under his constant bombardment, many pirates are dying. Even Whitebeard to resist artillery fire. Frequent shots too can constantly drain Whitebeard's physical strength. And even continue to bomb like this, maybe you can completely annihilate the entire Whitebeard pirates. Watch more and more people die. Whitebeard's face sank. The iron wall in front of you. Apparently Sengoku specially arranged it for himself, so as to trap them here. Destroy them all. The ice field became purgatory. Many people in action in the sea. Far less flexible on land. So many shelling that could have been dodged. I can't hide from it. One body after another was blown to pieces. Fly into mid-air. The blood was almost staining the entire sea. The Whitebeard pirates know that Kizaru Admiral has been defeated. But they don't have time at the moment. I didn't have the heart to pay attention to it. Now they are slack. It may be them who lost their lives in Huangchuan. Right at this moment, Whitebeard's observation Haki sensed that little Ounce still had a faint breath. Ounce, can you still move? Whitebeard asked. Daddy. Echoed Ounce. Whitebeard was instantly apparent. He had no other way. It's waiting to die here. Let Ounce fight. How to choose, it's obvious. But this post-war, I'm afraid it's hard to see Ounce again. At Whitebeard's suggestion, another coating ship has popped up. This was supposed to be used by Whitebeard to retreat after rescuing Ace. But Sengoku is trapped in this trap. He didn't want to get out of trouble. There will be no later. Everyone gather here. Marco informs all pirates. Disheveled. The coating ship is out. Many pirates hang on the boat. There are even ships. Sink them. The marine generals on the barrier saw this. Hurriedly ordered. Countless gun ports suddenly turned. Aimed at the advancing ship. At the same time, Little Ounce also took action at this moment. Hands and feet move slowly. No, don't aim at the ship, aim at Ounce. 35 Marshal Sengoku saw this, and his face immediately changed. He saw Whitebeard's plan. But it's still late. Woohoo! Little Ounce roared and hissed, squeezing out his last drop of strength and standing up. Both hands suddenly grabbed the ship where Whitebeard and other strong people were. Burst out with great force. The entire huge ship was moved directly over the barrier. Placed in the square. The Whitebeard pirates have entered the square. In an instant, countless marine screams. This ship contains the elite backbone of the entire Whitebeard pirates. They escaped from the encirclement. Whitebeard, Sengoku's face sank. Didn't expect his plan of annihilation. Will be defeated by Little Ounce. Fluffy. At this time, countless artillery pieces concentrated on Little Ounce. The artillery fire completely drowned him. But Whitebeard and others have escaped. Daddy, be sure to rescue Ace, ace him. Very gentle. Little Ounce showed the last satisfied smile and crashed to the ground. Well, I know. 35. Ounce. Ace burst into tears. Avenge Ounce. Let them kill them to the square. This distance is the land of the real Marine Ford. At this distance, Whitebeard's abilities are terrifying. If you are not careful, you will destroy the entire Marine headquarters. Rescue Ace. Destroy Marine. Whitebeard exclaimed. Countless captains and captains were killed like wolves in an instant. Countless Marine fell in an instant. After all, follow this ship to break through. They are all the strongest group of people in the Whitebeard pirates. Ace, wait for me, I'll come and save you right away. Whitebeard punched at least hundreds of Marine. Close to his marine. None of them are his one-trick enemies. Invincible. Let countless strong people be afraid in their hearts. Whitebeard's capabilities. It's scary. The ability to earthquake. Let everyone feel deep fear. Marines are no exception. Face such monsters head-on. They almost lost the will to resist. Smash the blow. Whitebeard lifted Kong Yunch again. Condensed with a terrifying earthquake halo. But kilometer distance. He can sweep away with one blow. One knife out. A loud bang from Peng. Didn't fully swing it. Akainu appeared and stomped on Whitebeard's knife. I want to continue to spread wild. Akainu said coldly. Then you try to stop looking at 267. Whitebeard shook Akainu away. Raise the knife and chop it again. Great eruption. Akainu strikes. By such a time. All the tricks that need to be used have been used. What should be consumed is also consumed. Next, speak with real strength. Only bloody battles to the end. To distinguish the winner. Bang! The two collided, with a radius of hundreds of meters, and countless people were thrown out by the shock wave of the collision. If it weren't for the fact that both of them intended to control it. I don't want to hurt too many of my own people by mistake. This fallout will be even greater. Inuyoshi Red Lotus. The Akainu arm condenses and becomes smaller, concentrating the magma arm with stronger penetration and lethality, condensing into a magma dog head. Boom throughout. But was blocked by Whitebeard's earthquake punch. The power of terror rippled. Let both of them snort. When the two of them do it again, they go all out. Whitebeard wants to break through the siege and rescue Ace. And Akainu wants to kill Whitebeard. Tentative attack. Too much has been done just now. There's no need for that. Fluffy. The two of them frequently bombarded, and the entire Marine headquarters was constantly cracking. Stay away from them. Don't get wrapped up in Daddy's abilities. Marco hissed in warning. Daddy's abilities are terrifying. So much so that when it is threatening, everyone who gets a little closer to them has to be prepared for shocks. But many Marine don't have that awareness. If you are not careful, many people are shredded. Old guy from the old days, enjoy this funeral prepared for you with peace of mind. Meteor volcano. Akainu hit countless volcanic bombs all at Whitebeard alone. Whitebeard hand dances to the clouds. Keep taking down Akainu's attacks. Then the two of them bombarded each other continuously. Earthquake fist versus magma fist. The power of every blow is surging. All symbolize a terrible destructive power. So once the war starts, both of them are terrible natural disasters fighting head-on. No one can defend against all of the other's moves. Disheveled. Whitebeard slammed a quake punch on Akainu, twisting his body. Can Akainu, after spitting blood in her mouth, suddenly stand firm? In the twist of the body, unleash his magma punch. A punch to Whitebeard's stomach. Shake it out, leaving a scorched red mark. Magma imp. Whitebeard slammed into his footsteps. The two are entangled again. Even sometimes it is even a matter of exchanging injuries for injuries. It's completely different from Fang Cai's temptation. Marco and others also rushed to the square. Fight the other Marines in the square again. Shishibukai is also inevitably involved. Rennes waved her mace. Resist Garp's horrible fist. Every fist of Garp is like a meteorite impact. Rennes, in order to save more stamina, it was always defended with an iron curtain device. Looking at Whitebeard, who entered the square, Rennes smiled at the corners of his mouth. Okay, I will be the real winner. Vice Admiral Garp, leave Marine, join us, I will keep your two grandchildren safe and sound. Chapter 96. I thought I overestimated Rennes, but I didn't expect that our vision was too limited. After this battle, I am afraid that you will also have a good way to retreat. The lone shark said in a deep voice. Not so long ago. There are many underground giants who agree. Rennes appeared at Marine headquarters without troops. It is equivalent to suicidal behavior. But the reality is that Rennes was in a very short period of time. Defeated Marine Admiral Kizaru. Let the legendary marine hero Garp have to shoot. Once Rennes returns from Marine headquarters safe and sound, New World is bound to change. Rennes is more dangerous than they think. There's nothing to worry about. Shuxiangxing Island has always been independent. If someone really wants us old guys to submit, we are not vegetarian. The ghost mother-in-law said gloomily. Over the years, both the former One Piece Roger or Whitebeard from King's Landing New World, no one has ever been able to place them in this place. Take in these old monsters who are only staring at Raftel. Their strength alone. Probably not Rennes opponent. But the power to join forces. Even the world government has to back off. Here, what has been accumulated is decades. Mighty pirate captains from all over the world. More than the other 4 emperors combined. Because of New World. There's only one place. Let these not strong, but very strong captains survive. Pirate captains elsewhere. Gotta pick 4 emperors to follow. But here each of them is free. But what exactly is he trying to do? Since he appeared at Marine Ford, there seems to be no clear goal. Tetzalo frowned. Could it be that he really just watched the war between Whitebeard and Marine up close and happened to be discovered? If only it were that simple. Jabba, what do you have in mind? Akoko looked thoughtfully at Jabba. No matter what happens, it's just a matter of a few hours. Jabba said lightly. Garp, an old immortal, doesn't seem to be weakened at all, and I heard that he is the master's highest life return skill. An old pirate captain who is about to lose his teeth looks at the live broadcast screen. He said with amazement and sorrow. Pirates of the same generation as Garp. Basically dead die, old. Only a few are left to survive. Kin Garp's strength. It doesn't seem to be affected at all. It's incredible. The first rule for any strong man to fight with Garp is always to distance himself, and the leader of the allied army is good, not afraid at all. I am afraid that he will suffer a loss. Whitebeard and Akainu are also fighting. Looks like Marine is ready to close the net. I just don't know if Whitebeard can spell Akainu. That guy from Akainu is a mad dog that bites desperately when he catches it, and he killed my first captain the other day. Let's fight, it's better to fight and lose both. Both loses for them. There are huge benefits. By that time, the people above will be willing to spend greater benefits to win them over. If only even that little devil Rennes died. I always feel that the world government will not let him go easily. Although we are deliberately not transmitting information to the world government, Wanakuni's huge fleet cannot be completely concealed. Those old men could not allow forces that would shake their position to exist. Indeed. 99. Vice Admiral Garp's entry into the war. Let the morale of the whole marine boil. People all over the world are also excited. Legendary sea soldier hero, Monkey D. Garp, that's the man who hunted down Roger One Piece. As long as he is there, any criminal will be cursed. That's right. There is no enemy in this world that Vice Admiral Garp can't clean up. Vice Admiral Garp is invincible. The unwitting world. Of course, they basically stand on the side of Marine, which symbolizes justice. And Garp, a living hero. Over the years, the image that is basically in the folk has been mythical. So much so that many people unanimously felt. There is no one in this world who is a match for Vice Admiral Garp. Garp. Rayleigh sat on the roof, silently drinking wine and watching the live broadcast. Garp goes down. That means Rennes is already a bit overrun. It is beyond the control of Marshal Sengoku. I didn't expect that there would be such a young and terrifying junior now, and he was still a god-slayer. Rayleigh muttered to himself. Watching the live broadcast, Rayleigh felt that he might not be able to win. Join them and keep Luffy and Ace safe? Listen to Rennes. For a moment, Garp hesitated. That's the part of his affection that is moving. But only for a moment. He knew it was impossible and irrational. Not to mention that he didn't know anything about Rennes. Even if you understand. Do it. What's the difference with the defection of Marine? But since Rennes proposed. Even if it's just in passing. Prepare accordingly, too. Although the probability is not particularly high. But if Garp is really being rebelled against herself. That whole Marine. Except for a very small part of the power. All power, and their faith, will fall into the hands of Rennes. It's no exaggeration. Taking Garp is equivalent to taking half of the Marine headquarters without bloodshed. This is one of the dangers of the world government lifting living heroes so high. Heroes like Garp. Both defected from the world government, Marine headquarters. Countless Marine will be questioned and shaken. The most basic beliefs can be shaken. May go out at any time. Pang! Garp's fists are still terrifying. Every shot can break through Rennes haki. Whether it's armament haki. Or conqueror's haki. And even all power. Under Garp's iron fist. Will be roughly shredded. There is a kind of road to simplicity. Violence supreme oppression. Every shot is like a meteorite rampage. Rennes found out if she didn't use the Iron Curtain device herself. Take Conqueror's haki and the body of a dragon man. There was no way to stop Garp's punches. But Rennes isn't going to fight Garp to the death. Even if Garp is stronger than Kizaru. Especially played in close combat. Not at all comparable to Kizaru. But as Rennes puts it. I really want to take down Garp. Or kill Garp. There are many ways to do this. Because good people have always been easy to control and easy to deal with. Rather, like extreme people. Often there is only one way. Finish it to the end. Vice Admiral Garp, I know that you Marine has always had a misunderstanding of us, thinking that we are pirates for the evil, but in our opinion, it is not us who is responsible for this sea, but you. Degree 39. Rennes blocked Garp's punch. Calmly make a point that makes Garp's heart flutter. What are you talking about? Garp frowned. If it is a statement involving something else. Garp didn't bother at all. Because of the person in front of you. Judged by him to be Marine's enemy. Such a guy. In such a short period of time, it became 4 emperors. Has the strength to defeat Kizaru Admiral. How far will it grow in the future? It's been years. Is there another One Piece? But it's what Rennes said. Talk about their beliefs and philosophy of protecting the sea. Garp subconsciously took over the conversation. Did I say something wrong? You Marine helped to clear up all the so-called turmoil, riots, for the celestial dragons. But many times, it is the world nobles in your mouth that caused this riot. It's impossible that you haven't seen such a simple thing. Rennes scolded slightly. A long time ago. Rennes really wanted to ask them that question. He wanted to know what Garp, Sengoku, and the rest of them were thinking. Listen to Rennes. Garp, who has long been Grandmaster's love. Immediately sniffed out an extraordinary meaning. Could it be that he has some important people? Under the tyranny or inaction of the celestial dragons. Lost your life? Such people. Garp has met quite a few. It is also a group of people who are often the most difficult for him to completely defeat. Because they too are victims of this sea. In a chaotic world, nothing is absolute, only the world government can lead the whole world to peace. Garp said in a deep voice. To the nobility of the world and many high-ranking officials. Garp is not used to it, though. Even disdain to be Marine Admiral. Become Marine Admiral. You have to listen directly to their deployment. Instead of Admiral. Tasks and orders are usually given to him by Sengoku and Admiral. With Sengoku around, there's plenty of room for maneuver. But the world government has been in the world for almost 1,000 years. It has a very deep heritage. This is not about strength. Rather, in terms of governing the world. Garp still believes. Only the world government can make the world truly peaceful. For this, even some of the dirt produced by the celestial dragons. Under this big ideal. Even if you don't want to accept it. It is also acceptable for the time being. Otherwise, there will be no order in this sea. It will be darker, more chaotic, and scary than it is now. Garp at a young age. I've ever seen such a dark sea. The sea at that time was full of war. Crazier than it is now. Countless islands are bloodied, and countless seas are dyed red. At that time, the sea kings grew fat. It was the scariest memory. Garp wouldn't and couldn't let the sea return to that darkness. And it turns out. For decades, the sea under their governance. There is a noticeable improvement. Indeed, in this world, there is no such thing as spotless, but the damage caused by celestial dragons is not as simple as dust, they are the makers of dust. There are so many wars on the sea, how did you Marine manage to turn a blind eye? What's more, for us ordinary people, a little dust is enough to destroy people's homes. Rennes said quietly what made Garp feel like he was heart-wrenching. Rennes was calm. But Garp saw the depths of Rennes' eyes. That flame that seems to set the whole world on fire. The flame of the will. Let Garp move. And more importantly, Garp is hard to argue with. There was silence. Because a lot of times it's about the big picture. And to get more support from the world government, they acquiesce to the presence of a lot of dust. After all, there aren't many celestial dragons. Is it really as serious as the young man in front of him said? Garp doesn't quite know. He has been to many countries. But maybe because of the skin of heroes. Over the years, he has always felt true and false when he sees it. It's hard to tell. And his insistence is to make the world more orderly. Are you clinging to an illusory ideal, or should you focus on the suffering people? Rennes this sentence. Let Garp raise his fist. There was a pause. Once, someone said something similar to him. That man is his son. After that night of conversation, the two parted ways and embarked on different paths. His son always suspected that the world government was behind the manipulation of the world. Initiator of all major wars. But there is no evidence. Garp also found it extremely unreasonable. I didn't believe it. Which ruler after all will make the world that belongs to them 1,000 holes? It is only reasonable to develop on the good side. 5 elders those people Garp has seen. They are not mediocrities. And Marine headquarters has always needed the above funds and various support. Otherwise, it will be impossible to maintain the normal operation of the strongest forces in the sea. Maybe in this world, you are used to ignoring the voices of the weak, but one day, these oppressed weak people will make faint voices one after another, and finally turn into monstrous waves and smash the world to pieces. Rennes has no routines. No lying. Face people like Garp. Sincerity and facts is the best weapon. You. Garp looked directly at Rennes and was a little creepy for a moment. It's like seeing the world Rennes depicts. That future has already been beaten over. That's countless weak souls screaming. In questioning their justice. Garp spoke face to face with Rennes for the first time. But it's good that this is not communicating. As soon as he communicated, Garp deeply felt the Rennes in front of him. Not at all the kind of criminals you come into contact with. Ordinary criminals are ambitious. Act for your own selfish desires. Wealth, fame, prestige, turf. But this young man. That's not what you want. He wants to seem to be just a justice. A thought out of step with the world. Similar thoughts. Garp has only seen 2 in his life. One is Roger. The other is a dragon. Now it seems like there is one more. No matter what you do, you should think more about the impact. This world, it is already very difficult, Wang Zhao, to have such a situation. Vice Admiral Garp's fist still falls. The two fought with sticks and fists. Energy overflowed, destroying everything around it. The past may have been dark, but is it really clean now? Vice Admiral Garp, have you been weighed down by the idol of heroes for too long? Can't see the true face, so you take turbidity as the norm? Rennes' eyes sharpened. Like a knife straight into Garp's heart. In a world where ordinary people do not believe in justice and fairness, how can it be difficult to afford this situation, and this situation can be evaluated, this is simply a joke. Rennes said, and the conqueror's haki on the brandishing mace spiked sharply. One blow knocked Garp back a few steps. The two clashed frequently, and the rumbling was incessant. I'm sorry. Garp was sure it must have been done by some marine law enforcement or celestial dragons. Brought misfortune to the young man in front of him. That's why he was at such an age. That's the strength in this kind of thinking. Don't be sorry, it's not the individual that's wrong, it's the whole decaying world, 35 Rennes said, looking at the sky. As if above that sky. It's the celestial dragons who stand tall and claim to be gods. If they were gods, then he will eventually become a god slayer. Garp had a mixed look. What's more, from today onwards, our allies will create a whole new world hunger. Although I deeply sympathize with your suffering, the old man is a marine soldier after all, so I still advise you not to mess around. Garp felt a slight tremor in his heart. He has a hunch. Like Rennes, the will to fight the world government to the end. If not contained in time. Probably the existing world pattern. There will be great upheaval. The strength of this young man in front of him should not be underestimated. It's too late, Vice Admiral Garp, we're not going to stop until we perish, or the world government perishes. The key question is, Vice Admiral Garp, which side are you on? The so-called powerful and the big picture, or us weak and helpless civilians? Chapter 97. Garp tried hard not to think about it. At least in battle. You shouldn't be distracted thinking about this. Once he wanders, the opponent will definitely not miss such an opportunity. He is very strong. But the Rennes in front of you. Nor should it be underestimated. Who messes up the normal mind first? Whoever drinks and dies. But what Rennes said. It's all something Garp has to care about. It was about his beliefs. Can't be ignored. At this moment, Rennes threw out his soul and asked. Let him make a choice. He knew it was time not to choose. You shouldn't even think. But this kind of thing is thought. Sometimes the more you are in control. On the contrary, the more it diverges. But Garp discovers that Rennes doesn't take advantage of his distraction. Instead, it stopped very calmly. Just stand not far away and watch him quietly. Garp didn't rush over either. Some people who are watching this battlefield. They all looked at the people next to them with confused expressions. I want to know what happened to these two people. How to fight, just stop. Damn the leader of the Allied forces. Lao Tzu's right-hand men are all gone, and now they can only wait until the right time to act. In a shadow of the Marine headquarters building, Blackbeard looked at Rennes and Garp on the battlefield with hatred. Not long ago, Rennes brought him out of Impel Down. And originally his subordinates. All won. Some died. The living don't know what's going on. Later those were killed. Or turned to him. Or maybe someone else fled. We alone, the timing has to be better. Akainu and Whitebeard are completely crazy, at this time rush in, I am afraid we will be bombarded to the point of not even slag. Lafitte leaned on his cane and said with an elegant face. It's really troublesome, originally according to the plan you said, I think there is also a great success rate, now, I'm afraid I can only rely on luck. The large barrel carried the gourd and poured the wine violently. At the same time shrugged his rosacea. I wish that guy Garp could beat that guy to death. 35 Blackbeard's eyes were evil. To be before. Whoever fights Marine, he wants Marine to lose. But now it's different. That kind of dangerous guy. The whole world has the potential to hold him down. I'm afraid there are very few. And Garp is such a person. If Rennes died, no one grabbed shock fruit with him. That's right, Blackbeard is now sure Rennes is here to steal shock fruit from him. Although it is not known how he did it. But he even possesses Kaido's abilities. What else is 267 impossible? Garp stopped suddenly. What they talked about can't be heard here. Lafitte narrowed her eyes slightly. But both the enemy and us suddenly stopped attacking. No matter how you look at it, it's all pretty tricky. It doesn't matter if you don't choose, it's nothing more than not knowing much about our allies. We exist for the people, we fight for the new world. In a sense, we are a kind of human with the dragon, but ours is more perfect. We want to create a world where the weak can survive safely. Rennes said quietly. Garp could feel that strong will. If it's a lie, or the will is not strong enough, it is impossible to be so strong that the spirit of others resonates with it. You always think that there is another way to live in this world, but you don't know that it is precisely this kind of thinking that will bring great turmoil to this world, will break the existing power structure, and in the end, it will only bring disaster and destruction. Garp was shaken inside. But it was not completely shaken. Because he still believes in everything he insists on. Every change will be accompanied by blood and sacrifice, and it is never easy to create a new era, but we must not let the problem always exist because it is not easy, because we are afraid of the sacrifices brought by reform. If you are sick, you must be cured. If you are wrong, you must change it. It's just a very simple question, Vice Admiral Garp. Rennes said, staring at Garp. In terms of boldness, completely suppressed Garp. It even gave Garp a long-lost sense of withdrawal. Oh, yes. If you are wrong, you will change it, and if you are sick, you will be cured. What a simple question. But the simpler the question, the more it means the bigger the problem. Garp has a feeling of empowerment. Did you really think about the problem in a complicated way? But world government over the years. Nor is it complete inaction. How can I say to break away and break away? Garp knows what he means to the world right now. I can't tell you. Garp was dumbfounded by what Rennes said. In the end, I could only say sullenly. It's not that this is a war, Vice Admiral Garp, if you can't win me, in future wars, you are also doomed to lose. Now, you don't have absolute trust in the world government. 35. Apparently you have doubted something, questioned something. But it's all compromised, right? Facing Rennes' aggressiveness. Garp frowned, a little suddenly. Especially the first sentence. Like a series of heavenly thunder sounding in his mind. This war. If you fight, are you doomed to lose? How much do you know? Garp couldn't help but retort. He admits that Rennes has some point. I also admire him for daring to change the world without hesitation. As crazy as it may be. But his intentions are good. It is to hope that the world can be truly peaceful. But inside this simple question, there are so many factors. Any force that tries to go to war with the world government, really fighting, definitely not a few days, or months can be solved. Take the Revolutionary Army. It's just that there are wars scattered around the world. But such a confrontation. It's been more than 20 years. How many people were displaced during this period? How many corpses are strewn all over the field? If only another organization similar to the Revolutionary Army appeared. How many years will you have to fight then? Won't it be ordinary people who will die then? These are two of Garp's current problems. One is being too benevolent and afraid of a large number of sacrifices. The second is that I think the world government is not bad to that extent. They still care about the world. I want to build this world for the better. I don't have to know how much, I just need to see how much, that's enough. What are you afraid of? Sacrifice? If that's the case, that's not a problem at all. From the conversation just now, Rennes is well aware of what Garp might be worried about. It was the arrival of darker times. Do not believe that a large-scale war will spell out a future. This can be called cowardice. It can also be said to be benevolent. Not a bad thing, because he still has humanity and is a good person. But the more such good people, the more compromises tend to be. They also found some problems, but not enough courage to solve it. Just thinking of being alone, thinking that not participating, expressing a refusal is a kind of resistance. But in fact, the real struggle. Not so. Less big talk, you don't know how many people will die in a war. Garp said in a deep voice. No, I know, so I won't fill in the lives of ordinary people, I will fill in the lives I created. Their will can be continued, in a sense, they are immortal. I have 100 million troops, and I can calm all the turmoil in the world. 35 Rennes said confidently. When Garp heard this, he was suddenly stunned. Create life. 100 million troops? Garp was stunned for a full 10 seconds. Then the shocked face was suddenly suppressed by the furious bruises that appeared one after another. Are you little devil crazy? Thanks to me just now I was still communicating with you normally. 100 million troops, why don't you say a billion? All the kingdoms of the world, all the world government departments combined do not have so many troops. Even if you want to exaggerate, you can find a reliable number. 100 million troops, you are insulting the old man's intelligence. Unreliable, paranoid guys like you. I have to hammer you to death today. Garp suddenly became grumpy. He thought what Rennes had said made sense. I also have an ideal that I want to change the world. Can 100 million troops? Are you kidding? How can this guy speak so unreliable? Does he know what 100 million troops means? It means that maybe 10 world governments can't take it out. What's more, with so many people, just eating and living is a big problem. Want to arm yourself as a soldier? Even more impossible. It's no exaggeration. The world government can't arm so many soldiers either. Even if you go bankrupt, you can't do it. What is impossible for the rulers of the world to do? You a pirate? Even if it's the new 4 emperors. What about being strong? This is not something that can be done with great strength. This is impossible, to exist in this world. Rennes hears Garp's first sentence. I wanted to say, wait until I take the Marine headquarters. A billion is not an impossible time either. Garp scolded him like a mental patient. Vice Admiral Garp was ashamed. I actually had a serious communication with a person who might have a mental problem. Garp was confirmed at this moment. This guy has mental problems. But very sober. Definitely a dangerous element. Take it down first. Fistbone meteorite. Garp attacks Rennes again. Such a fist. For example, the fistbone meteor. Be more ferocious and faster. He is about to break through Rennes' weird barrier. And the one who fought next to Garp Rennes. Hear this. Also speechless. Smoker smoked a cigarette and whispered, the current pirates can really brag. Rennes June bragged up, also so confident, so cute. 35 Hancock nymphomaniac. Smoker-san, isn't the pirate emperor a little weird? Tashiji couldn't help but ask. Don't care so much. Smoker said lightly. Really, no one believes the truth these days. Rennes wanted to explain. But Garp doesn't look like he's going to communicate with himself anymore. Rennes blocks Garp's attacks. Look at Whitebeard from time to time. Whitebeard and Akainu just hit the ground. No bigger injuries have emerged. And the pirates and Marine are still fighting in the first half of the square. Haven't rushed to the execution table yet. You'll have to wait a while. Otherwise, Rennes really wants to show 100 million troops now. Let Garp, the old guy who thinks of himself as a psychopath, keep his eyes peeled. Are you really not worried about the life and death of Luffy and Ace? Shut up, you lunatic. It seems that you can only speak with your fists first. The battlefield is demonized with madness at this moment. Kizaru and Aokiji each have their own enemies. But except for Whitebeard, no one in the Whitebeard pirates can keep pestering a Marine Admiral. Not even Marco. So Kizaru Aokiji fought Whitebeard at Akainu. Occasionally attack Whitebeard. Laser light and cold ice eroded. As a result, Whitebeard suffered several losses. Let this guy Akainu punch a few more punches. If the little devil said before to be careful Akainu, it is the matter of Skoyadu, then what the Straw Hat Boy said just now, Marine will be publicly executed in advance. That said, there is not much time left for us. Whitebeard punched Akainu in the chest. Imprint your fist on Akainu. Akainu also hit Whitebeard in the shoulder with a magma bullet. Then countless marine powerhouses pounced. They are general-level marine. Just a chance. We'll attack Whitebeard mercilessly. Marco and other captains want to defend back. He was rejected by Whitebeard early. Whitebeard is not afraid of any fight. And if you stop and protect yourself. What about Ace? I don't need anyone's protection. Keep going. Marine imps, it's not so easy to want my life. Click. After pulling Whitebeard's right arm, it suddenly burst out. The atmospheric crack is cracking. Several hideous cracks spread throughout the land. The entire Marine headquarters building also cracked a huge crack in the air. Marine rushing towards Whitebeard. Whether it was the colonel, the rear admiral, or the prospective vice admiral, they were all shocked into the sky at this moment. That's how powerful shock fruit is. As long as one blow is not in time to prevent, the damage caused is enough to be terrifying. Damn Whitebeard! Akainu roared. Covered in terrible magma and gun smoke. It's like a demon god has launched an onslaught at Whitebeard. Whitebeard is not afraid to fight. The two fought bloodily to the end. Blood kept rushing on the two of them. Bones also began to break frequently. Between the collision of fists and fists, blood also burst out. And now Luffy once again escaped death. In the just time Marine Admiral is in the middle of the hunt. He was first pierced by Aokiji. Kicked next to Kizaru. It was shrouded in Kizaru's laser burst. Finally, Kizaru kicked Whitebeard. For this, Whitebeard also received a laser in his shoulder. Directly pierced. Luffy was then thrown aside by Whitebeard. Look at the dying Luffy. Whitebeard smiled with relief. With his strength, he fought to this extent. It's already good. What really impresses Whitebeard is. That's it for him. Still unwilling to give up. Luffy grabbed Ivankov's arm. Let him give him another shot of hormones. Ivankov naturally refused at first. Now this body is re-injected. You can die at any time because you reach your limit. Even if not, life expectancy will be greatly affected in the future. If I can't save Ace, I don't want to live afterwards. Hear Luffy's death-sacrificing words and pleas. Ivankov had to give Luffy another shot of hormone. Luffy is completely resurrected and fights again. But right then. Execute Fire Fist Ace immediately. Sengoku watched the pirates approach. Also gradually realized. Your own battle may have been recognized by Whitebeard. Since just now, squads of pirates have been interspersed across the marine. Don't fight them. Just want to rescue Ace as soon as possible. And at this time Akainu stormed again. Then even if it is another advance of the execution time, it doesn't matter either. What the world thinks. The issue of credibility will have to be resolved later. The threat of Whitebeard must be solved as soon as possible. Hear Sengoku. The two executioners raised their execution knives in their hands. This scene was instantly noticed by Whitebeard and others. BD Sengoku. To the world, and does not intend to talk about credibility at all. Oops. It's too late. Jaws, Vista, and others were surprised. Marco struggled to fly, but wasn't sure he would arrive in time. Whitebeard's face changed and he was distracted. Luffy yelled at them to stop. Rumble. Conqueror's haki bursts out of Luffy. But at the same time, Akainu also caught Whitebeard's distraction. Darkhound. One hit Darkhound penetrates all of Whitebeard's defenses and goes straight to the guts. Daddy. 35. Chapter 98. The mutation is instantaneous. Luffy revealed that he was not yet in control. But the extremely powerful Conqueror's haki. Conqueror's haki swept towards the execution table. The two executioners holding up their execution knives, rolled their eyes. Instant loss of consciousness. Crash. Conqueror's haki. Sengoku, his face changed slightly. Any pirate who owns Conqueror's haki. In the end, they all became Marine's great enemies. And the Straw Hat this Conqueror's haki. Uncontrollable though. But it's stronger than many people's Conqueror's haki. If only it grows. Needless to say, it will become Marine's henchman. At this moment, countless strong people felt this Conqueror's haki. They also showed shocked looks. But don't wait for them to come to their senses. Whitebeard suffered a fatal blow. Many people didn't even pay attention just now. But when the Whitebeard pirates screamed, they saw Akainu, covered in wounds. The entire magma arm burrowed into Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard just thought Ace was too late to rescue. Distracted for a moment. Perfectly grasped by Akainu. Or rather, this was the opportunity that Marshal Sengoku created for Akainu. Daddy. Whitebeard. At this moment, everyone's eyes instantly shifted from the Straw Hat to Whitebeard. All the people in the world who watched the live broadcast. All fell into silence. Whitebeard stood there. Motionless. A strong man just saw Akainu's whole person turn into dark red magma. Layers of magma condense and compress. It is then instilled into the arm from the whole body. Hell, Darkhound generally drills through all of Whitebeard's defenses. That's magma. Directly into the body. Even Whitebeard, known as a monster. After this blow, it's impossible to live. Is this war finally coming to an end? Akainu hit a blow. Instead of immediately withdrawing, all the magma expanded in Whitebeard's body. Causes secondary damage. Whitebeard's pupils showed signs of dilation instantly. At this point, Akainu fears Whitebeard's death-threatening counterattack. Quickly distance yourself. Vigilant and panting. Break through Whitebeard's defenses with all your might. It's not that simple. Whitebeard covered a fist-sized wound on his body. The whole person shook and was about to fall. But when Whitebeard's eyes looked at the execution table, Peng's loud and heavy bang. Whitebeard's steps stomped heavily on the ground. Steadied the steps that staggered and were about to fall. Ho 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 ho, Whitebeard gasped violently. Finally breathed back. Even in the nick of time. Whitebeard protected all major organs with haki. But it was still hit hard. And he knows. Now he can't fall down. Once down, the entire Whitebeard pirates will be buried here. There must be very few people who can escape. Magma Imp. The moment Whitebeard looked up, Akainu knew it wasn't going well. This damn old monster. It has such a terrifying vitality. Airplanes. Pang. Click. The earthquake punches blasted at Akainu at this distance. There is nowhere to hide. The atmosphere bursts, and the shock wave sweeps. Akainu's whole body seems to be misplaced. A mouthful of blood sprayed upside down and was shocked and flew out. Damn! Whitebeard hasn't fallen yet. 35. Liar, the body has been punched out of a hole by magma, how can you still live? This moment countless young Marine They all experienced the fear of being dominated by Whitebeard. "Don't be afraid. Hack Whitebeard to death now," a Vice Admiral chanted. Countless marine powerhouses are concentrated towards Whitebeard. "Daddy is still alive. Protect Daddy." Marco and others saw this. "Keep going." But just when they were about to return, Whitebeard kept them going. He shattered countless shells and strong people flying towards him with one punch. The Marines are constantly attacking. Finally, some attacks fell on him. His defenses aren't as pervert as Kaido. And now he is extremely weak. Armament haki is hard to mention. Whitebeard's eyes were on Luffy, who was rushing towards the execution table. Suddenly an order was given to the full Whitebeard pirates: "From now on, all Whitebeard pirates cover Ace's brother forward." Yes. Although I would love to help Daddy. But they know what Daddy decides. No one can change it. And this is also a captain's order. Whitebeard sees it. Whether it's because of the identity of the Straw Hat, it's still the Straw Hat's will to move forward, are indispensable factors in rescuing Ace. Even if Marshal Sengoku is still on the execution table. So what? That's Garp's grandson. Did he really dare to die at such a sensitive moment? Take Whitebeard's knowledge of Sengoku. He won't. In particular, Garp has saved Sengoku many times in New World. "Whitebeard," Marshal Sengoku's face sank. "Lie down, Whitebeard." Akainu strikes again. Covered in embarrassment, blood splattered. But the eyes are getting more and more crazy. Kizaru and Aokiji also fight Marco, Jaws, and Foil. Even if their individual combat power is a little worse than Admiral. But the desperate gesture of uniting. Let Marine Admiral not be underestimated. And the 7 warlords of the sea look at both sides that have gone completely crazy. Slowly marginalize yourself. No longer participate in the main battle with the strong. They were here to paddle. Now the Whitebeard pirates are desperate. Marine headquarters was also red-eyed. The front servants rushed forward one after another. They don't have to take risks. For this case. Sengoku looked in the eyes. But there is nothing to be done. I had a premonition. It's not fair to say that 7 warlords of the sea didn't contribute. Isn't this fighting with pirates? Cover Ace's brother. Marco shouted. He blocked Kizaru. But it didn't go well either. Vice Admiral found an opportunity. The spider arms made of hair condensation put sea stone handcuffs on him. Woohoo! Kizaru shot out 2 laser beams in an instant. Punched through Marco's body. You're too careful, Captain Marco. Damn, Kizaru. Marco's face sank. Go get the key. Marco turned around and avoided Kizaru first. At the same time said to some pirate captains. The fruit ability is sealed. In this case, he can't go head to head with Kizaru. Straw Hat Boy. Keep going. Team after team of pirates stopped the surrounding marine for the Straw Hats. Luffy has been on his way. Keep approaching the execution table. Aokiji suddenly appeared behind Jaws at a ghostly speed. The cold spreads rapidly. With a click, Jaws was completely frozen. Captain Jaws. Jaws' subordinates suddenly said in shock. Battle with Marine Admiral. Last. It was really them who suffered. The marine monster is not a wasted name. When Aokiji lifts his foot to smash the ice sculpture, a pirate captain suddenly came out. Snatched Jaws' ice statue. Aokiji didn't chase either. His eyes wandered back and forth between Straw Hat Luffy and Rennes. The Straw Hat Kid is under the cover of the entire Whitebeard pirates at all costs. Passed through the encirclement. Already under the execution table. This man has the most terrifying power of this sea. Hawkeye looked at it and said. Just a while ago. Straw Hat Luffy as he rushed at him. Luffy, the Straw Hat who should have been killed on the spot or lost. Many strong people have sprung up around him to protect him. Jinbei, Ivankov. Now Whitebeard has put all his hopes on him. The Revolutionary Army Cotter's lightning cut the ground into strips at this moment. With a sudden shake, the stone road was paved directly onto the execution table. At this point, it seems that I have to do it too. Seeing this, Marshal Sengoku had no choice but to roll up his sleeves. He couldn't have let the Straw Hat Kid save Fire Fist Ace just like that. The overall situation of the Whitebeard pirates is not good, which also means that Ace and Luffy are already dangerous. Vice Admiral Garp, do you really think I'm a madman? If you hesitate any longer, even if I make a move, it may not be in time. Rennes fends off Garp's frantic attacks. While continuing, the situation is here. Whether Garp admits it or not, this is an inescapable question at the moment. He seems to be attacking ferociously. But Rennes felt, this is not even half of the strength of the rage just now. Apparently his heart and attention are on Luffy and Ace. He hopes that Luffy will save Ace. I hope that Marine's justice can be carried out. It's an incomparably ambivalent. Watch Sengoku about to shoot. Garp's heart shook at once. He knows that Sengoku has always been a man who thinks about the big picture. Even if you have your own relationship. It came to this point of having to choose. Sengoku will definitely choose the big picture. Rennes' proposal at a time like this. It's even more tempting. What the hell are you trying to do? 99 Garp Deep Channel. This time he didn't refuse outright. Do you need my help? At this time, Jun paddling is almost done. Just now she had a fierce fight with the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. Whether it's an outsider or your own people, I couldn't tell she was acting. But the Flying Squirrel knows it's its own people. After being controlled by a mind controller, they all have a special sense of their own people. You're relaxed? Watch Jun get through the paddling period with ease. Rennes was honestly a little envious. Look at her opponents. It's either Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral. Some are still their own people. And their own paddling objects. Not Marine Admiral. It's the legendary hero Garp. Are you? Jun. Although Jun wears a mask. But when she came close to talk, Vice Admiral Garp recognized her at once. Just after recognizing it, Garp looked incredulous in the middle. He could recognize it. It was entirely because Jun was originally a strong man cultivated by Tsuru Vice Admiral 0, asking for flowers. And he has a close relationship with Tsuru Vice Admiral. Of course, I have seen Jun many times. Jun did not answer positively. Rather, silence. This is tantamount to admitting it. Why are you with him? Garp was completely incomprehensible. A Marine alternate Admiral. Further up is Marine Admiral. In the Marine headquarters. That is the status below one person, above 10,000 people. And it is still a legal status. Not the self-styled four emperors of the pirates. Why such people? Will hang out with the new four emperors. Listen to Garp. Jun looked at Rennes. It doesn't matter, the overall situation of the battlefield has been decided. Rennes kept watching. He is already secretly contacting the piles of soldiers in various countries. All nuclear power plants and power plants are up and running. All devices are active. Ready to take the Marine headquarters. But before that, Rennes still wants to win Vice Admiral Garp as much as possible. Vice Admiral Garp once won. Win half before you fight. Here Rennes. Jun responded to Vice Admiral Garp, for true justice, Vice Admiral Garp. What? Garp's pupils narrowed slightly. True justice? The words came out of four emperors' mouths, from other people's mouths. It was far from coming out of the mouth of one of the alternates, Admiral. Even more impressive. All senior generals of Marine. All are rigorously educated. Ideologically, very assertive. There is also a very high ability of rational judgment. It's not so easy to be fooled. I want to make a strong person like Jun obey. There is only one possibility. That is when it comes to her faith and belief. That's all. To make her have this change. Vice Admiral Garp, world government's darkness is deeper than we think. 35 Jun said truthfully. You're not controlled by him, are you? Vice Admiral Garp could not accept the fact that an alternate, admiral, had defected. So in order to test his own ideas, Garp threw a punch all Haki's punches. So if Jun is controlled by some fruit ability, such a high purity Haki wash definitely invalidates its abilities for a short time. Garp had heard of slave fruits, pet fruits. So he feared that this was the case. If that's the case, then you can't let go of the leader of the allied forces in front of you. Seeing this, there is no block. Haki, who is still just an impact, passes through his body. But her attitude has not changed. Garp was silent for a moment. It took a few seconds before he asked, "Is it already dark to this extent?" "I think so, it's just a cosmetic whitewash. Change your identity and go to each kingdom again, Vice Admiral Garp, I believe you will have another feeling." Jun nodded. She can understand how Garp feels right now. This feeling of faith being shocked. "Isn't Marine going to solve the problem you're talking about?" Garp asked, staring up at Jun. "As long as the world aristocrats still exist for a day, as long as Marine is still their subordinate department, our will cannot really be carried out to the end," Jun affirmed. "I don't know what you're seeing, but I've seen times of blood, so I can't still come from that future," Garp said after a mental battle. "What a stubborn old man. Hey, BD boy, I listen. Just listen. In the future, if there is a chance, Vice Admiral Garp will go to other kingdoms, which will be different from the kingdom we think. In any case, I can't let the whole world lose hope in Marine. Garp has too many concerns. Even if his faith is shaken. But it still persisted. His convictions run deep. Not so easy to twist. But for Rennes, shaken. That's enough. But if you can save Ace or Luffy in a time of crisis, I personally owe you a favor, and I will repay you this favor if I don't break the law in the future." Vice Admiral Garp's next sentence. But it surprised Rennes. He thought that Vice Admiral Garp should be out of play in a short time. "But I didn't expect him to be flexible and transform. Know that your current identity is the new Four Emperors. And he's a Marine hero. Such a request. It's almost like a partnership. And Garp's favor. In the whole world, except for Sengoku, I'm afraid no one has it. Such a promise. And his character. This is definitely enough to make anyone's heart move." But Rennes thought. I immediately understood that this had a lot to do with Jun standing here. It's like in a sense. With a foundation of trust. It also means that Garp has taken the first step to break the law. Not waiting for Rennes to take a position. The situation in the field has changed. Luffy ran along the dirt Luffy to the execution table. But it has not yet reached the execution table. Martial Sengoku was full of golden light. It turned into a big Buddha. A slap knocked Luffy out of midair to the ground. Garp's face suddenly changed. Chapter 99. Just a little. Luffy had only the execution table in his eyes. He was already able to see Ace. It's as close as it gets. He only needs to jump and get it. But with this leap, Sengoku became the Sengoku of Buddha. The huge Buddha palm is like a mountain peak crashing down. Terror haunts all around. Solidified the atmosphere. Leave Luffy immobilized. You can only carry this blow hard. But Sengoku hit this blow. Haki is not included. Just shoot it down. Boom. Luffy's whole person is printed into the ground. Take out Martial Sengoku. The pirate elite and the captain who rushed to the execution table. Take off into the air. Sengoku was expressionless. One hand shot again, Buddha's impact. Rumble. A golden shockwave was released from his giant palm. More than 100 meters in diameter. Within 100 meters of impact range. The whole land was smashed to pieces. Countless pirates were shocked out, covered in blood. Some pirates were shocked to death by the shockwave. Sengoku. Whitebeard roared angrily, unleashing a super powerful earthquake punch through the air. With a punch, his bones were emitting a cry of grief. Even at this moment, Whitebeard gave up all defenses around him. Just to create this breath opportunity. Rumble. Click click. This punch burst out, cracking open the atmospheric crack. More detailed than any attack just now. The concussive power is also more terrifying. Whitebeard. Sengoku holds up his hands while unleashing the shockwave. But it still can't block this earthquake shockwave head-on. The whole person was blasted back several steps. In an instant. Luffy took the timing perfectly. Bounce off the ground. Rushed to the execution table in one breath. Fall by ace. Sengoku reacts and attacks Luffy again. Luffy. 99. I have the key. 35. Luffy quickly pulled out the key. This was snatched from Marine by a pirate captain of 267. If you really don't have a key. If you destroy the execution table, you have to take ace with you too. Whoosh. But just as Luffy pulled out the key. Kizaru's shot. A laser light came. It was not very powerful, but it accurately interrupted the key in Luffy's hand. This made Luffy stunned. But don't wait for him to think more. Sengoku took a few steps. One palm is down again. Rubber balloons. Luffy had no choice but to puff up his body and carry this trick hard. What's wrong with me? At this moment, an executioner woke up slowly. It was Mr.3, who wanted to disguise himself as an executioner. Mixed until the end of the war. Leave silently. Unexpectedly, the seemingly safe executioner was not safe. That's when the Mr.3's hat fell. Luffy, who turned into a balloon, was stunned suddenly. 3. Why are you here? Well, that's a long story. By the way, help Ace unlock it, I can't hold on. Luffy grabbed Mr.3's shoulders. 99. Mr.3 also instantly understood the current situation. If you don't escape in time, I'm afraid they're going to die. The entire execution table is under the competition of Sengoku's giant palms and rubber balloons. There was a creaking grief. Aim at Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace, fire. A Marine Vice Admiral snapped. But Marshal Sengoku is still there. Sengoku-san will be fine. Fire immediately. Yes, 35. Fluffy. Countless guns and cannons greeted in an instant. In the next second, there was a bang, and the pillar of the entire execution table collapsed. In the flames of the explosion, the execution table has fallen. Sengoku, Luffy, they are all under fire. Everyone looked at it nervously. The Marines are worried about Marshal Sengoku. Pirates want to know. Have they managed to rescue Ace? Sengoku, Garp looked at it, apologetic in his heart. He knew Sengoku didn't use haki. It's fear of beating Luffy to death. And all this is because of their own identity. Otherwise, with the strength of Sengoku, how could it be after hitting Luffy head-on? And give him the ability to stand up. After all, he let his good partner bear this responsibility that should belong to him together. He's also Marine. But now they do not have the courage to do their duty. Because of the fulfillment of duties. It means sending your family to death. And 100 Bearded just created this opportunity for Luffy. Caught by Akainu again. The magma long fist blasted past his head. If not for the timely response, I'm afraid half of the head will be blasted. But even so, the fist style shook his brain. Let his consciousness become more and more blurred. The crescent-shaped white beard was half blown away. As if to herald the end of this era. A passage has been opened in the flames. Nearby Marines looked at the execution table. Suddenly exclaimed. This is not normal. And the pirate captains. Joy welled up on his face. They know what Ace is capable of. All of a sudden. This is the ability to manipulate flames. It must be Ace. Great, Ace is saved. The pirates cheered. Whitebeard was injured. But also grinning. Really, you're still messing around, Luffy. Ace pulls Luffy out of the flames. As for Mr.3 falling to the ground. Nobody cares. Hey, hey. Luffy just giggled. We must not let Fire Fist Ace walk out of the Marine headquarters alive, otherwise we Marine will have no face. That's right, kill them. Countless Marine turned their way towards Ace Luffy and killed him. Firefly, Fire Dharma. Fire flew out of Ace's hand. Successive explosions sounded. Countless Marine are enveloped in explosions. Luffy also fights with his back to Ace. Take down one Marine, next one with one punch. Two brothers join forces. Quite an invincible posture for a while. Rubber jet pistol. Jet machine gun. Rocket artillery. Divine fire, don't know fire. Flame spears gouged through Marine's lineup. Yanji. Pillar of fire. Boom, a pillar of fire wrapped around Ace, and then a sea of fire swept around. A clearing was cleared by him. Logia Devil Fruit, who dominates destruction. It's very scary. But Marine is still coming to the front. Fire Fist. Bang. The huge Fire Fist pierced a piece of Marine again. Fire Fist Ace, it's probably too strong. The Marines were suddenly a little frightened. Ace, a Fire Fist that I thought was defeated at the hands of Blackbeard. The strength should not be terrifying. But that's not the case. Fire, but the existence that can burn all things. This is our Whitebeard second team captain, it's normal to have such strength. Stupid Marines. Only in the next second, Ace Luffy was blocked by an ice wall. Marine Admiral. The Marines immediately lifted their spirits. Ace, be careful, this guy is strong. Luffy immediately reminded. Please die here, Fire Fist Ace. 35 Ace is not Garp's biological grandson after all. And in this war, he was one of the main targets. At all costs. Marine couldn't have let Ace go. Aokiji said, and the cold ice of his body instantly expanded. It was like an iceberg emerging from his body. The cold is intense, spreading all around. That depends on your skills. Ace smiled confidently, and the billowing flames also came out. Violent childish. Aokiji struck decisively. The cold ice that bubbled up condensed a huge Saiyan savage. Fly towards Ace like an ice phoenix spreading its wings. It is very large, quite a momentum that covers the sky and the moon. Mirror flame. Ace also threw a punch. The sky was full of flames like a wall, like a mirror, rushing up. Bang! With a terrifying bang, the shock wave burst out. A billowing water vapor spirals like a tornado to the sky. After the explosion dispersed. Evenly divided. The flames restrained Aokiji's eyes to some extent. This scene made many Marine a little unacceptable. The strength of Fire Fist Ace is already so strong. If you let him continue to grow, I'm afraid it's not impossible to surpass 4 emperors. One Piece's bloodline. Is it so terrifying and powerful? Hey, Luffy, let's go. One hit can't be hit. Ace naturally has time to escape with Luffy. Kuzan is trying to keep pursuing. Whitebeard's voice suddenly resounded across the battlefield. Marines, don't you want my head? I will only stare at a few children who have not dried up, then I will completely destroy the Marine headquarters for you to see." Whitebeard clasped his hands and shook his fists. "Strike decisively towards the Marine headquarters building, the building in the same straight line as the execution platform square. The atmosphere is smashed in a large area." Countless buildings were shattered in an instant. The entire Marine headquarters is crumbling. Countless Marine hugged the nearest building in horror. The ground crumbled again, and countless cracks emerged. The vertigo of shaking the earth make countless Marines stand unsteadily. Poof, poof, fall. BD Whitebeard. Akainu struck. Constantly blocked by Whitebeard, the shock flew out. Both are blood splatters. But I don't care anymore. Akainu vows to kill pirates. In his eyes, all pirates have to die. And Whitebeard has to make the people at Marine headquarters understand. Underestimate yourself. Turn your attention to ace them. What consequences will there be? Let them know that he Whitebeard is far more dangerous than ace. That way the Marines will know who to shoot at. Here Whitebeard. The terrified Marines woke up like a dream. That's right, the Fire Fist ace is even more threatening. It still takes time to grow. But Whitebeard is the most terrifying threat right now. Still departed by Whitebeard. Or go on a killing spree. No one dares to think about the consequences. That blow just now. Whitebeard is a bit unscrupulous. The trend of wanton destruction is over. Because people have been saved. Pirates can start retreating. The two armies are stuck in a stalemate situation. Is gradually pulling away. Don't be afraid to hurt your own people. Kill Whitebeard first. He won't last long. After the Marine generals wake up. Kill Whitebeard again. Seeing this, Akainu frowned slightly and took a step back. Let the generals consume Whitebeard again. Daddy, Ace has been saved, let's break it next. Suddenly the ground rumbled. An outer steamer rushes on land. That is, the Great Vortex Spider Pirates. Skiadu. The outer steamer travels 0. Skiadu had no other way to atone for his sins. You can only fill it with your own life. After going to the pad. Everyone, I'm sorry, it's me who has bothered you. Skiadu said to his subordinates with an apologetic face. Captain, what are you talking about? We are pirates, how do we want to die? This is our freedom. The subordinates were all fearless and said with a smile. That's right. Don't care about the captain. Stupid son. Seeing this, Whitebeard couldn't help but say speechlessly. Then when the boat passed by him. Stopped it with one hand. If this war is doomed to death. That must be the remnants of his old era. Didn't leave yourself. Marshal Sengoku will not stop. And he also felt that his life was short. Liar, such a huge ship traveling at high speed was actually stopped by Whitebeard with one hand. Seeing this, Marine's face changed dramatically. Whitebeard is covered in bruises until now. There is such strength. Is he immortal? He was old and sick, and after arriving at the battlefield. First consumed by the admirals in turn. He was pierced through the body with a sword from someone close to him. In the bloody battle that followed, he was punched into the internal organs by Akainu. He also continued to fight with countless marine powerhouses for so long. But there is still this huge force. Whitebeard is horrible. Daddy. Skiadu looked at his father who stopped the boat and said in amazement. Skiadu, don't you know how unfilial it is for a white-haired person to send a black-haired person? That's the end of that. Whitebeard gasped violently. Every extra breath now. They were all snatched from the sky. Disheveled. He suddenly plunged into the ground and scolded Skiadu. Don't be too fluttering, your blow can't kill me, everyone has a time to die. Whew. Now that our goal has been achieved, there is nothing for us here. Listen, Whitebeard pirates, now start giving the final captain order. Whitebeard looked around and said loudly. Let the sound reach every corner as possible. Slow down, Daddy, don't say such unlucky things. Didn't we say we were going back to New World together? Some captains have sensed Daddy's intentions. If you want to go all, it's absolutely impossible. How could Marine let them go so easily? Daddy, this is going to stay after breaking. You and I are separated here, everyone must live and return to New World safely. Whitebeard said calmly. Dad, are you going to die here? I am the remnant of the times, and the new era has no ship that can carry me. Whitebeard said, raising his fist and accumulating strength for a long time. Then a punch burst out, and countless marine flew. An abyss-like crack tore open. Intercepted most of the marine. As soon as these words came out, the entire Whitebeard pirate group had no 4.6 people immediately burst into tears. This is Daddy fighting for a life for them. I'm not leaving. I want to accompany Daddy. This is the captain's order. Do you want to disobey Daddy's orders? Whitebeard, Sengoku has a complicated look. Although it is an enemy, it is also worthy of admiration. Did you follow that coward in Whitebeard and only learn to escape? Fire Fist Ace. Ace and Luffy were galloping when they heard Whitebeard. But there was no time to grieve, and a voice full of mockery sounded. Whitebeard looks like it's going to work, let's do it. Blackbeard in the dark grinned. Is it over? Garp whispered stunned. If both Luffy and Ace escape, Garp can accept it. If Whitebeard dies, Marine and the world government can accept it too. And? No, Vice Admiral Garp, it's just the beginning, the shadows in the shadows are about to move, how can the radical Marine give up, and our allied plans can finally begin? Do you have to participate? Maybe we can sit down and talk. Garp feels that Rennes is not incurable yet. At least what is yearned for is justice. Can you decide for the nobles of the world? Rennes only asked. Garp was silent. Can't you talk? Can't. Then I'll take you and talk about it. Ace Luffy is safe, Rennes has a plan again. Garp out of guilt for Sengoku. Feel the need to stop Rennes. Now your opponent is not me. Vice Admiral Garp. Rennes waved his hand, and on the sea, Marine headquarters, the sky was full of light flashing. A figure appeared in front of Rennes. Block Garp's fist. Long time no see, Garp. You are, Count Red. Valoric. Leadfield. How is it possible, you're not an Impel Down? Garp's look changed dramatically. Let's take the Marine headquarters. Rennes army began to teleport. Chapter 100. Is this the end of Whitebeard? Everyone looks at Whitebeard, who is left alone. For some reason, there was also a sense of sadness. Leave aside the identity of Pirate Marine. Just what they see. They can't really tell the difference between good guys and bad guys for a while. Saying that Marine is a good guy, they grab others and threaten that the Whitebeard pirates have to go to war. Say Marine bad guys, that's even more unrealistic. They don't do it. There are so many thieves in the sea. How are they going to maintain order? Maintaining justice? Say Whitebeard is a big evil man who makes children stop crying. It's not right either. Which great evil person will fight for a glimmer of life for his subordinates? And self-willingly stay to break off? Who would dare to say that Whitebeard is partnering with Marine headquarters? But everyone who has been suspicious just now. At the moment, they are all full of shame. How could such a person betray his own people? Whitebeard's character at this moment is noble. But it looks like Whitebeard is going to die eventually. He himself stayed and broke off. People see it clearly. Want to leave the Marine headquarters unharmed. It is absolutely impossible. Something has to be left. Whitebeard doesn't seem to be as cruel and cold-blooded as the legend says. Someone muttered. But pirates are pirates after all. Such a monster is too terrible, it is more reassuring to die. Whitebeard. Rayleigh toasted to the screen. The battle at the Marine headquarters was not very glorious. A reporter sighed. From plotting against Skiodu to using the fire fist ace to execute the moment. And multiple strong men besieging Whitebeard. From an angle. It can be said that everything is used. What glory do you want? The most important thing in war is victory. Having said that, they are Marine. If they don't even have a bottom line for Marine, can people still believe it? The results are coming out soon. Will Whitebeard really die, or will something happen to him? The reporters watched intently. The most critical moment in front of us is the most critical moment of the war situation. Whitebeard is life or death. I'm afraid it will be revealed soon. Aquastar Island. Is Whitebeard over here? Morgan said in a deep voice. King's Landing, New World, decades of Whitebeard. It's going to fall. This giant whale will affect the entire world. You should have known from the beginning that the Marine headquarters set up such a battle, and it would never be possible to let Whitebeard leave, and now 04 is only at the end of the chapter. 99 Tetsalo also had a complicated expression. Even Akoko and Silver Axe, who usually have feuds with Whitebeard. At the moment, there is only silence. No taunts and taunts. When it came time for him to really fall. It's not so happy. This means, old times them. Sooner or later, it may be eliminated. The future belongs to the story of the younger generation of pirates. The Allied leaders still have no action. Is it really just a coincidence passing by? Whitebeard, even if he doesn't stay after the break, he won't have much time to live after this battle, and his body has long been exhausted. An era is over, and we old monsters don't have many years to live. The ghost mother-in-law sneered. I hope to find the big secret treasure in a limited number of days. Even if you just look at it, you will die blind. Indeed. Head, we're about to arrive at the Marine headquarters. Below the red line, in the direction of Marine HQ. The ships of red hair pirates are moving at a gallop. When I arrive, I will almost be able to win or lose, and I can't let the war go on forever. The redhead stood at the bow of the boat and said calmly. Too much has happened lately. Even his rival Kaido died. Logically. Don't stop Kaido. He could have arrived at Marine headquarters earlier. But he wasn't at war with Marine. He simply accepted Whitebeard to go to Marine headquarters. Keep his children's pleas much as possible. Before departure. Whitebeard was already anticipating his death. This is also the limit of what redheads can do. The 5 elders saw this. It was calm. And so it goes. After taking Whitebeard, you can take advantage of high morale. Then solve the threat of Rennes. There are just a few of them. It must be much easier to deal with than the Whitebeard pirates. Well, it's so glaring. Why is there so many light spots on the screen? What happened? Suddenly Morgans watched as a lot of lights suddenly appeared on the screen. I couldn't help but subconsciously close my eyes. Slow down. These lights also appeared when Rennes dealt with Kaido, as if they were used to carry soldiers and warships, right? Is he crazy to attack the Marine headquarters? Morgans was puzzled at first. Then his eyes suddenly widened. He felt that the change was quite familiar. Just saw it not long ago. It can't be. It should be ready to retreat. Marine's strength, even if there are millions of troops, will definitely be killed. The lone shark felt unlikely. So many famous generals are no joke. I didn't expect his ability to be used anytime and anywhere. It looks very convenient, no wonder a few people dare to go to the Marine headquarters to watch the excitement. It always feels like it's not that simple. 35. At this moment, the entire Marine headquarters is staging a crazy death match. Blackbeard wasn't what Rennes remembered. Appear in front of the world. Rather, under the cover of darkness. Launched a sneak attack on Whitebeard. Dad, it's been a long time. Blackbeard emerges from the shadows of the ground. The palm of the black smoke grabbed towards Whitebeard's heart. Choate carried a large wine barrel covered with armament haki and slapped it towards Whitebeard. Lafitte stabs her cane into Whitebeard's eyes. Whitebeard is punching many Marine. Blackbeard's outburst. Let him be a little untouched. But there was the experience of being assassinated once. Whitebeard is getting more careful. In that instant, the instinct reacted. One knife towards the three. Covered with earthquake halos. Disheveled. The big barrel Yote and Lafitte were immediately shocked and flew out. But Blackbeard is capable of mobilizing. Whitebeard's seismic capabilities were eliminated. It's useless, Whitebeard, my abilities are. Blackbeard saw himself eliminate Whitebeard's abilities. Then said proudly. Then a punch hit Whitebeard. A confident smile. But Whitebeard wasn't even stunned. Demonstrated abundant reaction ability. Unable to do so, he waved Kong Yunch. A slash at the triumphant Blackbeard. A splash of blood flew. Blackbeard's whole person was chopped out, rolling on the ground, screaming. Whitebeard takes a step to pursue. But his head suddenly dizzy. But still with a tenacious will. Here you come to Blackbeard. The terrifying figure made Blackbeard's deep fear instantly well. He's hurt to that extent. How can there still be such power? Teach, no, Blackbeard. I should have already said about your arrogant personality. Never underestimate any opponent. Especially when facing me. Whitebeard step by step. Every step was like thunder ringing in Blackbeard's head. Daddy, Daddy. Don't come here, don't kill me, I'm your child. Blackbeard kept kicking his legs back. Damn, it's the Blackbeard guy, 39. He just sneaked up on Dad and succeeded, damn traitor, let's go and solve him. Shut up and don't forget Daddy's orders. Marco wants to help Daddy more than anyone. But Dad looked at him and spoke. He knew. Dad entrusted him with this responsibility. He had to take everyone back to New World. Meanwhile. What did you say? Ace, who heard Akainu's taunt, looked extremely ugly. Ace, leave him alone, let's escape first. Jaws persuaded. Are the Whitebeard pirates all a group of cowards? After rescuing people, they want to escape immediately. Akainu pouted and mocked disdainfully. What? The retreating pirates suddenly looked angry. Don't fall for such obvious agitation, continue to retreat, don't disgrace Daddy's consciousness. But if the captain is that virtuous, there is no way. As Akainu walked, she took off her hat and cut her hair, the contempt in her eyes incomparably strong. Whitebeard is nothing more than a loser of the last era. Shut up, give me back what I just said. Ace stopped. The flames on his body came out with a bang. Stop Ace, don't stop. Let him say whatever he wants. The people next to him are advising Ace. But for Ace, Daddy's reputation is more important than his life. That guy is insulting Daddy, 39. Ace is furious. Take it back? I don't take it back, I'm right, your father, Goertek D. Roger, conquered the Grand Line and used his life to start the era of sea thieves, although it is a little inappropriate for me as a Marine, but he does deserve the title of King of Sea Pirates. 35. Akainu saw the show. He deliberately praised Roger to attract Ace's hatred. How does Whitebeard compare to him? Does he have the courage to fight Roger to the death? Hide in a safe place and take a bunch of people to be a mountain king, so that you are satisfied? Although there are many stupid people in the world, using the name of Whitebeard to protect the peace of many islands, in my opinion, it is just to subdue some little fur thieves, which is to come to the hero, it is really laughing dead. Follow Roger when he is still alive, Roger cannot be a veritable king after his death, that is, he is an eternal loser, you say, where did I say wrong? If you think about it, Whitebeard is really pitiful, being admired by a group of minions, screaming by his father, and being assassinated by his so-called beloved son before he dies. he is really a loser who has achieved nothing. Akainu's taunting ability is fully unleashed. Every sentence says about the reverse scale of ace. I'll shut you up. What do guys like you know? Fire fist. 31 Ace roared hysterically and attacked Akainu. It's me, Garp, surprised. The Red Earl has recovered to his prime, his breath is arrogant, and his body is strong. With an umbrella, look at Garp calmly. What the hell is going on here? How could you possibly escape impel down, and how could you be as young as you were decades ago? Rao is Garp well informed. I couldn't help but look horrified on my face. Jailbreak from impel down. Garp was surprised enough. But after it came out, it was at its peak. This is not a visual illusion. It's the truest feeling. Garp threw a punch. Relaxed by the Red Earl. This question, you will figure it out later. Decades ago, I lost to you. If you fight our allies, please choose me as your opponent, not them. Count Red said haughtily and elegantly. They. Garp looked up. Only to suddenly find out. There are many impelled down criminals around Rennes. There are many acquaintances. Those are the people he once captured. Douglas, known as Roger's Devil's successor. Bullet. World Destroyer Waldo. Obaro Pizarro, the king of evil government. Huge battleship San Juan. There's even the impelled down sheriff. There are similar strong ones. There are dozens of them. Usually, you can wrestle with Marine Admiral alone. Now so many people have joined forces. What a terrifying lineup. But even more terrifying. These prisoners, for some reason, still seem to follow Rennes. How is this done? They were imprisoned for decades. Both the world government and the Marine headquarters sent people to say the surrender. The results all failed. These are unconvincing maniacs. How is it possible to suddenly follow someone's orders? This is beyond Garp's imagination. It's impossible to imagine that. The head is buzzing, it is confused. But for Rennes, it's just a word to do the world government together. Many of them agreed. This scene was also quickly discovered by everyone present. Even strong people like Sengoku and Aokiji Kizaru. See that terrifying lineup at this moment? Their first reaction was impossible, absolutely impossible. The second reaction was that something had happened to impel down. The third is that something big is going to happen at the Marine Headquarters 267. Meanwhile, heaven and earth in the sea. Light after light emerged. First in the air. Bombers, helicopters, transports, Kirov airboats, fighters. One fleet after another appears. Each fleet consists of 50 aircraft. At this moment, hundreds of aircraft groups appear in the air like dark clouds throughout the island and the nearby sea. Originally monotonous bare sky. In an instant, it became a sea of steel and metal. Even Marine Admiral, it's a huge sight. You can't see where the end of these fleets is. Pods of clouds cover the moon. Anyone looking up? Even if you don't know what these are for. There is also an epic sense of oppression. Like a flock of birds, but this flock of birds almost obscures the entire sky. It makes people feel small and in awe. The world is completely stunned at this moment. Look at the sky and not say a word. The horror in his eyes could not be hidden. And the situation on the ground and in the sea. It is even more exaggerated. One by one, 10,000 soldiers were in formation. Appears on the coast of Marine Ford. Surrounded the entire Marine Ford inside the 10 floors and 10 floors outside. Countless tank groups also appeared with the 10,000 person phalanx. The entire island, these dozens of layers of encirclement. Looking at the same, there is a sea of people. The intermittent distance is not even more than half a meter. There were so many of them that Kizaru Aokiji just glanced at them. I can't help but feel my hair tingling. Before, everyone thought that Marine was 100,000 elites. It's already a sea of people. But in front of this army, at most, a drop in the ocean, Allied soldiers appeared out of thin air at this moment. In terms of quantity, it is enough to make the marine pirates of the whole island shiver. But that's not even the most exaggerated. Because the marine headquarters is not very big after all. Rennes just threw 3 million troops. Dozens of encirclements were formed. What's even more exaggerated is the all-round sea area of Marine's headquarters at this moment. Tens of thousands of steel warships are parked at intervals. Numerous artillery fire was directed at Marine headquarters. Dense, locust-like warships. Within 100 kilometers in diameter. There is no end in sight. Marshal Sengoku stands on a high place. Usually at a glance, you can see the sea more than 10 kilometers away. But now within these more than 10 kilometers, all of them are huge steel giant ships. Each one is armed with large caliber guns. Before the Whitebeard pirates had more than 40 warships. 50 top warships of Marine. In the eyes of the world, it's already a supermassive naval battle configuration. But now compare. It's like the difference between a star in the heavens and a Milky Way. And all of that. All under the flag of the Allies. Everyone in the world was deeply shocked at this moment. Forgot to breathe. How is this possible? Sengoku even felt the fear of a long absence. Because he knows better than anyone. What does this mean? 5 elders got up, and the giants were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 101. This scene is engraved in the eyes of the world. The world is shocked. The world is stunned. The whole world is silent. Looking at the screen, the pupils vibrate. The soul is numbing and trembling. Unable to speak for a long time. They can't use any words to describe this extremely shocking scene they are seeing. More than dozens of times, hundreds of times the terrorist strength of the soldiers of the Marine headquarters. A flood of super warships. Heaven and earth in the sea. All kinds of troops all over the mountains. That's the amount alone. It gives an invincible visual impact. I never thought there would be such a terrifying legion in this world. The entire battlefield also fell silent. After a blow from a collision between Fire Fist Ace and Akainu. He was also completely stunned. No more fighting. Look around. The sea of people and steel cannot be seen at a glance. I don't know how many 100,000 Allied troops there are. Both of them looked shocked and doubtful about life. Especially Akainu. Even if the strength of these soldiers is uneven. But this amount, even the marine that gathers the whole sea cannot be compared. They appeared on the battlefield so suddenly. How is this possible? How can there be such a force in this world? So many troops. How could it be that they had not known before? This defies common sense. Don't say so much. Even if it's only a 10%. That requires food, the amount of weapons and equipment. It's going to be a terrifying astronomical figure. So much food and weapons flowing. Logically. They should have known long ago. But no. Such a horrible legion. It's as if it came without any warning. For a moment. Akainu also thought that the marshal of the 3 armies had appeared. But just a glance. He knew it wasn't. It is impossible for the marshals of the 3 services to appear with so many troops at this moment. It was originally attacked by Blackbeard. Whitebeard, whose face has not changed much. At the moment, I was so shocked that I forgot to make up for Blackbeard. Blackbeard looked at the debut of the GI and the strong man of Impel down. Shocked and afraid. This guy, it turns out that it is not completely depriving them of their abilities. Instead, they surrendered. Even Bullet, the Red Earl, an existence that he dare not provoke easily. At this moment, he also looks like escorting him. How exactly is this done? And they are in a strange state. Obviously younger and more energetic than not long ago. What kind of miracle is this? How did he do it? Blackbeard had never been so curious about a man. I'm even more afraid that he will have to target himself. Other marine pirates were also so stunned that they forgot to continue fighting. Or rather unintentional fighting. Until it was not clear whether this horrible legion was friend or foe. They don't dare to act rashly. This is a sea change they did not expect. Everyone is waiting for new orders and choices from Shang Feng. Hey, such a force is a bit too much. 35 Aokiji, as Admiral, is also full of cold sweat at the moment. With their abilities, they can certainly do a lot of kills. But even if it is an enemy, so many enemies to kill, I'm afraid my heart will collapse too. And to be able to develop such a power under the world government. That's the scariest point. Impel down, the prisoners are out, and the state is not right. Big trouble. That little devil, is this his trump card? Kizaru never thought he would be so jealous of a young man. One could even say he first lost at his hands. Now many pirate giant maniacs have submitted to him. They also have a force larger than their regular army. This is such an unrealistic thing. It's happening right now. How so? Marshal Sengoku knew that he should be calm, should be sane. But at first, only the prisoners of Impel Down appeared. It caused Sengoku's blood pressure to soar. Thrilling. Now it's in your own marine headquarters. Be surrounded by more troops. This is definitely an unprecedented gaffe. This guy has so many troops. Is it to subvert the world? The events of this moment. It's no longer something Marshal Sengoku can handle. So he delayed giving the order. Instead, wait for the order of the world government. He knew that the world government had an ombudsman ambassador at its marine headquarters. They are responsible for what will happen on the battlefield. Broadcast every moment to 5 elders' offices. What's going on? Jinbei, Ivankov, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Hawkeye. At this moment, his face is also full of grimness. The power of the Allies? But isn't that an exaggeration? Gollum. Moria saw everything in heaven and earth. All bear the emblem of Allied forces. To this logo. Moria shouldn't have been familiar so fast. But because of the defeat of his lifelong enemy, Beast's pirates, so remembered by him. It seems that the world is in the dark, and there are changes that we cannot predict. Crocodile pulled out his cigar. Ignite, he had to calm down. Was Kaido of the Beasts besieged to death like this? 35 Hawkeye looked at the man with a calm face. He was like a shooting star across the sky. So fast, so dazzling. I just don't know this light. How long can he keep it? Such a move. It is undoubtedly a signal of all-out war with the behemoth of the world government. Ren-kun has more troops than ever. So handsome. Hancock is so obsessed that he can't help himself. Even she, the world's #1 beauty. Lord Snake G, known as the Emperor of Pirates. Facing this man at the moment, there is a feeling of self-shame. It has always been when others face her that she feels this way. This war is out of control. I have long been targeted by that guy. Marco said in a deep voice. Now they are in a dilemma. Crouch. This kid has far more troops than we've seen before. Did he retain his strength last time? The giants of Shuixian Island gradually came to their senses. But it still feels like being in a dream. How is this possible? How is this possible? It is not reasonable. The shipping king muttered. Judging by his professional habits. In this world, there is no country with resources or islands at all. Such a terrifying army can be raised. Even if you transport resources from other countries. As the king of shipping, he ships on such a large scale. It is impossible to hide it from him. But before that, he didn't notice it at all. Just now we were worried that he would be in danger and would be left at the marine headquarters. Now that we think about it, it's funny that we, with such strength, Even if we go to the Holy Land, I'm afraid we can leave safe and sound, terrible little devil. Tetzalo was also full of horror in his heart. No wonder he didn't really care about the threat of the world government before. But if the world government is so easy to deal with, it can't stand for nearly 1,000 years, so what should you do? Jabba's face was solemn, motionless, looking at the live screen. Compared to Whitebeard's life and death, this scene is even more important now. What is decided is where the whole world is going now. Stussy is natural. There is a face full of adoration. What makes me most incredible are guys like Bullet and Earl Red, they just can't die and surrender to others. This time it surrendered. Silver Axe's tone was full of fear. These guys are out of Impel Down. 1 or 2 alone are enough to stir up the storm in New World. Now they are all under one person. It's an unimaginable miracle. Could it be related to their physical condition? You see their oily faces, strong and energetic appearance. Do you believe that these are prisoners who just came out of Impel Down? It's not impossible. The world is about to change. Unprecedented times are coming. If the Allies don't die this time, I'm afraid I can really compete with the world government in an open and honest manner. We're really old. Now the little devil, it's really terrible. Lie to you. What's going on, Roger? Rayleigh's hand holding the bottle froze. But no matter how horrified they are, it's not as shocking as 5 elders at the moment. Because of this raised alien army. Passed one to them. The scariest signal. So many troops. Seriously threatening their dominance and dominion over the world. This is definitely a reverse scale that they cannot tolerate. They are all out of shape at the moment. Even if it's hundreds of years. Nor can they calm down at this moment. Boss, how did your intelligence work? The world you monitored, such a huge legion, you didn't have any news before? Do you want to disobey Lord Im? A bald 5 elders questioned the slender 5 elders. This is not a description of malfeasance. Such a huge legion. Let's say the top of the world government. No one provided them with cover. The other 5 elders didn't believe me. I don't know what's going on, my doppelganger in the underground world, in the pirates, in all walks of life, there have been no abnormal reports over the years. The thug said with a calm face and an innocent face. Then what is the situation in front of you? This is at least more than 10 million troops, at least dozens of kingdoms to build the force. With such a big movement, how can you not know anything at all? 5 elders has a tendency to infight. General, don't be too aggressive, you are questioning my loyalty to Lord Im. What's the problem? How is such a big omission different from betrayal? Okay, quiet. 5 elders, who was thin but armed with a famous knife, said in a deep voice with a weapon in his hand. If there is a problem among us, Lord Im would have known about it for a long time, and now it can only be understood that the enemy may be aware of our capabilities. The most important thing right now is not to argue, but to solve the biggest threat in hundreds of years. Heavens! The other 5 elders fell silent all of a sudden. Look over to the 5 elders who spoke. I don't think there's anything to think about. This threat, which must be completely cleared and must not be left behind, has seriously upset the equilibrium we want. 5 elders, named Shadow, said decisively and coldly. As long as it is still a human being, there is still a heart, and there is humanity. I can't hide from my mind catcher. Do you want me to go personally? The last blonde 5 elders said coldly. All the information is unknown, it is not appropriate to act rashly, and the live broadcast to the world is still continuing. So what to do? Such a person must not stay, it is so disturbing. I even suspect that he may have secretly obtained Raftal's power. Our natural enemies. The CPO combat troops were dispatched, and the air marshal led the troops into the battle, so that Sengoku cooperated and eliminated Whitebeard and the Allied forces in one fell swoop. Set the leader of the Allied forces as the optimal solution goal. 5. In addition, new communication channels should be set up to avoid the impact of a single communication. Understood. 35. In addition, I will report this time to Lord Im. I didn't expect that we would also have a time to look away, such a guy, we just said, will be better to deal with than Whitebeard. The thug laughed self-deprecatingly. I didn't expect this to happen. I thought there would be no accidents this time, but I didn't expect it to be an accident. At the moment, it is on a marine base closest to Marine's headquarters. Air Marshal with a large number of elite and troops sit at the base, in order to prevent other forces from getting involved in the war. It's the ultimate insurance. Like other four emperors, or the Revolutionary Army. If you want to take the opportunity to disrupt the war situation, he will attack. Stop runaway incidents. The whole army rushed to help the Marine headquarters. Countless warships and strongmen and CP-0 combat units. Unified response to attack. At this time, there is no concern that it may be other four emperors. Or stabbed the Revolutionary Army in the back. It was really too much of a threat from the Allies at the moment. Can the power of four emperors be terrifying to this extent? What the hell is he trying to do? This is definitely enough to make the world shudder. Top headlines. Publish soon. The reporters at Sabayati Archipelago gradually came to their senses. Instantly boiling. But the heart is full of fear. Only a handful of journalists are still publishing their stories. So many troops. Marine headquarters can't handle it. And at this time, Allied leaders spoke to the whole world. Let everyone look nervously. You shouldn't really have 100 million troops, but how is this possible? Vice Admiral Garp asked Rennes with a shocked look. Just now I thought he was crazy because of this. Could it be that in fact, it is yourself who has been crazy? Otherwise, how could you see so many soldiers? Rennes just glanced at Garp. Calm and silent. But Garp knows. This impossible miracle. Maybe it really exists. Vice Admiral Garp is churning in his heart at the moment, like a stormy wave. Guys, can you listen to me now? Because the army of Rennes is coming. The entire battlefield has pressed the pause button. Everyone looked at Rennes. Previously they just thought Rennes was strong. Worthy of the name Four Emperors. But now, even if someone calls him One Piece, no one, Wang Zhao, will object. They want to know too. What's next for Rennes? Because every action affects the fate of everyone present. Don't rush yet, Marshal Sengoku, don't you wonder why I came and why I fought? If you want to fight, I can accompany you to the end at any time, but I am not in a hurry in this minute or two. Rennes looked at Sengoku, who had received the latest order, a little impatient. Then he spoke up. Look at what he wants to do. 35 This is the curiosity of 5 elders, also the underground giants, people all over the world. So Sengoku didn't do it right away. He also wanted to know. The above is also allowed. And now the two armies are strong. Really fighting, compared to pure strength. There is no intrigue to speak of. Waiting a minute or two really doesn't matter. Even understand the enemy. In order to better target the enemy. And the reinforcements of the air marshal also need time. It's good for them. I could have done nothing to tell you this, and directly took action to solve all the enemies, but I hope the world can understand that our battle is meaningful, even if we lose one day, it will never die, and I believe that free will remain in the hearts of each of you, which is why this live broadcast continues. Ren's voice was calm. It's like telling a trivial matter. But let those who hear. At this moment, there is an impulse of restlessness of will, restlessness of thought. They realized what Rennes had to say. The idea to be transmitted. It will be amazing. The 5 elders' faces darkened. Inner restlessness. They realized that perhaps they shouldn't be curious. Such a statement. I'm afraid the target of the request is not Marine. It's them world government. Although expected. But to be said in front of the people of the world. But it still makes their faces a little unbearable. We are a group of victims of decaying royal power with one goal: overthrow the world government, destroy the celestial dragons, and end tyranny. Create a new world where the weak have human rights. 55 Hunger. Chapter 102. 800 years ago, the world government was formed by 20 kings who claimed to be the creator. But the true creator is supposed to bring peace and security to the world, but in the 800 years since the beginning of history, there has not been a year that can be called peace. 35. According to statistics, the era known as the safest and most beautiful was the era when the world government was just established 700 to 800 years ago, but even then, there were at least 50 kingdoms in the midst of war. More than 40 of them are countries that have been forced to wage war because they cannot afford to pay the high amount of heavenly gold. The most peaceful and safe year, the number of people who died in the war. Do you know how many there are? Rennes said, holding up a finger. At this moment, many people were attracted by Rennes' words. Because these are all things in this world that everyone knows with a little common sense. Except for a blank 100 years of history. History after that. The world and the islands are documented accordingly. Even the world government allowed history books. In their opinion, this is harmless. Rather, it is often a tool for them to propagate ideas. It's just that they didn't expect this to be used by Rennes at the moment. 10 million. 10 million people died in the war in the so-called best of times. Not natural old age, not due to accident or disease. But because of the war. Now, there are 176 member countries in the whole world government, 34 non-member countries are known, and more than 160 kingdoms are currently in the flames of war. What? Are there so many? Impossible, right? 35. Both civilians, or marine. Even pirates. It's all unbelievable at the moment. Many people even think that Rennes is grandstanding. But when he saw the army around him, this idea was dispelled again. There are enough people who have embraced him. Although there is a war in our vicinity, it should not be possible elsewhere. If so, where else can we escape? When the topic resonates firmly with everyone. Rennes continued, some people may think that this is brought about by the era of sea thieves, but not all. Before Roger set off the era of sea thieves, the number of countries in the flames of war was only a lot more than this. Some people may say that I am open to words. Then, please open your eyes. See if there are your countries in these kingdoms. Rennes' words rang out. Screens appeared above Marine's headquarters. Every screen is basically full of war. There are city battles, forest battles, ruin battles, naval battles. This country, now a glass of fresh water to sell for 10,000 Bailey, this is not a desert kingdom, this is just 267 an ordinary kingdom. People can't live, they can only resist with arms. That's my hometown, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates said with a complicated expression. This country, all kinds of taxes have been received for the next 20 years, all families, all people are in debt, they owe all kinds of debts to the kingdom, to the nobility. But the point is that they never borrowed a penny, and now the war is spreading throughout the country. But sadly, they lost. Because the king of his country turned to the world government, they are a member country, and Marine stepped in and was treated like a mob. And this country, just did not want to become a member state, and countless generations after that became slaves, worked day and night on bridges, and from birth to death, they never left here all their lives. No matter what sins our ancestors committed. Hundreds of years have passed, and future generations should not bear the sins they did not commit. Even the ancestors were not guilty at all. 39. This country, if they see that a massacre is going on here, who can tell me, these ordinary people, what is their crime? What is the sin of a newborn baby? Rennes pointed to a shocking screen. Angrily question the world. People all over the world watched as an infant was cut in half. The soldier who looked like the king's army was laughing. Many people's eyes are red. Even pirates are very few who commit such massacres. After all, the pirates of this era, many are due to the background of the times. There are all kinds of bitterness, truly inhuman to prey on babies. Only a few after all. This kind of thing is generally done. Even in the same group of pirates, they will be ostracized. The world of pirates is like a big divat, rivers and lakes. You can fight fiercely, you can be despicable. But there are some basic morals to be taught. And now what they are seeing is a massacre that is inhumane. The perpetrator is not a pirate, but the official military of the kingdom. How can this not make people angry? Even Sengoku Kizaru and others saw this. There is also anger rising in my heart. If only they were there. This army that slaughtered innocent people. There is absolutely no way to escape their sanctions. But sadly, like Rennes said, from those people came to them. It became that the people were the thugs. Is the source of sin. And then they may make a mistake. Thinking so, many Marine were silent. For a moment, I doubt what I have been doing. Are they really all AEG? Countries like this, such things, are happening on the sea, and there are countless of them. I had a very good friend and a good elder who died under bureaucracy and the privileges of the upper aristocracy. 39. Such a thing, in this day and age, in this world, I believe you have become accustomed to it, numb. Some people will even scoff, saying isn't it a dead man, who has not seen it? But it is precisely because of your numbness that the so-called upper-class people are more and more unscrupulous. I will never forget his disappointment and numbness towards justice and human rights. Even at the moment of death, he was only telling me to leave, not to tell me, to believe in justice and in the law. 39. Because these things are no longer in his head. Is such a world correct? No, it's wrong. And there is only one reason for all this. Rennes voices with Conqueror's haki. No one even interrupted Rennes at this moment. The world is not close to each other because of the islands. They don't really see the face of the world. What Rennes is saying now. It is to tear the hazy veil of the bloody reality he has seen. Put it in front of them. Force them to recognize the true face of the world. Many people in this world have no formal education. It is rare to suffer from the onslaught of this ideological frenzy. Under this empathetic demagoguery of Rennes, the anger in the hearts of many people is gradually ticked out. A numb heart, a little more thinking. Why is the world the way it is? Why are some people born without any right to choose? How sad is that? Why can those in power slaughter innocent people so wantonly? A lot of ordinary people, they just want to live. Just have a bite to eat and a sip of water to drink. People are unlikely to have the courage to fight authority. It's really cornered. Forced to know where to retreat. But the result is still so tragic. There is a big mountain of world government. Rebel succeeds. There must be very few. Everyone is looking at Rennes like a torch. They want to know. What is that one reason? World government. Rennes said 4 words loudly, killing intent. Drizzled gasoline on the fury. It burned vigorously with a bang. People's eyes become bright. Because the world government they charge countless kingdoms for heavenly gold that the people simply cannot afford. It's pushing us to a corner. Because the world government indulges the privileges of the powerful, let us live at the bottom of the world like livestock, and we are not even allowed to bark a few words. Because they trample on the laws they have made. But they want us to obey like puppets. Rennes looks at the thief of the restless sea and marine. And the anger in the eyes of the people of the world gradually awakened. He knew that these people had suffered not less. So easily ignited their mental anger. It's something Rennes didn't expect. But this is an opportunity. It is also an important turning point that is doomed to the future success or failure of the Allies. A war came out. Ideological warfare is also one of the important factors supporting victory in the later period. Rennes knows this. That's right. By what? My parents were executed by the king because they could not pay the heavenly gold, and what about the heavenly gold? They never protected us. Where were the pirates when they came? The pirates finally left, they came in the guise of justice and began a new plunder. What bullshit world government goes to mad? We will also pay the heavenly gold. I never understood the use of handing over this thing. Leave it to the world nobles to squander and buy slaves? Or let them make weapons to kill us? Is the justice we insist on really right? In Marine, a general questioned. Suddenly many Marine followed the commotion. Countless Marine pillars have looked to Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru Aokiji, these Marine pillars. Sengoku chuckled in his heart. A strong uneasiness welled up in my heart. He knows, under such unprecedented rhetoric. Marine elites. The heart also began to shake. It's dangerous. He never expected Rennes' eloquence and words. How provocative. But to say that it is all inflammatory. That's not either. Many of these things are based on facts. Be quiet, don't fall for the enemy's plot. At times like this, Sengoku can only be majestic as a marshal. Hold down the commotion at Marine for now. But many pirates in the Whitebeard Pirates don't have this concern. In front of Marine, there are many people who break their mouths and scold. Their anger is most clearly aroused. Kin come together with Whitebeard. Most of them are affectionate. Many are victims of this system. Their response was quite strong. Such a magnate, such a government, such a person, corrupt and degraded to ultimate. Is it still worth entrusting them with the supremacy of justice, fairness? 39. I don't want to. Rennes himself firmly gave the answer. So I created the Allies. We, the Allies, want to overthrow the world government and create a whole new world. 35. To create a democracy, freedom, equality, of the world. A world where even ordinary people can live and work in peace. We are human. Refuse to be slaughtered like livestock. 35. We are human. Refuse to be bought and sold like livestock. We are human. Refuse to bow to the rotten royal power. We have to unite. Reject this inhuman oppression. As long as we unite, no one can bully us. As long as we unite, all suffering can be solved. As long as we are united, we can see hope. Rennes clenched his fists. Passionate. Even with madness. He is no longer quiet, no longer calm. It's like fire burning. The whole world is boiling. Countless people, pirates, and even Marine burst out in a strong response at this moment. When Rennes asked if he would be willing to give the right to justice to the world government again, countless people watching the live broadcast couldn't help but boil up. World government does this. And the facts in front of us. Let countless people who have suffered disasters. Together, they made a sound of anger and no longer giving in. Especially when I think of the man in front of me. Killed the nobles of the world. This made him determined. His words. More and more credibility in the hearts of the people. So it is. Jun finally understood. Why did Rennes take control of the celestial dragons in the first place? But I still chose to kill. Because he wants to let the identity of the God Slayer penetrate deep into the body and mind. Only in this way can it resonate with more people. There are countless strong people in the people. Rennes did so. Looks like little use in a short time. But this is the most terrible shock to any ruler. This is a struggle of spiritual beliefs. This kind of struggle can cause countless departments of the world government to collapse. At least it is impossible to unite Ishin against himself. Because Rennes believes. There are also many oppressed people in it. Even Sengoku, Garp, they frequently compromise. Others don't even have to think about it. It can also reduce the authority of the world government to ultimate. At the same time, a big flag was erected among the people. This banner is destined to attract countless strong people to come and join us. Rennes believes that there will be people who yearn for such a utopian ideal world. Even people like Crocodile could pull up a bunch of people with a similar gimmick. Rennes is not a gimmick these days. It's about changing this rotten world from the heart. To be worthy of an old man who treats him well. Is it worth it? For Rennes, it's worth it. As long as the fire of thought is not extinguished. Rennes believes that whatever the world government does, when the sparks gather, they will surely ignite. The 5 elders can't wait to pump their mouths at the moment. Why should I be curious to hear what this guy has to say? Now it's hard to get overwhelmed. The ideas this guy is passing on are too dangerous. And justified, there are many truths. Don't let him talk anymore, Sengoku, kill him immediately. 5 elders picked up the phone bug that went straight to Marshal Sengoku and roared. Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, take down the leader of the allied forces Rennes. Marshal Sengoku also instantly knew how dangerous Rennes was with this kind of thinking. Equality, freedom, democracy. And what about the aristocratic royal power? This kind of thinking is something that 5 elders will never allow. Ice light, golden light volleys come. Garp also lifts power. Hesitated for a moment. But think it's Sengoku. He still chose to believe. Punch Rennes. Rennes was unimpressed. Red Earl, Bullet, Shiryu, and others smirked and attacked. Rennes words also hit the hearts of many of them. Because of the oppression of the world government, many of them ended up in impel down. I'd rather die than give in. Rennes faced the live broadcast and continued, at present, all those who are oppressed can take refuge in the Kingdom of East Blue, the Kingdom of Goya, the New World Dressrosa, Wano Kuni, and our allies will provide all assistance free of charge. 95. As soon as these words came out, countless people let out thunderous shouts before the live broadcast. The marine pirates here also couldn't help but exclaim. I, formerly Marine Admiral Alternate Jun, will leave Marine from today and voluntarily join the Allies. At this time, Jun took off the mask. Make a declaration to all of Marine, make a declaration to the world. What? People all over the world looked at Jun and were shocked. Even Sengoku and others are no exception. And this is like a knife, straight into the heart of the world government. The impact is very big. I, the former Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, will leave Marine today and volunteer to join the Allies. But wave after wave, wave after wave. Chapter 103. I, formerly Marine Vice Admiral, leave Marine today and voluntarily join the Allies. I, formerly Marine Vice Admiral, Stoka Berry, leave Marine today and volunteer to join the Allies. I was Marine Rear Admiral. Volunteer to join the Allies. On the battlefield, suddenly one Marine general after another. Calmly, he stood up without fear. Every word is a heavenly thunder that explodes in people's hearts. Stirring. This scene made Marshal Sengoku, 5 elders and others completely dumbfounded. Bigger than the sudden arrival of Rennes just now. And make them even more terrifying. The whole world is boiling crowds, also completely frozen. They found in the field of Marine Elite. It's a full 1/5. Don't look at a fifth. You know, these 5 are basically from New World. The best of the best. Among them are Alternate Admiral, Multiple Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral. It can be said that half of the Marine headquarters is small. At the moment when Rennes' voice fell, all chose to submit to the Allies. You guys! Aokiji Kizaru and others looked at their colleagues with shocked faces. They all have ghost expressions. Even if they admit what Rennes just said. With high incitement. It also makes sense. But you shouldn't let so many Marine generals betray Marine at this moment. This is definitely premeditated. What the hell is going on here? Vice Admiral, Jun alternate admiral, did they all betray Marine? How is this possible? 35 moments countless Marine doubts life. Marshal Sengoku failed to come up with a mouthful of old blood. Sprayed straight out. He never dreamed of it. Marine has been infiltrated like this by the Allies. How is this done? Marshal Sengoku couldn't figure it out even if he wanted to break his head. There has never been such a moment. He would be so doubtful about life. No, these high-ranking generals. Previously, they were all loyal to Marine headquarters. Loyal to the world government. And not greedy for life and afraid of death. How is it possible to say that if you surrender others, you will surrender others? The whole Marine was distracted in an instant. If only one person surrenders. 2 people surrender. 4 Marine headquarters. It's nothing. Sengoku is sure to mobilize. Suppress that mutinous influence. But that's thousands of Marine elites. This makes many Marine ask themselves. So many Marine generals defected. Justice that you insist on. How true is it? What are they for? Marine headquarters, the strongest force organization in the sea. At the moment, the interior is scattered. Let 5 elders be completely terrified. They didn't expect that there were so many Allied undercover agents at Marine headquarters. After the speech of the leader of the Allied forces, they suddenly announced their disengagement unanimously. This has caused too much impact on the world. The authority of Marine headquarters and the world government completely fell to the bottom at this moment. So many Marine generals and elite mutinies. The impact is too great. Even the rest of the Marine fell into suspicion. Sinister intentions, extremely vicious, BD Allied leader. The 5 elders were almost so angry that they spurted blood. This move is comparable to in battle. Stabbing them in the back is much more vicious. The impact is so far-reaching, they can't even think of any way to solve this problem. At least for a long time. This sharp knife at Marine headquarters. It's definitely going to be dull. Even Admiral, a radical hawk like Akainu. Watch a henchman Vice Admiral mutiny. It's also wide-eyed. A look of disbelief. This is the hardest blow to the soul of all Marine. And it makes it hard for all Marine to trust their companions anymore. Who can be sure that someone else will defect next? Secretly surrendered to the Allies? Is it really just these people? Are there anything else? If so, who will it be again? After all, they hadn't found out before. Now there are some hidden undiscovered. And rightfully so. It makes people all over the world feel the Allies are the right choice. If you don't believe it, even so many high-ranking Marine generals have surrendered. They may be abandoning the dark to the light. And if there is no darkness inside Marine, how is it possible to make so many Marine rebel? Know these Marine generals. Many are Marine base commanders around the world. At their respective bases, they have a high degree of control. It hasn't officially started yet. The world government has lost a lot of land. This, definitely the biggest event ever seen in Marine. But those who can become Marine generals have absolutely no problem in terms of loyalty, but there are still so many people who choose to join the Allied forces. This is simply incredible. I was stunned for a long time. A reporter was in horror. Pressing the shutter recorded this unprecedented event. Marines mutiny. It happens all the time. But a small half of the Marine headquarters like this directly defected. This is the first recorded case. How rotten is inside Marine, even the Admiral candidate has returned to the Allies. 5. The Allies are the future of the world. Many people were influenced by Rennes' speech. Already a big fan. They are in a surging mood at the moment. I feel that the world needs to change. We need to unite. So that no one dares to bully us. Some even quoted Rennes' speech. That's right. We are human beings, and we will never allow the powerful to manipulate our fate again. I will join the Allies. Who wants to join me? Me. 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 35. Unforeseen changes of the times, democracy, equality and freedom of the new world? Sounds great, Roger. 99 Rayleigh all stood up. Look at that screen. My heart was touched. He thought his blood was cold. Only now found out. That youthful blood rushed to my heart again. Didn't wait for the birth of one piece. But another man with the qualifications of the king of the world was born. Even the giants of the underworld. At this moment, everyone is surrendering to Rennes' speech. Well said. The decaying world kingship really needs to be changed. Tetzalo was awakened. As a young man, he fell in love with a woman. It was the light of his life. The advent of celestial dragons took her and made her a slave. At that time, he only had Stella in his heart. To save Stella, he even dared to fire at the celestial dragons. But under that kind of behemoth, he has no chance of succeeding at all. He was defeated and became a slave tortured by the celestial dragons. It was his darkest hour. But even then, he still has hope. But it wasn't until a few years later that Stella was tortured to death. He's crazy. Even made an excuse for his own cowardice. He thought that he had no money to cause trouble. If only Stella had been bought as a slave at the beginning. In fact, he is still afraid of the authority of the world government. In the decades that followed, he became the richest man. It can even leverage some of the power of the world government with money. Borrow for your own use. But still dare not seek revenge on the celestial dragons. It's because he is under this self-deceiving pretext. Believe it. Think you can control everything if you have money. But Rennes' words dissected the bloody reality. Let him completely remember those unbearable pasts. Came up with a real one. And not a self-deluded answer. That is, the rotten kingship of the world government is the source of all disasters. Tetzalo looked into Rennes with a look in his eyes. Become increasingly fanatical. This guy. Silver Axe Jabba Akoko News Bird King and others looked at the most realistic Tetzalo was also affected. I couldn't help but be horrified. They actually have fluctuations in their hearts. But after all, they have experienced a lot. It won't be so easily affected. It's unimaginable that so many people in Marine have defected, and now the old men of the world government are in a hurry to go crazy. A schadenfreude sneer came out of Silver Axe's mouth. Sengoku was all angry and vomited blood. Even we never thought this could happen. How did he do it? Even this kind of highly ideologically conscious Marine can be included in his command. The Lone Shark King said in shock. I don't think it's surprising that some people are born with unparalleled charisma. Morgans looked at Tetzalo. A little bit of understanding. Even guys like Tetzalo. All are conquered at the moment. The eyes are full of fanaticism. What else is impossible? The world is about to change, and the Allies may really be able to bring down the world government. No one refuted it. Because for now, not completely impossible. Such a huge number of troops. So many strong people are on his side. Frontal rigidity at Marine headquarters is no longer a problem at all. Once the Marine headquarters fell, most of the power of the world government is also gone. Marine has always been the strongest force institution on the sea. If the world government is equivalent to the emperor, that Marine headquarters is quite an army. In the absence of the army, even the noble emperor will worry for his life. In this world, there are people who are so like-minded as me. The dragon is in the middle of a storm. Watch a live stream on an island. At this moment, there was also an emotion. Why? Marshal Sengoku turned pale and looked at the Marines who had defected and asked. Many of these people were brought up by him. Some vice admirals were even comrades in arms at about the same time as him. He couldn't believe they would betray Marine. These defected Marine. All took out a scarf with the emblem of the Allied forces. It was tied to the left hand. Marshal Sengoku, compromise justice, is it really already justice? Jun asked. The other generals did not answer. Because of this problem. Answer with their weight. Some are not enough. And now Jun is the leader of this new marine team. Jun's sword easily blocks Aokiji's ice blade attack. Garp and the Red Count start a battle next to them. 0, asking for flowers. Kizaru was also stopped by bullet. Now. Want to behead Rennes? It's so many times more difficult than before. Even if you are facing more than one top powerhouse today, it is no exception. Aokiji saw Jun block his attack so easily. And still have a good time talking to Marshal Sengoku. Aokiji's heart sank all of a sudden. Jun's strength, when did it become so strong? Definitely not much weaker than yourself. Otherwise, it would be impossible to easily resist his repeated all-out blows. What the hell is going on here? Is it all these years? Jun has been hiding clumsily? Even if Marine has many shortcomings, it is definitely stronger than a pirate and a criminal gang. Marshal Sengoku's voice rose a few degrees. Jun was the next generation of Marine Admiral, whom he was very optimistic about. Its swordsmanship is pure and powerful. In the future, she may even become the world's #1 female sword hero. Hearing this, Jun was not happy. Her footsteps suddenly stomped on the ground. The mighty conqueror's haki rises with a sword intent that soars into the sky. A fierce storm of sword chi shot wildly. Aokiji had to stay out of the way. Marshal Sengoku, you are terrified? What criminals, pirates? This is just Marine, it is the world government judging according to their interests. He was first offered a bounty for defeating Doflamingo and taking Dressrosa. Aside from Doflamingo's relationship with Marine, isn't he Doflamingo a pirate? When did killing pirates become a criminal offense? Jun's words stunned Marshal Sengoku into speechlessness. Because it's a fact. And judging by Jun's firm answer, Sengoku knew that their determination to betray Marine was strong. I'm afraid even he can't change that. Jun. Tsuru Vice Admiral looked at Jun with a complicated expression. This girl she had single-handedly cultivated. Now he has also become a strong man who stands alone. However, their path is different. What the hell do you want to do? Marshal Sengoku looked at Rennes and asked. After all, he is the most central figure of the Allies. Sengoku didn't believe Rennes was just there. He made several moves that changed the world. Now the army is overwhelmed. There is no way to leave just like that. As soon as this word came out, the eyes of the world are once again on Rennes. Whitebeard, Akainu, and others also cast their eyes. Marine headquarters is a good place, I said I want it, you won't give it up, right? So in order for the world to strengthen the thinking of the Allies, it is necessary to let the world see our strength. I'm here to give you an ultimatum, you are already surrounded by us, a new world is coming, whether it is pirates or marine, you all have to make your own choice. In view of your current acts of war, which have seriously undermined world peace, it will be taken over by our allied forces and properly dealt with. I advise you to surrender. Rennes' calm words made the world swallow saliva in horror. This move against the guest really made many people's eyes widen. Good fellow. Boy. Rennes guy is simply awesome. This is to treat Marine and Whitebeard pirates as criminals, as if they are the masters of the world. Crouch. Cattle. Morgans couldn't believe what his ears were hearing. He has seen countless arrogant maniacs in his life. It's crazy to the point of Rennes. I've only seen him so far. Rennes disagrees. Things have fermented to this day. The world wants to see. By no means a modest and low-key force. Rather, it is a force that wants to be like a wolf, aggressive, strong-willed, and powerful. At this time, the stronger it is, the more it can make the blood of people all over the world boil. the more he can be realized. The allies are fighting for a great cause. The more you get them involved. Want to take down the Marine headquarters. Wish for the moon. Marshal Sengoku heard. The face is black to ultimate. In his opinion, Rennes is only a criminal after all, a pirate. If the Marine headquarters is taken by them, that's still gotten. Their faces are gone. This little devil really dares to think about it. Whitebeard gasped. Blackbeard has exited some distance later. Everyone, the order remains the same, you go back to New World. I'll make a way for you. Whitebeard's loud voice sounded. Surround us? It's just a swarm of ants following. Don't get too smug. Akainu said coldly. He couldn't stand Rennes rampant either. Wait until you take off his head. Let's see if he can still be so rampant. Sengoku-san, please order. Akainu said again. Sengoku knows. War is inevitable. The whole army obeys the order and strangles the allies and the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku ordered to the rest of Marine. Even if many Marine are no longer determined at heart. But order, they still carry it out habitually. Kill. War broke out with a bang. If you want to take the Marine headquarters and let Marine retreat, you have to take at least 1 or 2 Marine Admiral. Rennes scanned the battlefield. Peace. Chapter 104. As for the total destruction of Marine, that can't be. It's also unrealistic. At least not at this stage. Marine's high-end combat power is all there. There are 5 top powerhouses here. And tens of thousands of elites. And that's not all. Rennes satellites have already monitored various departments of the world government. Reinforcements are rushing to Marine headquarters. Among them, there must be more than 1 or 2 top powerhouses. Elite plus ordinary soldiers, there are at least hundreds of thousands. The destructive power of the top powerhouses is terrible. Logia's top natural disaster has the title of Miscellaneous Terminator. Rennes' current strength. In fact, it is not afraid of Marine headquarters. And not afraid of the so-called reinforcements. But before testing the cards of the 5 elders, Rennes loses if he fights with Marine HQ. In the end, it will be reaped by the world government. Right now for Rennes, the greatest success. It's to drive out Marine and all other enemies. Take the Marine headquarters and hold it. That's a huge success. This place often erupts with multiple top powerhouses. Its soul ore is far superior to Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni's strongest is only Kaido alone. But this battle, a person of equal strength to Kaido. Count your own people. More than double digits. At least 10 times the scale. And countless people here are attacked by Roger's son, Whitebeard, the allies are coming. This kind of thing is terrifying. Even this scene directed by Rennes. Soul emotions have long since ceased to inspire ultimate. The soul ore is constantly skyrocketing. So take the Marine HQ. One more blast. By that time, that number is the possibility to truly completely subvert the whole world. Now it's a rivalry at best. I want to completely destroy a huge organization that has existed for nearly 1,000 years. You have to seize the opportunity to become stronger every moment. And Rennes firmly believes. Ideas that pass on yourself. 267 Just give time to fully ferment. Not just Marine, but other departments, and even many kings. Will come to themselves. I'm only going to get stronger. The advantage of time is on Rennes' side. So Rennes just takes the Marine headquarters. Holding on is a great success. But it's not easy. Hard take the Marine headquarters. It's something that neither Sengoku nor 5 elders can tolerate. But if they gnaw this bone themselves, when it is found that the tooth will collapse, will let go. Think nothing but an island. And it's a devastated island. For them. In addition to dignity and face. It's not of much value. Just make them feel painful. Naturally let go. And, of course, make them feel. It's not so easy to kill yourself. Once you see there is hope to kill yourself, I'm afraid there will be a steady stream of troops. Galalala. I didn't expect to see such a spectacular scene at the end, it's worth this life. Although their own Whitebeard pirate group is also surrounded by Rennes. But the last thing Whitebeard fears is encirclement. His shock fruit ability can sweep through all surroundings. Especially now that he can let go of his hands and feet. Unbridled intimidation. And Whitebeard vaguely felt. Rennes' goal doesn't seem to be to force them to stay. If what that little devil just said is true, then he does it. It is very likely to declare your strength to the world. That Whitebeard pirates and Marine headquarters are targeted together. The best choice indeed. After all, Marine and their Whitebeard pirates fight until now. Heavy losses on both sides. People who are still standing also have great physical exertion. This is the time to strike. Very sensible. Pang! Whitebeard headed towards the coast and threw a seismic punch. He could have chased Blackbeard to win, but choose to make a living. Because of the three parties present, enemies of each other, none of the parties cooperated. Next, it is destined to be an extremely terrible melee. Click! Atmospheric cracks spread under Whitebeard's fist. This punch he was going to hit at Marine headquarters. But now change your mind and hit in the direction of the sea. Bang! A terrifying shock force blasted out, and countless Allied soldiers and Marine were instantly shocked into the sky. Blood is gone. They are pirates. Whitebeard never pins his hopes on the benevolence of his enemies. If you don't obey it, do it. Make a bloody path. Sengoku, the day you feared has come. I thought I couldn't see it in my lifetime, but I didn't expect it. Whitebeard is surrounded though. But the courage is still extraordinary. Since war cannot be avoided, then fight. Shut up, Whitebeard. How much better do you think you will be? Sengoku scolded. The enemy on each side is the other two. In this case, conducting is not so important anymore. He's got it. See if you can cooperate with Garp. Take down the Allied leader. As he spoke, he transformed into a big Buddha. At this moment the Allied air forces took the lead in attacking all enemies. The dense rain of bombshells poured down like no money. It's like the flood that broke the levee. Out of control. In the eyes of the world. That's dark clouds flying through the sky. Then drop a black waterfall like cannonball into the dense forest to drown the target. The world is yours. We are just passers-by. Die when you damn it. Whitebeard swept towards the sky with one sword. The waterfall of black cannonballs was blasted in mid-air. Continuous explosions bloom in the air. Every flame of light is magnificent. Roushi Whitebeard couldn't help but be surprised. Hey, the power of these shells, isn't it a bit exaggerated? The sky is covered with flames. And after this waterfall of black shells was shattered, there is almost no stop. Another group of dark clouds rumbling in. A huge number of aircraft flies. The sonic boom was deafening and made everyone extremely uncomfortable. And nervous and scared. A shell dropped by a dark cloud. There is such firepower. Then the sky is full of dark clouds. How horrible must it be? To the top powerhouses of Logia. Perhaps the threat is not particularly great. After all, Seastone's bomb was entrained. Just a few. You have to find the opportunity to use it. But for other strong people, even Sengoku Garp, these non-elemental abilities of them, firepower is strong enough to destroy them. Marco, take everyone back to New World. Whitebeard hit several attacks in a row. Tens of thousands of phalanxes and scattered marines were directly chiseled through. Carve out a way to live. Even if the tank is reloaded. Face the strongest man in the world. Even if it is blood, dying. It's completely unstoppable. Tanks were shaken out like toys. Daddy. Hearing this, Marco resisted the urge to turn back. It's just that tears are still slipping from my eyes. Then he looked at Rennes. Suddenly my eyes froze. He saw those familiar figures. Bullet, King of Evil, San Juan. They were locked up and impelled down for so many years. Why is it still so young? It doesn't even look like a bad disease at all. If only they could all be so healthy and young. So can Daddy? As soon as the idea came to mind, Marco couldn't contain it. If you can. Marco is willing to pay whatever it takes. What a veritable monster. 35 has commanders mobilizing nearby prism tanks. Whoosh. Lasers shot at Whitebeard. As well as near him, all non-allied units covered to strike past. The number of prism tanks now. Even if it's just a local gathering nearby. It can reach thousands of vehicles at will. Because now the number of various combat vehicles is terrifying. More than 230,000 units. And as soon as it is damaged, the ocean transport ship will immediately transport another batch to the island. Rennes can also immediately teleport the space-time troops. But this mode that allows it to work automatically. It can save Rennes a little effort. Beams of light from the sky. Neither the pirates nor the marine were shocked. Is this a pacifist in the shape of a chariot? How can the Allies also have this technique? Although the power of a single is a little weaker than that of a pacifist, this number is terrible. Snap Momomaru with pacifist stunned. At one point, it was doubtful that Marine invested so much every year. Make pacifists. Is it worth it? The other party assembles casually. It's thousands of lasers shooting out together. Kizaru, that guy, shouldn't it be their people? The defeat just now is just a bitter meat trick. 5 elders doubted life for a moment. Laser technology of the enemy looks more mature than them. So many of them. Description is popular and can be produced in large quantities. And they are currently only doing small batch production. The cost is too high. Develop and build a pacifist. Equivalent to the price of a top warship. If it were normal, 5 elders would never suspect Kizaru. Think of the previous time when Kizaru and Rennes were at war. Rennes deliberately said the few words that almost everyone could hear. Does that imply that Kizaru is undercover? Plus the marine anti-water incident just now. The 5 elders also became suspicious. This has to be prevented. Bekapunk is a genius. It's always Kizaru who is in charge of protection. The Ministry of Science too. Once Kizaru really betrayed, their losses are too great to estimate. Bang! Thundered. Boom! Countless lasers are fired. In that area, the sound of violent explosions did not go out. The marine pirates screamed and were blown out. There are unlucky ones. Directly pierced through the body and killed violently. But most of Rennes orders are to be disabled. Not Rennes merciful. It's these elite strong. Once caught alive, you can completely use the mind controller to brainwash you to become your own person. And here the ability is like a cloud. Kill, if they are not genetically modified. There is a high probability that this ability will disappear. Can you get it later? It's all about luck. But now just pay a little attention to the strength. It is possible to gain so much combat power. Of course, this is done when conditions allow. If conditions do not allow, then there is no such thing as a live capture. It is currently possible to do so. It is Rennes who has absolute fire suppression against the elite below Admiral. Even if it's Vice Admiral, alternate Admiral. It is impossible to withstand this 100 million level firepower. In places where the enemy is dense, artillery fire covers the blow. Weaken first, cut and disperse them. After fire coverage, if you can still kill the enemy without being killed, basically have the ability to survive under fire. Of course, this is only the survival ability of firepower under normal coverage. Once singled out. What Marine Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral also has to kneel. For the Allies. The neat roar of the mountain and tsunami sounded. It seems to have shattered the clouds and shattered the atmosphere. And force bombing, after splitting it up. One by one, the phalanx of 10,000 people was as powerful as a tidal wave. People take a look. They all felt their hearts and livers trembling. Whoops! After a pirate beheaded dozens of people in a row. Ha ha laughed, these guys don't look very strong. And then the next moment, hundreds, thousands of people pressed over at any cost. His blade is curled. My arms are numb. Exhausted physical exertion. The legs are also soft. You maniacs! He was slashed to the ground with a random knife. The advantage of numbers, simple and rude. Situations like this are happening again and again. No matter how powerful you are. As long as it's not monster level. Under the tactics of a steady stream of firepower and a sea of people. People, kill as you like. Kill until you are soft. Kill until your weapon is broken. Kill until you run out of physical strength. And then, who is the lamb to be slaughtered? It's clear. And this sea simply cannot put all the Allied forces. Rennes hasn't gotten all of his family in one go. Crazy people, these guys are crazy, they are dead, neurotic, just to block the direction of my movement, they exploded with explosive packs. 39 There are pirates who scream in horror. They are not afraid of death either. But not such a method of not being afraid. It's about using death to create as much value as possible. But the group of soldiers in front of them is not like this. They just need to create a little bit of value. You can sacrifice yourself without hesitation. For example, so that he cannot move. Just hold them and don't move. Being hacked to death by a random knife, I don't care at all. To stop them from launching some dangerous attacks. You can rush up one by one to actively block the attack. Such an army. Even scarier than the elite of Marine. They are like emotionless killing machines. Even if it is their many individual combat powers. It can be said that it is very weak. But this practice. It scared them too. Naval Artillery Group. 9. Tank Group. Aircraft Group. Fire. Under Tanya's command. The entire Marine headquarters suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Explosions everywhere. Then the battle between Whitebeard and Marine HQ just now. The firepower is tens or hundreds of times more ferocious. Let everyone see this scene. They are all terrified, and their legs are weak. Modern Fire 4.6 Force Coverage Bombing. Let everyone in this era. The top powerhouses, including Whitebeard, are creepy. Pirates and Marine are both elites in 100. But it can't withstand this kind of bombardment. After a few rounds of horrific bombing. Pour the next batch first. Then the sea of people flooded. Bring another batch. They have clearly placed tens of thousands of Allied soldiers. But one after another transport warships approached. Tanks and groups of soldiers rushed to land from the Marine headquarters in all directions. A steady stream of pirate Marines who are still standing. There was some despair. How many troops is this? They simply can't see the end of the sea. Only know that there are Allied forces everywhere. Fluffy. Many prison nets were fired from rockets from the hands of the Allies. Covers an area. One after another capable person has been arrested. Akainu looked at the two Sluffy brothers in front of him. Look at Kizarugarpe Okiji at Rennes. Look at the dying Whitebeard again. And the whole battlefield that is gradually turning against them. He knows. Lack of morale in the current Marine. Lack of upward cohesion. All ruined by that little devil Rennes. You have to cheer them up first. Then first solve the checkmate Whitebeard and One Piece bloodline. Great eruption. Akainu launched an onslaught. We're in the Marine headquarters. Rennes said lightly. Along the way, the Red Count, impelled down and other prisoners and allies blocked all the enemies who attacked him. Make a way to the Marine headquarters building. Rennes is on track. Su. Suddenly, a flash of light crossed the crowd and appeared in the sky in front of Rennes at great speed. It's Kizaru. If you don't learn to be obedient yet, then it's up to you to decide, and see if you Logia can withstand a nuclear explosion. Rennes said calmly.